Damn it. Dead is dead. Who knew you still have to work after dying and even pull endless overtime? And finding a job down here is even harder than it was up there. When I was alive, at least the boss worried his employees might suddenly drop dead. Here, that's one thing they never have to consider. Less than $3,000 a month, and they still make me work the night shift every single day. Patron, why haven't you burned paper money and sent me some cash yet? Otherwise, I can't even pay the mortgage. Won't the bank auction off my place? Damn it, I finally scraped together a down payment. Am I really going to lose it just like that? In the middle of the night, at the entrance of the residential complex, a young man in a security uniform stands guard in boredom, grumbling non-stop under his breath. If any normal person heard him, their first reaction would be to suspect the young man had lost his mind, since everything he said sounded utterly nonsensical. But Song Zhong knew all too well. This place truly was the underworld. Although it looked almost identical to the world of the living, the people living in this complex were all dead. Whenever he wished, he could see the cause of death for every person he laid eyes on. Moreover, in his dreams, he would occasionally see people visiting his grave, placing fresh flowers and offerings before his tombstone. At first, he also thought he was mentally unstable, that all of this was nothing but hallucinations, or that he had been entangled by something unclean. Until one day, he dreamed once more of someone burning paper offerings for him. Normally, such things were far too common. Over the years, he had dreamed of it countless times, even of people burning indecent toys as grave offerings. But those had always been offerings burned for other people's relatives and friends. This was the first time someone burned them for him. I came to see you, Brother Song. Take this money first. If you lack anything down there, tell me in a dream, and I'll burn it all for you. In the dream, a woman murmured endlessly to his tombstone as she burned sheet after sheet of spirit money. Originally, Song Zhong did not take it to heart. After all, burning paper for the dead was merely a psychological comfort for the living. Could it really be delivered to the underworld? If it truly worked, why would he still need to work every day, still need to clock in? Besides, he had never seen anyone, know any ghost, receive anything that people had burned for them from the world above. Yet, when he woke up, he found a pile of banknotes beside his bed. He counted them. Altogether, they came to several 100,000. To Song Zhong, this was a fortune, nothing less than overnight wealth. Burned paper could be turned into real cash. The realization made it impossible for Song Zhong to sit still. He had already begun to imagine how he would ascend to the pinnacle of life. Song Zhong felt as though he had been struck by a great wave of happiness. Although this incident confirmed that he truly was dead, the matter of his own life and death was briefly cast aside in his mind. So long as he was no longer poor and his days could still go on, what did death matter? Gazing at the tens of thousands spread across the bed, the newly rich Song Zhong suddenly found himself at a loss as to how to spend it. A luxury car, a designer watch, or perhaps some top-tier club membership, a diamond or black card. In the end, he decided to buy an apartment first. After all, forever renting a shabby little single room just did not feel right. Thus, he calmly sat in the sales office of a high-end residential complex and paid the down payment on the spot. If he had had more money, he would already have gone to look at villas. Someone was already burning paper for him. Why would he ever worry about money? Yet, after the down payment was made, very little was left, and the woman who had burned paper for him never appeared again. In the end, Song Zhong could only resign himself to working as a security guard in his own complex, pulling night shifts every day to earn a bit of money. Even so, his savings were almost exhausted, and this month's mortgage payment still had no source. Given the vicious face of capitalists, when the time came, they would simply repossess his apartment. Finally, time's up. I can go home. When the time on his phone flipped to midnight, Song Zhong at last stopped complaining. After handing over the shift, he hurried home. He wanted to snatch a few hours of sleep. He still had to deliver food as a part-time job early the next morning. Damn it! The life of an adult is truly unbearably bitter. Who would have thought that just as he lay down and drifted off to sleep, the very next second Song Zhong opened his eyes again and saw that familiar dreamscape. It was still that refreshing, clean-cut young woman, yet something was different from the last time. This time at her side, she was holding the leash of a pure black bear dog. Songa, this time I brought Hot Pot, the one you used to raise. His service term ended this year and he retired with honor. I was afraid he would be lonely, so I adopted him and took him home. You must miss him down there too, right? It's all right. I specifically asked the paper effigy craftsman to make a paper dog modeled after Hot Pot. Let Hot Pot keep you company down below a while longer. Tada! Look, doesn't it look just like him? The girl pulled a pitch-black object out of a bag. It was a lifelike paper dog, its entire body ink black. It actually bore a striking resemblance to the black bear dog lying at her side. The black dog Hot Pot lolled out his dark tongue and lay there lazily. And there's another piece of good news. I'm now the youngest captain in the JCC. How about that? Impressive, right? I became captain even earlier than you did back then. Sometimes I can't help but think if you hadn't saved me during that mission, maybe you wouldn't have had to die. The girl's expression suddenly dimmed, and her previously rambling words trailed off into an almost inaudible murmur. I'll come visit you next time, Songa. The unit just notified us of another mission. The dream cut off abruptly the moment the flames before the girl were extinguished. That familiar sense of blurriness returned. In an instant, the tombstone before Song Zhong's eyes transformed into a ceiling. He lay sprawled on the bed in a big star shape, his gaze briefly dazed. I raised a dog. How do I not know that? And from what that girl said, I was even some kind of captain before I died. Song Zhong let out a sigh. He finally understood why he was so poor after death. A captain who dies in the line of duty on a mission. That sounds exactly like the kind of fool who doesn't know how to bend with the wind, and in all likelihood that was the kind of person he had been in life. Suddenly, he felt the hand he had stretched out of the window being enveloped in something soft and wet. Turning his head, he saw a huge black dog identical to the one in his dream licking his palm. What the hell, even this can be burned down here? Seeing the black dog, Song Zhong was utterly stunned. He had never imagined that burning a paper dog could actually send it down to him. If they burned a paper human or something, would that work too? Though bewildered as he looked at the black dog, a spontaneous feeling of intimacy rose unbidden in his heart. He reached out to rub the dog's head, feeling its affectionate frolicking. He sank into deep thought. He had many conjectures about his current situation. He had to carefully sort out his thoughts. First of all, he should already be dead. Every time he dreamed of that girl burning offerings at his grave, there would be corresponding objects, even living beings, materializing in his room. Secondly, in his previous life, he and that girl were both likely members of the JCC, holding at least the rank of captain. The black dog before his eyes was most likely the police dog he had raised back then. These 2 points could corroborate each other. So long as the first held true, the second would inevitably be true as well, and vice versa. Song Zhong had already thought of a way to verify his guesses. Hot Pot, sit. At his command, the big black dog before him instantly halted its affectionate antics. It sat upright in front of his bed with a dignified air. Lie down. Forward. With each command, Hot Pot swiftly completed the corresponding action. Right, she also just burned some cash for me. Damn, that's a lot. With this kind of money, why would I still work as a security guard? On this side. Song Zhong's gaze shifted from Hot Pot to the bed, which was piled high with cash. So much everywhere. Not only on the bed but even beneath it. This time there was even more than before, at least tens of millions. Without the slightest hesitation, Song Zhong directly dialed the security captain's number. Hello, I'm resigning. I'm done with this job. What did you say? What kind of attitude is that? Do you still want this month's salary? I don't. And besides, is that how you speak to a property owner? I won't pretend any more. A time to lay the cards on the table. I originally wanted to live among you as an ordinary person, but all I got in return was distance. Now I'll come clean. I'm a multimillionaire. After rattling off the whole speech in one breath, Song Zhong hung up directly, not giving the other party another thought. You must be hungry, Hot Pot. Let's go get you something to eat. Holding the leash of the big black dog, Song Zhong strode boldly out of his home. But just as he stepped out the door, he heard a familiar female voice. Xiao Song, heading out for a part-time job. Since when did you start keeping a dog? Young people shouldn't push themselves so hard. If you've got ideas, you can always come over and sit at Jiejia's place. There's more than one road to success. Why work yourself to the bone every day, don't you think? Looking up, he saw a charming face smiling brightly at him. It turned out to be Chun Pingping, the neighbor next door. Just got a dog and taking him out for a walk. No more part-time jobs. Looking at the gaudily dressed woman before him, Song Zhong's lips twitched, and he hurriedly widened the distance between them. She was already over 40, and though she kept herself in good shape, she simply wasn't his type. Ever since he had moved in, he had frequently been harassed by this neighbor, who kept trying to lure him into her apartment to sit for a while. Back when he had no money, he had refused. All the more so now that he had tens of millions lying at home. Why would he ever resort to living off a woman? Oh, come on, why keep a dog? You're still so young. Wouldn't it be much better to keep a woman at home? Chun Ping covered her mouth with a light laugh as she reached out trying to touch Song Zhong's chest. Woof! A sharp bark shattered Chun Ping's motion. Rather fierce, isn't it? Oh, right, I forgot something. I'll head home first. Wait for me if the elevator arrives. Chun Ping lowered her hands, her gaze fixed on the hot pot, a faint sardonic smile curling at the corners of her lips. Then stepping in high heels, she swayed gracefully toward her apartment. Ding! With a crisp chime, the elevator doors slid open before her. Song Zhong jabbed the door close button and dashed out of the building entrance with the hot pot in tow. Only a fool would wait for you. He sensed vaguely that Chun Ping harbored ill intent toward him, yet he couldn't quite name why. Carefully retracing 2 decades of memories in this world, he finally uncovered the blind spot. Everyone else who had died seemed to live perfectly ordinary lives. Except him. Watching pedestrians hurry along the boulevard rushing off to work, Song Zhong scratched his head and reached out to stop a young man wearing a crossbody bag. Hey, does your family burn money for you at home? After receiving only a curt, idiot, Song Zhong stroked his chin thoughtfully. From that reply he gleaned a startling truth. He was utterly unique, the sole individual capable of receiving ancestral offerings from the mortal realm. Yet what dangers might such singularity invite? Deep in thought, Song Zhong completed his shopping spree and settled onto a wooden bench on the street, cradling the hot pot. He idly petted the dog while observing the ceaseless flow of passers-by, boredom deepening as he watched their varied causes of death, suicides, alcohol-induced fatalities, and others lured overseas by so-called friends, then beaten to death. Song Zhong realized every single death he witnessed defied natural law. Not one person had died of old age or illness. Not even once, throughout the entire day. Not even a single case of death by illness. It seems everyone in this world is a wrongfully deceased spirit. And I am no exception. The girl in my dreams said I perished on duty. But precisely which mission remains unclear. If only I could somehow reconnect with that girl. It wasn't until dusk that Song Zhong suddenly felt a pang of hunger. Though dead, his 5 fundamental senses remained intact. So the pleasures of taste were still very much his to savor. Just as he tugged gently on the hot pot's leash, preparing to find a restaurant, a black sedan pulled to a halt before him. The driver looked oddly familiar. Need a ride, sir? As Song Zhong studied his face, a chilling vision erupted in his mind. The driver's death. Inside a villa, the driver stood motionless at its center, shrouded in cold, oppressive energy. His expression was icy, his smile devoid of warmth. Blood smeared across his hands and lips. Beneath his feet lay a naked woman and a half-dressed man, both lifeless. Their throats grotesquely torn, flesh missing from the vital points. The vision ended abruptly. The final image flashed before Song Zhong's eyes, a photograph of the driver and the woman, crushed to fragments in his clenched fist. He felt a flicker of astonishment. For the first time all day, he'd failed to witness a death in full. Faced with the unknown, Song Zhong chose refusal. And besides, he owned a car. Brand new. No thanks. I have my own. He jingled his keys and tapped the unlock button on his Bentley Continental. Woof. 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 Settle down, Huagua. Your master's just a little green around the collar. As the unlicensed taxi driver watched crestfallen, Song Zhong sped away in his Bentley Continental. Sir has a car. Then what do I do? A soft murmur dissolved into the evening breeze, shredded by the screech of tires. Chief Guan, you're on night shift tonight. Yes, go ahead, you can leave. I'll review the case files from the past 2 days. This was the office of Task Force 4, Criminal Investigation Division, Linjiang City, Yuhua District. Guan Kai sat alone at her desk, scrolling through digital case files while slurping steaming instant noodles. At her feet, the black bear dog Huagua lay quietly still and watchful. As a newly reassigned homicide squad captain, transferred back to Linjiang from another province, she faced the daunting task of rebuilding everything from scratch. To grasp local dynamics, she worked late into the night, absorbing every detail. Yet she felt profoundly grateful. As a child, she'd been rescued from a human trafficking ring by Brother Song. Later, at the orphanage, she'd studied with relentless diligence. Ultimately, her outstanding academic record and exceptional service history earned her the distinction of becoming the youngest homicide squad captain in Xia country. Her path to this achievement had demanded pressures far beyond what most could endure. But things are finally turning around, you know that, Huagua? The investigation bureau has even assigned me a vehicle. Steam rose in delicate spirals from the noodle bowl. Guan Kai stirred the noodles with her chopsticks, her eyes sparkling as she spoke to the black dog. Soon we'll take joyrides. And visiting Brother Song will be so much easier. At the mention of Brother Song, her bright eyes dimmed just for an instant. She recalled again that reckless undercover agent. Drenched in blood yet foolishly brave. To save her, Song Zhong had risked premature exposure of his cover. Then single-handedly subdued a roomful of monstrous traffickers preying on minors. When Song Zhong, battered and bleeding, carried 80-year-old Guan Kai out of that room, he collapsed heavily onto the floor and never rose again. Brother Song. Sensing her sorrow, the great black dog nuzzled gently against her calf. His tongue lolled out in affectionate appeal. Feeling the warm, furry weight against her leg, Guan Kai snapped back to the present and ruffled Hugua's thick fur before returning her focus to the case files. As she scrolled deeper into the dossier, Guan Kai's elegant brows slowly drew together in quiet concern. These recent cases, they're all strangely unusual. Case 405, the carousel murder at Yuhua Amusement Park. Reporter, park staff. Location, Yuhua Amusement Park, Yuhua District, Linjiang City. Fatalities 3. Date of incident, April 5th. Summary: a violent homicide occurred at Yuhua Amusement Park at noon on April 5th. 3 victims were confirmed dead. 1 survivor remains. The case is preliminarily classified as a serial random homicide. The victims shared the following 3 characteristics. 1. Each victim had visited Yuhua Amusement Park alone. No companions accompanied them. 2. All victims had confided to friends or family members that they had recently suffered severe emotional trauma. 3. All victims died in identical fashion. Each was bisected horizontally across the chest by an unidentified object while seated on the carousel. Yuhua Amusement Park has been placed under full lockdown pending further investigation. Case 401, the Suan Plaza jumping incident. Reporter, mall staff. Location, 6th floor, Suan Plaza, Yuhua District, Linjiang City. Fatalities 5. First incident, date April 1st. Summary: a series of fatal jumps occurred consecutively at Suan Plaza in Yuhua District, Linjiang City. Within 1 week, 5 individuals jumped from the plaza. None survived. Suan Plaza has been fully sealed off and operations suspended. All jumpers shared the following 4 traits. 1. All were employed internally at Suan Plaza. 2. On the night before their deaths, each inexplicably left their residence for a brief period. 3. Surveillance footage from their residential complexes failed to trace their whereabouts after departure. 4. On the day of the incident, none displayed abnormal behavior. Each calmly stepped over the railing before jumping. The investigation remains ongoing, led by Unit 2 of the Linjiang Municipal Inspection Bureau's Criminal Investigation Division. Case 327, the eyelid sofa incident. Reporter, Lu Wenzhao. Location, room 404. Building 4, Phase 2, Tianshan Residential Complex, Yuhua District, Linjiang City. Fatalities unknown. Date of incident unknown. Summary: case file sealed. Guan Kai rubbed her temples, a dull ache blooming behind her eyes after finishing the dossier. Violent cases have surged recently, and most resist resolution. Even within Yuhua District alone, 4 or 5 homicide investigations remain unresolved. The situation grows graver across Linjiang City as a whole. Rumors claim this past quarter has witnessed the highest number of violent crimes in recorded history. Even Guan Kai, newly transferred, has been working overtime to sort and organize case files. Ding-ling-ling. Silence reigned in the office, broken only by the soft rustle of turning pages. Then, a sharp, urgent telephone ring shattered Guan Kai's concentration. "Hello, this is the Yuhua District Inspection Bureau. How may I assist you?" Guan Kai asked. "No, don't. I need help. Help me. Save me. Hurry, save me now. He's coming. He's really coming. Please hurry. Save me. Mom, please remain calm. Where exactly are you right now?" I'm at Unit 1802, Building 20 Shirye Residential Complex, Yuhua District. Save me. Hurry. As the woman's voice dissolved into hysterical shrieks, Guan Kai could barely make out ragged gasps and heavy rhythmic thuds against a door. "Wah. Officer, please come quickly and save me. I came home tonight and heard someone knocking at my door. So I peered through the peephole, but saw no one. At first I thought nothing of it. Yet no sooner had I sat down inside than the knocking resumed. Still no one visible through the peephole. This repeated several times, each knock arriving roughly 10 minutes apart. At first I assumed it was a prank. But after so many attempts, I simply couldn't endure it any longer. I watched the clock. and the moment the next knock sounded I flung the door open. Then, I saw a man standing at my threshold, his eye sockets hollow and dripping blood, grinning wildly at me. I slammed the door shut. This time he didn't leave. He began pounding against it relentlessly. "Officer, please get here fast. He's breaking in. He's breaking in." With a final piercing scream, the call went dead. Guan Kai set the receiver down, her expression grave. The caller's account sounded surreal, almost like a hoax designed to mock the Bureau. Yet having just reviewed recent case files, she sensed something profoundly unsettling about this report. Shaoli, Shiye Residential Complex, Unit 20, Floor 1802. Alert the night duty team. Immediate dispatch. We're moving out now. Yes, sir. Guan Kai slipped on her coat and issued crisp, decisive orders to her night shift squad. Just as she reached for her patrol car keys and stepped forward, woof, Hot Pot, the dog who'd been dozing, jolted upright with startling vigor. Guan Kai made no move to restrain him as he trailed closely behind. After all, before retirement, Hot Pot had earned distinction as a provincial-level exemplary police dog. Let's go. The two officers and their canine partner burst from the office. At that very instant, the wall clock's hour hand settled precisely upon 2 o'clock. Wail, 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 wail. Sirens blared across Yuhua District's rain-licked streets. Guan Kai officer Xiao Li and Hot Pot sped forward at breakneck pace. From the call alone, Guan Kai judged the scene critically urgent. Fortunately, Shiye Residential Complex lay near the Bureau. She arrived in just 5 minutes. Xiao Li. Did the callback still fail? Chief Guan, the line remains unanswered. Contact Information Division. I need the resident profile for Unit 1802. Reinforcements will arrive in 3 minutes, Chief Guan. We can't wait, we're going in now. As she barked commands, Guan Kai sprinted toward the elevator. The aging elevator groaned upward floor by floor. Guan Kai drew her sidearm. Ding dong. 18th floor. To the elevator's sweet synthetic chime, the trio stepped cautiously into the hallway. She signaled silently to Xiao Li, initiating tactical silence. Together, with Hot Pot close at heel, they crept toward Unit 1802. The metal security door stood slightly ajar, a dark viscous puddle pooling at its threshold. Silence hung thick in the corridor. Only their breaths broke the stillness. Guan Kai raised her pistol in one hand and pushed the door open. Creak. A grating metallic screech pierced the air as the door swung inward. Guan Kai and Xiao Li surged into the apartment with practiced speed. Inspection Bureau. But the living room stood empty, utterly vacant. Immaculate sterile interiors, except for that single ominous black stain. The stain stretched from the doorway into the bedroom where the solid wood door stood half open. Through the narrow gap, a blinding garish red glowed. Xiao Li, Guan Kai shouted, and charged straight into the bedroom. Inspection Bureau. Hands up now. Xiao Li followed hard on her heels. 2 black pistols leveled at the room's interior. Simultaneously, Guan Kai scanned the bedroom. Her pulse leapt. A man with ashen-gray skin stood with his back turned, utterly indifferent to their command. From Guan Kai's vantage, she saw only his glistening wet hands, smearing something steadily across his face. Before him, a wide-spreading pool of blood soaked the floor. Lying motionless in that crimson tide was a petite woman. Her pale face smeared with gore, her eye sockets horrifyingly hollow and mangled. The caller was already dead. Hands up now. Xiao Li, less composed, shouted again, his voice tight with rising tension. At Xiao Li's shout, the man stiffened, as if sensing their presence. Slowly, jerkily, he began to turn his head, and as he did, Guan Kai finally saw what he was smearing onto his face. A pair of eyeballs. His lips twisted into a grotesque grin as he pressed 2 mangled blood-slicked orbs into his own empty sockets. Only when both gory spheres clung precariously, held in place by some unnatural adhesion, did he slowly raise his hands. Like this, his grin widened into a rictus, his entire facial musculature twitching spasmodically, and within those newly lodged eyes, something trembled unmoored. Plop! The eyes fell out. The dark-skinned man raised his hand, grinning as he stared blankly at the 2 eyeballs that had fallen to the ground. Stop! As Guan Kai shouted at the man, she involuntarily pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang! 2 short bursts of gunfire rang out, followed by 2 sounds like striking through cotton. Both Guan Kai and Xiao Li fired their guns, but were horrified to discover that the bullets seemed to hit rotten flesh. They easily pierced through, yet had no effect on the man's actions. Instead, Xiao Li, caught off guard, found his neck gripped and lifted high with tremendous strength. The bizarre scene before Guan Kai had already surpassed her comprehension. Xiao Li. Bang, 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 click. In the next moment, she regained her senses. She kept pulling the trigger until the handgun was completely emptied. Guan Kai attempted to use her pistol to prevent the man's next move, but it was in vain. Whether it was the head, the heart, or even the lower body, none could inflict effective harm on the man. He paid no attention to the gunfire, instead shaking Xiao Li's neck. The adult man's body felt like a rag doll in his hands. The subsequent scene would be etched in Guan Kai's memory forever. The man suddenly extended 2 fingers straight into Xiao Li's eyes. Ah! Accompanied by the horrific screams, his fingers continuously stirred within Xiao Li's eye sockets. The middle finger even dug out white goo from the depths. Gazing at the flesh and blood that had been scooped out from Xiao Li's eye, the man's smile gradually faded, as if he was dissatisfied with Xiao Li. Inferior product. After tossing aside the lifeless Xiao Li, the man's gaze turned towards Guan Kai. Even though his eye sockets were empty, Guan Kai knew he was staring at her. Her vision blurred. A tremendous grip wrapped around her neck, her body feeling weightless. With no ability to resist, Guan Kai was pinned against the wall by the man. The tremendous impact to the back of her head caused her to see stars. Am I going to die? Guan Kai couldn't help but think. This time it seemed that Brother Song wouldn't come to save her. As she watched the approaching fingers, Guan Kai tightly shut her eyes. She even felt a gust of wind rushing towards her. Woof! Hot Pot, run! Woof, woof, woof! Hearing the barking nearby, Guan Kai suddenly shouted while keeping her eyes shut. Hot Pot, bite him, Hot Pot! On the other side, Song Zhong, who was lost in a dream, kept mumbling. He was having a nightmare. He dreamt of a man who liked to spy on others throughout his life. In the man's final moments, he was caught spying and his eyes were brutally gouged out. Then the rancid face with its eyes gouged out kept enlarging in Song Zhong's dream. Terrified, he cried out for his beloved dog Hot Pot. Bite him, Hot Pot! Woof, woof, woof! Suddenly Guan Kai felt an extraordinary rhythm in the barking that reached her ears. As the barking rang out, she suddenly felt the grip around her neck loosen. She involuntarily opened her eyes, only to be astonished by the scene before her. The man who had been immensely powerful and impervious to bullets was now covering his ears, curled up in pain. And standing protectively in front of Guan Kai was the fierce black dog Hot Pot. At this moment, Hot Pot exuded an aura of coldness. Its once shiny black fur had become dry and wrinkled. The previously imposing black dog gradually lost its vitality. Upon closer inspection, it resembled a paper dog drawn with lines. The feeling it gave Guan Kai was even more terrifying than the man who gouged out eyes. Woof, woof! I'm sorry, I was wrong, spare me. As Hot Pot's chilling barks echoed, the man howled in agony. Rolling on the ground, he gradually turned into a puddle of black sludge. Guan Kai stared blankly at everything before her, as if she had just had a dream. Had Hot Pot saved her? Sister Guan! Sister Guan! In her daze, Guan Kai suddenly heard the shouts of the other officers. Reinforcements have arrived. Why so slow? Xiao Li is already dead. A surge of anger and sorrow rose within Guan Kai. However, the next urgent voices filled her with a deep sense of fear and helplessness. Sister Guan, we finally found you. Did you know? We searched the 18th floor for a long time, only to find out that this building doesn't even have an 18th floor. Because this building has a reflection in the lake, it only has 17 floors to avoid the ominous 18 levels of hell. Looking at the 10 or so anxious officers before her, Guan Kai opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. After a long silence, she finally asked blankly, Then where is this? It's the basement, Sister Guan. It's B102. Name: Guan Kai. Age: 28. Alright, Captain Guan Kai, please describe in detail the events of the night of the incident. In the cramped interrogation room facing 2 unknown interrogators, Guan Kai wore a cold expression. She knew she might be under internal investigation but never expected it to be in the interrogation room. I've already said it 4 times, it was Hot Pot who saved me. Are you sure you didn't take any action during this process? No. The 2 interrogators exchanged hesitant glances and whispered to each other. She could faintly hear phrases like, a bit strange. This time the bizarre incident was actually a dog. Then the 2 interrogators suddenly became serious. I'm sorry, Captain Guan Kai, the previous questioning was a necessary procedure. We apologize for your sacrifice and that of Comrade Li Zhe. You must be very curious about the man's background, right? Guan Kai silently nodded. Everything that happened last night was too bizarre for her. Let me reintroduce ourselves. We are the Bureau of Bizarre Investigations. Or you may have heard of us as the Civilian Investigation Bureau. In simple terms, there exist phenomena in this world that are beyond human understanding. And the responsibility of the Civilian Investigation Bureau is to properly handle these bizarre events. That's right, each type of bizarre event has different handling methods. You can take a look at these documents. Then a folder was pushed towards Guan Kai. Does this mean that if I read these I have to join you? Upon hearing Guan Kai's question, the two members of the Civilian Investigation Bureau exchanged glances. Then they said seriously, "No, you are already part of us now. Our unit's enlistment is mandatory. If you do not join, you will be monitored. That is the meaning of proper handling." Guan Kai nodded silently. Through her personal experience, if such bizarre events are not strictly controlled, the order of human society will soon collapse. In silence, she opened the document bag in her hand. The content of the first document shattered her understanding of the world. The Bizarre Investigation Files, April Revised Edition. Recently, the frequency of bizarre events has been increasing. According to the investigation by the Polling Bureau, the Blue Star is about to enter the era of bizarre revival. Some deceased individuals will enter the mortal realm from the underworld, and these spirits pose a certain level of danger. According to the research of the expert group, the world is currently in its initial stage, and this situation will worsen over time. It is estimated that in half a month, the number of bizarre occurrences will experience an explosive surge. Looking at the outrageous notification in the document, Guan Kai furrowed her brow. The notification details also included information about living bizarre beings. As the name suggests, a living bizarre being is one that is alive. Certain humans possess the ability to communicate with control and even become bizarre beings. Generally speaking, these three states are progressive. First communication, then control, and finally being corrupted and transformed into a bizarre being. However, there are a very few exceptions. Some living bizarre beings can maintain their clarity of mind with strong willpower even while being contaminated. This information was transmitted by a conscious living bizarre being. Yet no matter what, contamination is irreversible. A conscious living bizarre being will ultimately lose their reason after awakening their abilities. And before awakening their abilities, supernatural events that are difficult to comprehend will occur around individuals with special physiques. For instance, waking up from a dream due to water suddenly choking in their mouth, or having nails turn pitch black leaving blood streaks on the wall, and so on. The forms of supernatural manifestations are not limited, nor are their states. They are not restricted to humans. Even animals or objects can potentially become living bizarre beings. So does Hot Pot also count as a living bizarre being? Guan Kai was somewhat astonished, as she never expected that the Hot Pot that had always accompanied her was actually the living bizarre being described in the document. But the Hot Pot was perfectly normal before. Guan Kai was puzzled, yet she did not stop her actions and continued to flip through the documents in the folder. In the document bag, Guan Kai came across a document titled Classification of Bizarre Levels, First Edition. It detailed some classifications of bizarre beings. In the document, bizarre beings were classified into two types. The first type is the bizarre beings that come from the underworld to the human realm, while the other type is the living bizarre beings that coexist with them. In addition, it recorded the bizarre spiritual realms, which are special areas influenced by bizarre beings. However, whether it be bizarre beings, living bizarre beings, or bizarre spiritual realms, their classifications are the same. That is the highest level S, followed by A, B, C, and D. Level D bizarre beings are also known as pollution level. The lowest level bizarre beings also have the largest base. Level D bizarre beings will definitely manifest in human form and possess supernatural abilities. However, they have no concept of their own death. Therefore, their weaknesses are very obvious. Realizing their own death will cause them to vanish. Due to the overwhelming number of Level D bizarre beings, they cannot be statistically accounted for. Level C bizarre beings are known as obsession level. They also have no concept of their own death, but the difference from Level D is that, when Level C bizarre beings become aware of their death, they will fall into a state of madness. Their obsessions will continue to solidify, and if not stopped, they will become Level B bizarre beings. Guan Kai took a deep breath. According to the information, the Hot Pot is very likely to be an obsession-level living bizarre being. Because the pollution-level Cadied person is utterly defenseless in front of the Hot Pot. So I am still a normal person, right? Guan Kai raised her head and asked the two people in front of her. Well, theoretically, you are no longer normal. As the master of a living bizarre being, you have likely already been contaminated. You are very likely to transform into a living bizarre being in the short term. In the end, whether you can maintain your clarity of mind depends solely on yourself. The voices of the personnel from the polling bureau echoed in Guan Kai's ears for a long time. She was unclear about how she exited the inspection division's gates and got into the car. When she came to her senses again, she found herself standing before Song Zhong's tombstone, subconsciously weighing the good things she had prepared for him in her backpack. Guan Kai remained silent, polishing the lighter in her hand. The blue smoke curled upward once again, enveloping the tombstone of Song Zhong. Song Zhong suddenly opened his eyes, looking at the girl in his dream. Is my wealthy benefactor here to burn something for me again? I wonder how much money he will burn for me this time. Song Zhong was quite looking forward to it. Although he had not finished spending the money from the last time, more money was always better. Brother Song, I've encountered something strange these past few days. They say there are anomalies in this world. I have personally faced the existence of the anomalies and managed to escape. I was forcibly recruited into the polling bureau. As she spoke, Guan Kai's expression showed some hesitation. Ever since that time I burned the paper dog, it seems like the hot pot has also undergone some strange changes. And Brother Song, I brought you this. Saying so, Guan Kai slowly unfolded the image in her hand. The image depicted a general with a beautiful beard, a red face, and phoenix eyes, holding a sword and standing proudly. The only striking feature was the pair of fierce phoenix eyes. The files of the polling bureau say that low-level anomalies fear figures like Guan Gong and Zhong Kue. I saw online that the open-eyed Guan Gong is the fiercest. I don't know if it's true, so I burned a painting for you. If you get bullied down there, just show them my ancestral figure. As Guan Kai spoke, a smile appeared on her face. The notion of the open-eyed Guan Gong was merely a superstition. She did not take it seriously. However, upon seeing the end, she thought about what expression Song Zhong would have if he also became an anomaly, and she burned this image for him. The more she thought about it, the more her smile grew. I thought about it, and if there really are anomalies, then deities should exist as well, right? With this painting, at least you can walk boldly in front of small anomalies. I am clever, right? Only magic can defeat magic. Guan Kai had a bragging expression, but a hint of loneliness flashed in her eyes. She knew that Song Zhong would not receive the things she burned for him. According to the polling bureau, anomalies were merely the condensed forms of obsessions. However, on the other side, Song Zhong, witnessing this scene, was directly scared awake. Can I really receive what you burn or not? What if this image annihilates me? Ancestor, you just burn money, why innovate for no reason? The bedroom light was suddenly turned on, and a cold sweat covered Song Zhong as he sat on the bed dazed. Guan Gong, and he's open-eyed. He himself was also an anomaly. If he wasn't careful, Guan Yi would take him as a sacrifice for his knife. Without giving Song Zhong much time to think, in the next moment, he felt a terrifying aura pressing down on him, the cold killing intent crashing upon him like a tidal wave. It felt as though it would crush him. A voice of anger echoed in his ears, and he felt as though he was enveloped in the killing intent of a sea of corpses and a mountain of blood. Damn! Song Zhong's mind went blank. After an unknown period, he finally felt his body lighten. At that moment, he realized that the oppressive aura had vanished. Only a large cool area remained on his back. He hurriedly got up and looked at his back in the mirror. However, the sight that met his eyes left him astonished. A vividly lifelike image of a military general was imprinted on his back like a tattoo. It was a full back piece. The general had a red face, beautiful beard, phoenix eyes, and wore a green robe and golden armor. Underneath him was a fierce red rabbit horse holding a green dragon crescent blade. The focal point of the painting was his piercing gaze with the long knife poised menacingly. It was the open-eyed Guan Gong on the battlefield. What is this? At this moment, Song Zhong was somewhat bewildered. Logically, as an anomaly, he shouldn't be able to be suppressed to death under this painting, right? Could it be that he was a special kind of anomaly? He couldn't make sense of what was happening to his body. Clearly an anomalous form, yet he could bear the image of Guan Gong, who embodied utmost masculinity and righteousness. Recalling Guan Kai's words when she burned the paper, his level of anomaly should be slightly higher than level now. Woof! Suddenly the call of Hua Gua interrupted Song Zhong's thoughts. He did not know when, but the muscular black bear dog had been awakened. It was crouched low, barking incessantly at Song Zhong's back. A voice of cold disdain suddenly erupted in the room. Facing the barking of Hua Gua, the blue-robed beauty with a beard on Song Zhong's back seemed to come to life. His face darkened and the phoenix eyes suddenly narrowed. A blue shadow of a long beard appeared ready to draw his sword from behind him. Guangong opened his eyes, ready to slay both man and ghost. Damn! Realizing something was wrong, Song Zhong hurriedly picked up Huoguo, fearing for its safety. But summoning a deity is easy, sending one off is difficult, or with the phoenix eyes opening, evil spirits would be beheaded. Centered around Song Zhong, a wave of blue sword energy radiated outward, enveloping the entire neighborhood where he resided. The divine might was imposing, as if it were truly present. The originally quiet night was suddenly pierced by the wails of evil spirits. A large number of low-level anomalies were reduced to dust under the sword energy. At the moment Guangong swung his sword, the originally peaceful neighborhood shed its hidden facade. It suddenly revealed itself as a bloody slaughterhouse with countless evil spirits and demons hidden within, until the image of Guangong on his back returned to calm. The extraordinary phenomena in the entire neighborhood vanished. It was as if everything that had just transpired had merely been an illusion. Cold sweat dripped down Song Zhong's back. If he hadn't embraced the hot pot just now, he might have ended up having dog meat hot pot. The howls of vengeful spirits outside, triggered by the blade energy, made Song Zhong realize that his community was not ordinary. He felt the chill creeping up his back. To his surprise, he found that he was not affected by the portrait on his back. Instead, under the coldness, his body gradually filled with strength. Along with this, a series of blurry words began to emerge in his mind. As he calmed down to comprehend, Song Zhong discovered that the words in his mind were becoming clearer. They gradually converged into two large characters that sliced through the air. Spring and autumn. Did second master pass down his teachings? Song Zhong murmured to himself. Upon careful thought, the lines depicting spring and autumn were not simply profound principles. Rather, they were the slaughtering techniques that Guan Eryi had honed on the battlefield, the 8 methods of spring and autumn. Tisk, next time I have the chance, I should burn something like the Nez Has Sea Adventure or the Havoc in Heaven. Once I take off my clothes, I could probably scare away a whole bunch of weirdos. Song Zhong stroked his chin, gesturing the sword technique with his chopsticks. He was increasingly curious about his past in the human realm and how he had become so peculiar. After all, even as a weirdo, he was exceptionally unique. It seems he'll have to wait until I return to the human realm to find out more from the Guan family girl. Song Zhong was more eager to learn about the weird invasion that Guan Kai had mentioned. Knock knock. The sudden sound of knocking made Song Zhong shiver. Looking through the peephole, he couldn't help but swallow hard. The nightmare of the peeping Tom from yesterday was still fresh in his mind. Wait a minute, why am I scared? Song Zhong laughed at himself, forgetting that he was currently bearing the image of Guangong while holding a hot pot. Killing that little Karami would probably just be a matter of taking off his clothes. Without thinking to check the peephole, Song Zhong opened the door. Outside the door, Chun Pingping, dressed in a lace nightgown, was looking at him expectantly. Seeing the alluring Chun Jie before him, Song Zhong secretly let out a sigh of relief. There was no way around it. The peeping Tom had been too disgusting, leaving a deep impression on him. Chun Jie, why aren't you asleep so late? Song Zhong asked in a very casual tone. But inside he remained vigilant. The earlier blade energy had made all the evil spirits in the community howl in despair. The woman standing before him lived right next door and was unscathed. She even managed to find him so quickly. Not a good sign. I haven't slept. It seems there was an earthquake just now and I'm a bit scared. Looking at Chun Pingping, who seemed on the verge of tears, Song Zhong maintained a blank expression. Xiao Song, can you stay with me? No, but I'm really scared. Bang. Staring blankly at the suddenly closed door, Chun Pingping felt her fists clench. With a light laugh, she turned back to her room. Time is still long, since you harbor such caution towards this body. Then it'll just switch to another one. Suddenly the woman's body erupted in a burst of blood mist. As the blood mist dissipated, Chun Pingping's originally voluptuous body quickly withered. At the same time, the wardrobe in the room creaked open. Inside were various styles of withered bodies lined up quietly. Meanwhile, in the room, Song Zhong adjusted his little sleep hat. He snuggled back into his little blanket. No kidding, he could tell that his female neighbor had bad intentions. It was the middle of the night right after that blade energy incident. She approached him, the one who released that blade energy, without a scratch. The word conspiracy was practically written on her face. Perhaps she knew something. The moment this thought arose in Song Zhong's mind, it was quickly extinguished. He planned to explore the reasons behind his special physique when he returned to the human realm. Now recklessly engaging with unknown weirdos was akin to courting death. Staying alive was the way to go. With this determination, Song Jiong prepared to continue his nap. Tomorrow morning he would have to wake up early to spend money. His wonderful retirement life was just beginning. Thinking happily, Song Jiong turned over. He played a tune from his phone, Ba Bridge tailoring to please Guan Er-yi behind him. This was to be his future precious protective charm, and he must serve it well. The autumn colors fade, the golden crow grows desolate. As the prelude of Ba Bridge tailoring played, he gradually drifted into slumber. The Marquis of Show Pavilion hangs his seal and gold, bidding farewell to Chow Chow. In the powerful tones of the little black chubby man's opera voice, Guan Kai rubbed her dark circles. Listening to music while sleeping had become her only hobby. However, after joining the investigation bureau, she had a sleepless night last night. After the hot pot was confirmed to possess obsession-level strength as a junior investigator in the bureau, Guan Kai was to start taking charge of the strange cases in Linjiang City. Yawning, she reached for her phone. The first case assigned to her had already been sent to her phone. At the same time, it was a case that the investigation bureau deemed within Guan Kai's capability. The Rainflower Park Carousel Murder Case. Guan Kai's slender fingers slowly slid across the screen, her beautiful brows gradually knitting together. The more she read the case file, the more familiar it felt, as if she had heard of this case somewhere. Suddenly, it seemed she remembered something. It appeared that when this incident occurred, it was the same day she reported for duty. On that day, it was her first day reporting to the inspection department in Rainflower District, and she happened to bump into a team going out on a call. At that time, she had curiously asked what the police situation was, and learned it was the Rainflower Park. However, by the afternoon, this case had been urgently sealed. She didn't expect that within just a week she would be taking over this mysterious case. Was this a strange incident? Guan Kai continued to flip through, intrigued, and saw a video attachment. It was the interrogation video of the only survivor, Sun Chung. "Hello, Ms. Sun, we are from the Rainflower District Inspection Department in Linhai City. Regarding the Rainflower Park case, we need to ask some details to solve it as quickly as possible." Okay. Please describe what happened on the day of the incident." That day I had just been fired from my job. I was in a bad mood, so I wanted to go to Rainflower Park for a stroll. In the body camera video, the petite girl looked timid. Like a little deer, she was quite endearing. "Sorry, Ms. Sun, let me interrupt you. Why did you choose Rainflower Park?" Upon seeing this question, Guan Kai keenly sensed that the interrogator considered Sun Chung a suspect. "It's like this. I've never ridden a carousel since I was a child. So, as an adult, every time I encounter something unpleasant, I would think back to being a child and want to ride a carousel." "Okay, please continue describing what happened during the incident." The moment the incident scene was mentioned, Sun Cheng's face instantly turned pale. "At that time, I was very happy because I released my stress. Plus, there were very few people on the carousel, just 4 of us. So I was very excited and shouted, 'Oh yeah.' Then woo woo woo. The girl in the video suddenly began to cry, her body instinctively curling up. "Do you need to take a break, Ms. Sun?" "No, I don't need to." I didn't expect that they would also reach out their hands at the same time. Everyone had a strange smile on their faces. In the midst of the celebratory cheers. Cough cough. They were all chopped in half. Cough cough. The law enforcement video abruptly stopped as Sun Chung suddenly retched. Watching the video, the girl's face was covered in tears and snot, and she was bent over retching. Guan Kai frowned, somewhat puzzled. This case had many points of suspicion. Why were the other 3 people who rode the carousel together all victims at the same time, while Sun Chung was unscathed? Logically speaking, Sun Chung should be the so-called living anomaly. However, according to investigations, there were no strange fluctuations on her. The carousel at Rainflower Park had also been tested multiple times, and confirmed to have no strange fluctuations. What could be the reason? Ding ding ding, hello. Is this Comrade Guan Kai? Please report punctually in front of the Rainflower Park carousel at 1130 a.m. Your instructor will be waiting there for you. Over here. I'm right here. As Guan Kai rode her little electric scooter, holding the hot pot, she walked her dog to Yuhua Paradise. An old Mediterranean man was standing at the entrance, smiling and waving at Guan Kai. "Hello, old comrade, I am Guan Kai. May I ask who you are?" Guan Kai looked at the old Mediterranean man wearing a white tank top and old-fashioned glasses. With a somewhat uncertain tone, he replied, "Chun Jean from the East Chen Knife and Silk Jean." "That's right, girl, I am the instructor assigned to you by the Bureau. So this is the hot pot, right?" Chun Jin scrutinized the black bear dog next to Guan Kai, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. He waved his hand, casually indicating Guan Kai to follow him. I've heard about you, Guan girl. When one person achieves enlightenment, even their chickens and dogs ascend. It's common, but a person relying on their dog is rare, ha 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 ha. Guan Kai rolled her eyes at the old man who was awkwardly smiling. Uncle Chun, let's talk about the case instead. Oh, ha 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 ha, I almost forgot. Chun Jin brushed his thinning white hair, but his expression gradually became serious. Xiao Guan, you should know the difference between the strange and the strange spiritual realm, right? Guan Kai nodded. In simple terms, the so-called strangeness basically refers to a single person or object. The strange spiritual realm, on the other hand, is a phenomenon arising from obsession and resentment, and it definitely contains strangeness, even multiple strangenesses. The aura of strangeness can be detected. However, the strange spiritual realm is indistinguishable from ordinary matters without appropriate triggering conditions. We can be certain that the carousel at Yuhua Paradise is a type of strange spiritual realm. Listening to Chun Jin's eloquent explanation, Guan Kai gained a new perspective on the case from the viewpoint of the Bureau of Civil Affairs. So this means that only with appropriate triggering conditions can we trigger the strange spiritual realm? Guan Kai couldn't help but ask. That's right, only by triggering the strange spiritual realm can we have the chance to eliminate the strangeness within, thus completely resolving this strange spiritual realm. As Chun Jin spoke, the two had already arrived in front of the carousel. So what are the conditions to trigger the strange spiritual realm? Guan Kai looked at the carousel sealed with yellow tape and couldn't help but ask. According to our investigation, the commonality among the deceased was that they had suffered tremendous emotional blows. So as long as there is a person who has been emotionally down recently sitting on the carousel, there's a high probability of unleashing the strange spiritual realm. Hearing this, Guan Kai couldn't help but frown. How can the life safety of the one triggering the strange spiritual realm be guaranteed? The files say the strange spiritual realm can cause death in an instant. That depends on whether your hot pot is strong enough. Uncle Chun pointed his chin at the hot pot. Generally speaking, a girl like you who has suffered since childhood and just glimpsed the dawn of life, upon learning the truth of the strange spiritual realm, will produce immense emotional fluctuations. That's why the Bureau assigned you to this case. Listening to Chun Jin's explanation, Guan Kai finally understood the reason for her assignment to this case. Later I will activate this carousel. You just need to relax and sit on it. We should trigger the strange spiritual realm. Rest assured, I will stand on the carousel with you. According to the Bureau's intelligence, the combination of the hot pot's strength and mine is sufficient to eliminate the strangeness within this strange spiritual realm. As he spoke, Chun Jin circled around the carousel and removed the tape. Then he picked up the hot pot and stood on the carousel's platform. Guan Kai hesitated, looking at the old man waving at her. A slight cool breeze blew by, causing goosebumps to rise on her skin. Now the entire amusement park had been sealed off by the Bureau of Civil Affairs. No one was allowed to enter. The empty park felt exceedingly eerie. Due to the lack of people, the drafts blowing through the park made Guan Kai feel a bit cold, even though the sun was shining brightly. The unknown is the greatest fear. Although she had already realized that the carousel in front of her was a strange spiritual realm containing strangeness. But thinking of the tragic fate of the deceased in the files, she couldn't help but shudder. Relax, I can't feel the resentment of the strangeness either. Chun Jin on the carousel calmly reassured her. Although he was the only active investigator of high-level strangeness in Lingjiang City, he also couldn't sense any traces of obsession when the strange spiritual realm had not been triggered. The only judgment from experience was that the strangeness here had not yet reached a lethal level. Otherwise, the entire Yuhua Paradise would have long since turned into a hell on earth. This was also the reason why Chun Jin could confidently stand on the carousel. Come up under the noon sun, the strangeness in this strange spiritual realm shouldn't be too fierce. Upon hearing this, Guan Kai bit her lip. Climbing up, she stepped onto the circular platform of the carousel. Only when she reached the platform did Guan Kai realize that there were still a lot of bloodstains that hadn't been cleaned up. She carefully stepped on the bloodstains, feeling inexplicably slippery. Don't think about anything else, just sit on the horse. Placing the hot pot at Guan Kai's feet, Uncle Chun brushed his white hair and pressed the carousel's activation device. At the same time, the moment the carousel started, a clear children's song began to play. Spin, 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 spin. The carousel is spinning, round and round again, so colorful and beautiful. As she sat on the horse going round and round, Guan Kai, who had been tense, unconsciously began to relax under the accompaniment of the children's song. It seemed like in the song she saw her dark childhood. In her dazed gaze, Guan Kai began to hum along with the song, completely unaware that the singer of the children's song had transformed from a clear childish voice to a gloomy hoarse female voice. Spin, 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 spin. The carousel is spinning. Happiness is in the next moment. Joyful childhood keeps spinning. Let us raise our hands. Oh yeah. Guan Kai, following the lyrics, wore a blissful smile. Her arms opened involuntarily, as if she wanted to embrace something. It felt like a gentle breeze was about to brush over her chest. Girl, get down. Suddenly Chun Jin shouted, waking the enchanted Guan Kai from her bliss. In that instant she saw clearly what that breeze was. It was actually a sharp steel wire. At the critical moment, a swift black shadow collided head-on with the steel wire aimed at Guan Kai. The black dog re-entered that eerie state akin to being made of paper. A pair of canine teeth firmly gripped the suddenly appearing steel wire. While the black dog wrestled with the steel wire, it also provided Guan Kai with a chance to escape. In her haste to leave the carousel, Guan Kai noticed that it was enveloped by an invisible barrier. The three of them, 2 people and 1 dog, were trapped on the carousel filled with murderous intent. At that moment, Guan Kai could feel the atmosphere around her gradually turning cold. Even though she was just an ordinary person, she could sense the change in her surroundings. The sun was shining high, yet she felt no warmth from its rays. Like a tangible grudge, it constantly stimulated her nerves, making her unable to resist curling up into a ball. To summon the old troops at the spring platform. Suddenly, the aged yet strong voice of Chun Jin exploded in Guan Kai's ears. She saw a white-bearded old man in a tank top who had somehow changed into an old military uniform. His already dry and aged face was covered in corpse spots, and a layer of frost formed between his brows. His skin instantly turned a dark bluish color with a ghostly flame flickering in his eyes. Extending his sleeve-covered hands, his nails gradually grew into sharp claws. Like a white-haired zombie, he leaped several dozen steps, blocking the steel wire alongside the hot pot. The eerie chill from the papercraft hot pot, Chun Jin's corpse aura, and the heavy malevolence of the carousel. At the moment of the collision of these 3 energies, the area where the carousel stood became like a ghostly den. Guan Kai's instinct for self-preservation made her not dare to move at all. Spin, oh spin. Spin, oh spin. The carousel is spinning. Happiness is just around the corner. Happy childhood keeps spinning. Spin. The mournful children's song rang out again, and when the last word spin fell, Guan Kai and the others suddenly vanished. The once noisy Yuhua amusement park returned to silence. Only the empty carousel remained. Following the children's song, it spun round and round. When Guan Kai opened her eyes again, she found herself lying alone in the darkness. Where am I? Dazed, she looked around and discovered that the sun, which had been shining brightly, had somehow already set. In its place was a crescent moon obscured by dark clouds. Looking at the somewhat familiar surroundings, Guan Kai was surprised to find that she was lying on the road at the entrance of Yuhua amusement park. Could it be that I fainted? Where's the hot pot? Where did Uncle Chun go? Struggling to rise, Guan Kai felt her head still spinning. Her last memory was crystallized into a tangible evil thought. It surged toward her side. Then she lost consciousness. Could this be the eerie spiritual realm? Guan Kai thought uneasily. At that moment, the streetlight behind her seemed to flicker due to unstable wiring. In the interplay of light and darkness, Guan Kai vaguely saw a small figure standing beneath the streetlight. She stared rigidly at the small empty spot under the streetlight. Her mind went blank. Was that a little girl? Ziz. The streetlight flickered again and Guan Kai took off running. The figure from before came closer to her. After running a few steps, she rigidly turned around to check what was behind her. Her posture was so strange that her head and body turned together. According to the data, a person's shoulders have 2 flames of yang. When ordinary people face the eerie, one must not look back. Guan Kai silently recited the knowledge from the investigator's manual. Observing the streetlight again, everything seemed normal. Only Guan Kai knew what she had truly seen. After the scare, she did not dare to linger in that place. Following the streetlight, she aimed to leave Yuhua amusement park. The crisp sounds of her footsteps echoed on the deserted road. The illuminated streetlights on either side were enough for Guan Kai to see the path ahead. However, the eerie silence around made her footsteps sound exceptionally clear. Guan Kai kept running for about 10 minutes before stopping to catch her breath. The tension in her nerves and her weak body made her clothes soaked in sweat. Suddenly, as she glanced at the ground, she saw a sight that sent chills down her spine. The streetlight cast Guan Kai's shadow, stretching it impossibly long. But at the end of that shadow, a pair of small children's shoes stood. Guan Kai trembled as she raised her head, only to see a pale little girl's smiling face. "Sister, are you playing hide and seek?" "Ah, damn! Why am I having nightmares every day now?" Song Zhong suddenly sat up from the bed. The blanket slipped off his sharply defined muscles. His clean physique bore the image of a bearded general glaring angrily. Song Zhong felt a bit helpless. Even carrying Guan Gong on his back couldn't ward off the nightmares. Clearly just last night, he had been exceedingly powerful, slaying countless low-level eerie beings with a single stroke. But as soon as he fell asleep tonight, he was plunged back into a blood-red nightmare. In the dream, Song Zhong saw a parentless little girl. Due to her small stature, she often faced bullying at school. The timid girl endured immense pressure every day. Only occasionally riding the carousel at Yuhua Amusement Park could she feel a moment of joy. Until one day the bullies followed her to Yuhua Amusement Park. As the girl sat on the carousel, they used a rope to bind her and pull her down. In an instant, tragedy struck. The back of the child's head was directly embedded in the horse's head. The little girl who fell from the carousel died on the spot. The dream froze at this point. The only thing echoing in Song Zhong's mind was the girl's wide, innocent eyes and her lingering smile. Perhaps in her last second before death, she was still joyful. Last time it was the peeping man at the peephole. This time it's the bullied little girl. What connects these dreams? Could it be that all the eeriness experienced by that girl in reality? Reaching this conclusion, Song Zhong felt a bit of a headache. Has the eeriness in reality already spread so widely? In just 2 days, he had encountered 2 waves of eeriness. Woof! A weak bark from a dog drew Song Zhong's attention back. Looking at the black dog lying beside him, Song Zhong scratched his head in confusion. What a strange occurrence. Why is the hot pot looking so listless today? Hungry? Or was it frightened by Uncle Guan last night? Furrowing his brows, Song Zhong ruffled the somewhat dry fur of the hot pot. Surely the pet hospital at night must have emergency services, right? Should I take the hot pot to see a doctor? With a worried expression, Song Zhong hugged the hot pot. The evening breeze was desolate and the shadows of the trees were uneven. A person and a dog stood at the entrance of the community. As he hesitated on which pet hospital to go to, a black sedan suddenly stopped in front of Song Zhong. Screech! With a grating sound of brakes, the car window slowly rolled down. A familiar middle-aged man smiled at Song Zhong. "Boss, need a ride? Master, the dog is sick. We need to find a pet emergency hospital." Sitting in the back seat of the car, Song Zhong wore a heavy expression. The ominous dream foreshadowed a desolate hot pot. This made him somewhat worried about Guan Kai in reality. Setting aside the burnt paper, she might be the only one in the mortal realm who remembers him. "Gee. Boss, we have arrived at the hospital. That'll be $10. Handing over 10 yuan casually, Song Zhong stepped out of the car. However, looking at the sign that read "Welcome to Yuhua Paradise" under the moonlight, he felt deceived. Song Zhong felt as if he had been swindled. "Master." Just as he turned back to question the middle-aged driver, he was astonished to find that the black car had vanished without a trace. Only the empty streetlights cast a slanted glow on the desolate road. Woof! Feeling a tug at his pant leg, Song Zhong looked down. The previously lethargic hot pot seemed to regain its vitality. Biting at his pant leg, it was ready to enter Yuhua Paradise. How did it suddenly become better? Looking at the energetic hot pot, Song Zhong frowned. He raised his eyes to gaze at Yuhua Paradise once more. If his memory served him right, the location where the little girl died in his recent nightmare was indeed Yuhua Paradise. Everything felt too coincidental. Before Song Zhong could grasp the connections behind it all, he suddenly sensed a gaze scrutinizing him from behind. Under a streetlight, a timid little girl was secretly watching Song Zhong. Her shadow elongated. "Woof, woof, hey big dog." To Song Zhong's astonishment, the hot pot joyfully dashed forward. A tender hand reached out to stroke the hot pot's head. Following the small hand, he assessed the little girl before him. Song Zhong's pupils subtly contracted. Isn't this the little girl from the carousel in my nightmare? Are the nightmares merely the true experiences of those who have died unjustly? Did this little girl truly endure such a tragic childhood? "Uncle, can I play with the big dog?" Looking at the pure and innocent smile before him, Song Zhong silently nodded. After all, she was a pitiful child. He reached out to take the little girl's hand, and the two figures, one large and one small, walked together in the night breeze. Uncle, what's the dog's name? Its name is Hot Pot. Can you tell me what you like to play? I like the carousel. Let's go, Uncle will take you to play on the carousel. If you accompany me, I won't have to find someone else to play with. Yes, Uncle will take you to play. On the other side, Guan Kai looked on in terror at the empty lighting area. Just moments ago, she had followed a shadow to see a pale-faced girl under the streetlight. But in the next second, the girl vanished. Startled, Guan Kai stood frozen in place for a solid 2 minutes before she could stiffly move her body. Feeling her limbs gradually regain control, she couldn't help but smile wryly. Indeed, being a normal person caught up in bizarre events was still too much to bear. Girl! Suddenly a frantic shout came from behind her. The familiar elderly voice sounded like Uncle Chun. Guan Kai did not dare to be careless. She slowly turned around with a stiff posture. You scared the life out of me. Why are you running around? Staring at the out-of-breath old man with white hair, Guan Kai spoke in a low voice. The heavenly king covers the tiger. Boil in the shoe pot. No need for a code. This anomaly shouldn't have the ability to change its appearance. Waving his hand, Chun Jin, now looking like a normal person, caught his breath. This is a newly formed anomalous realm that lacks the ability to confuse people's minds. You're lucky, girl. Listening to Chun Jin's words, Guan Kai felt somewhat speechless. What does lucky mean? You call almost being scared to death by a pale-faced little girl lucky? Noticing Guan Kai's thoughts, Chun Jin stroked his beard. He spoke in a leisurely tone. As an investigator, you will face countless anomalous realms and various anomalies in the future. And the first anomalous realm an investigator enters often has the highest mortality rate. Your good fortune lies in the fact that the first anomalous realm you entered was only formed not long ago. It's like others immediately taking the college entrance examination while you attended a preparatory class beforehand. This will greatly benefit your future career as an investigator. Remember, even in the most dangerous anomalous realms there are rules. Even ordinary people have a chance to survive. Fear and an uncertain heart are the true culprits that kill investigators. Guan Kai paused for a moment and then nodded thoughtfully. Where's your dog? Chun Jin scanned the surroundings and suddenly asked in confusion. I don't know, the hot pot disappeared after entering. I thought it was following you. Guan Kai replied with some concern. Don't worry. It must be somewhere in the paradise. Given that dog's strength, this anomalous realm should pose no threat to it. Chun Jin pondered for a moment and then said to Guan Kai, the priority is to return to the paradise and find the carousel again. Did you see the entrance to Yuhua Paradise on your way? Yes, Guan Kai nodded. She had run all the way from the entrance of the paradise to here. Very good, as long as we eliminate the source of the anomalous realm, it will end. Then we will return to reality. After saying this, Chun Jin suddenly emitted waves of corpse energy. As sharp claws and fangs grew out, a set of tattered military uniform appeared on him. Guan Kai then noticed. The old military uniform on Chun Jin resembled the officer's uniform from 50 years ago, before the army was restructured. Stay close to me, girl. While this anomaly hasn't yet matured. Let's make it quick. With Chun Jin's stiff jumps, he leaped several steps away. Guan Kai ran with all her might, barely keeping up with his pace under his care. Uncle Chun, what anomaly are you communicating with? Amid the gusting wind, Guan Kai asked curiously while running. It's said that we're fated. You are a person relying on a dog's value, and I am fully dependent on my father. The anomaly I communicate with is none other than my father, who has long since passed away. Under the cloud-covered moon, the strange combination of one person and one corpse raced toward the entrance of Yuhua Paradise, until the sign "Welcome to Yuhua Paradise" reappeared in their sight. Guan girl, this is the first lesson and the most important lesson for you. Ordinary people must actively approach the source after entering an anomalous realm. Never think of distancing yourself. Otherwise, over time, ordinary people lingering in an anomalous realm will face consequences. Mildly, they may experience getting lost, but severely, they may completely lose themselves. As Chun Jin spoke, he stepped into the entrance of Yuhua Paradise. Under the dim lights, the pitch-black paradise seemed to open its blood-stained jaws, awaiting the entrance of Chun Jin and the girl. Guan Kai followed Chun Jin, the two walking through the silent rainflower park. In the tranquil park, the only sound was the echo of their footsteps. Something feels off, girl. Chun Jin suddenly stopped, his face marked with scars shifting between shadows of unease. Do you hear any other footsteps? Haven't we only heard our own footsteps? Guan Kai replied, puzzled. Throughout their journey she had found nothing amiss, especially the sound of their footsteps which echoed clearly in the quiet park. Chun Jin gazed at Guan Kai with an eerie look, his hoarse voice carrying a strange weight. Have you forgotten, girl? I've been hopping this whole way without making any footsteps. Guan Kai's mind suddenly went blank. Just moments ago her brain was racing, now it was void. A cold sweat broke out all over her body. So that means since they entered there has been a third person walking with them. Could it be that little girl? Guan Kai involuntarily thought of the child's shoes that had stepped on her shadow, and the pale, smiling face she had seen when she looked up. Gulp! She swallowed hard, her voice trembling. Uncle Chun, can we find her? She's not here. This is merely an illusion created by the interference of vengeful thoughts. Because you are an ordinary person, this interference has a great impact on you. Guan Kai shivered at the thought of having to constantly listen to those strange footsteps. She feared that an eerie childlike face might suddenly emerge from some corner. Uncle Chun, can you jump slower? While running she felt goosebumps all over her body. Guan Kai gritted her teeth and followed the white-haired zombie that was hopping ahead. After Chun Jin pointed out the presence of a third set of footsteps, the sounds in her ears grew louder, each step pounding on her heart. Suddenly a familiar carousel song reached her ears. The sound grew louder, as if the carousel was right before her eyes. Uncle Chun, did you hear that? Guan Kai's mental defenses were crumbling. After all, this was her first encounter with a bizarre spiritual realm. What was worse was that she was still an ordinary person. Without the hot pot beside her, Guan Kai had no means of resisting the strange occurrences. Don't panic, steady your mind. We're almost there. Chun Jin continued to reassure Guan Kai, yet a sense of foreboding loomed in his heart as he listened to the children's song. Logically speaking, as someone close to a dangerous entity, this investigation should have been straightforward. However, the increasingly dense malevolence surrounding them made him uneasy. Normally, the eerie level of the carousel should not exceed that of mere obsessions. The fact that the malevolence is just sufficient to create this bizarre spiritual realm is the best proof. But now the closer we get to the carousel, the thicker the malevolence seems to become. In fact, it feels like it's approaching a level beyond my own. This is simply unreasonable. Chun Jin now had doubts about whether he could eliminate this eerie spiritual realm. If this trend continued, by the time they were truly close to the carousel, his strength might not be enough to contend with it. Something must be wrong, Chun Jin murmured. Looking ahead, the lights of the carousel were already within reach. At this moment, the children's song from the carousel was incredibly clear in Chun Jin's ears. We're here. Chun Jin's eyes narrowed. In the darkness, the brightly lit carousel spun alone, while the little girl sitting on it wore a face of half-crying, half-smiling. Spin, 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 spin. The carousel is spinning. Roar. Seeing the bizarre scene before him, Chun Jin suddenly shouted. In his zombie form, his iconic fangs protruded at odd angles. Only in the state of a zombie could he resist the vengeful energy to the greatest extent. Guan Kai, however, lacked such an ability. As an ordinary person, she had already fallen into an unconscious state under the influence of malevolence. He. The light, eerie laughter echoed through the silent park, accompanying the children's song. Each impact shook Chun Jin's sanity. Looking at the carousel before him, he gritted his teeth. Now the only way to escape was to quickly eliminate the source of this eerie spiritual realm. Ignoring the assault of malevolence, he rushed straight towards the little girl on the carousel. As he got closer, Chun Jin suddenly realized that his zombie state was gradually fading. A chill ran down his spine as he instantly understood what was happening. Chun Jin's ability only allowed him to communicate with the eerie, enabling possession. When faced with an overwhelming eeriness, his zombie state would be forcibly suppressed. So this eerie spiritual realm had inexplicably risen to a dangerous level for some unknown reason. This was a disaster. Feeling the increasingly thick, vengeful energy around him, Chun Jin bitterly smiled as he ran his fingers through his hair. If this could not be stopped, considering the destructive power of a dangerous level, the entire Rainflower District might cease to exist, polluted and corroded by the eerie. Now the only way out was to continue approaching the carousel. According to the Bureau of Investigation's experience, there was another method to break the eerie spiritual realm. That was to directly engage in the process of the eerie spiritual realm to resolve the vengeful energy of the eerie itself. However, the success rate was extremely low. Most investigators got lost on the way to the source of the eerie. Spin, 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 spin. The carousel is spinning, round and round again. The colors are so beautiful. Listening to the eerie children's song, Chun Jin trudged step by step towards the carousel. At the same time, the malicious obsession aimed at Chun Jin became visibly intense. A bustling crowd and shouting vendors began to appear before his eyes. Chun Jin's expression grew serious as he gazed at the images conjured by the vengeful energy. The closer he got to the carousel, the less control he felt over his own body. At this moment, he was only able to maintain his awareness thanks to his unique constitution as a living eerie. In a daze, he spotted Guan Kai in the crowd. At this moment, Guan Kai's eyes were vacant, her mouth twisted into a strange smile. She moved like a zombie. Watching the scenes unfold before him, Chun Jin felt an inexplicable sense of eerie joy. He wore a dazed smile, gazing at everything before him, until his gaze shifted to a bench not far from the carousel. On the bench sat a young man with a large black dog lying at his feet. The big black dog. Hot Pot. Seeing the familiar black bear dog, his brain felt like it was being pricked with needles. Chun Jin's clarity returned a little. He opened his mouth to call for Hot Pot's help, but no sound came out. At the same time, Chun Jin's murky thoughts began to wonder. Why did Hot Pot seem unharmed and appeared very obedient? Who was the man holding him? Song Zhong sat on the bench calmly, watching the carousel not far away. The girl on the carousel wore a radiant smile. It seemed as if she had never experienced any of those painful childhood memories. Amid the children's song of the carousel, the entire Rainflower Park seemed to come alive. Before Song Zhong, a bustling crowd and shouting vendors appeared. He could even see the Guan girl who often burned paper for him. Is this a simulated illusion? Song Zhong thought to himself. When he arrived here, it was the dead of night. How could there be so many people in an amusement park at night? Song Zhong stretched lazily. In the amusement park, he felt a long-lost sense of peace. Uncle, can we play a game? The girl from the carousel seemed to have run down at some point. Her pure eyes sparkled as she looked at Song Zhong. Sure, how do we play? Uncle, guess what I have in my hands. The girl in front of him looked at Song Zhong with innocent curiosity, her hands behind her back. Song Zhong's gaze was complex. This was a game the girl often played with her peers. He had seen this scene in dreams regarding the girl. Naturally, he knew the correct answer. White Rabbit Creamy Candy. Uncle is so smart. Here, have some candy. Now it's Uncle's turn to hide his hands, and it's my turn to guess. All right, it's your turn to guess. Song Zhong obediently hid his hands behind his back, smiling gently. The girl bit her finger, pondering seriously. As she thought, Song Zhong felt the atmosphere around them grow oppressive. The innocent face occasionally flashed with a look of pain. Is it a stone? Nope. Then, a bad bug? Not that either. As one strange answer after another came from the girl. Her face grew paler, exuding boundless vengeful energy. It wouldn't be a rope, would it, Uncle? Uncle. Looking at the girl's sinister expression, a flicker of pity flashed in Song Zhong's eyes. These answers represented the pranks the girl had faced in the past. Or perhaps it could no longer be described as mere pranks. The last rope directly led to her demise. None of those are correct. Song Zhong extended his hand, holding the White Rabbit Creamy Candy. Under the girl's gloomy gaze, he carefully unwrapped the candy. Here, have some candy. The girl, feeling somewhat at a loss, took the DeBear Rabbit candy. Looking at the smiling Song Zhong in front of her, she timidly popped the candy into her mouth. It's so sweet, Uncle. As a bright smile blossomed on the girl's face, the malevolent thoughts that filled Yuhua Paradise gradually melted away. Gazing at the girl before him, Song Zhong felt a dryness in his eyes. In his dreams, she was always a kind girl, no matter how much bullying she endured. She exerted her utmost goodwill to face this world. The response she received, however, was an endless stream of malice. She hoped that everyone with their hands hidden behind their backs would bring her gifts. But each time only stones rained down upon her. Until the tragic event unfolded. Yet, even transformed into something strange, the girl continued to maintain her kindness. Reaching out to pat the girl's head, Song Zhong was about to speak. Suddenly, his brow furrowed. Grabbing the little girl, he lunged forward. A chilling wind howled behind him as a figure exuding a cold corpse-like aura suddenly appeared beside the bench. The spot where the girl had been standing was now marked by a small pit. Who are you? Chun Jin, with patches of decay on his face, cautiously asked Song Zhong. As the resentment dissipated, he broke free from the mental control of the carousel. While Guan Kai was still in a state of unconsciousness, he had already awakened. As soon as Chun Jin regained consciousness, he instinctively entered a zombie state. He began searching for the source of the bizarre spiritual realm, intending to forcibly eliminate the strangeness here. Then he saw Song Zhong and the little girl. Woof woof woof. Before Song Zhong could speak, the hot pot by his feet barked furiously at Chun Jin. Observing its low, aggressive posture, Chun Jin felt a trace of uncertainty. Was the mysterious man before him the strangeness that the hot pot communicated with? Kid, you must be the strangeness attached to the hot pot, right? To make a long story short, the little girl beside you is the source of this bizarre spiritual realm. She must be eliminated for us to leave. Song Zhong blinked, somewhat confused. What did it mean? Was this old man from the human realm? Was the girl lying unconscious nearby the one who had been burning paper for him all along? Little girl, can you help them get out? Uncle, my name is Wen Xian. If I help them get out, they won't bully me again, right? Of course not. No. The exchange between Song Zhong and Wen Xian was interrupted by a hoarse voice. Still in a zombie state, Chun Jin spoke sternly. This strangeness must be eliminated. It cannot be controlled. In reality, she has already killed 3 people. As he spoke, Chun Jin suddenly lunged at Wen Xian. He intended to perish alongside the strangeness in front of him while he was still conscious, though usually he only possessed the strength of a fixation level. However, the reason Chun Jin was limited from reaching the fierce level was his aging body. If he disregarded his bodhi's limitations and forcibly connected with the strangeness, he could possess fierce-level destructive power in a short time. Especially being a zombie, he belonged to the top tier among the fierce-level existences. This was also the reason why the Internal Bureau had always been quite vague about Chun Jin's strength. At this moment, Wen Xian seemed to sense something as well. Her rosy little face quickly turned pale, and a cold aura emanated from her body. The originally adorable smile transformed into a look that seemed neither a smile nor a cry. Be good, don't cause trouble. Song Zhong reached out and pressed his hand back onto Wen Xin's head. The cold aura emanating from her seemed to retreat, as if encountering a natural enemy. Song Zhong pulled Wen Xian behind him and looked at the raging Chun Jin with dissatisfaction. Old man, have you never taken care of a child? Don't you know that you can't scare a child who's just been comforted? Seeing the man blocking his path, Chun Jin's movements slightly paused. He had not expected Song Zhong would stop him, but in the next moment Chun Jin steeled his heart. The hot pot had just awakened. Losing contact with the strangeness would only result in serious illness. But the Wen Xian before him was the strangeness, the source of this bizarre spiritual realm. She must be dealt with. Step back. Chun Jin shouted, giving his final warning. Then he completely released his mind. He intended to summon his fierce-level ancestor by allowing the strangeness to erode himself completely. At this moment Chun Jin closed his eyes, waiting for his consciousness to be fully eroded. However, after a long time, he still felt no sign of erosion from the strangeness. Instead, he sensed a killing intent from a sea of corpses and blood pressing down on him. Chun Jin involuntarily felt a trace of fear within. Killing intent flooding his body. No, that's not right. His ancestor didn't have such terrifying killing intent. Rodents. Who do you want to retreat? A distant ancient voice echoed into Chun Jin's ears. Chun Jin could not help but open his eyes. However, the scene before him made his legs feel weak. A tall, bearded general clad in green robes and golden armor stood behind Song Zhong, his eyes tightly closed. The general held a green dragon crescent blade, its blade gleaming like frost, and snow resting against Chun Jin's neck. The blade was merely a hair's breadth away from his throat. Chun Jin could even feel the slight chill on the edge of the blade. Guan Guan Guan. Lord Guan Air. His teeth chattered as the white-haired zombie quickly reverted to human form. To reveal his zombie form in front of Guan Yu, was he seeking death? This death could not even be counted as martyrdom. To punish evil and eliminate the wicked, he would have to be the wicked one himself. Chun Jin forced a smile, raising his hands and stepping back. He was filled with confusion. Why could this young man summon Lord Guan? Did you just mean to say that the strangeness should be eliminated if it killed someone? Song Zhong pointed to the Lord Guan behind him, playfully asking. He has killed people too? Let's see you eliminate one. No, no, no. What I mean is that strangeness that indiscriminately kills and cannot be controlled needs to be eliminated. Chun Jin dryly explained. The skinny old man seemed a bit aggrieved at this moment. Usually he would summon his ancestor to fight, but today, he found himself unable to win. When Xian is a good child, Song Zhong suddenly said softly. As his eyes gradually softened, the figure of Lord Guan behind him began to fade. Go back and investigate carefully. The people she killed deserved it. When Xian is not the kind of strangeness you describe, one that indiscriminately kills. However, without investigation there's no right to speak. Chun Jin fell silent, helping the unconscious Guan Kai to her feet. All right then, help us get out. Song Zhong squatted down and gently rubbed Wen Xin's little head. When Xian, can you bring them back to reality? That old man looks ugly, but he's a good person. Let him help you prove that you are a well-behaved good girl. As Song Zhong spoke, he glanced at the little old man off to the side, his eyes carrying a hint of threat. When Xian lowered her head and remained silent for a few seconds. Then she looked up at Song Zhong, revealing a big smile. Then uncle and I will make a pinky promise. All right, pinky promise. When Xian obediently walked past Song Zhong. Standing between Chun Jin and the others, he closed his eyes, guiding his own fixation. As the fixation enveloped Chun Jin and Guan Kai, Song Zhong suddenly remembered something. He pointed at the unconscious Guan Kai and asked Chun Jin, what is the full name of the girl from the Guan family? Guan Kai. This girl's name is Good Rising to Fame. As the figures of the old man, the young man, and the girl slowly disappeared, Song Zhong also led the black dog Hot Pot and stepped onto the road home. Unbeknownst to him, the sky had already brightened. Against the fresh morning light, the shadows of a man and a dog stretched far. Linjiang City Strange Investigation Bureau. In Chun Jin's office. Uncle Chun, have you seen Brother Song? I suppose so. I'm not sure. Sigh. Hey, where are you going, girl? The report isn't finished yet. Chun Jin sighed as he watched Guan Kai rush out the door. Adjusting his reading glasses, he turned and began to sift through the files regarding Wen Xian. So that's it. He wasn't wrong. The three who died were all people who bullied Wen Xian in their childhood. Chun Jin rubbed his forehead, having unraveled a clear thread throughout the entire case. At first I thought the survivor Chun Chung escaped the guillotine due to her small stature. But I was mistaken. At that time, Wen Xian was only targeting those three bullies. In fact, she deliberately spared the life of the stranger Chun Chung. Even after becoming strange, she could still control her murderous intent. Wen Xian is truly a kind-hearted child. Chun Jin organized the case while hurriedly writing. Upon seeing the files of Wen Xian and the three bullies, he felt a surge of emotion. Suddenly an unnamed anger surged within Chun Jin. Shouldn't the bullied suffer a painful death? Yet the bullies are living well and enjoying life. They even have the chance to grieve, to sit on a carousel under the sun. Bah! Chun Jin scoffed twice. At the same time he signed with a flourish. On the investigation file of Yuhua Park A, he marked it as supervised. Looking at the sudden influx of paperwork due to the need to supervise Wen Xian, Chun Jin felt a sense of relief throughout his body. Let the saints of the Investigation Bureau scold him today, the king has arrived. Wen Xian is a good child. The old man silently encouraged himself. After completing the investigation report, Chun Jin pondered for a moment. Then he took out another strange record form. Cautiously he wrote the two characters Song Zhong. A404, Song Zhong. Strange characteristics: A summer man in black hair, and clothing closely related to the strange Wen Xian, with IDB 381. His strange ability is to summon and command the phantom of the martial saint Guangong. The reason for the formation of the strangeness is unknown and the obsession is unknown. Strength evaluation: able to completely suppress fierce-level strangeness, presumed to be a mema-level strangeness. In a cemetery filled with tombstones, Guan Kai looked at Song Zhong's gravestone, her eyes revealing uncontrollable joy. "I'm back, Brother Song. As soon as I came out of the hospital, I heard Uncle Chun say he saw you in the strange spirit realm. Brother Song, have you really turned strange?" As Guan Kai spoke, she pulled out images from her backpack. The image of Guangong that I burned for you is really effective. I've prepared a lot more for you. Look, this one is of Neza stirring the sea, and this one is of the great sage making a ruckus in heaven. And this one is said to be very fierce, called the blind Izhong Kue capturing ghosts image. Also here is some money, you can take it all. With a flick of Guan Kai's small hand, a pile of paper money was thrown into the fire. Watching Guan Kai enthusiastically burn various strange images, Song Zhong felt a black line on his forehead. If this girl keeps burning like this, won't he be covered in images all over? Don't worry, brother Song, I will keep our secret. No one will know that you can receive the things I burn. Guan Kai looked around to ensure no one was watching and quietly spoke to the gravestone. She had seen the materials from the Bureau of Public Opinion, and Song Zhong's ability was unprecedented. It's a pity that we couldn't meet while awake this time. But Uncle Chun is already applying for a magical tool to communicate with Little One Xin. I will soon be able to become a communicator for Little One Xin, and then I can bring her to see you. Don't worry, brother Song, I definitely won't faint again next time. As Guan Kai chattered on, Song Zhong's eyes gradually blurred. He knew that once the paper burned out, he would wake up. In the next moment, when Song Zhong opened his eyes, he found himself buried under stacks of banknotes. The amount of cash Guan Kai burned this time piled up completely in Song Zhong's small room. So this is what it feels like to be suffocated under money. Song Zhong, who was being fed, felt both pain and pleasure. However, a sudden surge of immense pressure made him unable to smile instantly. 3 waves of ancient pressure washed over Song Zhong's body. Under the pressure, he felt the most primal fear. It was those 3 images that Guan Kai had burned. Song Zhong smiled bitterly, fiercely resisting the pressure from the images. With the experience from last time, he was not so embarrassed this time. But just not being embarrassed didn't mean there was no pain. His entire body was enduring a burning sensation, as if engulfed in raging flames. Especially at his chest, it felt as if his heart was pierced by something. Song Zhong struggled to get up and looked into the mirror. He discovered that his skin was faintly revealing various patterns. Coming again. Song Zhong's face twisted in pain, yet his eyes held anticipation. He had already experienced the strangeness of Guan Gong's image. Not only did he have the protection of a deity, but it also imparted the corresponding techniques. Guan Er's 8 methods of spring and autumn directly allowed him to comprehend the subtleties of swordsmanship. This time, what change will it bring me? Song Zhong stared intently at himself in the mirror, the pain and deep-seated fear making him drenched in sweat. His strong and slender body exuded a hint of heat under the soaking sweat. As the pressure and pain gradually dissipated, Song Zhong's body in the mirror underwent a dramatic transformation. First, looking from his chest to his left arm, there was a red baby with 3 heads and 8 arms holding a fiery spear and displaying a malicious expression. One hand grasped a dragon's horn, flaying its skin. The pained, reedy dragon's body extended all the way to Song Zhong's left arm. The 8-armed Neza was challenging the dragon's sinew. The most exquisite part of the entire image was that the dragon's head was depicted across Song Zhong's chest, and the fiery spear in Neza's hand was directly piercing the dragon's head. Song Zhong looked down from his chest, and his legs each had 2 images. One depicted a majestic heavenly court, while the other depicted the great sage equal to heaven. When viewed together, the images on his legs formed a complete depiction of the great ruckus in heaven. Finally, quietly standing on Song Zhong's right arm was a robust man in red robes and a black face with a magnificent appearance. The man held a sheathed sword in his hand, standing with eyes closed, ignoring the malevolent figures of 100 ghosts at his feet. Zhong Kuei with closed eyes amidst the night march of 100 ghosts. Looking at himself in the mirror, Song Zhong couldn't help but click his tongue. The images on his body were becoming increasingly unrestrained. Let's not even mention the open-eyed Guan Gong and the 8-armed Neza. Zhong Kuei with eyes closed amidst the night march of 100 ghosts also aligns well with his strange identity. What does it mean to have one leg in the heavenly court and the other in the great sage equal to heaven? In tattoo culture, tattoos on the legs symbolize standing firm. Does that mean Song Zhong is now standing on the heavenly court with one foot and on the great sage with the other? Song Zhong rested his chin on his hand, chuckling at his current state. The 8-armed Neza challenging the dragon's sinew on his chest, and the open-eyed Guan Gong battling on his back. The left arm had the sinewy dragon, while the right arm bore closed-eyed Zhong Kuei. One foot on the heavenly court, the other pressing down on the great sage. In life, he sacrificed himself to save others. In death, he is free of all taboos. How exhilarating. It's coming. Song Zhong's spirit lifted as he felt a surge of heat in his mind. Symbols radiating divine light appeared in his mind. These were the inheritances from the 3 images, all poured into Song Zhong's memory. Dragon God power, heavenly master swallowing ghosts technique, Rui weapon and iron technique. With his eyes closed, quietly comprehending, a hint of joy appeared on Song Zhong's brow. The three inheritances each had their own uniqueness, yet all were incredibly powerful. The dragon god power from Neza was the most straightforward and simple. It directly caused Song Zhong's physical strength to surge, while Zhong Kuei's heavenly master swallowing ghosts technique recorded a method for devouring malevolent thoughts to strengthen oneself. As for the Rui weapon and iron technique, excitedly Song Zhong looked at the chopsticks in his hand that changed length and size. It felt like he had found a new toy he adored. So I'm incredibly strong now. Woof! Song Zhong's initial exhilaration gradually subsided as he gazed upon the stacks of cash flooding his room, his expression twisting into a grimace. He had never imagined that one day he would be troubled, not by poverty, but by sheer excess of wealth. No, I must remind Guan Kai next time. Next time don't burn money. Burn something useful instead. I'll never spend all this anyway. Muttering under his breath, Song Zhong poured dog food into the hot pot bowl for his pet, though complaining a faint, irrepressible smile still lingered on his lips. After all, while wealth-induced woes were real, they were the kind one could happily bear in abundance. Clad in layers of bulging bags stuffed with banknotes, Song Zhong strode briskly out the door. The first order of business depositing the money. VRR. Boss. Lianhua Bank. Song Zhong regarded the black sedan driver before him with practiced nonchalance, as if it were perfectly natural to find him waiting at the gate every time he stepped outside. Brother, why do you wait for me every single day? Because you're my boss. Do you even know who I am? You're my boss. Song Zhong shook his head at the driver's guileless expression. The man was kind and capable in every way, except perhaps in retaining full command of his wits. No matter what Song Zhong asked, the answer remained unchanged. You're my boss. It hardly mattered. Mysteries clung to Song Zhong like mist. This was merely one more thread in an already tangled tapestry. Song Zhong had long ceased probing such trivialities. What truly impressed him was the driver's masterful, almost uncanny control behind the wheel. He even found himself considering hiring the man as his personal chauffeur, when without warning the black sedan glided to a silent, flawless halt before Lianhua Bank. Boss, we've arrived at Lianhua Bank. Fare 8 yuan. Handing over a 100 yuan note with casual ease, Song Zhong added offhandedly. Would you like to become my private driver? To his surprise, the driver scratched his head, eyes clouded with genuine confusion. Boss, I am your driver. They stared at each other in mutual bewilderment. Then Song Zhong sighed, shaking his head. Wait here. Don't move. I'll just go deposit some money. He hauled from the trunk a motley assortment of luggage, tattered burlap sacks and overstuffed suitcases all bursting with banknotes, and marched into Lianhua Bank with the bearing of a conquering sovereign. The moment he entered the grand lobby, he was met with opulence. Golden chandeliers gleamed overhead, and elegantly dressed men and women moved through the space like figures in a gilded dream. As the city's most prestigious financial institution, Lianhua Bank admitted only the affluent or the profoundly influential. Laughter and light conversation danced amid an atmosphere thick with unspoken affluence. Yet Song Zhong's gaze did not linger on the patrons. He was drawn irresistibly to the centerpiece of the hall. There, at the very heart of the lobby, rose a breathtaking water feature sculpted entirely from solid gold. The Lotus Fountain. Gazing upon the gilded lotus leaves, suspended above shimmering water, Song Zhong murmured in quiet awe. Truly extravagant. He'd been stunned by this spectacle on his last visit, and now seeing it again, its audacious opulence struck him anew, bordering on the surreal. Shaking his head, Song Zhong refocused. Business first. Once the money was safely deposited, he could always buy the fountain outright and admire it daily. Hello? I'd like to make a deposit. Amid sidelong glances of condescension from nearby patrons, Song Zhong dumped the heavy sack onto the counter with a resounding thud, spilling a cascade of crimson banknotes across the polished surface. Sir, please wait a moment. Counting large sums takes time. The teller maintained impeccable professionalism. Her smile warm and practiced, her movements unhurried and precise, as she began sorting the notes. With a gentle wave, Song Zhong signaled her to continue, and settled in idly observing the comings and goings of the bank's elite clientele. The wealthy really do share remarkably consistent fates. Shot, heart attack, even a foreigner, hanged beneath a street lamp. His idle survey was abruptly interrupted by a sharp, escalating commotion nearby. I clearly deposited this as a demand account, so why can't I withdraw it? I'm sorry, sir, but large cash withdrawals require advance notice. That's not what you told me. When I deposited it, the whole process took less than half an hour. And every time I do submit notice your bank either stalls or claims the branch manager has stomach trouble. You can't even be bothered to invent a decent excuse? At the counter stood a disheveled man trembling with fury, his knuckles white around a crumpled deposit slip, as though ready to tear it to shreds. Sir, large withdrawals involve multiple procedural steps. Your request is now undergoing internal review. Please allow us time to process it. So I need your permission to spend my own money. In a certain logical sense, yes. What the hell? Security, please assist. This gentleman wishes to speak with our branch manager. With serene composure, the customer service manager gestured for security to escort the furious man away. They led him quietly into a nondescript elevator tucked discreetly in the corner. And as the indicator lit up for the third floor, Song Zhong rubbed his temple perplexed. Well, so this bank lets money in but not out. How delightfully sinister. Does that mean my deposit is trapped too? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a soft melodic voice brushed his ear. Sir, the total is 34 million yuan. Counted and verified. Would you like to open a demand deposit? Or a time deposit? Actually, never mind. I won't deposit it after all. Song Zhong asked tentatively, a flicker of guilt tugging at him. After all they'd spent so long counting only for him to withdraw the offer. Yet the teller continued smiling, utterly unruffled. As if she hadn't heard a word he just said. Would you like to open a demand deposit? Or a time deposit? Song Zhong stared dumbfounded. Was refusal even an option? Crunch, crunch. Suddenly a faint, unsettling sound pierced the air. The grating crunch of hard objects being chewed, layered with wet, visceral smacks of swallowing flesh. The noise seemed to emanate from above him. Sir! His teller called softly. But her once warm smile now twisted into something unnervingly alien. A sudden icy draft swept through the hall. At the fountain's center, golden petals darkened. Streaks of crimson blooming across the water's surface. Sir! As temperatures plummeted, every staff member froze mid-conversation. Laughter dying on their lips. One by one their necks rotated with unnatural stiffness, pupils dilated into bottomless voids, gazes sharpening into predatory coldness. As in perfect unison they turned toward Song Zhong. The air thickened, suffocating. Then in eerie chorus they bared rows of immaculate, blindingly white teeth. Would you like to open a demand deposit? Or a time deposit? Song Zhong felt a searing heat pulse deep within his right arm. Beneath the loose sleeve of his robe, the inked figure of Zhong Kuei, the celestial exorcist, slowly opened its eyes. Ghosts, here, and they dared mistake him for a fool. Surveying the grotesque tableau, Song Zhong's lips curled into a resorthen, contemptuous smile. With deliberate slowness he unbuttoned his coat, revealing the full expanse of his upper body densely inscribed with wrathful divine guardians. He slammed his boot onto the chair towering over them all, his gaze sweeping the hall like a storm about to break. Come on then, let's hear it. Today, is your demand deposit or your time deposit? In the bank lobby there was an eerie silence. After Song Zhong revealed his full-body tattoos, the atmosphere in the entire bank strangely stagnated, with the staff who had been on high alert now frozen. They all displayed expressions of confusion. Was this person sick? Does having tattoos make one special? A member of the Black Society? Our bank manager has dealt with more than a few social figures, not less than 500 if not 3,000. The group of sinister figures in the bank approached Song Zhong with malicious grins. If they consumed him, all that money would belong to the Lotus Bank. In their eyes what mattered was that the tattooed man was just a junior. But in the next moment Song Zhong's aura suddenly changed. 3 different ancient pressures surged within the Lotus Bank's lobby. His muscular upper body seemed to animate the 3 depictions of fierce gods. An evil dragon howled as it burst forth from his flesh, with an 8-armed demon child riding atop. With a red rabbit charging forward, the phoenix-eyed figure opened its eyes and a chilling sharp light flashed. A sword was drawn from thin air, wielded by a fierce man in a red robe and official boots, clutching a malevolent spirit. As the 3 ghostly figures of the fierce gods manifested, the entire bank fell completely silent. The malicious gazes directed at Song Zhong turned shifty and evasive. In the bank only Song Zhong's mocking voice could be heard. Come, tell me. Am I in a period of savings or death? Song Zhong moved a chair over and sat steadily in the center of the lobby. He held a pair of chopsticks that could be long or short, tapping rhythmically against the eerie atmosphere of the bank. The once fierce staff members immediately turned meek as rabbits, trembling and not daring to look at Song Zhong. You come out and say a few words, savings or death. A bank executive pointed out by Song Zhong stood up trembling. Big brother. Otherwise we won't deposit today. Let's reschedule for another time. What about my money from before? I can't decide that. As Song Zhong frowned with the change in his expression, the ghostly figure of Zhong Kuei behind him reached out and plucked the executive's eyeball, swallowing it whole. All the bank staff held their breath. In the entire lobby, the only sound was the crunching of Zhong Kuei chewing. Song Zhong wore a faint smile and pointed out a female figure. Come tell me what about my money. Please spare us, my lord. Our words don't carry weight. Only the bank manager has the authority to handle the money deposited in the Lotus Bank. Woo. Song Zhong found it somewhat amusing. This was the first time he had seen someone so frightened they cried. Then let your manager come out to talk. You there, go call him. Casually pointing at the tearful counter lady, Song Zhong lounged back in his chair. He decided to take decisive action since he had several million saved in the Lotus Bank. He couldn't just let the money head worked so hard for vanish without a trace. As he pondered, he suddenly felt a wave of sinister resentment. It came from the direction of the bank's elevator. As the elevator descended, the resentment grew stronger. Then a boisterous male voice emerged from the elevator. Manager, calm down. Who dares to cause trouble in the Lotus Bank? Who? Song Zhong's gaze turned towards the elevator that had just opened. A plump man in a flashy suit with slicked back hair appeared, taking off his watch as he strode out of the bank. Let me see which little brat. The arrogant bank manager's words were suddenly choked off, because right in the center of the bank lobby, 3 fierce gods with overwhelming malevolence were glaring at him. Moreover, he could sense that the aura of each of these fierce gods could easily crush him. He quietly adjusted his watch, tidied his clothes, and wiped the sweat off his forehead. Under the watchful eyes of the 3 fierce gods, he bowed respectfully to Song Zhong. Sir, how may I assist you? Song Zhong watched the comical scene before him with great interest. He had initially thought it might be a fierce battle, but he never expected that the 3 ghostly figures of fierce gods emanating from him would have such a powerful deterrent effect. Looking at the outwardly bold yet inwardly timid bank manager, Song Zhong smiled and asked, I heard that you can't withdraw money deposited here. You can withdraw, it must be possible, however much you want. We have that much in the bank. Well, I previously deposited 7 million. No problem, you can take it all out today. How accommodating. Song Zhong nodded in satisfaction. What's your name? I am Su Jianghai. A grand name. Tell me what you need all that money for. Song Zhong suddenly asked out of the blue. He was very curious about this matter. A person had turned into a ghost yet still cared about such material wealth. Was it an obsession from before death? Hearing Song Zhong's question, Su Jianghai hesitated. His once fluent speech began to stutter. This question? I don't know, I am just the custodian of the Lotus Bank. I was originally just an ordinary bank manager wanting to continue my previous line of work. Though I am greedy, I prefer to accumulate wealth through lawful means. But one day a benevolent monk came to the bank. He said that wealth is a filthy thing and demanded to periodically collect the bank's stored gold. Of course I refused, but that bald monk's strength was too overwhelming. He placed a strange restriction on me, saying I had to help him gather filth, and he would come to collect every year. If I couldn't meet the required amount, I would disintegrate. As Su Jianghai recounted, a cliched story of being threatened by a powerful individual flowed from his lips. But this year there were too few people depositing money. I couldn't meet that bald monk's demands. So I had no choice but to resort to this desperate measure, forcibly absorbing deposits. Song Zhong stroked his chin, listening to the half-truths of the story. After Su Jianghai finished, he suddenly felt a little disinterested. An ordinary bank manager. Was the gaze of the heavenly master Zhong Kuei blind? The stench of blood surrounding Su Jianghai had grown so intense that I could barely restrain the heavenly master sword. Su Jianghai. Yes, sir. Die. Song Zhong declared Su Jianghai's death sentence in a calm tone. Upon hearing Song Zhong's words, Su Jianghai realized something. He instinctively activated the resentment within him, causing his entire body to begin swelling irregularly. But before he could do anything, a long sword pierced through his skull. The once swollen body, spurred by the resentment, fell eerily still. His bloated body was like a tattered sack nailed firmly to the wall of the bank. As Su Jianghai died, the heavenly master Zhong Kuei behind Song Zhong opened his mouth to inhale. Strands of strange malevolent energy were completely absorbed into Zhong Kuei's mouth. As the malevolent energy dissipated, Su Jianghai's once robust physique rapidly withered, until his soul was scattered. Song Zhong squinted his eyes, feeling somewhat comfortable as the Heavenly Master's ghost-swallowing technique operated. Originally a deadly poison to ordinary people, the malevolent energy continuously nourished Song Zhong's soul. That refreshing feeling was akin to the first sip of a fizzy drink on a scorching summer day. It was invigorating. After about half a minute, Song Zhong finally pulled himself out of the comfort of his soul. He surveyed the trembling ghosts in the bank and regretfully clicked his tongue. What a shame. These ghostly, malevolent energies weren't enough. Zhong Kuei looked down on them, pointing at a few bank security guards who had shrunk to the size of quails. Song Zhong lazily commanded, "Load all the money in the bank into the truck and transport it to room 404, building 18, Yongxi Community." Watching the bank staff bustling to command the armored truck, Song Zhong couldn't help but feel a headache. He had clearly come to deposit money. Now not only had he not deposited, but he had also gained quite a few small targets. He didn't even know if his floor would be enough to hold all this money. Song Zhong had already decided to buy the entire building. He was in just for the purpose of storing money, though he had no idea what use so much cash would have. But Song Zhong's intuition told him that besides buying things, this money must have other uses. Driver to Yongxi Community. Alright, boss. Linhua City, the Civil Bureau of Paranormal Investigation. Inside an investigator's office. What? The chairman of Renshang Bank is dead. Chun Jin listened to the phone call with solemn expression, nodding repeatedly. After hanging up, he smoothed his sparse white hair and sighed helplessly. Xiao Guan, we've got a case. Su Shi, president of Renshang Bank's headquarters, the city's renowned entrepreneur, died suddenly of cerebral hemorrhage at midnight last night. Guan Kai, who had been hastily reviewing files beside him, lifted her head in confusion and blinked her bright, limpid eyes. Cerebral hemorrhage? Why notify us about that? Aren't we the Civil Bureau, tasked specifically with investigating paranormal phenomena? Chun Jin was already gathering documents from his desk, not even glancing up as he spoke. Cerebral hemorrhage is the official cover story. Su Zai's true cause of death was his skull exploding spontaneously inside the secret chamber of his bank office at midnight last night. Meanwhile, our on-site investigators discovered residual level fatal paranormal energy lingering within Su Zai's office chamber. The source of that energy, a sinister ritual array deliberately installed within the chamber. Having packed all materials, Chun Jin tossed a set of car keys to Guan Kai with a flick of his wrist. Let's go. We'll discuss details en route. Understood. Guan Kai snapped her laptop shut and rose to leave. Suddenly, she hesitated as if recalling something. Besides Hot Pot, should we also bring Wen Xian along? Yes. She's your conduit now, not your ward. If she remains apart from you, your strength as a living phantom will diminish drastically. Chun Jin turned toward the little girl seated on the sofa, playfully teasing a dog, his tone firm and unwavering. Wen Xian, hold Hot Pot tight. We're heading out on assignment. Okay, Sister. Guan Kai. Obedient and serene, Wen Xian hugged Hot Pot and skipped cheerfully out of the office. Guan Kai felt a surge of complex emotions. Earlier, Chun Jin's report regarding Wen Xian's supervision had received swift response from headquarters. After rigorous deliberation and multifaceted assessment by the Bureau's Central Command, the directive to eradicate the Yuhua amusement park was rescinded, yet simultaneously headquarters issued a stern order. Wen Xian must be permanently separated from the carousel, to prevent her from accumulating resentment within its paranormal realm. Otherwise, she might evolve into an unreasoning, uncontrollable, malevolent phantom. To this end, the Bureau specially deployed sacred artifacts, and with Wen Xian's cooperation, extracted her accumulated resentment from the paranormal realm, sealing it within a specially prepared vessel. Thereafter, Wen Xian formed a paranormal conduit with Guan Kai, both placed under continuous Bureau supervision. This is precisely the Bureau's specialized regulatory protocol for exceptional paranormal entities. Thus, Guan Kai officially became a living phantom, and through ongoing communion with Wen Xian would gradually ascend to become a level fatal investigator. Yet such forced communion exacts a price. Ordinary humans establishing paranormal connection through unnatural means would suffer far more severe incursions of malevolent intent than standard living phantoms. But even now, I felt none of the relentless malignant intrusion Uncle Chun warned me about. On the contrary, since bonding with Wen Xian, my chronic insomnia has vanished entirely, At this thought, Guan Kai's expression clouded with quiet bewilderment. Could the Bureau's archival records be flawed? Or is my constitution fundamentally anomalous? Sister Guan Kai, Uncle Chen's calling for you. Coming right away. With rapid footsteps echoing down the corridor, the Bureau office settled back into silence. Only a half-completed dossier fluttering faintly beneath the ceiling fan's breeze. Designation B381, 1 Exion. Paranormal profile: a girl in a white dress radiating childlike innocence. Capable of manifesting lethal steel cords. Currently under active Bureau supervision. Supervision protocol: resentment extraction from paranormal realm. Conduit-based oversight: a service bound to the Bureau. Threat assessment: level fatal phantom. Post-communion side effects: blank. Pending supplementation. Xiao Guan. You understand the magnitude of this incident, don't you? En route to the scene, Chen Jin suddenly asked Guan Kai, who was driving, then continued without waiting for an answer. The Su family has engaged in commerce for 3 generations. Its influence in Linhua City and across the entire Xihui province is vast and deeply entwined. Especially Su Shi, the current patriarch. As chairman and principal shareholder of Renshang Bank, he wielded colossal capital, reshaping the commercial landscape of Xihui province. His sway over provincial politics and business ran so deep that many dubbed him Su of Xihui. Hence his sudden demise will trigger a seismic upheaval across Xihui's political and economic spheres. Headquarters has stressed utmost gravity in handling this case, ordering our Linhua branch to spare no resource in uncovering the full truth behind Su Shi's death. After speaking, Chen Jin heard no reply. The car's atmosphere grew strangely heavy. Guan Kai, focused solely on driving, remained unaware of these intricate undercurrents. Beside her sat Wen Exion, innocent and oblivious, playfully coaxing hot pot. Within the entire vehicle, only Chen Jin wore a furrowed brow burdened by quiet dread. He rolled down the window and lit a cigarette. His gaze grew grave as he watched the silhouette of Renshang Bank emerge through the mist. The lotus emblem atop the bank tower loomed ominously beneath the fog. When Guan Kai's team arrived at the bank's base, they found the main entrance cordoned off by yellow police tape. Crossing the barrier, they ascended directly to the bank's penthouse level. Inside Su Shi's office, Guan Kai beheld a horrifying sight. A gaunt, middle-aged man in formal business attire lay, sprawled on the floor in a cruciform posture. His eyes were vacant, blood and froth stained the corners of his mouth. Yet his clothing remained immaculate. His tie secured with a clip perfectly aligned. Had it ended there, the death might indeed have appeared consistent with sudden cerebral hemorrhage. But above his eyebrows, where his forehead should have been, there was nothing, only a grotesque radial explosion of brain matter. Viscous white fluid splattered across the office walls and floor. What's the situation? Chen Jin glanced once, then turned to question Xiao Jiang, the on-site bureau investigator. Something's off. Our preliminary survey of Su Shi's office reveals unmistakable evidence of prolonged paranormal communion. Xiao Jiang reported the findings with meticulous precision. The ritual array embedded in his chamber's walls bears signs of decades-long use. Our initial assessment: Su Shi was a concealed level-fatal living phantom in Linhai City, who'd long maintained contact with some entity beyond the veil, via the array installed in his office. Yet last night at midnight he died under unknown circumstances. We've ruled out backlash from paranormal communion as the cause of death. The fatal paranormal residue clinging to his skull belongs to an entity wholly distinct from the one he'd communed with via the array. This implies Linhua City may now harbor a paranormal entity capable of eradicating even level-fatal beings. Chen Jin's face darkened. He himself stood as Linhua's strongest investigator, yet barely attained level-fatal status. Should a force surpassing that tier truly exist, then Linhua City would remain perilously exposed, for however long it took to respond. Hand me the gloves. I'll examine it myself. Chen Jin knelt and deftly slipped on a pair of silk gloves. These were masterworks crafted by another level-fatal investigator, the tailor. Their function: upon contact, they allowed the wearer to sense residual paranormal energy lingering on objects. Chen Jin emitted a soft, puzzled murmur. Through the gloves, he sensed the paranormal residue clinging to Su Shi's skull, and inexplicably it stirred a vague, unsettling familiarity. Chen Jin squatted in front of the corpse, frowning in deep thought. He instinctively fiddled with the white brain matter splattered on the ground. Guan Kai behind him leaned against the wall and retched. However, the investigators from the Bureau of Investigation had grown accustomed to such scenes. Among them, some even employed more bizarre investigative methods. In comparison, Chen Jin's actions now seemed like child's play. This was the nature of the Bureau of Investigation. The investigators were essentially a group of living enigmas teetering between reason and madness. So it was him. Chen Jin had a look of sudden realization, but the conclusion he drew instead sent a chill down his spine. That powerful aura. Wasn't it Song Zhong who had barged in midway through the bizarre realm of the carousel? But how could his aura be found on Su Zai's head? In the last bizarre realm, Song Zhong's behavior was far from that of a mindless killer. Was it related to the bizarre communication with Su Shi? With this thought, Chen Jin let out a sigh of relief. He was even somewhat grateful that Su Zai's death was connected to Song Zhong. Because although Song Zhong was powerful, he was not the kind of bizarre being that was madly cruel. On the contrary, he had shown a strong aversion to evil in Wen Xin's case. But this alone is not enough. There are still doubts in Su Zai's case. Chen Jin murmured softly, his murky eyes silently gazing behind him. On the wall of Su Zai's secret chamber, a bizarre array was quietly depicted. Even now, it still faintly emanated a strange aura. Have we found the source of this array? Looking at the investigator Xiao Jiang at the scene, Chen Jin wore a perplexed expression. If Song Zhong was not the problem, then the issue must lie with the bizarre entity Su Shi communicated with. The archives of Linjiang City do not contain relevant records of this array. We have already transmitted the array back to headquarters, where a Taoist will provide results. Chen Jin nodded upon hearing this. The group of Taoists at the Bureau's headquarters were currently the most knowledgeable individuals in Xia country regarding bizarre phenomena. The texts they studied were the invaluable knowledge passed down for thousands of years in Xia country. They might not be the strongest living enigmas, but they certainly understood them the best. We have results. Suddenly a shout from Xiao Jiang drew Chen Jin and Guan Kai's attention. Chen Jin looked at Xiao Jiang, whose face had changed dramatically after the exclamation. Suddenly realizing something was amiss, he quickly stepped forward and snatched the tablet from Xiao Jiang's hands. After seeing the information on it, Chen Jin pressed his lips tightly together. The wrinkles on his old face tightened, a hint of panic in his expression. This array, it actually comes from the Temple of Joy. As soon as Chen Jin's words fell, the atmosphere at the entire crime scene became tense. Everyone who heard the words Temple of Joy couldn't help but shudder. It felt as if a cold gaze was sweeping over them from the void. Even when Xian, who had already ascended to a deadly level of bizarre, showed a trace of barely detectable fear in her eyes. Only Guan Kai remained oblivious, curiously tugging at Chen Jin. Uncle Chen, what's wrong with the Temple of Joy? Isn't it just a deadly bizarre being? Only then did Chen Jin come to his senses, unable to help but smile bitterly. It's not your fault for not knowing. Most detailed information about the Temple of Joy has been sealed away, because it is the only known bizarre entity that worships a bizarre being. The bizarre entities from the Temple of Joy all resemble monks with varying levels of strength. Among them, the strongest monk only reaches the threshold of a deadly bizarre entity. But the most troublesome aspect is that all the monks of the Temple of Joy worship an indescribable existence. The monks of the Temple of Joy have exchanged their faith for power from the indescribable. The plans they devise and implement concern the safety of at least tens of thousands of lives. As Chen Jin spoke, his lips began to tremble. It was an unspeakable, terrifying existence. He could only briefly touch upon the knowledge to give Guan Kai a slight understanding. Guan Kai, who had been quietly listening, still looked somewhat puzzled. But at this moment, Chen Jin couldn't pay attention to these things pacing back and forth in the secret chamber. This is troublesome. He muttered repeatedly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. This was his first time facing an incident related to the Temple of Joy. Chen Jin had only heard rumors about the Temple of Joy. Its sinister faith often required sacrifices, slaughtering entire villages, or frequently abducting and violating women. According to Taoist priests, this was to defy the 5 precepts of Buddhism to please that indescribable existence. And most of the time, to prevent the actions of the Temple of Joy, the Bureau of Investigation would have to make great sacrifices. Generally speaking, wherever the monks of the Temple of Joy appeared, the Bureau of Investigation in that area basically announced its demise. Xiao Jiang, how much longer until the Taoist from headquarters arrives? Chen Jin was under immense pressure now. His only hope was to wait for the swift arrival of support from headquarters, because generally when encountering cases related to the Temple of Joy, headquarters would dispatch Taoists from the Tianshi mansion for support. This was also the only hope for Linjiang City to overcome the crisis of the Temple of Joy. The communication from headquarters says the Taoist has arrived at the bank. Arrived at the bank? Why can't I see anyone? Chun Jin asked anxiously, only to suddenly notice that Xiao Zhang's expression was quite strange. The corners of his mouth were twisted, drooling continuously. He. He is in reality and you are within greed and hatred. How could you possibly see him? Only then did Chun Jin realize that he hadn't seen anyone else for a long time. Only the silly grinning Xiao Zhang in front of him had been talking to him all along. Before Chun Jin could react, his gaze was captured by Xiao Zhang's eyes. In the whirlpool of those eerie pupils, Chun Jin felt as if his soul was being steeped in warm water. Gradually, Chun Jin's eyes lost their luster. His face also took on a blank expression. Submit to him and he will show you bliss. Break the 5 precepts and become a true follower of the great existence. In a hazy state, only the beguiling whispers echoed in Chun Jin's mind. Liujia Miju Lin. With that Taoist formula uttered, Chun Jin felt the world tilt and spin. The scene before him changed abruptly, and the ambient noises swelled until they were almost deafening. Chun Jin found himself lying on the floor of a sealed chamber in Shushi. Not far away, many other investigators had also come to and were strewn across the ground. Among them was Xiao Zhang, blood streaming from his 7 orifices. Only Guan Kai and Wen Xian watched over him with anxious faces. Uncle Chun, are you all right? What happened? Chun Jin asked, his voice dazed as he stared at Guan Kai's worried face. Uncle Chun, you all suddenly collapsed just now. A hoarse voice interrupted Guan Kai. Layman Chun and the others were struck by the evil arts of the demonic monk from Huanqi Temple. Chun Jin turned his head and saw a man with a taiji topknot and a chill in his features, dressed in plain Taoist robes, carefully inspecting the furnishings of the sealed chamber. The layout of this chamber is actually a basic Huanqi Temple reception and conversion formation, the Taoist said. The room itself is saturated with resentful qi. It is a house full of living anomalies. No one would easily perceive that this chamber is an improvised array, he continued. Anyone in the room who experiences a violent emotional surge will trigger the formation, which then amplifies the negative feelings within their hearts. The man in Taoist robes spoke as he moved, finally stopping before the wall upon which the strange array had been painted. He studied the pattern intently as he explained further. You and your colleagues were likely affected when you learned the case was connected to Huanqi Temple, he said. Only when I invoked the Lin formula from the Liujia secret blessing did your minds stabilize. They must have been terrified of Huanqi Temple, he added dryly. In a whole room of investigators, only 2 people and a dog avoided the effect. He paused as if realizing his tone had been curt. The Taoist set himself to observing the formation with rapt attention. Watching him brood over the diagram, Chun Jin could not help but interrupt. What about Xiao Zhang? Why hasn't he woken? He's gone. Frightened to death, the Taoist replied. He must have heard the terrifying rumors about Huanqi Temple while at the bureau earlier. When he saw the formation tied to Huanqi Temple, the array drove his fear to its maximum and his heart ruptured. After he died, he became a transmitter for the formation's resentful qi, and you were infected as a result. Chun Jin fell silent. Investigators were like that, constant contact with the anomalous, and a single lapse could cost a life. Composing himself, Chun Jin rose with Guan Kai's help. He cupped his hands to the Taoist and spoke with gravity. I am Chun Jin, director of the Linjiang City Public Survey Bureau and leader of the action team. I am Pindao Zhang Yunan, the 74th generation successor of Tian Shifu. Zhang Yunan bowed lightly and asked with curiosity, is the Linjiang City Bureau really so short-staffed? A director who also leads an action team? I've never seen that before. Yes. Ever since a strange incident 20 years ago, manpower here has been insufficient. Investigators die all the time, it's normal, Chun Jin admitted. So the positions were never properly filled. Chun Jin's face reddened. He had been taken on as director after that very incident 2 decades ago. Investigator mortality remained high everywhere, leaving shortages across the region. Chun Jin's own strength brushed against the dangerous tier of capability. As a result, the Linjiang Bureau had long been in a state of self-sufficiency. Zhang Yunan nodded and resumed studying the formation on the wall. Seeing him so solemn, Chun Jin edged closer and asked cautiously, Chief Taoist. You may simply call me Pindao Yunan, the man replied. Pindao Yunan, is this Huanqi Temple case serious? Zhang glanced at the little old man nearby, then withdrew 2 sheets of printed paper from his robe. Your strength is passable. Bring along that girl who was unaffected. You two will participate, the others can attend to other tasks, he said. Involving those who are too weak would only make them offerings to Huanxi Temple. After reading these files, be sure to destroy them. Chun Jin's mouth twitched and his face drained of color. Cases that might reach unspeakable levels were usually relayed orally by headquarters. Only the most severe anomalous incidents were transmitted on paper. The more paper involved, the more dangerous the case. The 2 printouts before them contained a vast amount of information. Guan, come here, everyone else disperse. Chun Jin barked, then began to study the pages carefully. According to the special circumstances of the Shushi case in Linhai City, partial files of B015 Huanxi Temple are hereby opened to relevant personnel. B015 Huanxi Temple. Anomalous characteristics: a temple with flourishing incense, often appearing in rural locales. It is reputed to be a temple famed for granting children. Upon entering the main hall of Huanxi Temple, a normal person's worldview may be instantly warped, causing them to believe they have reached paradise. This phenomenon is suspected to be related to S021 redacted. Monks of Huanxi Temple are numerous and are not confined to anomalous spiritual realms. They often manifest in reality to cultivate power. Ordinary people can, through faith in S021 redacted, become monks of Huanxi Temple. Huanxi monks cultivate by embracing the 5 desires, obtaining power from S021 redacted. The 5 desires are wealth, lust, fame, food, and sleep. Each Huanxi monk cultivates a single desire only. For example, a food monk cultivates only the desire for food. This is evident from the formation diagrams returned by the Linhai City Bureau. The Huanxi monks involved in this case cultivate the desire for wealth. The following are the related files. B01501 Huanxi Temple Wealth Desire Monk. Anomalous features: wealth desire monks often wear dazzling finery. Their appearance awakens greedy yearnings for wealth in humans. Their sole means of enhancing anomalous power is the seizing and hoarding of wealth. The more wealth a wealth monk controls, the stronger its power becomes. The highest known grades of wealth desire monks approach Memetaclass deadly anomalies. B015001 Followers of the wealth desire monk. Anomalous features: living anomalies or anomalies that possess great wealth are enslaved by the wealth monk as a means to supply power. Such followers are typically endowed with the ability to extract bone and suck marrow. By killing and devouring humans or anomalies, they can acquire their wealth. Strength assessment: the highest known rank of wealth monk followers are ordinary deadly tier anomalies. Chun Jin and Guan Kai turned the 2 sheets over and over in their hands. They feared missing even the smallest detail about the Huanxi monks. Only after committing the descriptions to memory did Chun Jin gingerly produce a lighter and burn the documents. Finished reading. Zhang Yunan had by then examined the wall formation. Sitting upright in the chamber, he withdrew several sheets of talisman paper and began to draw the pattern stroke by careful stroke. Now that you've read the files, tell me about this Renshang Bank. The array on the wall is indeed used to communicate with anomalies, he said, but the prerequisites for such contact are exceedingly strict. It is not enough merely to be a Huanxi Temple adherent. It must also be a blood relative of Shushi, he continued. In other words, within 3 generations of Shushi, there must already be a Huanxi Temple follower. Zhang Yunan spoke with absolute certainty. This was the depth of Tianshi Fu's tradition. Taoists who emerge from Tianshi Fu have knowledge of most ancient anomalies that haunt the world. After Zhang Yunan finished speaking, Guan Kai and Chun Jin fell into deep thought. 3 generations of blood relatives. The rise of the Su family happened within these 3 generations, didn't it? Does the Taoist mean that the rise of Renshang Bank actually originated from the Huanxi Temple? Guan Kai hesitated for a moment and asked. Indeed, the lotus flower symbol above Renshang Bank should represent Huanxi Temple. However, the Su family has never exposed this, so everyone thought it was just an ordinary symbol. Zhang Yunan calmly blew on the ink on the talisman in his hand. Yet the facts he revealed left Guan Kai and Chun Jin utterly shocked. It turns out that Renshang Bank, this giant in the Shihui business circle, has long been eroded by Huanxi Temple. If that's the case, I have some speculations, but am not sure if they are correct. Guan Kai's expression turned thoughtful as she instinctively stroked the dog's head in the hot pot. She had come across the origin of the lotus flower at Renshang Bank in the archives of the inspection department. As the largest commercial bank in the Summer Kingdom, Renshang Bank had changed its name 20 years ago. The name was very memorable for Guan Kai. It was called Lotus Bank. But the name change was very brief and it didn't even get a sign before it was changed back soon after. The lotus symbol was also added at that time and remained as the logo since then. At that time, the bank's chairman happened to be Su Jianghai Suzai's father, meeting the blood relationship criteria. It should have been around that time that the Su family had followers of Huanqi Temple. As Guan Kai spoke, Chun Jin looked a bit puzzled. He scratched his sparse white hair and couldn't help but ask, "Girl, how do you know about this when even an old resident of Linjiang like me doesn't?" "I only remember that the lotus symbol appeared only in the last 10 years. Guan Kai smiled, confidence shining in her eyes. "I have a good memory. I happened to come across the archives of the inspection department at that time. I stumbled upon the civil dispute case of Renshang Bank, and the registered unit was indeed Lotus Bank. Out of curiosity, I checked the relevant materials and learned about this past." Guan Kai didn't expect that her late-night research in the inspection department would come in handy until now. There's no doubt about it. The humans connected by this array and the eerie entities share a symbiotic existence. Suzai's death was due to Su Jianghai, a follower of Huanqi Temple, being eliminated. The traces of power indicate that Su Shi was killed by the reverse force transmitted by the array. With Zhang Yunan's definitive conclusion, Suzai's death was labeled as abuse of dark arts. However, with the death of Su Jianghai and his son, the greedy monk who enslaved them would surely come looking for them. "I will apply to the headquarters for a long-term station in Linjiang to prevent the return of the greedy monk," Zhang Yunan said while handing the freshly drawn talismans to Guan Kai and Chun Jin. "Taoist Yunan, what is this talisman for? Is it for protection?" Chun Jin fiddled with the talisman, which still felt warm and had wet ink on it. "There are no talismans for protection in this world. This is a sheep nose public dream talisman. It is used to trace eerie auras and actively enter the dreams of others. Tang Dynasty's Wei Zhang used this talisman to slay the Dragon King in a dream." Zhang Yunan's expression remained calm, but there was a hint of pride in his tone. "In the entire Tianshi mansion, there are no more than 10 people who can draw this talisman in a short time. And he, Zhang Yunan, the dragon-dwelling master, is one of the best. Next, I just need to spray a bit of my blood. That will allow the 3 of us to briefly enter the dreams of the other party and find out the circumstances of Su Jianghai's murder. And this dog and that little girl will stay behind to protect us. Remember, we only have 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, we will return." Zhang Yunan spoke to himself, not noticing that Chun Jin's face had turned pale. If Chun Jin guessed correctly, the final target of this talisman should be Song Zhong. But Song Zhong's strength. Taoist Yunan. Why don't we discuss this further? If that eerie entity's power. Rest assured, I examined that trace of power. It is righteous and imposing. It's definitely not some demonic being. It holds potential for good communication. Even if it carries malice, it's fine. As long as the eerie entity is within the meme, I can handle it with ease. Looking at Zhang Yunan's confident demeanor, Chun Jin found it hard to argue against. After all, he had also seen Song Zhong. He was indeed an eerie being capable of communication. Open the heavenly gate, close the earth door, leave behind human form, and observe the ghostly path. Incense altar and divine platform placed within the chest, 3 sticks of incense to honor the heavens. Zhang Yunan stepped forward, hand forming seals, chanting incantations. Suddenly he paused, his eyes shining with brilliance, his gaze like lightning. Zhang Yunan, disciple of the Tianshi mansion, respectfully summons the human official Wei Gong Xuanqing. Just as he finished speaking, Zhang Yunan began to mobilize the blood within him to spray it out. But at that moment his expression suddenly changed. The talisman that should only require a drop of blood to activate inexplicably got stuck in his throat and refused to come out. However, withdrawing the spell at this point would be detrimental to his essence. With no other choice, he could only mobilize more blood to forcefully expel the blood from his throat. Cough. With a spray of blood, Zhang Yunan's originally rosy face became gaunt. His once cold demeanor instantly wilted, as if he had been drained by dozens of strong women. Then, including Zhang Yunan, Guan Kai, and Chun Jin, all closed their eyes simultaneously. They seemed to have fallen asleep. On the other side, Song Zhong was sleeping soundly, happily counting money in his dreams. To have enough space to store these sweet little treasures, he bought the entire building. Money can make the devil sell his house. When he contacted the original landlord, he showcased truckloads of cash. The original landlord almost knelt down, calling Song Zhong daddy. With little effort, Song Zhong became the landlord of this building. After sending away most of the tenants with money, Song Zhong sat in a grandmaster chair fanning himself and sipping tea. He watched as the bank staff moved boxes of money into the building. Having a building is great. Maybe next time he'll buy the one next door. Just as he was dreaming of the future, the space in front of him suddenly became blurry. 3 dark shadows tumbled out. Damn! Assassins! Song Zhong was startled by the sudden attack and instinctively tugged at his clothes. 3 evil gods appeared before Song Zhong. Then Song Zhong heard a weak voice coming from one of the dark figures. Cough cough. An accident occurred, but it's fine. No big deal. Let's see which eerie being killed Su Jiang. Hick. Zhang Yunan, an unworthy disciple of the Tianshi mansion, respectfully greets the 3 heavenly lords. Zhang Yunan never expected that after entering the dream realm, he would open his eyes to see figures he was familiar with from his cultivation. Moreover, they had imposing features and vibrant auras clearly embodied as 3 living deities. Shocked, he disregarded his frail body and knelt before the 3 holy figures in a perfectly standard posture. He secretly observed the 3 mighty deities before him, increasingly convinced that he wasn't mistaken. The man on the left, dressed in a red robe with a black face, was the Holy Lord Zhong Kuei, known for exorcising evil and granting blessings. The child on the right, riding a dragon with 8 arms, was Neza, the deity of the 3 altars of the sea. The warrior in the center, with a red face and long beard, wielding a sword. If he wasn't mistaken, it was the revered Guanxing Emperor. Originally cool and aloof, Zhang Yunan now looked somewhat dazed. He could hardly believe that a dream talisman had brought him before the 3 holy lords. While Zhang Yunan was still stunned, Chen Jin behind him was the second to awaken. Upon seeing the scene before him, Chen Jin was initially startled. Then, he slowly acclimated. After all, he had mentally prepared himself, although he hadn't expected 2 more deities to appear this time. Lord! God! He cautiously asked, ignoring Zhang Yunan's frantic gestures behind him. Song Zhong recognized the voice as somewhat familiar. Leaning forward to take a look among the 3 shadowy figures, he surprisingly recognized 2 of them. Old man, why are you down here? Are you dead? How could Guan Kai also be dead? No, I didn't sense it, and this is my dream, right? Song Zhong muttered to himself, his expression gradually darkening. The cause of Guan Kai's death must be linked to something sinister. Which dog killer took out my benefactor? The more Song Zhong thought, the darker his expression became. Under the rising tension, the 3 shadowy figures swayed slightly. Sensing something was off, Chen Jin hurriedly shouted, "No! They're not dead. They're alive and well. They entered your dream briefly with a talisman to verify certain things." Zhang Yunan, stop kneeling and speak. In a pressing situation, Chen Jin couldn't care much. He kicked Zhang Yunan, signaling him to stop being dazed. He needed to know about this big brother before him. As of now, Chen Jin hadn't figured out his strength. If Song Zhong were to lose his temper and directly kill the 2 of them on the spot, then Chen Jin would have nowhere to cry. Realizing the situation was different from what he imagined, Zhang Yunan also regained his senses. Could it be that these 3 holy lords were merely illusions? Was that black-clad man the true sinister entity? But which sinister ability could summon these exorcising holy lords? Not bothering to think much further, Zhang Yunan instinctively raised his head. He quickly explained the background, the sequence of events. I see. So what Su Jianghai said back then wasn't entirely made up. Song Zhong stroked his chin, recalling the scene from back then. The 3 shadowy figures before him gradually retreated. Before Su Jianghai died, he indeed mentioned a bald donkey. But until his death, he never showed up. I thought he was just fabricating nonsense. As Song Zhong spoke, his gaze inadvertently flickered towards Guan Kai. He was hoping for her to wake up soon to share some information. Standing to the side, Zhang Yunan finally confirmed that the 3 holy lords were indeed Song Zhong's ability. The strange force that subdued Su Jianghai was the very Song Zhong before him. Zhang Yunan's expression turned excited as he knelt down again. Now it makes sense. Mr. Song, on behalf of the Heavenly Master's estate, I express our gratitude for your good deeds. If it weren't for Song Zhong killing Su Jianghai in advance and destroying the strange worship of the Su family, the secrets of Renshang Bank would have continued to remain hidden. The greedy monk would have relied on enslaving the Su family, continuously accumulating his grievances. The entire Lingjiang city would be like a ticking time bomb, always in danger. Song Zhong was somewhat embarrassed by the praise. His initial thought was actually quite simple. The money Guan Kai had worked hard to earn for himself surely couldn't be taken away without reason. Mr. Song, I have one more humble request. No problem, just say it. Song Zhong waved his hand, grandly exuding confidence. Since he was a colleague of Guan Kai, helping with a small favor wouldn't hurt. The Jianghu isn't just about fighting and killing, it's about human relationships. Seeing Song Zhong so forthcoming, Zhang Yunan stood up and cupped his hands, looking serious. I kindly ask Mr. Song to collect several items that have been tainted with Su Jianghai's aura and burn them at noon tomorrow. While burning, draw this symbol on top, Zhang Yunan said as he drew a symbol on the ground. If done this way, I can perform a ritual in reality to break the communication array hidden in the secret chamber. This was a plan of last resort. Because the effect of the dream talisman lasts only 3 minutes, tracing it back to Song Zhong would come at too great a cost. Otherwise, Zhang Yunan could have handled this series of rituals himself. Items tainted with Su Jianghai's aura. Do these count? Song Zhong tilted his head and turned to rip off the black cloth behind him. Under the black cloth was a neatly stacked mountain of banknotes. Gulp. Chun Jin stared at the mountain of cash, swallowing hard. Zhang Yunan beside him twitched his eyes twice. Unbeknownst to them, both of their minds sparked with a shared thought. Did Song Zhong rob the bank? Look and see if there's Su Jianghai's aura on these. Song Zhong casually pulled out a stack of bills and tossed it to Zhang Yunan. These were all taken from the bank. Logically, they should have passed through Su Jianghai's hands. Yes, there are some. Mr. Song just needs to take out a random stack and burn it. Zhang Yunan muttered a few calming mantras, shifting his eyes away from the pile of red banknotes. That works. After all, they're just taking up space. Then burn more. Save yourself the trouble of buying the next building to use as a warehouse. Song Zhong whispered while Zhang and Chun silently clutched their chests. Can you hear this? Is this even human talk? Buying a building to store cash. How rich are you? Just as Song Zhong continued to unleash psychological damage on Chen Jin and the others, Guan Kai also slowly regained consciousness. Hey, where am I? Song Zhong, who had been paying attention to Guan Kai's condition, immediately pulled her into the room as soon as she woke up. You two, I have important matters to discuss with Guan Kai. Please make yourselves comfortable. Then with a loud bang, he shut the bedroom door, leaving just the old man and the young man staring at each other. Suddenly Chun Jin chuckled strangely a couple of times, his wrinkled old face revealing a mischievous expression. He Zhang Yunan, tell me, can your dream talisman do that? Which thing? That thing. You said there are only 2 minutes left, is there time? Zhang Yunan, why aren't you talking? Zhang Yunan directly sat down with his back to them, feeling some regret about taking this trip. Why are all the colleagues in Lingjiang so unreliable? Do they not realize how terrifying it is for a sinister being to summon holy lords? At least in Zhang Yunan's limited life, he had never encountered such a bizarre thing. Zhang Yunan had already made up his mind to thoroughly investigate the relevant materials of the Heavenly Master's estate once he returned. Chun Jin, seeing that Zhang Yunan was ignoring him, shook his head ambiguously. He wore a reminiscent expression and sighed in a very mature tone. Youth is truly wonderful. Songgu, I saw you again. As Guan Kai was pulled inside, she immediately saw the face she had been longing for. Filled with joy, she dove straight into Song Zhong's embrace. Tightly hugging Song Zhong's waist, she was unwilling to let go. Song Zhong felt the softness in his arms, and his heart couldn't help but sway. This girl, truly remarkable. However, he soon shook his head to clear his mind. After all, he had important matters to discuss with Guan Kai. Guan Kai, you should know that I can receive the things you burn for paper. Guan Kai in Song Zhong's arms raised her head and blinked her big eyes. I know. Didn't I faint at that time? Later Uncle Chun told me about the scene when he saw you. It was vividly described. He said you could summon the phantom of Guanqing Emperor and fought evenly with him. Uncle Chun said if he were a few years older, he might not even be your match. Songgu, you are really that powerful now. Looking at the adorably naive Guan Kai, Song Zhong felt a headache coming on. A few years older and he couldn't beat me. You old Bai couldn't even touch me. Is my Guan Kai that easily deceived? So did old Bai. Cough. Did Uncle Chun ask about anything else concerning me? He asked, but I didn't tell him much. I kept the paper burning matter a secret. Aren't I awesome, Songgu? Looking at Guan Kai, whose eyes were curved and filled with laughter, Song Zhong felt completely healed. This is the lovely girl. Alright, time is of the essence. You need to listen carefully to what I say next. First, after you go back, continue to burn paper for me. Just burn that special kind that wards off evil. You don't need to burn money since there is already plenty at home. If you don't know what wards off evil, just ask the Taoist at the entrance. Guan Kai listened seriously, her small face full of focus. Secondly, when you burn paper in front of the tombstone, I can see your situation. So next time let's try something. After you burn the paper in the cemetery, you can try drawing a circle by the roadside. Burn some random things and see if I can sense it. If it works in the future, when you encounter danger, just draw a circle and burn paper. I will find a way to help you. Let me think what else. Song Zhong spoke quickly, knowing that Guan Kai would soon leave. Guan Kai's figure had already begun to blur slowly. Dong dong dong. Meanwhile, a knock on the door was heard. Then Zhang Yunan's respectful voice came in. Mr. Song, our time is running out. Allow me to speak a few more words. That monk from Huanshi Temple will definitely return to Linjiang City in the future. Interrupting someone's cultivation is like killing their parents. This applies to both righteous and demonic cultivators. When he returns, Mr. Song, you will definitely be his primary target. Mr. Song must be careful. As Zhang Yunan's voice gradually faded, Song Zhong felt Guan Kai in his arms growing lighter. Her outline also gradually became transparent. Song Gu, I might have to go back. Next time we meet, I really want to stay with you a bit longer. I will definitely, Song Zhong said softly, looking at the charming girl in his arms gradually turning into black fluorescence. He felt a void in his heart and woke up from the dream. For the first time, he felt that having a room full of money was not something to be happy about. The person he longed for was not by his side. Who could he share this joy with? Woof woof. Suddenly the barking of the hot pot interrupted Song Zhong's thoughts. He looked at the black bear dog wagging its tail at his feet and couldn't help but smile. It's okay, there will always be a time to meet again. It seems I forgot to ask Guan Kai how I died. He slapped his head, remembering something he had forgotten. Forget it, I'll ask next time. Humming a little tune while holding the hot pot, Song Zhong prepared to continue monitoring the work. Over 2 billion, and there's still about 5 to 600 million left to move. Since I no longer have spiritual joy, pursuing material joy should be fine. Counting money is the happiest thing. With a click, he opened the door and took a few steps down the bright corridor. The corridor was filled with bundles of cash. Now the whole building belonged to him, and the residents on this floor had long been asked to leave. Except for his neighbor Chun Pingping. It had been a long time since Song Zhong saw his beautiful neighbor. Had she been scared away by the evil aura on him? Impossible. He turned to look at Chun Pingping's room. Song Zhong seemed to think of something. If he remembered correctly, Chun Pingping was not afraid of the strange aura of Guanxing Yi at that time. How could she suddenly disappear? Scratching his head, Song Zhong suddenly became very curious about Chun Pingping. Especially this time, even the serious Taoists in reality were fearful of him. Yet Chun Pingping appeared completely at ease at that time, which was very unusual. Song Zhong couldn't help but have a thought. Should he go take a look at her room? Ever since he had the evil god's mark, his courage had grown. His curiosity had intensified. In his eyes, Chun Pingping, who was unafraid of the evil god, was definitely an object of curiosity. Let's do it. Song Zhong pulled out a large bunch of keys from behind. These were the keys to the entire building left by the owner from the Guangdong region. 403. 403. Got it. This should be the right key. Does this count as spying on a beautiful neighbor? Song Zhong silently joked. What? You say this violates the law? Look at what kind of picture your Songgu is associated with the law. In this strange world, the foremost principle for Song Zhong is to be utterly unrestrained. With a click, Chun Pingping's door was opened by the key. Song Zhong slowly pushed the door open, revealing a completely dark and tidy room. The entire space was clean and organized. Sister Chun, are you not home? I came to check on you. It's been a long time since I've seen you, and I was afraid a bad guy would poke your eyes out. Woof woof. Song Zhong casually mentioned Chun Pingping's death, but his eyes were cautious. Chun Pingping was either hiding from him or had truly left. His reckless words were merely a test. Bang, bang. He kicked open the tightly shut doors one by one. The layout of the one-bedroom apartment made the area he could search very small. But without exception, it was completely empty. Could it be that she really left? Song Zhong was somewhat puzzled, then his gaze froze on the closed wardrobe in the bedroom. All along, wardrobes give people the strange illusion that they can hide many things. Clothes, electric sticks, half-eaten corpses, peeled human skin men, and so on. Whoosh! Woof woof! Pulling open the wardrobe, Song Zhong threw the hot pot inside. At the same time, he leaned in to look left and right. But apart from a few hangers, there wasn't even a sock in the wardrobe. She really left. Song Zhong felt some regret. He thought Chun Pingping would have ulterior motives for him. Forget it, he would find another tenant to keep him company later. Smacking his lips, Song Zhong shook his head and left Chun Pingping's room. As the door slowly closed, the room fell back into a state of dark silence. Yet between the wardrobe and the wall, a trickle of blood suddenly seeped out. In reality, within the secret chamber of Renshang Bank, the three individuals, who had lain unconscious on the floor under the effect of a dream entry talisman, slowly opened their eyes. Upon regaining consciousness, each wore a distinct expression. Chun Jin gazed at Guan Kai with wistful admiration, murmuring silently, "Youth truly is enviable." Zhang Yunan's eyes were unfocused, lost deep in contemplation. Guan Kai, however, beamed with uncontainable delight. She hadn't expected to see Brother Song again so soon. Overflowing with joy, she still remembered Song Zhong's earnest instructions. She decided to consult Taoist Master Yunan about what objects possessed the strongest exorcistic power. After all, professional matters demanded professional expertise. Taoist Master Yunan, what is the most potent exorcistic artifact within the Celestial Master sect? Taoist Master Yunan. Guan Kai waved her hand before Zhang Yunan's distant gaze, urging him to snap back to awareness. Blinking repeatedly, he finally registered her call. He had just been reliving the eerie world. The sights, the sounds, the suffocating dread, the oppressive aura emanating from those three celestial deities had been terrifyingly real. Even Song Zhong, who had summoned those divine sovereigns, now shimmered with an added layer of enigma. Did such unearthly phenomena truly exist in this world? Taoist Master Yunan. Oh, you're calling me. What is it? Exasperated, Guan Kai repeated her question. What is the most potent exorcistic artifact? The Celestial Master sect repels evil in all its forms. We even raise 5 black hounds. Petty specters and malign entities dare not approach our sect's precincts. Zhang Yunan answered without hesitation. No. I mean ritual artifacts or exorcistic techniques. That knowledge cannot be disclosed. Not unless one formally joins the Celestial Master sect and earns the right to learn it. Not even the Civil Investigation Bureau holds authority to inquire into such secrets. Zhang Yunan spoke solemnly. The Celestial Master sect upheld strict time-honored precepts. Its innermost doctrines were never meant for outsiders. Why do you ask? I've recently encountered spirits and specters, and it's left me unsettled. Guan Kai lied effortlessly, her expression utterly composed. She intuitively grasped just how extraordinary and perilous Song Zhong's and her own secret truly was. I see. Zhang Yunan began rummaging through the pockets of his everyday robes. He withdrew a haphazard assortment: black dog blood, glutinous rice, yellow talisman paper cinnabar, and most conspicuously a small vial containing an unidentifiable amber liquid. These are all the exorcistic items accessible to laypeople like yourselves. Curious, Guan Kai examined the pile, but instinctively averted her gaze from the small vial. Instead, she sifted carefully through the collection. Guan Kai, what do you need these for? Your hot pot restaurant is guarded by a 5 black hound. His presence alone wards your premises far more effectively than any of these. Zhang Yunan couldn't help but ask. Well, more tools mean more peace of mind, right? Guan Kai replied, her brow slightly furrowed. None of the items satisfied her. Then, quite by accident, her eyes fell upon a slightly crumpled photograph. What is this? She picked up the photo and turned to Zhang Yunan. That's a group portrait of the Celestial Masters taken after the investiture ritual at the main altar. If you merely seek reassurance, this photo serves well enough. Don't underestimate it. Nearly 2/3 of those depicted here are grandmasters capable of single-handedly confronting level fierce specters. After passing peacefully into immortality, they undergo moral appraisal by the 3 officials. Those whose merits are complete ascend to serve in the Celestial Court. Zhang Yunan spoke with unmistakable pride, and a flicker of yearning in his eyes. So the Celestial Court still exists today. Guan Kai blinked, stunned, blurting out the question before she could stop herself. Well, it certainly should exist. At her words, Zhang Yunan deflated like a punctured balloon, his voice dropping to a somber murmur. If the Celestial Court truly endured, how could this world have fallen prey to spectral incursion? Even the investiture ritual had long since devolved into mere formalism. Today, every exorcistic technique employed by the Celestial Master sect relied solely upon individual cultivation. Some masters, in fact, willingly transformed themselves into living specters to amplify their power. At this thought, Zhang Yunan's mood darkened. With a weary wave, he tossed the treasured photograph toward Guan Kai. Stick it somewhere in your home. It'll offer some measure of protection. Even low-tier specters with discernment will give it a wide berth. Then, hands tucked deep into his sleeves, he departed the chamber. He still needed to prepare for tomorrow's formation-breaking ritual. Let's go, Guan Nizi. We'll return to the bureau first. There are numerous reports to file, especially concerning Song Zhong. This time you'll tell me everything. Chun Jin stepped out next, deeply troubled. Though Su Shi's cause of death had been confirmed, the case surrounding the Joyful Temple remained far from resolved. The Greed-and-Wealth monk of the Joyful Temple, whose return loomed as unpredictably as the sword of Damocles, hung perpetually over Linjiang City, weighing heavily upon the chests of every Civil Investigation Bureau officer. Compounding this tension were the approaching incursion of specters into reality and the escalating frequency of spectral incidents. Beneath the placid surface of the mundane world, turbulent undercurrents churned. Storm clouds gather. Winds fill the towers. Guan Kai, however, bore none of these burdens. She was cheerfully browsing funeral supplies at a mortuary shop. Can't burn money. So why not burn something else? A bit of this, and that too. Paper maidens. No need. Brother Song has me, and that's more than enough. Ah, too much. The trunk won't hold it. Then send a semi-trailer. The mortuary shop owner frantically intercepted Guan Kai, who was already reaching for her phone to summon one. With a deferential smile, he offered instead to deliver everything directly to the gravesite using his modest minivan. Departure. Off to pay respects at Brother Song's grave, Guan Kai declared with triumphant flair. The aging Wuling van rattled and clattered down the road. Bai Haiba, owner of the mortuary shop, was in high spirits today. Ms. Guan, the shop's longtime loyal customer, had just placed an unusually large order, forcing him to personally drive his own minivan to make the delivery. Oh, Ms. Guan, why so late for burning joss paper? Bai Haiba asked casually as he gripped the steering wheel. In the past, Ms. Guan always visited his shop early in the morning. Distracted Guan Kai replied offhandedly, oh, nothing much. They're urgently requesting it over there. SSSKRR. A violent screech of brakes nearly sent Bai Haiba's foot crashing into the engine block. Then, silence. Two wide-eyed stares locked across the cramped cabin. Silence hung heavy, like tonight's bridge of Kangxiao. Ahem. Slip of the tongue. A slip of the tongue. Mainly, I'm afraid I'll forget the precise method he instructed me to use. Huh? Shall we continue, boss? Guan Kai gently urged, watching the terrified shop owner. As the engine roared back to life, Bai Haiba drove with palpable unease. It wasn't ghosts or specters that frightened him. It was Guan Kai's increasingly erratic, delusional manner of speech bordering on madness. And she was a captain in the investigative division, dealing daily with homicide cases. Bai Haiba half feared she might be one of those deranged, cinematic rogue officers, especially on a gloomy, rain-laden evening, moonless and windswept. The perfect night for a serial killer to strike. Ghosts aren't frightening. People are. Only once he'd dropped Guan Kai and her mountain of funeral goods at the cemetery did Bai Haiba floor the accelerator and flee, leaving Guan Kai standing alone beneath a pallid, desolate sky. A chill, damp west wind whispered across her skin, carrying the unmistakable scent of impending rain. In the cemetery before Song Zhong's grave, Guansai laid out various funeral items in front of the tombstone. Under the night sky, Guansai flicked a lighter. Brother Song. I'm here. As Song Zhong, just awake, felt the lingering drowsiness, he knew that Guansai was burning paper for him again. Adjusting to a comfortable position, Song Zhong closed his eyes. Wisps of blue smoke swirled around. When he opened his eyes again, he saw Guansai under the night sky, murmuring in front of his tombstone. A large flame had already ignited before her. I wonder what Guansai will burn this time, Song Zhong thought with anticipation as he gazed at the dark sky. Meanwhile, Guansai began taking out funeral items one by one. Brother Song, I don't know what can ward off evil for you. The textbook says that truth lies within the range of cannon fire. I thought maybe I should burn you some tanks, planes, or cannons. Try it and see if it works. Squatting in front of the grave, Guansai muttered at the tombstone. This time she obediently didn't bring too much paper money. She only took out a few sheets and lit the burning paper basin in front of her. Then she pulled out one paper-made modern weapon after another from her big bags. Seeing this made Song Zhong's mouth twitch. If this thing really materialized, wouldn't his house collapse? It's fine. Relax, if it collapses, it collapses. It's all just a token of my thoughts. Song Zhong could only comfort himself. Then he heard a segment that filled him with immense anticipation. But I asked Taoist Yunnan as you instructed. The little Taoist said that most of the talismans from the Tianshi mansion are confidential. However, I still picked out something quite powerful. It is said that the master on this is a celestial official after death. I'm going to burn it for you now, Guansai said as she rummaged through her pockets. Listening to her description, Song Zhong felt both anticipation and confusion. Master, celestial officials, what is all this? But anything related to the celestial realm should be a good thing. In Song Zhong's expectant gaze, Guansai pulled out a folded photograph from her backpack. As the photo slowly unfolded, Song Zhong's expectant gaze gradually turned into horror. The entire photo was packed with Taoists in robes. In the front row, 3 purple-robed celestial masters sat flanked by 4 red-robed sorcerers. In the following rows, 3 rows of blue-robed Taoists stood solemnly. Counting carefully, there were exactly 108 masters. It was the group photo of the 108 Taoists from the Tianshi Mansion's talisman ceremony. Seeing this photo, Song Zhong's heart felt like a stampede of wild horses. His mind was flooded with chaos, and his Tao heart was nearly shattered by Guansai. What the heck? There are over 100 people in that photo. I can't bear this man. Can you leave me a few good skins? Song Zhong desperately tried to stop Guankai's actions, but he was merely in a dream. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't interfere with the real world. He could only watch helplessly as that photo of the 108 virtuous masters turned to ashes in the flames. Brother Song, when we meet again, you will definitely be stronger, right? Guankai's big eyes were wide open with anticipation. Yes, you might be stronger, but there's a greater chance of becoming a rainbow person. Song Zhong's face was filled with despair, feeling that life had lost all meaning. Based on the ratio of the evil spirit currently manifested on me, even my little brother would have Taoist masters glaring at me with their methods. Forget it. Let it be destroyed. Song Zhong stared blankly at the ceiling, waiting for the judgment of fate. As a surge of heat flooded into his mind, he closed his eyes in sorrow. Come on. This must be the price of being a strong person. But in just a second, a look of ecstatic relief appeared on his face. Song Zhong did not feel any burning sensation in his flesh. Instead, his mind was filled with various Taoist scriptures and cultivation methods. Wonderful. Before Song Zhong could fully comprehend, he heard a thunderous roar. What the hell? What noise is this? An earthquake. Wait, it can't be. Song Zhong's pupils suddenly widened as he remembered that Guansai had burned quite a few planes and cannons. Damn! Song Zhong hugged the hot pot and jumped straight out of the window. The 2 chopsticks in his hand rapidly thickened and elongated to the extreme, as if guided by the iron will technique. Then the 2 massive pillars, supported by the immense strength of the dragon god, kept him and the hot pot safe and sound in midair. Boom! When Song Zhong looked back at his little room, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. His originally small room had been blown apart by planes, tanks, and missiles. From the 4th floor upwards, the entire building began to sway and tremble. In the sky, large quantities of red bills were floating down. It was as if it was raining money. Passers-by looked up at the sky with glowing eyes in a strange manner. Fortunately, all the residents in the building had been evacuated. Otherwise, if the building collapsed, I would have to compensate them for their emotional distress. Song Zhong couldn't help but complain. Now he had to start considering whether he should buy another building. Boom, boom. Why is it still rumbling? Why is the ground shaking beneath my feet? Did Guansai burn a nuclear bomb? No way. Is it an earthquake? Just as Song Zhong was puzzled, he suddenly noticed sharply that the pedestrians on the street were not looking at the money rain. Instead, they were all gazing up at the sky. Following their gaze, Song Zhong also looked up. He was astonished to find that the once blazing sun was now emitting a faint black light. A black sun? What is going on? Before Song Zhong could figure out what was happening, he felt the sky suddenly darken. Simultaneously, the entire bizarre world was undergoing the same phenomenon. All the bizarre beings involuntarily looked up at the sky, their eyes revealing a deep-seated desire. Suddenly, Song Zhong remembered a term that Guansai had muttered before the grave. Bizarre invasion of reality. Meanwhile, in reality, Guansai, who was burning things, subconsciously looked at the blood-red moon in the sky. Blood moon? What is going on? Just then a rapid phone ringing interrupted her thoughts. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. Hello. Hello. It's your Uncle Chun. Where are you, Guansai? Hurry back to the Public Opinion Bureau. The bizarre world has invaded reality. Guan Kai hung up the call, her expression grave. She hastily tossed the remaining items into the fire, and as the flames rose recounted to Song Zhong what had unfolded in the real world. Brother Song, a blood moon has appeared here. Uncle Chan says the anomalies have begun invading reality. Uncertain whether Song Zhong could even hear her, she bolted away the moment the last ember faded. She had to return to the Bureau of Folk Investigations immediately, to fully grasp the intelligence at hand. As she ran, she pulled out her ride-hailing app. Earlier unable to fit everything into her own car, she'd ridden with the funeral parlor owner to the cemetery. Now that boss by had departed, she had no choice but to hail a cab. Soon her phone displayed, "Order accepted." Then a call rang through. "Hello, driver, have you arrived already? So soon. Excellent. I'll be at the cemetery gate right away." The moment she ended the call, her pace surged forward. As a living anomaly, her senses flared with acute awareness. Resentment thickened around her like fog. With the anomaly's incursion into reality, something else, ominous and imminent, seemed poised to descend upon the cemetery. Unlike Chun Jin, who could commune with anomalies and host them at will, Guan Kai relied entirely on a talisman to forge a forced connection with Wen Xian. Without Wen Xian nearby, she possessed only the hollow shell of a living anomaly, devoid of anomalous power. And this time she'd rushed out so hastily, she hadn't even brought her hot pot. A foreboding tremor stirred within her. If she didn't flee the cemetery swiftly, events would spiral beyond her control. Boom! A jagged lightning bolt split the ashen sky. Rain poured down in torrents. Bathed in the crimson glow of the blood moon, terror tightened its grip. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. Breathe, breathe, breathe. Amid her ragged gasps, the ride-hailing vehicle finally emerged at the cemetery gate. Its headlights blazed fiercely against the thunderous downpour, a stark black silhouette cutting through the storm. Guan Kai strode forward, wrenched open the rear door, and dove into the back seat. Driver, 13 Yong'an Street, Shihui South Road. She rattled off the bureau's address, then exhaled deeply. Surely, it would be fine now, but the next instant, the driver uttered a phrase so bewildering it left Guan Kai utterly perplexed. "Ma'am, we've arrived." "Huh?" She froze, startled. They'd barely boarded. How could they possibly be there already? Was the driver joking? She turned and recoiled in horror. Beyond the rain-lashed window stood the main entrance of the Bureau of Folk Investigations. A chilling memory surfaced, an entry she'd once read in the Bureau's archives. A class mimetic anomaly codenamed the Black Sedan Driver. As Guan Kai tensed, wary, and disoriented, the driver in the front seat suddenly twisted his head 180 degrees. Leaning slightly sideways, he extended his neck and smiled. "Ma'am, have you ever seen my boss?" A 031, the Black Sedan Driver. Anomalous trait, a black sedan driver who accepts ride requests via hailing apps precisely at midnight. Upon passenger boarding, the vehicle instantly arrives at the destination. Upon arrival, the driver's neck rotates 360 degrees without restriction and poses the question, "Have you ever seen my boss?" Suspected association with S009, the boss. No incidents linked to this anomaly have been recorded. Causes remain unverified. Threat assessment, mimetic class. Meanwhile, in the anomalous realm, they've breached into the real world. Song Zhong surveyed his surroundings and abruptly sensed a surreal layering of space. The anomalous realm and reality overlapped, granting him fleeting glimpses of the real world. Around him, countless low-tier anomalies stepped forth, crossing the threshold into reality. Was this how anomalies invaded reality? Stroking his chin, Song Zhong observed each vanishing figure and attempted to follow. Yet nothing triggered. An invisible barrier loomed ahead, restraining him like an unseen net. Others slipped through effortlessly, yet it held him fast. Frustration coiled tight within his chest. Damn it! Does it discriminate? Why can they pass but not me? So you think your barrier's invincible? Fine, fine. Bring me my Italian cannon. Gritting his teeth, Song Zhong stood atop the rubble of his ruined floor, scouring the wreckage of aircraft, tanks, and intercontinental missiles. He hauled out high-tech armaments from the real world, one after another. Shouldering the missile Guan Kai had burned for him, he gripped an AK-47. Without aiming, he unleashed a torrent of gunfire at the shimmering barrier before him. Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. Whoosh, boom. Shell after shell slammed into the spatial barrier, sending violent ripples cascading across its surface. Amid roaring artillery and billowing smoke, the low-tier anomalies, poised to enter reality, halted mid-step, shrieking as they scattered in panic. Watching the barrier shudder under bombardment, Song Zhong's eyes gleamed with triumph. Any reaction meant vulnerability, meant hope. He glanced back at his arsenal, then leapt into a tank. With a deafening roar, it surged from the smoke, barreling straight toward the barrier. Inside the turret, Song Zhong tore open his shirt, revealing 3 looming, wrathful divine specters. 3 mythic figures materialized around the armored tank: Neza astride the dragon, Guan Yu mounted on his steed, and Zhong Kuei trampling demons beneath his feet. Guarded by these 3 fierce deities, the ironclad tank rammed relentlessly against the spatial barrier. Watching the spectacle unfold, Song Zhong snarled inwardly. Don't you know what combined arms means? Ever heard of triangular tactics? Still unbroken, the barrier mocked him. He clenched his jaw and summoned reinforcements. He still had one more, the Celestial Demolition Commander-in-Chief. With a yank at his pant leg, he exposed the ferocious visage of Sun Wukong, the great sage equal to heaven, tattooed upon his calf. Since acquiring his 4 divine guardians, he'd never once called upon the Monkey King on his leg, mainly because dropping trousers was just too much trouble. But now, he spared no thought for decorum. Ripping away half his pant leg, the full image of the great sage blazed into view. As Song Zhong stomped hard on the accelerator, the tattoo seemed to stir. Alive. With a sweep of his golden cudgel, the crimson banner on his back snapped violently in the wind. A diminutive figure flashed forward, standing defiantly before the tank. One swing, and the barrier itself trembled twice. The figure revealed himself, sharp-beaked, monkey-faced, thunder-scarred visage, yellow hair, fur-clad body draped in regal armor, crowned with phoenix-feathered purple-gold helm, clad in golden chainmail, booted in lotus-root silk cloudwalkers, gripping the Heaven River, anchoring divine treasure iron. Crimson banners billowed behind him, woven with twin characters, Qi Tian, equal to heaven. None other than Sun Wukong, the great sage equal to heaven. The fiendish quartet, fully assembled, radiant and terrifying. After the phantom of the great sage appeared, the originally bright black sun in the sky dimmed for a moment. Then it returned to normal. As the light in the sky fluctuated, the fierce and cunning eyes of the great sage squinted. The sea-defining needle in hand was simply waved towards the empty ground in front. With the swing of the staff, the iron weapon suddenly enlarged. Like a force that could shatter mountains and overturn seas, it was thrown towards the spatial barrier in front. Bang! The sea-defining needle struck solidly against the spatial barrier, producing a tremendous sonic boom. The barrier trembled continuously, as if the surface of disturbed water. Meanwhile, the hidden anomalies around them all covered their ears and screamed in pain. With a swing of his staff, Sun Wukong unleashed a piercing shriek amidst the wind of his staff. Ordinary anomalies simply could not withstand such overwhelming ferocity. However, Song Zhong furrowed his brows, staring at the cracks in the barrier before him. Still unable to break through, let's try again. Just as the 4 phantom evil gods were simultaneously wielding their weapons, preparing to strike. Suddenly Song Zhong heard a series of thud-thud knocks from outside the tank. At the same time, a terrified male voice was continuously calling for him. Big brother, you can't continue hitting. If you break this thing, all anomalies will die. Hearing this, Song Zhong was momentarily stunned. The weapons attacking the barrier came to a steady halt in midair, then dissipated along with the 4 phantoms. Song Zhong opened the hatch above and looked suspiciously at the grinning man outside the tank. The man in front of him was dressed as a security guard, and the more Song Zhong looked, the more familiar he became. Wasn't this the security guy from the neighborhood? The guard rubbed his palms together, nodding and bowing to Song Zhong, who had poked his head out. We really can't continue hitting. If this barrier breaks, all our anomalies will die here. Seeing someone who understood, Song Zhong jumped out of the tank. He hooked the guard's neck and smilingly asked, "Then tell me, why is it that I alone cannot go out? If you can't explain it, I'll smash this barrier and we'll all die together again." The guard's expression changed drastically upon hearing this, and he began to stammer. "The reason you can't go out, big brother, is actually quite simple. The anomalies that can enter reality through me are at most of the fierce level. There are also some weaker memes. Big brother, the aura on you is indescribable, completely unmasked, and can't possibly pass through the barrier. Song Zhong was startled upon hearing this. He knew the aura the guard spoke of came from the 4 evil gods on him. Song Zhong was aware that the F4 team of evil gods on him was quite formidable. However, he did not expect that the 4 evil gods actually carried an indescribable aura. Without the time to feel pleased, Song Zhong instead felt a mix of amusement and frustration. These powerful auras were now the obstacle to his return to reality. Looking at the fawning guard, Song Zhong couldn't help but feel angry. What are you laughing at? You can't do anything yet you're laughing so happily. The guard's smile froze on his face and the atmosphere turned awkward in an instant. Forget it, is there any other way to enter reality? Song Zhong patted the young guard and asked with a fierce look in his eyes. As long as the guard dared to say he couldn't enter reality, Song Zhong decided he would smash the barrier right then. If I can't go back, you all will accompany me. Just right to contribute to a harmonious society. There is, but it won't last long. There is an anomalous entity of meme level called Hua Pai. It's a beautiful big sister who peels human skin. She can gain others' abilities by peeling off their skin. Similarly, you can use her skin to conceal your indescribable aura. Then you can pass through the barrier. But unfortunately, Hua Pai just went out. Song Zhong's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly asked, "That woman has gone out." The guard innocently pointed behind Song Zhong. Following the direction the guard pointed, Song Zhong suddenly turned back. He discovered that Chun Pingping, who had disappeared for a long time, had actually crossed the spatial barrier. Hua Pai is Chun Pingping. The two locked eyes, and Chun Pingping awkwardly smiled at Song Zhong. Damn, let her get away. Song Zhong felt a bit of a headache. He finally understood why Chun Pingping had been looking at him with that scheming gaze for a while. As soon as he obtained the painting of Guan Gong, Chun Pingping rushed to knock on his door. Perhaps at that time she was already coveting the Guangong painting on him. She probably wanted to cut off his skin for her own use. However, not long after Song Zhong gathered the F4 team of evil gods, Chun Pingping might have realized she had no chance to peel off Song Zhong's skin, which is why she started avoiding him. But thinking about this now was futile. Chun Pingping had already escaped into reality. Big brother, you mustn't smash it, the guard said with a mournful face, tightly gripping Song Zhong's sleeve. At that moment, the sun, emitting black light in the sky, silently returned to its normal appearance. And the anomalies invading reality also halted their attempts to enter reality. The originally overlapping space resumed its normal state. Looking at this scene, the guard let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, the overlap has ended, preventing this big shot from attacking even if he wanted to. Otherwise, with a careless move, everyone would be finished. What a tragedy. I just want to go home. Watching everything come to an end, Song Zhong let out a reluctant shout, wondering if it was so difficult to just go home. Song Zhong sat amidst the ruins, cradling a hot pot. The buildings around him collapsed under the barrage of artillery fire, and the strange occurrences in the neighborhood had either invaded reality or fled in fear from the overwhelming might of the great sage. Sitting on the ground, Song Zhong furrowed his brow, deep in thought. According to the security guard, he was now trapped in a bizarre world. Chun Pingping, who could have helped him escape, had already fled back to reality. This meant that the only way he knew to leave was completely blocked. What should he do? Was he to remain trapped here forever? If only he could send a dream to Guan Kai. If Guan Kai could burn the painted skin, he might still have a chance to escape. But how could he send a dream? Suddenly Song Zhong seemed to have thought of something. Didn't Guan Kai come down with the Taoist priests from the Heavenly Master's mansion using a talisman? Now that he possessed the inheritance of the Heavenly Master's mansion, he should be able to draw the same talisman. He just didn't know if it would work as he imagined. Instead of thinking too much, it was better to give it a try. Let me search for it, Song Zhong murmured, recalling the inheritance related to the talismans of the Heavenly Master's mansion. The vast sea of inherited knowledge made it difficult for him to recall everything at once. Got it? Song Zhong blinked, a smile creeping onto his lips. Sheep's nose dream talisman. He smacked his lips, unsure if this talisman would be effective. Let me see. Black dog blood, yellow paper, an item that carries the target's aura and a drop of essence blood. Among these, the yellow paper is not essential. In an emergency, paper stained with yin energy can be used as a substitute. I see. I should have essence blood, right? Song Zhong wasn't sure if his bizarre form had essence blood, but it seemed that everything else was in order. Song Zhong instinctively glanced at the hot pot nearby. The hot pot must have been infused with Guan Kai's aura. Moreover, it happened to be a black dog. Finding paper stained with yin energy was even easier. It was everywhere. Song Zhong casually picked up a red bill from the ground and flicked it with satisfaction. All right, the props are ready. Suddenly the hot pot, which had been sniffing around on the ground, shivered all over. Then it felt its owner gently pick it up. While stroking its black fur, Song Zhong comforted it, saying, "Be good, hot pot, just a little bit of hair and a drop of blood. With 3,000 rivers, I'll only take one scoop." Woof! Not long after, the hot pot, now visibly lacking a patch of fur, pitifully squatted to lick its wound. Meanwhile, Song Zhong closed his eyes, stepping into the formation, chanting incantations. Open the heavenly gate, close the earthly door, leave a human form, and observe the ghostly path. The fragrant offering is placed at the altar with 3 incense sticks, as tribute to the heavens. Disciple Song Zhong humbly requests the presence of the celestial official Wei Gong Xian Cheng. Peft! As a drop of essence blood splattered onto the talisman paper, Song Zhong's eyes lit up. This meant he should be able to communicate with Guan Kai. While thinking this, an overwhelming drowsiness suddenly washed over him, and he unconsciously closed his eyes. The hot pot beside him seemed to sense something. It abruptly stood up, alert to its surroundings. In reality, Guan Kai was still staring wide-eyed at the driver, who had turned around. Although she recalled that the data from the polling bureau indicated this bizarreness wouldn't harm anyone. However, there was no record of an escape method corresponding to it. Previous cases had all ended safely after responding with "I haven't seen it before." But why, when I answered that I hadn't seen it before, did the driver keep staring at me? The car door was still locked. What was this driver trying to pull? Guan Kai felt a bit overwhelmed at this moment. In her tense state, she drooped her eyelids. A wave of immense drowsiness followed. What the hell? Why do I suddenly feel sleepy? This could really kill someone. Guan Kai struggled to keep her eyes wide open, but she couldn't resist the drowsiness. Slowly, she closed her eyes. Meanwhile, the driver staring at Guan Kai displayed a look of sudden realization. I said the aura was very similar. So it's the boss lady. The driver muttered as the sound of unlocking echoed in the car. He opened the car door and got out, rummaging through the trunk for a small blanket. He kindly draped it over Guan Kai. Meanwhile, the sleeping Guan Kai unconsciously wrapped herself tighter in the blanket. At that moment in her dream, a voice emerged that surprised and delighted her. However, she felt a bit wary. She couldn't tell if this was the driver's bizarre ability. Guan Kai, im Song Zhong. With the Heavenly Masters group photo you burned, I can draw the dream talisman to communicate with you. You can't respond to me. That's fine, just listen to what I say. I've received your intel from before. This time, the bizarre invasion of reality has led to the escape of a painted skin oddity. Her name is Chun Pingping. She is very charming. Charming enough that you could recognize her at a glance. She's a memo-level oddity. If you have the chance, burn her skin for me. Currently, her skin is the only thing that can help me return to reality. Be careful and take care of yourself. As Guan Kai listened to Song Zhong's voice, she tried hard to open her mouth to speak. But how could one make a sound in a dream? After he finished saying, "Take care of yourself," Guan Kai found that she could make sounds again. However, the dream had already ended. She had opened her eyes and returned to reality. At this moment, she was utterly convinced that this was a dream sent by Song Zhong, because the secret about burning paper was something only she and Song Zhong truly knew. Can Brother Song come back? In Guan Kai's eyes, a blazing fire named struggle suddenly ignited. As long as Brother Song could return. Forget about the painted skin oddity, I'd even burn down the river for you. Guan Kai clenched her small fist, silently cheering herself on, only to realize she was gripping a fluffy object. A small blanket. The service in this bizarre realm is quite good. So can I get out of the car now, big brother? Guan Kai suddenly realized that she was still trapped in the black sedan. And she had just taken a nap in the bizarre vehicle. While feeling anxious, she began to look around. She noticed that the driver was no longer in the driver's seat. The next moment, she heard a thud sound. The back door of the car was suddenly opened. Guan Kai turned to look towards the car door, instantly holding her breath. Under the dark sky outside the door stood the driver, wearing a stiff smile. That rigid face slowly leaned toward the car door. Just when Guan Kai thought the driver was going to attack her, the middle-aged man outside the car suddenly bent down. Making a standard gesture of protection toward Guan Kai, he simultaneously shouted loudly, "Miss, please get out of the car." Guan Kai stepped out of the black car, and everything before her made her doubt whether she was still dreaming. It wasn't until she entered the polling bureau and bumped into the hurried Chen Jin, and when Xian that she regained her senses. Guan Kai finally came to her senses. "Where have you been, girl? I couldn't reach you on your phone and I thought you were trapped by something strange on the way." As Chen Jin anxiously questioned her, Guan Kai glanced back with a hint of guilt. In a way, Chen Jin was right. Good news, the progress of the strange invasion. What strangeness! Chen Jin's expression darkened. He sensed a wave of unfamiliar malevolence emanating from behind Guan Kai. In an instant his skin shriveled, and without a second thought Chen Jin revealed his zombie form. Roar! The white-haired zombie charged directly at the middle-aged man behind Guan Kai. With a single claw the air turned cold. But the next second Chen Jin's pupils constricted. His originally certain strike was blocked by a black car that appeared in front of the middle-aged man without warning. The sharp claws of the zombie left only 5 marks on the pitch-black car. One must understand that under normal circumstances Chen Jin could easily pierce through a car with one claw. He never expected to encounter such a setback here, and the middle-aged man's next words made the old man feel utterly frustrated. "It'll cost 2,005 for a paint job." Roar. 3,008 for a tire change. Roar. That's expensive. 11,000 for the headlights. The middle-aged man stood still while the black car swiftly moved in front of him, blocking Chen Jin's attack. Chen Jin now felt a sense of helplessness. The sturdiness of the black car was causing his claws to feel slightly strained. "Uncle Chen, stop fighting. We're on the same side," Guan Kai shouted anxiously. But before Chen Jin could react, the black car had already opened its door and stuffed him inside. The next second Chen Jin was dumped out at the entrance of the polling bureau like trash. His old face was utterly embarrassed. The white-haired old man lay motionless on the ground in a sprawled position. His eyes blankly stared in the direction of the polling bureau. The middle-aged man who had just fought him fiercely was now bowing respectfully to Guan Kai. "Miss, you were startled." The polling bureau in the director's office. Guan Kai sat in the boss chair looking at the driver with a dazed expression. The driver had neatly laid out a white cloth on the desk. Then he began to unveil the takeout he had just delivered, one dish at a time, arranging them in front of Guan Kai and Wen Xian. "Miss, it's a late-night snack." Chen Jin on the side looked stunned, inadvertently nudging Zhang Yunan beside him. "What do you think? Why is Guan Kai getting weirder? The dog she raises is strange and the child she brings is strange. Now she even has a memo-level driver. Our Linjiang branch hasn't taken in some great demon, have we?" Despite saying this, Chen Jin seemed completely unconcerned. On the contrary, he was quite excited. In his view, this was a significant enhancement of the Linjiang branch's strength. He had personally experienced the combat power of that middle-aged man. For this reason, he even ended up paying 17,300 for car repairs. "I wonder if the bureau will reimburse me." "Never mind, I'll just write it down and let the finance department worry about it," Chen Jin mumbled. Meanwhile, Zhang Yunan, who was pale and sitting in meditation, ignored Chen Jin's words. The blood essence he had expelled earlier from the dream symbol had left him severely weakened. Without 3 to 5 months of recovery, he wouldn't regain his original strength. But beneath his calm exterior, turbulent waves were brewing. Chen Jin might not realize what it meant to have so many strange companions. There were some old Taoist priests in the Tianshi mansion who had spent their lives studying the family tradition of ghost-controlling techniques. In the end, they could only manage to control fierce-level strangeness. Yet Guan Kai could command memo-level strangeness, vastly exceeding Zhang Yunan's understanding. It was unclear whether this was a good or bad thing. Just as Zhang Yunan was lost in thought, Guan Kai's voice suddenly rang in his ears. "By the way, Uncle Chen, what did you say about the strange invasion at the door?" At that moment, Guan Kai's mouth was filled with food, resembling a protective groundhog. "All right. The situation is far worse than we anticipated." Upon saying this, Chen Jin's expression turned serious in an instant. Zhang Yunan also opened his eyes at the same time. In just a few minutes of the strange invasion, a large number of strangeness invaded reality. But the invasion stopped for some unknown reason halfway through. Fortunately, it didn't last too long, otherwise at this rate reality could quickly become a polluted realm of strangeness. However, news about the strangeness should not be kept under wraps any longer. The higher-ups have already started planning to release related information. Soon the whole world will know about this news. The impact it will cause is unimaginable. At this, Chen Jin's voice turned somewhat somber. The strangeness exposed in the world of ordinary people would undoubtedly lead to a tremendous uproar. Thus, the relevant departments were unwilling to make such a choice until the last moment. However, there was no way around it. The Tianshi mansion had been busy all night. They could only arrive at one conclusion. This strange invasion was unlike the previous minor disturbances. It was no longer something that the polling bureau alone could control. It should be on tomorrow's morning news. We at the polling bureau will have to step into the spotlight exposed to the sunlight. The order of society may become nominal after the appearance of strangeness. Tonight is humanity's last good dream. Guan Kai paused her chopsticks that were stirring the dishes. She truly hadn't expected everything to happen so abruptly. Originally, the polling bureau's plan was merely to disseminate information to the military. But the suddenly altered plans indicated that the number of strange invasions exceeded the polling bureau's imagination. The atmosphere in the office suddenly grew heavy. When Exian glanced left and right, noticing that her uncle and sister beside her were silent. Regarding what Grandfather Chun had said, she only half understood. In her view, nothing was more powerful than her brother. Subsequently, when Exian turned her curious gaze to the respectful driver standing nearby. Since Guan Kai started eating, he had been standing still beside her, unmoving. When Exian jumped off her stool and skipped over to the driver, she tugged at the driver's pant leg, revealing a sweet smile. Uncle Im when Exian. Warm-hearted when kind-hearted Exian. Uncle, what's your name? The driver turned his head, awkwardly looking down at the little girl beside him. Upon realizing that the girl wasn't scared of him, the driver forced a stiff and awkward smile at the corner of his mouth. My name is Wang Chong. Wang as in tiger-headed Wang and Chong as in tall. Guan Kai woke up early today, not only because she had to escort Zhang Yunan to break the formation of Renshang Bank at noon, but also because the morning news would reveal the truth about the strange invasion to the public. The news anchor stated the highest government of Xia country has issued a statement regarding the recent frequent occurrences of bizarre events. Guan Kai focused intently on the television, watching the serious expression of the spokesperson. If Uncle Chen's notification was correct, this news would be repeated for a full 3 days until the ordinary public completely accepted the fact of the strange invasion. At the same time, all official television stations across the Blue Star issued the same statement. The goal was to help the public quickly accept the bizarre reality. The content of the news quickly fermented online, causing a huge uproar. It was instantly pushed to the top of various search engine hot searches. Countless netizens were engaged in heated discussions. Panic, doubt, pessimism, numbness, and extremism. Various negative emotions rapidly spread across the internet. Doomsday. This is the end caused by humanity's original sin. Is this real? What's wrong with this world? Must we live in despair? Among the numerous comments, one comment received over 100,000 likes and quickly ascended to the second spot on the trending list. You guys say, if suicide counts as dying in vain, can we all become strange beings? Below this comment, hundreds of thousands of netizens were in a heated argument. However, more netizens were inspired by this and really took action. Within just 2 or 3 hours of the news broadcast, a large number of suicide incidents erupted across the nation. Governments had to come out to explain. The formation of the strange requires certain special conditions. It is not simply death that can cause it. At this moment, Guan Kai had already turned off the television. Putting on her coat, she prepared to head to Renshang Bank. At the entrance of the community, Wang Chong was already standing by the black sedan. Although Guan Kai had a vague suspicion that Wang Chang's presence was related to Brother Song, she still felt somewhat uncomfortable having a memo-level strange being as her personal driver. Instead, when Exian was bouncing around holding a hot pot, pulling Guan Kai into the black sedan. Uncle Wang, we are going to Renshang Bank. Alright. As soon as Wang Chang's words fell, Guan Kai felt the scenery outside the car window shift. The black sedan came to a smooth stop at the entrance of Renshang Bank. So fast. Guan Kai looked at Wang Chong, who was steadily gripping the steering wheel, and covered her mouth in surprise. Although it was her second time riding in the black sedan, Guan Kai still could not adapt to the massive shift in scenery. Instead, when Exian nudged her, signaling Guan Kai to get out. Hurry up, sister, otherwise Grandpa Chun will be waiting anxiously. Guan Kai and her group entered Renshang Bank into the secret room of the top office. They saw Zhang Yunan setting up the altar and Chun Jin scrolling through his phone nearby. Today, Zhang Yunan was wearing a pure yang headscarf. He solemnly donned a robe covered in intricate embroidery. In front of him lay an altar filled with various items: copper coins, yellow paper peach, with sword, incense burner, small flags, and a bagua mirror. Once everything was arranged, Zhang Yunan faced the strange formation on the wall. He closed his eyes, lit the incense, murmuring incantations, and then inserted 3 sticks of incense into the burner. Next came a dazzling array of movements. Zhang Yunan held the peach wood sword, spraying a mouthful of his blood onto the yellow paper, directly stabbing towards the strange formation. At noon, break the evil spell. As Zhang Yunan's voice rang out, the strange formation on the wall transformed into blood slowly flowing down. Zhang Yunan, pale-faced after completing the ritual, swayed and fell backward, promptly caught by the quick-reacting Chun Jin. "Are you all right? It's nothing serious, just need to rest for a while. Once the formation is broken, the greedy monk will also suffer some damage. In the short term, he should not have the ability to appear. But for now, I need to recuperate and can only provide you with intelligence advice. The bizarre events in reality will depend on your local polling bureau." Zhang Yunan coughed a few times. He normally wouldn't be this weak. It was just that he overestimated himself and sprayed too much blood when entering Song's dream. Given another chance, he would never take so many people to the strange spiritual realm. Chun Jin supporting Zhang Yunan's side. He had thought that with the Taoist master from the Tianshi mansion present, his pressure would ease a bit. However, he did not expect the young Taoist to be so weak. Just as Zhang and Chen were each lost in thought, a male voice emanated from Chun Jin's pocket, uttering ah. Hearing that lascivious voice, the atmosphere between the two became delicate. At the same time, all eyes in the secret room turned towards the two. Even the hot pot widened its doggy eyes. Zhang Yunan gazed at Chun Jin, subtly retracting his elbow. In the awkward atmosphere, Chun Jin's face turned red. He hurriedly explained, "It's a live stream. It seems the previous one wasn't turned off." Feeling that things were getting worse, Chun Jin frantically pulled out his phone, trying to mute the sound. But upon seeing the screen, his expression stiffened. "Yunan, you need to take a look at this." "Sorry, I don't have such hobbies." "Zhang Yunan, you better take a good look at this." "What is this?" Chun Jin suddenly shouted, his expression very serious. The others nearby seemed to realize something and crowded closer to see Chun Jin's phone. Then they witnessed a horrific scene. In a live stream room named Rhythm Zero, a naked man was displayed wearing only a simple pair of shorts. The voice came from the man in shorts as his upper body was unrecognizably mangled. Suddenly, a twisted woman's face poked into the live stream frame. With her swollen lips moving, a sharp female voice rang out, "All right. Please welcome the next artist to the stage to begin greeting the challenger." Then the twisted woman's face exited the live stream. Meanwhile, comments at the bottom of the live stream began to scroll wildly. "Why doesn't that man run? He's clearly not restrained. I watched from the beginning and I know. That man seems to have been injected with anesthetics. The man's body is the canvas. There will be artists entering one by one, choosing items from the table to paint on that man's body. And both the canvas and the artists seem to come from different places, pulled into the bizarre livestream by the organizers." Only then did Chun Jin and others notice there was a small table beside them. The table was filled with various items: small knives, scissors, hooks, hammers, and floral nectar. The comments in the livestream continued to scroll, and more people entered the livestream. "Is this the bizarre thing mentioned in the news? It seems quite interesting. The upstairs is so disgusting. Hey, it looks just like a blockbuster, so real. Stop barking, look, someone is coming out." Then in the live stream, a woman entered, her face pale with fear, trembling like a leaf. She reached for a hook, sobbing, "Azu, I'm sorry. Whoa, I want to live." Then a sickly smile crossed the woman's face. The iron hook in her hand swung down hard towards the man's abdomen. As the man's eyes widened, his breathing grew weaker. The comments in the live stream fell silent for 2 seconds, then were drowned in a flood of bullet comments. "Holy crap. It's all spilling out. Who is that woman? Such a ruthless attack. Seems like the man's girlfriend. Isn't this illegal? Is no one calling the police?" It seems to have triggered some sensitive words. The twisted woman's head reappeared in the live stream. "Illegal? No, this will be the greatest human body art performance of the century." As the sharp voice of the woman echoed, Chun Jin and the others watching the live stream couldn't help but shiver. They exchanged glances, each mind conjuring the same thought. This is bizarre. Is there no relevant intelligence from the Bureau of Public Opinion about this anomaly? Guan Kai couldn't help but ask. This should be a newly formed anomaly due to sufficient accumulated resentment. Zhang Yunan, who had remained silent, slowly opened his mouth to speak. "That's right," Chun Jin continued, Zhang Yunan's train of thought speaking with seriousness. "I just contacted headquarters analyzing the data sent back from there. Because the news about the anomaly this morning was too shocking, it generated a lot of resentment among the general public. Resentment gathered online, forming a large number of previously unheard-of anomalies and strange realms. This live stream should be one of them. Suddenly, while speaking, Chun Jin paused. He noticed his phone was automatically switching background programs. It switched back to the previous live stream interface. Then the screen froze. No matter how he swiped, it remained on the live stream. Chun Jin raised an eyebrow, sensing that something was amiss. Based on his experience, this indicated that he had caught the anomaly's attention. Meanwhile, a strange voting process had begun in the live stream. The previous round of the human art exhibition has ended and the next round is about to begin. The participants for the next round will be selected by anonymous voting from the audience. The one with the highest votes will serve as the canvas, with the remaining in sequential order as the artists. In total, there will be 3 artists and 1 canvas. Of course, you also have the option to abstain from voting, in which case this exhibition will automatically be voided. Friendly reminder: the artists and canvas will come from the audience in front of the screen. Let's get started. Chun Jin pulled down the voting options and found dozens of choices, all professions, including his own name. For example, writer Sun Bing, sanitation worker Wu Qianghua, rich second-generation Liu. Among the dozens of options, the most eye-catching one was Bureau of Public Opinion member Chun Jin. What bad luck just watching a short video and encountering this kind of situation. Chun Jin's expression turned a bit grim. After studying the voting prompts carefully, he pondered. It seemed this anomaly had a bug. According to the hint, he discovered a very simple way to break it. That was to abstain. If he abstained, it would automatically progress to the next round of the exhibition. If the next round also had no votes, no one would be harmed. But at the same time, it was the most difficult method. The evil lurking behind the screen was unimaginable. After a brief moment of calm, the live stream's comments section began to buzz with discussions. What does this mean? Does it mean that as long as we don't vote, no one will participate? Everyone abstain. We can't encourage the birth of such evil. That's right, as long as we don't vote this round and don't vote next round, this anomaly will be like a clown. Ignoring the one-sided comments in the chat, Chun Jin stared intently at the voting options. What mattered was not what to say, but how to act. Fortunately, the voting options were still scattered. If they could maintain this, there would really be a chance to break the rules. But the next second, a bright red vote suddenly appeared next to rich second-generation Liu. How could someone actually vote? This is a matter of life and death. It must be those rich-hating dogs. Are they out of their minds? These troublesome people should all be taken out and shot. Hey, you up there, are you so anxious that you must be that rich second-generation Liu? Chun Jin sighed heavily. Indeed, one should not hold any expectations for such matters. After the vote appeared for rich second-generation Liu, it was as if a dam had broken. All options in the voting section received varying numbers of votes, and the one with the highest votes firmly in first place was the rich second generation. To Chun Jin's astonishment, the option Bureau of Public Opinion member Chun Jin was surprisingly in second place. Watching the constantly changing vote count, Chun Jin raised his head. He met Guan Kai and Zhang Yunan's worried gazes. Uncle Chun, if this is the case, you might be pulled into the strange realm as an artist. Guan Kai stared nervously at the voting. Although Chun Jin's vote count was closely trailing behind the rich second generation, fortunately there was still a bit of distance. And the voting time was about to end in 1 minute. Xiao Guan, let me borrow your phone for a moment. Chun Jin suddenly spoke up. Guan Kai, confused, obediently handed her phone to Chun Jin. With the phone in hand, Chun Jin dialed a short number. He calmly connected the call. Hello, leader. It's me, Chun Jin. The headquarters should be monitoring this Rhythm Zero live stream, right? Yes, that's the one where I voted. I request to mobilize manpower to push my ranking to first place. Yes, I've thought it through. My zombie body is minimally affected by ordinary people's harm. This is another way to break the system. Alright, that's it. After hanging up, Chun Jin was met with the complex gazes of Guan Kai and Zhang Yunan. He cast a vote for himself in the live stream. Uncle Chun. Guan Kai opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. It's nothing serious. If we, the frontline investigators, don't take a stand, should the ordinary citizens step up? Those small knives and sticks can't harm my zombie body. Chun Jin chuckled casually, absent-mindedly brushing his 3 strands of white hair. Xiao Zhang, do you have any secret talismans or anything? Let me borrow them for a bit. Zhang Yunan silently pulled out 2 pieces of yellow paper from his pocket. One for strengthening the body, one for nourishing the corpse. Using them together will help you against the anomaly. Everyone understood that Chun Jin's journey was extremely perilous. His strength was barely at the fierce level. Even under the limitations of his body, he couldn't fully exert his fierce capabilities. The anomaly level of Rhythm Zero was still unclear. The atmosphere among them gradually grew heavy. It's moving. Uncle Chun, your vote count is skyrocketing. It's almost to first place. Meanwhile, in a standalone villa in a city of Xia country, screams of hysteria echoed. Keep voting. Get that damned Bureau of Public Opinion member to the top. I absolutely cannot become the canvas, absolutely not. Such matters should be handled by the damn government people up front. Through the relentless efforts of both the polling bureau and the wealthy heir Liu, they finally managed to push Chun Jin's name to the top of the voting list just before the voting deadline. In the live broadcast room, the words Polling Bureau Chun Jin in scarlet continuously scrolled across the screen. The distorted face of the woman appeared once again on the streaming screen. Let me see which lucky one is going to be the canvas for this new art. Indeed, the selected canvas seems to have attracted a lot of viewers. Come on, let us welcome our canvas for this exhibition, Mr. Chun Jin. With a sharp voice, Chun Jin suddenly appeared in the live room of Rhythm Zero. As soon as Chun Jin realized he had appeared in the live room, he pressed 2 yellow talismans onto himself while activating his zombie form. Then he lunged at the woman in front of him. Although our canvas seems quite wrinkled, it is full of vitality. Just as Chun Jin was about to pounce on the woman, a syringe filled with a transparent liquid suddenly appeared in her hand. With a thud, the syringe was jabbed into Chun Jin. Chun Jin, injected with the unknown liquid, suddenly flashed a look of shock in his eyes. Is this the strange ability? Although Chun Jin still maintained his zombie form, his body instantly went limp, unable to muster any strength. He could only watch helplessly as the tall woman fixed him onto the blood-stained wooden board. Taking a few breaths, Chun Jin calmed his emotions. Only then did he have the chance to observe the woman in front of him. She was a tall woman and her figure was incredibly alluring. However, her head was severely distorted, as if it had been smashed askew by a hammer. Meanwhile, the tall woman adjusted the phone stand to make the live broadcast image clearer. Chun Jin squinted his eyes just in time to see the barrage of comments in the live chat. Wow, is this the investigator from the polling bureau? Why does she look like a zombie? She's even got yellow paper stuck to her forehead. It must be a living corpse. I heard from my second uncle that the investigators from the polling bureau are all living corpses. Looking at the densely packed comments, the woman smiled widely, her face showing a joyful expression as she spoke. All right, everyone, our canvas is ready. Next, let me announce the basic rules for the exhibition. Each artist will have 1 minute to paint on the canvas body. The painting tools can be any instruments on this small table. Following the direction of the woman's finger, Chun Jin turned his eyes towards the small table beside him. It was filled with various metal tools. There were roses, small knives, chisels, and so on. The iron hook that ended a man's life in the previous live broadcast was also prominently listed. There are no restrictions. Artists can even choose not to harm the canvas. If the canvas dies after all 3 artists have completed their paintings, it will be declared a successful painting. The 3 artists will naturally be able to return to their own worlds. Conversely, if the canvas remains alive at the end, it will be considered a failed painting. The canvas will return to reality, and the 3 artists will become the canvas for the next round, subjected to the paintings of other artists. As the rules were announced, the live room erupted. Most viewers quickly detected the loophole in the rules. As long as the selected artist refrained from harming the canvas, no one would die and everyone would have the chance to return to the real world. So what does this strange phenomenon mean? Why did the man in the previous round die so tragically? You will understand once you put yourself in that situation. Would you entrust your life to a stranger? If you don't kill the person in front of you, there's a chance the next person will kill you. Especially for women, can you accept being stripped bare while being watched by thousands? Chun Jin listened carefully to the rules, but a strange expression appeared on his face. He finally understood the meaning of this bizarre spiritual realm. If he wasn't mistaken, this eerie realm was imitating a performance art about human nature. In the 1970s, a foreign artist prepared 72 different tools, including scissors, chains, whips, and more. She promised the audience they could use any of these items without facing any consequences. Then she drugged herself to the point of immobility. However, within just 6 hours, she was tortured beyond belief. This is the most famous experiment on humanity. Rhythm 0. The strange woman before him likely experienced something similar in her lifetime. She may have even been forced into inhumane torture on her body. Her oddly shaped head is the best proof of that. Just as Chun Jin was thinking, the woman with the twisted face spoke again. Everyone should have understood the rules by now. Then let us officially begin the painting. Let's see who the first artist is. Welcome, Mr. Li Yu. The tall woman made a comical clapping gesture. Then another young man with a grim expression suddenly appeared in the room. Chun Jin rolled his eyes and blinked at the just-arrived Li Yu. However, Li Yu trembled all over, not even looking at Chun Jin. He merely croaked hoarsely at the woman in front of him, asking, "If he dies, can I go back?" "Exactly, Mr. Li Yu, feel free." The woman's face twisted even more, her bloody flesh quivering, making it nauseating to watch. Hearing their conversation, Chun Jin, who was fixed to the wooden board, felt a chill in his heart. In just a few short sentences, he had already understood what would happen next. The dark-faced Li Yu directly picked a sharp steel pipe from the small table. "Don't blame me, blame this damned strangeness. Once I get out, I will definitely donate to your polling bureau. Sorry, I can't entrust my life to others." Li Yu had a remorseful expression, but his eyes concealed a fierce intensity. Without saying another word, he plunged the steel pipe directly into Chun Jin's chest, while Chun Jin struggled with his gaze. As the steel pipe pierced through Chun Jin's chest, Li Yu staggered back 2 steps, gasping for breath. Meanwhile, a sharp, distorted laugh echoed in the small room. "Hee, as far as I know, something interesting happened before this exhibition even began. Mr. Li Yu, due to his identity as a wealthy heir, was voted to the top by the envious poor, in order to save his life and avoid being chosen as the canvas. Mr. Li Yu spent a huge amount of money to boost the votes for the second place, Mr. Chun Jin." Hearing this, Li Yu's face turned pale. He never expected that this bizarre phenomenon could see through all his actions. Meanwhile, many netizens in the live room began to angrily accuse Li Yu. But Mr. Li Yu didn't realize that there were so many envious poor people that his wealth was rendered useless among such a large number. His ranking still remains first. Until Mr. Chun Jin's sense of responsibility kicked in, wanting to replace an ordinary person as the canvas. He started voting for himself through official channels, which replaced Mr. Li Yu as this round's canvas. With the woman's smile growing sharper, her next words struck like thunder, echoing in the ears of everyone watching the live broadcast. "So who will be held accountable for who cast the first vote? Who is it that initiated this exhibition?" The barrage of comments in the live room suddenly disappeared by more than half. All the voting viewers trembled with their hands. Unbeknownst to them, they had all become the murderers of Chun Jin. Guilt, sorrow, excitement, thrill. Various emotions surged in the hearts of the voters. An invisible wave of gray resentment filled the live room. The woman took a deep breath with a sense of intoxication. Then she tugged at the wooden board on which Chun Jin lay, revealing his shriveled and aged corpse more explicitly in the live room. The zombie with 2 yellow talismans stuck to its forehead remained motionless, nailed to the board. "This is the most perfect artwork I have ever seen in my life. Ladies and gentlemen, I have decided to name this painting The Disappearing Murderer." Beside him, Li Yu, the spoiled son of a wealthy family, stared blankly at the corpse lying motionless on the wooden plank, then broke into violent, choking retches. "He's already dead. When can I get out of here?" Gasping between heaves, he urgently questioned the woman standing before him. He couldn't bear this accursed place for even a second longer. He only longed to escape, to flee far away from this terrifying woman. "You're exceedingly unlucky, Mr. Li Yu. He isn't dead, and he won't die. He's a Jiangshi, and you so weak cannot harm him in the slightest. You will become the canvas for the next act. I've even chosen your title, the clown. Of course you'll never measure up to the vanished murderer." At these words, Li Yu recoiled in horror, his gaze snapping toward Chun Jin, who lay still upon the plank. To his utter shock, the old man, who moments before had lain utterly paralyzed, now tilted his head sideways, locking eyes with Li Yu. Frozen in terror, Li Yu stared into Chun Jin's face, swollen with necrotic blotches and deep grotesque wrinkles, and dared not move a muscle. Chun Jin stretched his lips into a twisted, unnatural grin. Li Yu nearly died of fright. His soul shattered, his spirit scattered, and collapsed backward onto the floor with a dull thud. Having thoroughly terrified Li Yu, Chun Jin, still supine on the plank, strained to shift his body twice. But the anesthetic hadn't fully worn off, the only part of him still under conscious control was his head. Say, Missy, when are you planning to let old brother down? If it's inconvenient, you could come over and give me a rub down instead. The numbing drug's just wearing off. My legs and arms are tingling like mad. I feel utterly wretched. Realizing he remained physically incapacitated, Chun Jin resigned himself to verbal banter. Don't rush. Perhaps meeting the next two artists will change your mind. Voluntarily shed your Jiangshi state and allow yourself to be killed without resistance. After all, the next two are both young women. Should you survive, they'll be forced to appear bare-chested before millions of viewers. Rumors can crush a person. With a casual wave of her hand, the woman conjured two new figures within the cramped, suffocating black room. The two remaining artists whom Chun Jin had overlooked until now. The moment the two female artists materialized inside the live stream, their bodies trembled violently and tears welled in their eyes. Having watched the broadcast intently, they seemed to already grasp their grim fate. Look, this one's an office worker, that one a schoolteacher. Both clawed their way up from rural poverty step by grueling step. Can you truly bear to ruin them? Chun Jin's eyes narrowed slightly, his expression tightening with inner conflict. Have you made your choice yet? If you remain in Jiangshi form 3 seconds from now, I'll simply switch canvases. At those words, both tear-streaked girls lifted their heads simultaneously, yet spoke in starkly different voices. Uncle, please. Uncle, don't be afraid. It's all right. I'm fine. I'm good. Chun Jin blinked, then broke into a broad, easy grin. Good. Yes, our girl from back home is truly good. Suddenly Chun Jin whirled toward the smartphone's live stream screen and bellowed, face flushed crimson. Zhang Yunan. You damn fool. Aren't you done yet? So you want to see those girls stripped bare? Filthy language. A hoarse male voice cut through the air as a man and woman emerged from behind the woman. It was Zhang Yunan and Guan Kai. The woman barely stirred before her limbs locked rigid. From behind her, Zhang Yunan's cold, gravelly voice rang out. Vast and obscure. Sky and earth sink into gloom, thunder, lightning, wind, and fire summon celestial generals and divine soldiers. Stabilize the dragon, secure the dwelling. Merit ascends to the celestial court. In one hand, Zhang Yunan held a bronze octagonal mirror. In the other, a talisman pressed firmly against the woman's back. The woman felt something searing affix itself to her spine. A relentless burning heat that rendered her immobile. To hold her in place, Zhang Yunan's brow glistened with sweat, his features etched with strain and exhaustion. To forcibly breach the live stream realm, Zhang Yunan had expended immense spiritual energy, invoking the methods of the Celestial Master's Temple. To locate Chun Jin, then brought Guan Kai here with him. Aim the octagonal mirror at that small table. The hammer radiating malign chi. That's the weapon that can destroy her. Zhang Yunan shouted desperately at Guan Kai, his forehead slick with cold sweat. Holding the talisman in one hand and the octagonal mirror in the other, Zhang Yunan dared not relax. Not even for an instant, if he wished to keep the woman bound. While watching the stream, Zhang Yunan had keenly noted the woman's skull, bearing signs of prior blunt trauma. Drawing upon decades of experience exorcising phantoms, he knew such a spirit-bound illusion must stem from an overwhelming, unfulfilled fixation. That fixation, he surmised, almost certainly centered on her head. And therefore, by locating the very object that first inflicted the wound, he could deliver decisive, lasting damage. Zhang Yunan was utterly certain the instrument capable of shattering this phantom lay among the tools upon that table. A small hammer. Found it! Wielding the octagonal mirror, Guan Kai swept its reflection across the grimy array of implements, and spotted a fire hammer wreathed in swirling black mist. Gripping the fire hammer in one hand, Guan Kai summoned every ounce of strength and drove it straight into the woman's skull. The instant the hammer embedded itself in her forehead, every smartphone tuned to the live stream went abruptly black. Had the eerie spirit realm known as Rhythm Zero dissolved? Meanwhile, within that same instant, the hammer struck. Guan Kai's consciousness flickered, her vision dissolved into darkness. When she opened her eyes again, she stood in a monochrome world. No! A shrill, anguished cry pierced the silence behind her. She spun around instantly. She found herself inside a hotel room. A tall, slender woman sat slumped in a chair, sobbing uncontrollably. Before her loomed a gaunt man methodically torturing her with a horrifying array of instruments. Scissors shredded her clothes. Iron hooks pierced her arms, and a blood-drenched thorned rose bloomed grotesquely from her chest. The cruelest torment came each time she struggled. Every flinch, every desperate attempt to resist met with a crushing blow from the gaunt man's fire hammer. All of it was captured by a camera stationed silently in the corner. Was this a memory from the spirit realm? Guan Kai realized she couldn't touch anything. Yet as she gazed upon the familiar silhouette of the woman, a chilling suspicion took root. No, please. I'll return your money. I won't do business with you anymore. Just let me go. The woman pleaded incessantly. She was a student at a modeling academy. The man before her was her employer, promising 10,000 yuan for a few photo shoots for a magazine. She hailed from a remote mountain village, her family destitute. Her university tuition and daily expenses were all earned through grueling part-time labor. She'd accepted similar assignments before, but this fee was unusually high, so she'd agreed without hesitation. She never imagined such horror awaited her. Whore, didn't you volunteer for this? Don't pretend you entered this industry just to pose. Everyone knows you sleep and play your way up the ladder. People like you wear glittering masks, but beneath lies nothing but filth, each more vile than the last. The gaunt man's face contorted with malice, as he relentlessly tormented her with fresh instruments. In the end, the woman lay near death, her eyes vacant, saliva dripping from slack lips as she stared blankly at the ceiling. Satisfied, the man packed up his camera and walked out, leaving her behind. Before departing, he tossed two venomous parting words over his shoulder. Report me and these videos go public. Think carefully. I have money. A few years in prison won't ruin me. But your modeling career, it ends today. Left alone in that room, the woman closed her eyes in utter despair. Watching silently, Guan Kai bit her lip until it bled, her gaze sharp with icy fury. As a woman, Guan Kai burned with murderous rage. The black and white scene shifted until the torture video leaked online, until the man was imprisoned, until rumors exploded across the web, until the woman was expelled by her university, ostracized by family and friends, and viciously hunted by online mobs. Finally, unable to endure any longer, she ended her life. Leaping from the 20th floor, her blood staining the earth below. She was just an ordinary student. Guan Kai whispered, her fists clenched tight. Online vitriol and malicious speculation. These were the true murderers. That older sister had been coerced, powerless, violated, broken. Yet in the face of cyberbullying, truth meant nothing. Drowned beneath waves of slander and cruelty, Guan Kai drew a slow, steadying breath, and resolved once free to restore the woman's honor. But the woman's death did not bring closure. Instead, the scene reset. Back to the beginning. Please, don't. Again and again, Guan Kai witnessed the atrocity unfold. Unseen by her, faint wisps of resentment spiraled from her own back, coalescing upon the weeping woman. Amid choked sobs, the woman suddenly turned her head toward Guan Kai, her face a mask of mucus and tears, eyes hollow with despair yet pleading. Little sister, can you help me? Will you take my place instead? In response to the woman's pleading, Guan Kai instinctively wanted to agree to her. But in the next moment, she realized something was off. She was still in the bizarre spiritual realm. Everything in the bizarre spiritual realm cannot be trusted. Guan Kai shook her head, striving to clear her mind. So was the tragic scene unfolding before her actually created by the woman? Or rather, was this something the woman had experienced in her lifetime, now being presented once more? If you're unwilling to help me, then stay here forever. With the woman's resentful shriek, the scene before Guan Kai shifted back to the initial moment of the woman's humiliation. No, I must find a way to escape. Guan Kai worked hard to calm herself and began searching for a way to leave. However, after trying various methods, her heart sank. No matter what she tried, nothing could affect her surroundings. She felt like a transparent soul, only able to observe without participating. It seemed there was an invisible membrane between her and this bizarre spiritual realm, obstructing her from interfering with what was happening here. Guan Kai suddenly recalled a term that Chen Shu had repeatedly mentioned when they first entered the carousel. Lost. Was she going to become lost within it? Finally resolved. No, where's Guan and Iz? Guan and Iz is lost. Renshang Bank. Chun Jin, who had returned to the secret room, looked somewhat panicked. As soon as he returned, he discovered that Guan Kai had not come back to reality. Meanwhile, Zhang Yunan, who had just awakened, also changed his expression and hurriedly took out his phone to check the live stream. But all he saw was the message, "Live stream has ended." The people present were suddenly at a loss. The live stream had been closed, meaning they could no longer enter the bizarre spiritual realm, while Guan Kai was lost within it alone. This meant that Guan Kai could only rely on herself to find a way back to reality within the bizarre spiritual realm. However, the success rate for someone lost in the bizarre spiritual realm to return to reality was extremely low. In the secret room, everyone exchanged silent glances, and the atmosphere became very oppressive. They all unconsciously thought of the same idea. Guan Kai would not come back. At the same time, Guan Kai, lost in the bizarre spiritual realm, had reached the brink of collapse. The sight of the woman being tormented continuously assaulted her vision. Even with her eyes closed, the woman's wails and the man's unrestrained laughter would pierce her ears. The gruesome and bloody scenes seemed to be etched in her mind. Simultaneously, the resentment of the entire bizarre spiritual realm began to slowly pollute Guan Kai's body. No, I must find a way. Otherwise, I really won't be able to return, and I won't be able to see Brother Song again. Guan Kai curled into a ball, using her willpower to resist the invasion of the resentment. However, the oppression from the bizarre spiritual realm's resentment was not something she could easily withstand, especially as she continued to empathize with the tormented woman. Guan Kai gradually felt herself losing grip on her mind. It seemed she could hear the woman's enticing whispers softly ringing in her ears. "Help me. Bear this for a moment. I'm so tired." The whispers grew louder until Guan Kai could no longer ignore them. In a haze of consciousness, she suddenly remembered the small experiment mentioned during her last parting with Song Zhong. Draw a white circle and burn paper. Guan Kai seemed to grasp a thread of inspiration. If there was anyone who could help her in this situation, it could only be Song Zhong. Trembling, she took out a lighter and the paper money from her pocket, as the resentment continuously eroded her, making her consciousness somewhat blurry. Struggling to draw a small circle on the ground, she ignited a few pieces of paper money that she had carefully hidden in her pocket. After Song Zhong mentioned this matter, she had specially prepared a lighter and paper money on her person, originally intending to try it once everything was settled to see if it really worked. However, she did not expect that now she could only try this desperate measure. Sizzle! The flickering flame quickly consumed the paper money. Amidst the curling blue smoke, Guan Kai whispered with her last bit of clarity, "Brother Song, save me." Then she slowly walked towards the woman, her eyes devoid of sanity, instinctively wanting to take the woman's place and bear everything. In the bizarre world, what the hell? What's going on? Is the benefactor in danger? Song Zhong, who was at home studying the Tianchi Mansion talismans, yawned and felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him, instantly realizing something was wrong. When he opened his eyes again, he saw Guan Kai unconscious in a black and white world. Song Zhong only had time to see that Guan Kai was in a deep slumber before he was sent back to the bizarre world, where several pieces of paper money appeared beside him. There was too little paper burned by Guan Kai, which only allowed him to get a general idea, but he knew that Guan Kai was in a dire situation and had encountered danger. No, I must find a way to save Guan Kai. Song Zhong awakened, his eyes flashing with a cold light. He must not let anything happen to Guan Kai. He had to think of a way to rescue Guan Kai. Over here, he looked down at the Tianchi Mansion talisman in his hand, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He had been researching the inheritance of Tianchi Mansion talismans whenever he had free time over the past few days. The talisman in his hand was a god-summoning talisman. Its function was quite simple. Once used, it would allow one's consciousness to descend beside another. This kind of talisman was somewhat like inviting a deity to possess them, but this was an active one, and the deity was oneself. Although this talisman had just been made not long ago, and he had not had time to test it, Song Zhong could not afford to wait. If he delayed any longer, the situation with Guan Kai would become unimaginable. With the paths of heaven and earth lend me passage. Song Zhong grabbed the paper money that Guan Kai had just burned, which still retained some of her essence, using it as a medium. In the next moment, the talisman in his hand ignited without fire, and his figure instantly vanished. Guan Kai! Guan Kai! When he reappeared, Song Zhong found himself in a black and white world. Without a moment to think, he immediately pulled Guan Kai, who was walking step by step towards the woman, and shouted softly. The tattoos on his body suddenly erupted with power, causing the surrounding resentment to pause and dissolve, allowing Guan Kai to regain clarity. Brother Song. The restored Guan Kai looked at the familiar figure before her, instantly enveloped in a sense of safety. Although they were still in the bizarre spiritual realm, she felt no fear. On the other side, the woman and the man both revealed shocked expressions. They had never expected that Song Zhong could directly appear in the bizarre spiritual realm they had created. What do you both enjoy this kind of game? Do you want me to join you? Song Zhong's gaze fell upon the two, a playful yet chilling smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. So it's a bizarre spiritual realm. You want to play such games? You even want to involve my benefactor. Come, I will join you. I'll take her place. Now let me see what kind of masterpiece you can draw. Without waiting for the woman and man to respond, Song Zhong sneered twice, stepped forward, forcefully pulled the woman away, and sat beside the man, removing his shirt. In an instant, Song Zhong's vividly colored evil god tattoos were exposed to the air, radiating an indescribable aura. As Song Zhong's body twisted, the evil god tattoos seemed to come alive. It wasn't over yet. He pulled up his pant legs, revealing 2 more tattoos. In that moment, Guan Gongzhong, Kuei Neza, and even the wicked dragon being provoked, and the Sun Wukong, who trod on the heavenly court, all turned their gazes toward the skinny man and woman. The skinny man and woman trembled uncontrollably. They felt as if they were locked onto by 4 indescribable existences, with survival and destruction resting on a single thought. Looking at the silent and trembling man, Song Zhong reached out and patted his face, his tone laced with mockery and murderous intent. Come, you dog, add a few more strokes for my esteemed guests on my body. As Song Zhong spoke, the malevolent spirit on him twisted, as if trying to break through his skin. Seeing the fierce expression on Song Zhong's face, the emaciated man and the woman desperately retreated. In their eyes, the aura emanating from Song Zhong was constantly suppressing their life force. Under the pressure exerted by Song Zhong, the two couldn't even muster the thought of resistance. Song Zhong watched as the two retreated, extending his hand to rest lightly on the man's shrinking shoulder. Under the oppressive aura, the emaciated man froze his eyes, revealing a plea for mercy. Don't retreat, take a good look at where to add a few strokes. Roar. As Song Zhong spoke, his left arm was met with the dragon's roar from the evil dragon, summoned by Neza. Pop! Under the pressure of Song Zhong's malevolent spirit, the man in front of him instantly turned to dust. Song Zhong smacked his lips, feeling somewhat regretful. After all, this was merely a strange spiritual realm, and the man was just a manifestation of resentment. The purpose was simply to provoke Guan Kai's emotional fluctuations to generate resentment. The true instigator of the entire spiritual realm was that tall woman. Why are you all trying to stop me? I just want revenge. Witnessing the spiritual realm being violently breached, the woman, kneeling aside, appeared to be going mad, her hair disheveled, as she questioned Song Zhong. Her expression gradually became frenzied, causing the resentment within the entire spiritual realm to stir restlessly. Feeling the turmoil of resentment, Song Zhong raised an eyebrow, his gaze sharp as a blade. Behind him, the phantom of the malevolent spirit faintly appeared, forcefully suppressing the restless resentment. He did not respond to the woman's questions. With a stoic expression, Song Zhong crouched down, gently placing his hand on the woman's neck. In her panicked gaze, he applied a slight pressure with both hands. With a crack, the original black and white spiritual realm froze at this moment. The slowly dissipating woman wore an expression of relief on her face. As the woman faded away, Guan Kai suddenly felt the space around her relentlessly rejecting her. Realizing she was about to return to reality, she couldn't help but shout towards Song Zhong. Brother Song. Song Zhong turned to look at her and smiled. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he helplessly opened his mouth and said, Next time don't burn things with human figures. I'm a bit scared of that thing now. With a flash of clarity, Guan Kai slowly opened her eyes. She found herself back in the secret room before entering the live broadcast. Guan Kai. Sister. Everyone was overjoyed to see Guan Kai suddenly appear and rushed over. Girl, how did you get out? Chun Jin asked curiously. Over the years, very few investigators had managed to escape from the state of confusion. Guan Kai, looking somewhat fatigued, hesitated for a moment. She did not want to expose the secret of Song Zhong's paper burning. I didn't get lost. I was just held up by the dissipating anomaly for a while. She showed me the cause and effect of the anomaly. That woman was also a pitiful person. After recounting the cause and effect, everyone was filled with emotion. Those who died unjustly, those who died unjustly. How many resentful souls can return to reality? Everyone began to quietly pack their belongings as the sky grew darker. They had lingered in the secret room for too long. Chun Jin, who had regained his human form, supported Zhang Yunan and shouted with vigor. Let's head back to the bureau first. Yunan's body is exhausted and needs to rest. Unlike the exhausted Zhang Yunan, Chun Jin looked radiant and in good spirits. During the recent anomaly in the spiritual realm, he had nearly rested through the entire ordeal. Everyone helped each other as they exited the doors of Renshang Bank. Looking at Wang Chang's black sedan at the entrance, Guan Kai glanced at the pale-faced Zhang Yunan. Feeling somewhat sympathetic, she spoke up. Uncle Chun, how about we take the Taoist back first? All right? Chun Jin's half-smile suddenly froze. He saw that the 4 people and 1 dog had already settled comfortably in the black sedan. Then Uncle Chun, will head back first. Well, come to pick you up shortly. No. Brother Wang, the Public Security Bureau. Okay. With Wang Chang's numbed reply, a gust of wind blew past. Chun Jin twitched his mouth, staring dumbfounded at the suddenly disappearing black sedan. A light breeze swept over the few strands of white hair on his head, causing him to feel tears streaming down inside. I mean, can't we squeeze in a bit? Looking up at the slanting sunset, Chun Jin's gaze suddenly became profound. He wondered how Zhang Yunan would react after Wang Chang's ability was exposed. He hoped he could control himself and not do anything foolish. Miss, we've arrived. In the blink of an eye, the black sedan had stopped in front of the Public Security Bureau. Guan Kai had become somewhat accustomed to Wang Chang's strange ability. This ability to arrive, whenever called, made traveling incredibly convenient. As Guan Kai prepared to get out of the car, she didn't notice Zhang Yunan's unusual expression in the back seat. Taoist, aren't you getting out? Guan Kai asked curiously as she looked at the unmoving Zhang Yunan. Ah, you go ahead and write the report first. I'll stay with old Wang and chat for a while. Zhang Yunan suppressed the shock in his heart and pretended to be calm. Sister, let's go back. I'm hungry for hot pot. Woof. Holding the hot pot, when Xian tugged at Guan Kai's clothes. Guan Kai seemed to realize something as she was pulled into the doors of the Public Security Bureau by Wen Xian. Wang Chong in the driver's seat quietly watched Guan Kai enter the Public Security Bureau. Then, without saying anything to the motionless Zhang Yunan in the back seat, he simply turned the steering wheel. In the next second, the two and the car appeared on a secluded road. Wang Chong turned his head slightly, his neck twisted, as he silently stared at Zhang Yunan. Looking at Wang Chang's bizarre neck, Zhang Yunan felt even more certain of his thoughts. He opened his mouth and asked with difficulty, "Who exactly is Song Zhong?" Hearing this question, Wang Chong furrowed his stiff brows. This might be one of the few moments where he displayed a rich expression. Then Wang Chang's hoarse voice slowly echoed in the narrow space of the sedan. "It seems that you don't understand things as well as that old man. Some things, isn't it better to pretend you don't know? Song Zhong is the boss." Upon hearing Wang Chang's answer, Zhang Yunan's expression tightened, confirming certain speculations in his heart. Initially, he had not doubted Wang Chong too much. He was merely curious about Guan Kai's ability to control anomalies of a fierce level and above. Since the battle between Chun Jin and Wang Chong was brief and took place outside the polling bureau, Zhang Yunan had not witnessed Wang Chang's abilities firsthand. He simply regarded Wang Chong as an anomaly capable of defeating Chun Jin, not giving it much thought. After all, Chun Jin's anomalous strength was barely at the fierce level. Even some fierce anomalies with powerful resentment were beyond Chun Jin's capability. However, after he got into Wang Chang's car, Wang Chong exhibited the ability of instantaneous movement. This reminded Zhang Yunan of a very famous memo-level anomaly, the A031 black sedan driver. Its notoriety stemmed from the speculation within the polling bureau that it was related to an unspeakable anomaly. According to the records of the polling bureau, the A031 black sedan driver, who is Wang Chong, has been searching for a boss. Members of the polling bureau once pursued intelligence regarding the boss based on this clue. They eventually discovered that the boss was likely an unspeakable existence. This is the crux of the issue. Wang Chong has never bowed to humans yet. He is now submissive to Guan Kai. Furthermore, considering Guan Kai's close relationship with Song Zhong and the significant cost of using the dream induction talisman to dream of Song Zhong, this led Zhang Yunan to involuntarily contemplate a horrifying possibility. The boss is Song Zhong. Just now, Wang Chong also confirmed this fact. Upon learning of Song Zhong's identity, Zhang Yunan's expression became very conflicted. During their brief interaction, Song Zhong had behaved very rationally, even exhibiting his own code of conduct. However, this was still not enough for Zhang Yunan to lower his guard against Song Zhong, and Guan Kai also became a target of his vigilance. For it was clearly stated in the teachings of the Celestial Master's residence that every unspeakable anomaly is capable of easily annihilating humanity. Their bodies are not to be directly observed, their names are not to be spoken, and their true names are not to be recorded. There was once an investigator who mistakenly wrote down the unspeakable true name and thus drew the attention of that evil god. Under the malevolent gaze of the evil god, he was corrupted into an anomaly within mere seconds. Every time Zhang Yunan thought of the horrific fates that befall humans as recorded He felt a chill run through his body. Could Song Zhong be that kind of existence? Chun Jin should also have some suspicions. Why act as if he didn't know? Wang Chong looked at the silent Zhang Yunan and suddenly spoke. Have your curiosities been satisfied? If so, it's time for us to go back. He added, I hope you understand one thing, the boss is a special existence different from what you humans define as unspeakable. If I had to put it, his true rank is even higher than unspeakable, but for some reason his power has fallen into slumber. Zhang Yunan opened his mouth to speak, but was directly interrupted by Wang Chong. Do not be curious. Do not think too much. Do not seek. At that moment Wang Chong seemed to have recalled something terrifying, his eyes revealing fear, and it took 2 seconds for him to regain his usual expression. You only need to know one thing about the boss. He bears no malice towards humanity. Wang Chong observed Zhang Yunan lost in thought, saying no more. He turned the steering wheel again, returning to the polling bureau's entrance. Observing Wang Chang's anomalous ability, Zhang Yunan slowly nodded. Given the current situation, it was better to temporarily trust him. The first rule of the polling bureau, when encountering an unspeakable existence, do not attempt to provoke it. Zhang Yunan took a deep breath and walked into the office with Wang Chong. As soon as he entered the office, Zhang Yunan instinctively observed Guan Kai. Guan Kai sat in front of the computer screen, resting her chin on her hands, seemingly lost in deep thought. Zhang Yunan suddenly felt curious. Does the woman of the big boss also have worries? He pretended to casually walk behind Guan Kai and stole a glance. That one glance made the corners of his mouth twitch involuntarily. He found that Guan Kai was searching for some bizarre things on the internal search engine of the polling bureau. Can nuclear bombs cause damage to anomalies? Is there a submachine gun that can kill anomalies? This left Zhang Yunan speechless, unable to refrain from making a sarcastic remark. What are you planning to do? Do you want to blow up Linjiang City? Hearing the voice from behind, Guan Kai's heart skipped a beat, and she hurriedly closed the search page. Ah, it's you, Taoist Yunan. I just wanted to see what weapons can harm anomalies. There are none. Ah. Guan Kai was momentarily dumbfounded, and did not understand Zhang Yunan's meaning at once. Zhang Yunan sighed and slowly spoke. I said there are currently no weapons that can harm anomalies. Throughout humanity's long history there have indeed been weapons capable of harming anomalies. However, by now such weapons have been lost to the annals of history, becoming mere legends. The only weapon currently documented to be able to harm anomalies is the God-slaying whip forged by the Celestial Master's residence. However, it was lost during the wars 100 years ago, and the forging method has also been lost. As he spoke, Zhang Yunan's expression darkened. The teachings of the Celestial Master's residence are exceedingly intricate, but due to the limitations of talent, generation after generation of Celestial Masters are unable to bring forth even a fraction of the inherited power. Moreover, disasters and human calamities have led to the ebb and flow of worldly affairs. In today's Celestial Master's residence, most practitioners are akin to encyclopedic auxiliary existences. Practitioners like Zhang Yunan, who can independently face anomalies, can be said to be exceedingly rare. Guan Kai, who was carefully listening, appeared more and more intrigued. In her heart, she had already set a goal to burn paper for Song Zhong. Taoist Yunan, what does the God-slaying whip look like? The polling bureau's database should have it, but just take a look. It has been lost. With that, Zhang Yunan sighed, shook his head, and left, leaving Guan Kai behind, who quickly typed on the keyboard searching for information on the God-slaying whip. Brother Wang, when Xian, we're going to the underworld goods store. Guan Kai, with great enthusiasm, printed out the images of the God-slaying whip. Not wanting to waste a moment, she planned to find the boss by of the underworld goods store to burn paper. If she delayed, the boss would close up shop. Amid the busyness, Guan Kai suddenly raised her head in confusion. Did she forget something? Meanwhile, at the other end of the city, Chen Jin was feeling extremely frustrated while riding a shared bike. Damn it, weren't you supposed to come back and pick me up? The square dance aunties have already set up shop, and I'm still freezing out here in the wind. Chen Jin sniffled and his pace quickened a bit. Suddenly, as he passed by the entrance of Linjiang University, he pedaled hard, gripping the bike's brake tightly. Looking up at the dimly lit security booth under the sparse moonlight, Chen Jin's brow furrowed. What just flashed by? Was it resentment? Miss Guan, please, auntie. I truly cannot take this job. 300 more. It's not about the money. I mean, look at the time. I'm terrified. White Boss wore a woebegone expression, repeatedly pleading with the man and 2 women before him. His psychological trauma from accompanying Guan Kai to the cemetery last time had been so severe that he now flinched instinctively at the mere sight of her. Shortly afterward, the authorities issued an official announcement regarding the incursion of anomalies, deepening White Boss's suspicion that Guan Kai's conduct during that prior visit had been deeply unsettling. Especially this time. It was already late. So late the moon had long risen. Guan Kai appeared before him, just as he was locking up, accompanied by a grim, shadowed man, and demanded custom-made paper offerings for the netherworld. The more White Boss thought about it, the more unnerved he became, and he hastily waved his hands in refusal. Guan Kai sighed helplessly, then pulled out several crimson banknotes and dangled them before his eyes. 200 more. If you still refuse, I'll return tomorrow. But by then I'll pay only the standard price. It won't take you long. Just 1 hour to craft it. White Boss, are you truly willing to let 500 yuan slip away? Guan Kai flicked the bills with serene composure. White Boss stared wide-eyed as his gaze locked onto the vivid red notes. He slapped his own cheeks, gritted his teeth, and made his decision. I'll do it. Damn it. This single commission is worth more than a full body massage. I must take it. Miss Guan, what exactly must I craft this time? And why the urgency? With the grim resolve of a warrior marching to his doom, White Boss unlocked his netherworld goods shop. He then accepted the blueprint Guan Kai handed him. A single glance was enough. The ancient austere weapon depicted on the page instantly captivated him, a plain iron whip meticulously rendered. The whip measured precisely 3 chi 6 cun and 5 fawn in length, composed of 21 segments, each inscribed with 4 talismanic seals totaling 84. Etched subtly along the 21 segments were 4 solemn lines: strikes down tyrannical sovereigns above, strikes down disloyal ministers and generals below. Neither gods nor mortals dare evade its wrath. Personally conferred by Emperor Yao and the sage ancestor. At the whip's guard, 4 classical Chinese characters were engraved in seal script: Wenzhong, Jingde, Shu Bao, and Ba Xian. White Boss stood frozen, staring at the whip's design. Miss Guan, this is no ordinary artifact. Its craftsmanship is extraordinarily intricate with concealed inscriptions, nearly impossible to replicate faithfully in paper. And yet you demand it with such haste. So, you cannot make it. Not impossible, but it will cost extra. Guan Kai rolled her eyes at White Boss's unmistakable money-obsessed gesture, his thumb and forefinger rubbing together, then raised 5 fingers. 50 more. Done. As White Boss frantically wove the paper whip, Guan Kai casually selected several stacks of spirit money. She remembered Song Zhong's explicit instruction to burn only what was truly necessary, nothing superfluous. Within half an hour, she walked out of the shop, beaming, clutching the freshly crafted demon-subduing whip. Brother Wong, start the car. We're off, White Boss. Miss Guan, safe travels. And please come again next time. White Boss waved cheerfully at the 3 figures inside the black sedan, his face wreathed in smiles. But his smile froze instantly. A gust of wind swept past, and before his eyes the black sedan vanished without a trace. Only empty lampposts and a grimy street remained. A ghost? White Boss's anguished shriek tore through the night air, his heart hammering violently. In that moment he swore inwardly never again would he accept a commission from Guan Kai. It was utterly terrifying. Yet Guan Kai paid no heed. Within moments, propelled by Wang Chang's reckless roaring drive, she arrived at the cemetery. Now humming softly, she knelt before Song Zhong's gravestone and lit the spirit money. Wisps of azure smoke curled skyward. Brother Song, you said you didn't want money, so I suppose burning people won't do either. After much thought, I figured you'd need a proper weapon. Tada, the demon-subduing whip. Master Yunin of the Taoist Temple confirmed it's the only documented weapon capable of harming anomalies. I'm not sure if it'll work once burned over to your side. Listening to her murmurs, Song Zhong watched intently as the paper demon-subduing whip crackled and blazed fiercely in the flames. Within the celestial inheritance he'd received from the Celestial Master's Temple, such a weapon was indeed mentioned, but only fleetingly, as little more than legend. As the last embers of the burnt offering faded, Song Zhong opened his eyes in a luxury hotel room. His humble abode had been completely destroyed, forcing him to take temporary refuge at Linhai City's most prestigious establishment, the Pinyin Hotel. Upon waking, Song Zhong instinctively glanced toward his bedside, and found not only neatly stacked banknotes but also an iron whip radiating antique solemnity and a cold metallic luster. He reached out, lifted the demon-subduing whip, and examined it closely. Its construction was seamless, unified. Yet beyond the inscriptions etched along its length, it revealed no immediate marvel. Humph. It doesn't look particularly formidable. Song Zhong frowned, muttering softly as he raised the whip and swung it gently through the air. Yet the moment the whip descended, a cataclysm erupted. Golden light exploded from its surface, radiant and blinding, shaking the entire hotel to its foundations. Guests in neighboring rooms screamed in unison, their cries piercing the sudden chaos. The hotel's formerly pristine white walls began shedding massive flakes of plaster, beneath which lay rows of bleached white bones embedded in rotting flesh that oozed thick, inky miasma. The Ping'an Hotel, once a gleaming high-rise, now flickered under jagged, agonized light, its facade warped by ghastly, shrieking shadows. Bathed in broad daylight, the hotel shed all pretense of opulence, its grandeur crumbling into spectral ruin, its contours fractured by shifting light and deepening gloom. From afar it resembled a monstrous, abrupt apparition, an immense realm erupting into reality. And at that very instant Song Zhong faced mortal peril. His casual swing had blasted a gaping chasm straight through the floor of his room. From his position at the epicenter, the hotel's flooring collapsed inward in a perfect circle. Realizing disaster, Song Zhong urgently activated the Rui Bing Tai art, attempting to brace himself with the demon-subduing whip. But the abyss yawned infinitely deep. No matter how far he extended the whip, there was no purchase, no anchor point. Desperation seized him. All he could do was snatch up the hot pot and clasp it tightly to his chest, before plunging headlong into the yawning void torn open by the whip's strike. As Song Zhong vanished into the darkness, the hotel exhaled a torrent of seething resentment, spreading outward like ink in water. In moments, even the anomalies dwelling peacefully nearby were inflamed by that malevolent aura. Dropping to their knees, bodies contorted, voices rising in mournful guttural wails directed at the hotel. It was as though 10,000 specters bowed in worship before the Hell King himself, the scene spiraling irrevocably into apocalyptic frenzy. A dense aura of resentment wrapped the Ping'an Hotel. Amid the roaring malice, a truculent male voice cut through, mocking the commotion as worthless clamor. He demanded silence with a single domineering command. At once the wailing and lamentations that had risen and fallen around him ceased, and the oppressive resentment dissipated like mist. The strange expressions on those nearby cleared, as if a recent memory had been erased, and they resumed their own affairs as before. From the wreckage of the Ping'an Hotel, a middle-aged man emerged slowly. His sumptuous attire and bearing were jarringly out of place amid the ruined building. He stood beside a pitch-black chasm, a calculator in hand, as he fussed over the hotel's losses. Occasionally he frowned and glanced toward the darkness, as if waiting for Song Zhong to appear. After a long while a rustling rose from the black hole. Watching closely, a shadow flickered within the depths, and then a metallic clang sounded. An iron whip embedded itself in the rim of the pit with a hard strike. A muscular arm patterned with marks hauled itself out of the hole. It was Song Zhong, the very man who had just fallen into the chasm. He spat dust and debris from his mouth and flung a bedraggled, furry hot pot back onto the floor. He sprang up from below with a light leap, patting the dirt from his clothes as he climbed free. Song Zhong felt an intense surge of annoyance. He had not expected the power of the God Whip to be so great. A single strike had yawned such a deep pit. It took considerable time before he could clamber up from the abyss. Surveying the wrecked room, Song Zhong could only shrug in resignation. Was he fated to be a mendicant, forever unable to keep a proper room? Last time it was the neighborhood, this time the hotel. Perhaps next time he should sleep beneath a bridge. As he brooded, a gleaming pair of shoes entered his sight, and a pompous voice reached his ear. The man announced himself as the general manager of the Ping'an Hotel by Rome. Song Zhong pressed a hand to his forehead and rolled his eyes. The man had come to collect. He expected the bill to be heavy. After all, he had pulverized an entire hotel. Song Zhong looked Bai Rong up and down with a smirk of bemused curiosity. Bai Rong was a plump, pale man with gold-rimmed spectacles perched on his nose. His hair was slicked back carefully, 2 small mustaches twitched comically with every movement of his mouth. The black tailing of his tuxedo betrayed golden threads, and a domineering emerald thumb ring gleamed on his hand. An unmistakable air of a newly rich man. As Song Zhong regarded him, an image of Bai Rong's death flashed before his eyes. Through a blood-tinged vision, he saw a great hand beaded with Buddhist rosary strings shove Bai Rong from a high building. Song Zhong chuckled and greeted the manager with a mocking, casual tone. Hearing Song Zhong's salutation, Bai Rong ripped off his gold-rimmed glasses. The cultivated composure vanished, and he let out a coarse string of profanity. He ranted that his hotel had been ruined, demanding to know how this could have happened to his property. Song Zhong felt awkward. Indeed, he had leveled the place to ruins, and must accept responsibility. He admitted culpability with a rueful expression. Bai Rong's temper softened when he detected sincerity. He replaced his glasses and began to speak more measuredly. Bai Rong listed the charges, repair costs to restore the hotel, cleaning fees, depreciation and compensation for the psychological damage suffered by himself and his staff. The total he declared was 88,888,000. To round it off, he offered a clean figure of 90 million. Song Zhong patted his pockets and froze. He had not been burning money for extravagance lately. His fortune had been reduced to ashes by recent upheavals. He was suddenly uncomfortably short of cash. He forced a laugh and produced a few banknotes from his pocket, asking if that would suffice. Bai Rong sneered, counting Song Zhong out with disdain. You could not even scrape off a patch of plaster with such little cash. Bai Rong scoffed, sizing him up with disbelief that Song Zhong could possibly muster the demanded sum. Song Zhong bristled under the manager's gaze, his pride stung. He considered himself Linjiang City's walking ATM. How dare they insinuate he had no money? He felt insulted and prepared a theatrical response. With a flourish, he asked for 2 minutes, tapping the pudgy man before producing an entry talisman from his pocket. He mouthed an incantation and pressed the talisman to his forehead. At the same time, in the waking world, Guan Kai, who was asleep, heard a familiar voice cry out urgently that Song Zhong needed money at once. She shot up in bed, alarmed by the emergency tone. Without time to dress, Guan Kai phoned Wang Chang. In short order, Wang Chang's black sedan arrived at her location. Guan Kai directed him toward Bai Rong's funeral goods shop. With a turn of the wheel, they pulled up before the shop's heavy doors. Guan Kai glanced anxiously at the closed doors. Song Zhong rarely used such an urgent plea. Thinking quickly, she dialed Zhang Yunan on her phone. She reported to the Taoist Zhang that she suspected an uncanny presence hidden within a shop of funerary wares. She requested authorization to allocate some funds from the bureau to compensate the affected party. Zhang Yunan, groggy and baffled, listened as she insisted it was only a suspicion. He said he would take the matter down in a report later. To him, it seemed odd. The bureau had ample funds, and if a single shop were burned, the owner might even profit. What puzzled him most was why she intended to investigate the shop by burning it. After hanging up, Guan Kai calmly pointed and instructed Wang Chang with composure. She told him to siphon the car's gasoline and set the shop alight. Soon fierce flames engulfed the building. Amid the thick black smoke, Song Zhong watched the burning funeral goods shop and clicked his teeth in astonishment. The audacity of the madwoman, he thought. So crude a method, yet irresistibly endearing. Back in the uncanny realm, Song Zhong opened his eyes again to find Bai Rong chattering angrily beside him. Song Zhong paid him no mind. He moved a little farther away, carried a chair, and sat with an air of leisure. There was no rush. Let the money fly for a while. Guan Kai had just set the entire funeral goods shop ablaze. Who knew how many sheets of paper offerings burned within? He preferred not to be entombed beneath a mountain of currency. Bai Rong started to jeer, but his words were cut short as a shower of crimson banknotes descended from the sky. He stared stunned as the flying notes filled the air. Realizing belatedly, he tried to flee the barrage, but the rain of bills came thick and fast and buried him in piles and piles of currency. The scarlet heaps surged like a tide of banknotes. From a distance, Song Zhong propped his cheek on his hand and watched the flood of money at his feet, musing inwardly. So much money burned this time. How should it be spent? He pondered, and a thought crossed his mind: why not buy the Pingon Hotel outright? The downpour of banknotes lasted a full 5 minutes with no sign of stopping, still cascading like a torrential rain. Nearby, Bai Rong crawled out of the pile of bills, his face blank and stunned. The scene before him struck him with overwhelming force. He had never witnessed such a sight. To be so violently showered with money was utterly shocking and strangely exhilarating. After scanning the scattered notes, greed and regret flickered in Bai Rong's eyes. One thought consumed his mind: that these funds, after compensating for his hotel, should still leave a sizable remainder. How would they spend it? Could they possibly fail to spend it all? But the thought that the money did not rightfully belong to him pierced his heart. In the wake of such dramatic highs and lows, Bai Rong knelt dazed amid the heap of cash. Hey Bai Pongzi, snap out of it. Will you sell your Pingon Hotel? Isn't this money more than enough to buy your Pingon Hotel? If you sell, I'll take the hotel. Keep the rest for me, and I'll hire you as well. Song Zhong pondered for a long time, unsure how best to handle the money. Move it himself. Better to buy the plot and the future rebuilt Pingon Hotel. At Song Zhong's words, Bai Rong shot upright, a sharp light in his eyes. Big brother, no boss. From today on you are the greatest and only boss in my heart. Watching Bai Rong's obsequious expression, Song Zhong smiled. I prefer your old rebellious self. Recover that attitude. All right, boss. Bai Rong sprang to his feet, chest thrust forward and swaggering. He pulled out his phone and eagerly began calling contractors. Elsewhere in reality, the proprietor of the mortuary goods shop felt a faint melancholy. Having taken a large order that day, he had gone to the bathhouse for a foot massage after work. Half floating on cloud nine, he was startled awake by his phone, and learned that his little shop had been set on fire. Rushing to the scene, he saw the familiar figure of Guan Kai. He watched Guan Kai directing efforts to control the blaze, ensuring it did not spread to other shops, while also urging the expressionless man to concentrate on his own storefront. I felt his blood pressure surge. This was unbearable. You cannot keep fleecing the same sheep. Can you not spare me, madame? Bai's eyes reddened, hot blood rushing through him. His mind felt muddled. He rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront Guan Kai. Even if she truly was an anomalous being, he resolved to fight her. As Bai drew near, the woman calmly said, "The Public Inquiry Bureau is handling the case. We suspect your mortuary goods shop harbors a strange entity. All losses will be fully compensated with an additional 30% on top of the original amount." Bai froze, then waved his arms in a mixture of shock and bitter triumph. "Yes, brother. Burn this side. There's more paper here. That side's out, quick. Relight it. We cannot let the strange entity escape." Bai excitedly directed the operation and even took matters into his own hands. He was determined that his entire shop be burned clean, utterly and thoroughly destroyed. Not merely for the money, he proclaimed, but out of civic duty as a resident of Xia State to help capture the anomaly. Watching Bai's fervent efforts, Guan Kai blinked. Had Bai's excitement just stirred up lingering resentment? Could Bai also possess the potential for a living, anomalous being? She made a mental note to question him carefully once things were over. By dawn, through the efforts of the two men, the mortuary goods shop had been neatly reduced to a heap of rubble. Bai finally stopped panting and collapsed onto the curb. Thinking of the compensation soon to arrive, Bai sat there overcome with grand, intoxicating joy. Exhilarating. He had never felt such delight in making money. "Boss, Bai resting." Suddenly Guan Kai's voice came from behind, startling him. In his mind, Guan Kai had long been associated with living anomalies. "Boss Bai, does anyone in your family die unjustly, or have you suffered any recent misfortunes?" Bai inwardly groaned. "Perfect. My worst misfortune lately is encountering you, a jinx." But on reflection, Guan Kai's question stirred memories. "I won't speak of petty misfortunes, but I do have an uncle. He used to run the Pingon Hotel. He died rather tragically, a premature end. His cash flow collapsed and he jumped. The hotel was later auctioned off to someone else." Bai sighed deeply. His uncle Bai Rong had no heirs and had doted on him when he was young. Had Uncle Bai Rong not died, Bai might have been counted among the well-off. How had he ended up running a mortuary shop making paper effigies? Guan Kai nodded, as she was now fairly certain that Boss Bai had potential as a living anomalous being. "Boss Bai, please come with me to the bureau." "Why? I'm a law-abiding citizen." "Compensation." "All right, Ms. Guan, am I taking this car?" Bai beamed as he eyed Wang Chang's black sedan. The vehicle that once seemed eerie now appeared oddly charming to him. As Wang Chang steered, they arrived at the Public Inquiry Bureau's entrance. But the moment they entered, Guan Kai sensed something was off. Where was Uncle Chun? Normally he lived at the bureau, eating and sleeping there. Guan Kai smacked her forehead and stuck out her tongue, feeling a twinge of guilt. It seemed that yesterday evening at the Runshang Bank entrance, she had promised Uncle Chun she would pick him up. Then busyness made her forget. Still, there was no reason he should not have returned by now. Guan Kai grew uneasy, calculating the time. He should have been back. "Boss Bai, please stay at the bureau for a while. I've arranged for colleagues to take your statement." "I have urgent matters," Boss Bai said, bobbing and kowtowing with eager compliance. With him left in place, Guan Kai hurried out of the bureau. She had a nagging premonition that Uncle Chun might have run into trouble on his return. Brother Wang first pick up when Xian and Huogua, then drive slowly and search along the route from Renshang Bank back to the bureau. Seated in the rear of the sedan, Guan Kai gave Wang Chang directions and pulled out her phone to contact Zhang Yunan. "I was just about to call. What kind of anomalous being would burn someone's shop?" "What? Chun Jin is missing?" Hearing Guan Kai's words, Zhang Yunan suddenly sat up from the hospital bed. Due to his physical exhaustion, he had been hospitalized in Linjiang City, but he never expected such a situation to occur, which made him extremely anxious. Don't hang up yet. Let me use my magical tool to calculate things. Zhang Yunan hurriedly took out his compass and began to chant incantations. However, as the compass trembled in his hand, his expression grew even worse. The reaction of the compass only indicated one situation: Chen Jin was in danger and could lose his life at any moment. Guan Kai, something has happened to Chen Jin. He is most likely trapped in an eerie spiritual realm. My current physical condition is too poor to use Dao techniques. The only thing I can do to help you is to organize the places where Chen Jin might have gone missing. Zhang Yunan spoke urgently. The disappearance of a director from the city's polling bureau was a significant matter. Don't be fooled by Chen Jin's seemingly frail appearance. His organizational ability and prestige among the members of the polling bureau could not be easily replaced by just anyone. If something happened to Chen Jin, it could very likely lead to the entire polling bureau system in Linjiang City being paralyzed in the short term. Saying this, Zhang Yunan struggled to get out of bed. No need, Taoist. It seems we have found something. Guan Kai looked gravely at the text message that had just arrived on her phone. After learning that Chen Jin had gone missing, everyone in the polling bureau sprang into action. Through a joint investigation with Guan Kai, they discovered important clues via surveillance footage. After leaving Renshang Bank, Chen Jin scanned a shared bicycle, and the last place the bike appeared was at the entrance of Linjiang University. This means that Chen Jin rode to Linjiang University and then disappeared. Guan Kai Yu and Wang Chong and when Xian go into Linjiang University to investigate while the others check the situation nearby. Guan Kai, be careful. Chen Jin's disappearance was too quiet and no news has been transmitted. Zhang Yunan instructed from the phone, his tone very serious. The fact that Chen Jin could disappear without a trace was no simple eerie phenomenon. It had to be at least a deadly eerie or a living eerie. All right, let's move out. After hanging up, Guan Kai carefully read the information sent by the polling bureau, which included the situation around Linjiang University over the past 3 days. However, the more she read, the tighter Guan Kai's brow furrowed. There had been no special occurrences at Linjiang University in the past 3 years, let alone the past 3 days. All the data indicated that Linjiang University was operating normally. Even when contacting the principal of the university, they stated that there were no issues. The only anomaly was Chen Jin's disappearance. It was clear that to unravel the mystery of Linjiang University, they must investigate internally. Guan Kai looked up. While she browsed through the materials, Wang Chong had already driven to the entrance of Linjiang University. He then led the group of 2 people and 1 dog towards the university. Unexpectedly, as they approached the school gate, the 3 of them were stopped by a security guard at the booth. Don't move. Just you 3. Currently the school is on lockdown. Outsiders are not allowed to enter. Hearing the guard's words, Guan Kai hurriedly stepped forward and took out her identification. Polling bureau, we've contacted your principal. The leadership hasn't notified us. How about you wait in the security room for a moment while I make a call? The guard looked suspiciously at Guan Kai's identification but ultimately politely led them into the security booth. During this time, the eerie occurrences had reached a level where ordinary people had heard about the polling bureau, knowing it was the department that dealt with the eerie. Once they sat down, they saw the guard dialing a number. Hello, boss. It's like this. Yes. The guard nodded and bowed while making the call, and then his face was filled with smiles. You are the comrades from the polling bureau, right? Hi, please sit for a while. Someone will come to pick you up soon. Guan Kai nodded and then asked, Sir, I'd like to understand some information from you. Were you on duty last night? Yes, that's right. I was on duty. The guard, confirming Guan Kai and the others' identities, looked excited. He didn't know when he pulled out a small stool and took out a bag of melon seeds, wearing an expression of someone who was ready to gossip. That was the polling bureau. There must be a lot of gossip to enjoy. Looking at the gossipy guard, Guan Kai helplessly asked, Did you see an old man with white hair riding a bicycle last night? Yes, definitely. His white hair was too eye-catching. I remember it clearly. He even wanted to enter the school. The guard, munching on melon seeds, slapped his thigh, his expression invigorated upon hearing this question. Guan Kai's spirits lifted upon hearing this, and she hurriedly continued to ask, But where is he now? I chased him away. He was riding a bicycle carelessly and looked like a bad person at first glance. Isn't there some eerie invasion recently? The leadership said to prevent any distractions to the students' studies. so no one is allowed to enter or exit. Guan Kai felt somewhat disappointed, but what the guard said matched the intelligence they had. Linjiang University had been locked down since a couple of days ago. All teachers and students were not allowed to leave the school. Oh right, that old man also said his phone was out of battery and wanted to make a call. How could I indulge him? I immediately took out my big stick. The guard talked animatedly, and Guan Kai suddenly realized. So Uncle Chun didn't contact them because his phone was out of battery. But where was he? Guan Kai could be sure that Chun Jin had encountered something eerie. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone silent on the polling bureau. However, she couldn't figure out one thing. What exactly happened that made Chun Jin choose not to call for backup, but instead go in alone? Master, is this the leader of the polling bureau? At that moment, a vibrant female voice interrupted Guan Kai's thoughts. A youthful and beautiful figure appeared before everyone in the security booth. Hello student, I am Guan Kai and this is my colleague. Hello, I am Li Pan, president of the student council at Linjiang University. The female student Li Pan curiously glanced at Wen-Xian, wondering if even kids could enter the polling bureau now. Recently the school has been strict and doesn't allow random entries. They say there's a dangerous eerie invasion outside, so the school has been locked down. The girl complained while indicating for Guan Kai and the others to follow her into the school. Guan Kai closely followed, asking as they walked, "Student, do you have any other entrances besides the main gate?" Based on Guan Kai's experience in university, every university has a secret door, either a dog hole or a removable barrier. If Chun Jin had entered the school, it was likely through such a method. Hearing Guan Kai's question, Li Pan blinked and then lowered her voice to say, "Are you looking for that? Follow me." Following Li Pan's lead, Guan Kai and the others arrived at a fence. Li Pan looked around to ensure no one was watching and then lifted a bar of iron railing. The tight iron fence formed a gap wide enough for one person to pass through after one bar was removed. At the same time, the dog beside Guan Kai started barking wildly. Guan Kai puzzledly soothed the dog and then squatted down to pick up a strand of white hair. Uncle Chen's hair? Guan Kai felt a surge of joy. It seemed that Uncle Chun had indeed entered the school. At the same time, she felt somewhat troubled. This meant that there was a presence within the school that was even stronger than Chun Jin. Otherwise, Chun Jin would not still be missing at this point. Guan Kai lowered her head and sent several messages to Zhang Yunan stating that Linjiang University was far from as calm as it appeared on the surface. "Classmate, let's continue into the campus." Guan Kai took a deep breath. Investigation was the only path forward for now. Li Pan walked ahead while Guan Kai and her companions followed closely behind. As they walked, Guan Kai studied the young woman before her. No trace of resentment emanated from her. Indeed, everything at Linjiang University appeared to function perfectly as normal. "Thank you for guiding us, Li Pan. We'd like to ask, has anything unusual occurred on campus recently? Any anomalies at all?" Guan Kai observed Li Pan's relaxed expression and asked cautiously, "Anomalies on campus? None at all. Everything's been perfectly fine. If there's one exception, it's the cafeteria food. Once notoriously inedible, it's now astonishingly delicious. So much so that one taste leaves you craving more." A sudden glint of eager anticipation lit up Li Pan's eyes, as though the cafeteria fare were some celestial delicacy. At the same time, a glistening thread of saliva slipped unbidden from the corner of her mouth. But Guan Kai, walking directly behind her, failed to notice the anomaly. "Oh, and there's one more thing. Since the campus lockdown, lights are extinguished nightly at 10 o'clock. Besides, routine dormitory inspections by the student union security guards now patrol the grounds extensively, apprehending numerous couples caught in hormonal abandon. The university has grown increasingly strict, leaving us scarcely any room for personal freedom." Li Pan spoke with mild complaint. Guan Kai listened intently, her mind racing through rapid analysis. Sudden culinary excellence, nightly security patrols, yet nothing sounded overtly wrong. Yet an instinctive unease whispered that these two phenomena were secretly entwined. It dawned upon Guan Kai that this seemingly tranquil campus concealed far greater complexity beneath its placid surface. As she walked alongside Li Pan and the others, a gentle melodic tune suddenly streamed from the campus loudspeakers. "Ah, class is over. The cafeteria doors are opening. Hurry. We'll miss dinner if we don't run." Li Pan spoke again, her mouth once more glistening with saliva, her gaze rapturous and entranced. This time Guan Kai saw it clearly, and a chill ran down her spine. The last time she'd witnessed such an expression was during her days at the inspectorate. on the face of a drug-addicted suspect she'd arrested. That same feverish, obsessive hunger mirrored Li Pan's exactly. What force, what substance, could twist a healthy young woman into such a ravenous trance? Guan Kai's dread deepened, and her suspicion toward the campus cafeteria surged to its highest alert. "Let's go, aren't you eating?" Forcing a smile despite Li Pan's vacant stare, Guan Kai said, "Yes, let's go together." And so they broke into a sprint, following Li Pan toward the cafeteria. By the time they arrived, a dense throng of students already surged and pressed against the cafeteria entrance. Several middle-aged security guards in uniform stood at the door maintaining order. Students entered one by one and exited one by one after finishing their meals. Under the guards' supervision, the surging crowd moved with an eerie, disciplined rhythm. Too late, too late. We'll have to queue again." Li Pan grumbled, then obediently joined the line. Guan Kai fell in beside her and instinctively began scrutinizing those entering and exiting the cafeteria, growing increasingly unsettled with every glance. Every person crammed at the entrance wore the same rapt, entranced expression, as if the cafeteria served legendary banquets. Yet what truly froze Guan Kai's blood came moments later, when the first wave of diners emerged. Each student looked physically drained, yet beamed with radiant euphoric satisfaction as though intoxicated by sheer indulgence, shuffling out like hollow automatons. Guan Kai also noticed some students grinning broadly, their gleaming white teeth flecked with crimson meat fragments, making her gag involuntarily. Yet still, she sensed no resentment radiating from the cafeteria itself. The teeming crowd, though clearly unhinged in demeanor, emitted no trace of resentment whatsoever. This left Guan Kai momentarily at a loss. Her hand slipped into her pocket, fingers brushing over the spirit money within. She hesitated, then chose not to summon Song Zhong. Without pinpointing the source of the anomaly, even his descent would prove futile. "Stop staring. It's your turn." Unaware, the long queue had already advanced to Guan Kai. One guard urged her and her companions inside. Upon stepping into the cafeteria, Guan Kai found, beyond the sheer volume of people, everything impeccably orderly. It resembled a factory assembly line, serve, pay, eat, return trays. When it was Guan Kai's turn, the cafeteria auntie stirred her ladle impatiently. "Hurry up, what'll it be?" As the ladle swirled, Guan Kai's gaze was drawn irresistibly to its motion. The entire serving line offered only one dish: boiled sliced pork. In a fiery, aromatic red broth floated thick, succulent slices of meat. No garnishes, no side vegetables, nothing else at all. The steaming cauldron exuded a strangely alluring fragrance, arousing Guan Kai's appetite even as it churned her stomach. Just imagining the origin of that meat killed all desire to taste it. Most crucially, Guan Kai sensed a palpable wave of resentment rising from the broth before her. At last, she had found it, the trail of the anomaly. "What are you standing there for? Are you going to eat or not?" A cafeteria auntie urged, impatiently, jolting Guan Kai back to awareness. Meanwhile, students queuing behind her grew increasingly restless, shouting and clamoring in frustration. "Are you eating or not? There's a line behind you." "Exactly. Don't hold us up." With no choice, Guan Kai reluctantly mimicked the others and scooped a portion of boiled pork slices. She couldn't confront the anomaly directly. Not yet. Too many ordinary people surrounded her. Forcing its emergence now would likely trigger massive, senseless casualties, rendering the entire endeavor meaningless. After collecting their meals, Guan Kai, Wang Chong, when Xin and the dog sat down in the cafeteria to eat. Guan Kai was ravenous. Yet the pork slices glistened with clinging resentment, emitting an uncanny, intoxicating aroma that relentlessly teased her nerves. Her mouth flooded involuntarily with saliva, only to be ruthlessly suppressed. She must not eat. These meat slices were steeped in resentment. Consuming them would inevitably bring calamity, especially when she recalled those students who, after eating, had slumped into zombie-like stupor. Blankeed, hollow, addicted. That chilling image instantly stilled her pulse. Suppressing her hunger, she probed the pork slices, searching for clues to their origin. Suddenly, her breath hitched. Stirring the broth, she fished out a vividly colored, intricately decorated false nail. A horrifying suspicion surged through her mind. Were these slices made from human flesh? Wang Chong and Wen Xian had already sensed the meal's unnaturalness. Their eyes hardened with icy resolve as they set down their chopsticks, awaiting Guan Kai's next move. Guan Kai, fighting nausea, rose to discard the food, only to be abruptly blocked by a cafeteria staff member. "What do you think you're doing? You must finish every grain before leaving." I don't want it anymore. Can't I just throw it away? You don't want it. You don't want it. The staff member recoiled in stunned disbelief, shrieking the question at full volume, his cry echoing across the entire cafeteria. Silence crashed down like a shutter the moment his shriek faded. Every student inside froze, turning wide, unblinking eyes upon Guan Kai and her companions. You don't want it? How dare you refuse? Such exquisite food. And you'd waste it? Guan Kai hadn't anticipated that a single sentence would act like a switch, igniting collective frenzy across the cafeteria. Even Li Pan, the very student who'd escorted her in moments earlier, was now among them. Their gazes glazed over, drool pooling at their lips as they encircled Guan Kai and her group. Simultaneously, towering waves of resentment erupted from their bodies. Thick, suffocating, primordial. One thread pulled. The entire tapestry unraveled. Guan Kai felt the cafeteria itself begin to exhale eerie, unnatural energy, pulsing in time with the students' surging resentment. Not just the cafeteria. Outside the school perimeter, investigators watching remotely watched in horror as the entire campus began radiating resentment. Its density thickened, visibly coalescing toward tangible form. Wang Chong and Wen Xian braced tightly around Guan Kai, while the dog Huguo lowered its stance, snarling low, a primal aura of menace rolling off its fur. Guan Kai reached calmly into her pocket, drawing out spirit money, and a lighter, her gaze steady on the advancing crowd. Just as tension peaked, a familiar voice cut through the air. What's going on here? Someone wasting food. Let me see. Oh, you two again. Yesterday you tried sneaking meals back to your dorms. No one leaves until it's finished. Not one bite less. Hey! Everyone keep an eye on them. They must finish before stepping out. It was Uncle Chun. What was he doing here? Hadn't Zhang Yunan calculated that Uncle Chun was almost certainly trapped within an anomalous spirit realm? Hadn't he warned that Uncle Chun stood on the razor's edge, his life hanging by a thread? Then how had he suddenly appeared here? Alive, unharmed in the heart of the storm. Was he too now under the anomaly's control? Guan Kai stared disbelieving as Chun Jin emerged from the crowd. Yet this was no longer the stern bureaucratic figure she knew. Instead, he wore a crisp white chef's uniform, a tall toque perched atop his head, weaving effortlessly through the throng. Yet his words met no response. The encircling students remained locked onto Guan Kai and her companions, unmoved. Sensing the resentment thickening around them, Chun Jin remained utterly composed. He leaned close, whispering into Guan Kai's ear. It's not human flesh. Eat the pork. This meat only ensnares ordinary people. Once you consume it, you'll appear normal to them. The resentment will recede and the spirit realm won't fully manifest. Otherwise, it truly will be fatal. Guan Kai studied him warily. Still uncertain whether this was the real Chun Jin, he understood her doubt. With quiet certainty, he extended his arm, revealing patches of grayish, undead flesh beneath the sleeve. Only then did Guan Kai exhale in relief. She nodded subtly to Wen Xian and Wang Chong, and without hesitation lifted the pork slice to her lips and swallowed it whole. Instantly, the surrounding students blinked, then relaxed their vacant stares, dissolving into ordinary confusion. The oppressive resonance of resentment in the cafeteria ebbed, its violent fluctuations settling into stillness. Remember this. No more food waste, ever. Chun Jin barked the admonition theatrically, then flicked Guan Kai a sharp glance, signaling her to follow. Moments later, the four humans and the dog slipped quietly past the cafeteria doors and vanished into a secluded corner of the campus. Uncle Chun, what is happening here? Why did you act alone, without calling for backup? Guan Kai's voice held quiet reproach. She couldn't fathom why he'd risk himself so recklessly. You misunderstand. More investigators won't help, because this school harbors more than one anomaly. The more people enter, the greater the chance of violating hidden taboos, triggering cascading waves of resentment, ultimately catalyzing the full manifestation of the spirit realm. Most students here are already enthralled, mere puppets. If the spirit realm ignites completely, mass death is inevitable. Quick, grab your phone. Tell everyone outside to stand by. Do not rush in. Chun Jin yanked off his chef's hat, his expression weary but resolute as he explained. Though swamped with questions, Guan Kai obeyed without protest. Chun Jin's experience investigating anomalies far surpassed her own. As she typed the message, he began recounting the full sequence of events. Last night I cycled past the school and caught a faint trace of resentment. Unsure of its scale and with my phone dead, I feared missing the window. So I entered, alone. I didn't expect the place to feel so wrong the moment I crossed the gate. This campus doesn't merely conceal anomalies and living specters. It hovers on the precipice of full spirit realm descent. Wait! Guan Kai interrupted, curiosity flaring. Uncle Chun, how do you know so much? I channel my father's spirit. He tells me everything. How could I not know? Chun Jin rolled his eyes, then continued. Inside the cafeteria I traced one source of the resentment, the ghost of a cook who died decades ago. He brews the broth, and though spectral he retains lucidity. He is communicable. But the true crisis lies elsewhere. He's merely a minor foe, a mini-boss in this grim game. The real antagonist is infinitely more terrifying. I negotiated with him. I promised to fulfill his final wish. If left unchecked, anyone who eats his broth will become irreversibly corrupted, transformed into anomalies themselves. His face darkened. It was from that cook I learned fragments of this school's buried history. Under the shade of the trees at Linjiang University, some secrets of the university were unveiled through the words of Chun Jin. A century ago, Linjiang was still quite desolate, and Linjiang University was built with the sponsorship of a wealthy businessman who returned from overseas. Due to ample funding, Linjiang University quickly became a well-known institution throughout the country. It attracted students and teachers from all corners of the world to come to Linjiang University. The cafeteria of Linjiang University was famous at that time. The head chef was a local from Linjiang. Though young, his large pot dishes with a distinct Shihui flavor earned the university quite a reputation. No matter where the people came from, they praised the cafeteria, even becoming addicted to the food. Even late at night, many teachers and students who had finished their night study sessions would go to the cafeteria for a midnight snack. However, the talented often aroused jealousy, and others in the university's cafeterias began to spread slanderous rumors. Gradually, some started to suspect whether the head chef had added addictive substances to the dishes to make them so delicious. Around the same time, students began to go missing one after another. Witnesses claimed that most of the missing students had gone to the cafeteria for late-night snacks after studying and never returned. However, the head chef insisted that he had never seen those missing students. As the number of disappearances increased, rumors began to circulate that the young head chef skilled in cooking had added human flesh to the dishes. In ancient times, there was a legend that human flesh was the most delicious on earth, and one bite would lead to addiction. The rumors grew more absurd, with some even claiming to have found fingernails in the dishes. When the rumors intensified, he became furious and immediately ordered people to check the cafeteria's storage. But for some unknown reason, a corpse of a missing female student was indeed found in the cafeteria's storage. Faced with the tragic body of the female student, the head chef had no way to defend himself. In a fit of rage, he committed suicide in front of everyone, claiming to prove his innocence. Chun Jin paused for a moment before continuing. The chef in the cafeteria was possessed by the former head chef, turning into a living ghost. He told me this just to clear his name. The meat in the cafeteria is not human flesh. I watched him cook today. He only occasionally threw in some broken nails and hair to vent his resentment while still maintaining his sanity. But this balance won't last long. If it continues, he will soon fall into madness, and those students will become bizarre beings. Guan Kai listened intently. She knew Linjiang University had a long history, but she never expected such a past. So to eliminate the head chef's resentment, we just need to uncover the truth from back then. If that's the case, shouldn't we start our investigation by looking into other anomalies at Linjiang University? Guan Kai pondered for a moment and asked Chun Jin. Exactly. The head chef mentioned that there is another source of resentment in a deserted teaching building at Linjiang University. The head chef suspected that there was more to the events of that time. He was merely a scapegoat pushed to the forefront. If he weren't restricted to the cafeteria, he would have explored it himself. Chun Jin revealed all the information he had gathered. Now the situation before them indicated that another strange force existed within the school. The eeriness of that abandoned teaching building was the root cause of a series of anomalies at Linjiang University. To dispel the head chef's resentment, they needed to find the mastermind behind it. And they must not use force recklessly or investigate blindly. Because all the students in the school had eaten the head chef's food. If the resentment surged frequently, the head chef would lose his sanity. Then all the students in the school would be affected and polluted by his resentment, becoming lifeless beings. Determining their objective, Guan Kai and the others set off in the direction of the abandoned teaching building. Along the way, Guan Kai continued to observe the surroundings, but was disheartened to find that the students passing by maintained their usual demeanor. Just when Guan Kai was about to give up her observations, she inadvertently locked eyes with a familiar pair of gaze. Li Pan. Has she returned to normal? Seeing Li Pan approaching briskly, Guan Kai was somewhat surprised. Oh, it's the sister from the polling bureau. You haven't left yet. Li Pan walked up to Guan Kai and greeted her casually. At this moment she had returned to her normal appearance, as if nothing had happened in the cafeteria. Instead she smiled brightly at Guan Kai and the others. No, there's still one last place that needs investigation. Guan Kai pondered for a moment, pointing to the nearby, abandoned teaching building, and spoke truthfully. Then let me take you there. After all, I haven't really helped at all along the way. Just now in the cafeteria I was still a bit upset with you. How could I waste such delicious food? When I wanted to find you again, I discovered that you had already left. Li Pan playfully stuck out her tongue, speaking with a slightly embarrassed expression. Guan Kai was about to refuse, but was stopped by Chun Jin. Sure, little classmate, just right, you can tell us about that building. Chun Jin pushed Guan Kai aside and started chatting with Li Pan on her own. Oh, uncle, are you also a member of the polling bureau? I thought you were a helper. About that building, it's been abandoned for a long time. Usually no one goes inside. By the way, I do remember a rumor. Li Pan revealed a nostalgic expression and began to recount the tales about the old building. It is said that previously that teaching building was in use, and it was abandoned because some strange occurrences happened. Some said that during evening self-study sessions inside they saw a girl in our school uniform with a visibly swollen belly, as if pregnant, and her lower body was covered in blood. Others claimed to have heard the cries of a baby inside. As Li Pan said this, she shivered, then continued speaking. However, these stories have been passed down from senior to senior, and no one knows what is true. What school doesn't have similar rumors? You from the polling bureau, are you here because there are indeed strange occurrences in that building? Is the rumor true? After speaking, Li Pan seemed lost in thought, looking at Guan Kai with a hint of fear on her face. It's still unclear. We'll know if there are any anomalies after the investigation. Guan Kai reassured Li Pan, turning back to Chun Jin, her gaze revealing a sense of inquiry. Does the polling bureau not have any information from back then? No, the incident happened too long ago, and at that time the polling bureau wasn't as developed as it is now. Even if the bureau had intervened back then, the information would have long been lost. Chun Jin shook her head, looking at the increasingly closer teaching building with growing vigilance. Ordinary people would treat these matters as mere rumors, but they came from the polling bureau. Additionally, with the current anomalies occurring, they naturally understood that the rumors Li Pan spoke of were likely true. The possibility of anomalies existing in this building was greater. Over here, Guan Kai and the others had arrived at the front of the abandoned teaching building. From the outside, the teaching building appeared no different. It was merely overgrown with vines due to years of neglect. The building had long been abandoned, resulting in few visitors. We've arrived. If you want to go in, go ahead. I won't be entering. Li Pan stopped at the entrance of the teaching building, revealing a fearful expression. Then let Wen Xian and Huogua stay here with you for a while. Guan Kai smiled at Li Pan. This was to ensure safety, leaving Wen Xian and Huogua at the entrance to keep watch. In case something unexpected happened, they could look out for each other. The polling bureau would also be informed of the situation on campus at the earliest opportunity. With Wang Chang's protection beside her, Guan Kai felt that even without Wen Xian it wouldn't matter much. Hearing Guan Kai's words, Li Pan revealed a look of delight and squatted down to pet Huogua. Great! I've wanted to pet it for a long time. Looking at Li Pan, who was enamored with Huogua, Guan Kai, Wang Chang, and Chun Jin exchanged glances before entering the dilapidated teaching building. Only the innocent Wen Xian remained, obediently watching Li Pan play with Huogua. Little sister, is your name Wen Xian? How old are you now? Li Pan, with her back turned to Wen Xian, seemingly asked casually. Oh, I'm 9 years old now, sister. 9 years old? Do you like younger siblings? I do. Little kids are so cute. Hee, how interesting. Isn't Wen Xian also a little kid? Upon hearing Wen Xin's response, a flicker of resentment crossed Li Pan's eyes. At the same time, her radiant smile suddenly faded, replaced with a look filled with malice. Woof, woof, woof. Noticing the change in the woman before him, Huogua crouched low, beginning to bark incessantly. Seeing Huogua's reaction, Li Pan was unfazed and instead softly coaxed Huogua. Huogua, be good, don't be afraid. Under Li Pan's touch, Huogua's body rapidly shrank, lying on the ground weak and gasping, its growls barely audible. When Xian also sensed something was wrong at this moment, her little face filled with frost, instantly recognizing the resentment rising from Li Pan. There was something strange hidden within Li Pan. In the next moment, several strands of vengeful energy formed behind when Xian piercing directly towards Li Pan. Peft! When Xin's strands easily penetrated Li Pan's body, but rather than surprise, Li Pan smiled, turning around to look at Xian. When Xian was horrified to find that her vengeful energy was being absorbed into Li Pan's body through the strands. As her resentment drained away, Xian quickly weakened, while Li Pan didn't even glance at her, murmuring to herself, "Hee, it's almost time. My child is finally about to come out." The last scene Xian saw was Li Pan's abdomen suddenly rupturing, a small hand with a grayish skin tone stretching out, followed by the emergence of a baby's head. The baby's face was covered in dark mist, grinning at Xian. "Sister, do you like little kids?" On the other side, Guan Kai and her companions, just entering the teaching building, were unaware of the anomalies outside. Upon entering, they looked at the dusty, empty hallway and suddenly felt a heavy atmosphere. It was not resentment, but a pure sense of oppression, making those inside feel extremely uneasy. The teaching building still retained the style of the previous era, with old and worn desks and chairs, and some rooms even had ceiling fans hanging. Moreover, due to neglect, the walls here were largely peeling, and in the damp and dim environment, the three quickly searched through most of the area. Although they did not discover anything strange, the sense of oppression in their hearts grew increasingly stronger. The teaching building had a total of 8 floors. As they walked to this point, they found that each room was quite spacious. From the door numbers, they could vaguely tell that some rooms were used as auditoriums, some for vocal lessons, and others as dance studios. Just as they pushed open one of the doors, the three of them were momentarily stunned. "What is this?" Guan Kai instinctively exclaimed, while Wang Chong, filled with resentment, instinctively shielded Guan Kai behind him, vigilantly staring ahead. "Damn, have we stumbled into a den of ghosts?" Chun Jin's body also manifested patches of corpse-like marks as he connected with his father. In their line of sight, they saw an empty dance studio where several boys and girls in school uniforms were hanging. Upon hearing the creaking sound of the door being pushed open, the suspended boys and girls raised their stiff heads, their chilling gazes fixed on Guan Kai and her companions. From the clothes on these boys and girls, it was evident that they were students of this school. Additionally, they shared another common feature. That was their bodies were emaciated, only a layer of skin covering their bones, as if the flesh and blood within had been hollowed out. Especially the female students each had a huge wound on their stomachs, which were completely empty inside. Not only that, as resentment emerged, a layer of gloomy mist seemed to envelop Guan Kai and her companions. Although the environment remained unchanged, it felt entirely different from before. A bizarre spiritual realm. Moreover, what shocked them the most was that in this strange spiritual realm, they felt as if invisible tentacles were wrapping around them, frantically siphoning their strength. Meanwhile, the students who were originally hanging in midair had already fallen to the ground, their gazes towards Guan Kai and her companions resembling sharks sensing blood filled with madness. "Xiao Guan, Wang Chong, we need to deal with these corpses first. Judging by their appearance, they are likely not the final form of the bazaar. They might have been killed and assimilated by that entity." Chun Jin shouted, realizing the seriousness and complexity of the situation. Without waiting for his words to finish, his emaciated body quickly charged at the students. Wang Chong stayed by Guan Kai's side. Each student that approached them was met with a simple yet brutal punch that scattered them. However, after they dealt with those students, the bizarre spiritual realm did not dissipate. Instead, the speed at which their strength was absorbed increased. "Wow! Wow! Wow!" At the same time, a baby's cry echoed in their ears, accompanied by a vengeful female voice. "Now you will become nourishment for my child." Following the familiar voice, Guan Kai looked over and saw a familiar figure slowly walking in from outside. Their guide Li Pan. However, the current Li Pan was completely different from when they had just parted. She was surrounded by dense resentment, her figure grotesquely bloated, her once slender body now swollen as if filled with water. The most striking feature was her abdomen. Her belly, covered in stretch marks, had a gaping wound, and a baby's head with closed eyes was embedded in it. The baby's cries were indeed coming from that head. Under the gaze of Guan Kai and her companions, the baby had blood flowing from its mouth, with eerie eyes glinting with malice directed at them. Li Pan's heavy, slow, bloated body left a trail of blood on the ground with each step. Meanwhile, Xian and Huguo were barely conscious, being dragged along the ground by her, one in each hand. "Why did you come in here? I only wanted my child to be born. Just a bit more resentment would be enough." But you had to come to this school. And that damned cook, I originally intended to use him to turn all the students into bizarre entities to generate enough resentment, but who would have thought he would help you? However, with the power of you few, my child should be able to be truly born soon. As Li Pan swayed unsteadily towards the crowd, her gaze towards Guan Kai and her companions was filled with satisfaction, as if she were appraising food. She spoke while stroking the baby's head peeking out from her belly. Good baby, soon you will have a hearty meal. The resentment on you is much denser and purer than that of those students. As Li Pan spoke, the ropes that had been hanging those students suddenly extended, lifting the unconscious Wen Xian and Huogua into the air. Threads of resentment were drawn from those ropes and then transferred to the baby's mouth in the bizarre spiritual realm. Wow! Wow! The baby chewed as if savoring a delicious meal, the resentment visibly increasing on its body. Did you kill all these students? What exactly do you want? Guan Kai questioned, knowing that every bizarre entity was a victim of wrongful death, yet she couldn't suppress her emotions at the thought of those students who had been hanged. At the same time, she wanted to know why Li Pan, or rather the entity attached to Li Pan, was doing this. Only by knowing more information could they find a chance to break through this bizarre spiritual realm. What do you mean? I just want my child to be born. So what if I kill them? They all deserve to die, especially those boys. They should all die for getting girls pregnant. Li Pan's gaze sharpened, the resentment on her body surging instantly, her voice chillingly cold. Is this the reason you died wrongfully in the first place? But what does that have to do with the cook? Big sister, may I ask, what do you want from him? Chun Jin took the opportunity to ask, having already guessed from Li Pan's words and the baby on her belly that she had died wrongfully due to pregnancy. It seemed she had also fallen in love with a boy, then had relations and ended up pregnant. Although he didn't know the specific process, Chun Jin speculated that it must have been that boy who killed her, turning her into a bizarre entity. However, he couldn't understand what the cook had to do with it. Was that cook a lecherous old man? That shouldn't be the case. That old fellow looked rather simple-minded, and was already at an old age. How could he do something with a female student? Moreover, what did Li Pan want? Did she want delicious food cooked by the cook? If it was tasty, she could just pay to buy it. There was no need to exchange her body for it. Sister, I'll stand up for you. I'll take you straight to confront that old man. That fellow looked so simple and honest, yet he turned out to be such a scoundrel. Abandoning you after seducing you. I trusted him so completely. Felt such pity for him. Chun Jin muttered under his breath, eyes gleaming with self-assured conviction. Perhaps this confrontation would finally dispel Li Pan's resentment and dissolve the eerie spiritual realm. Li Pan before them radiated an overwhelming aura of resentment. Clearly unapproachable, her strength undoubtedly at the peak of the fierce tier. And the infant within her womb was no less fearsome, though slightly weaker, its power was still formidable. Worse still, the eerie spiritual realm continuously siphoned their resentment, feeding it back into Li Pan and the infant, causing their strength to escalate relentlessly. Even Wang Chong, a mimetic tier entity, would struggle to prevail against them here. In this seesaw of rising and falling power, they were almost certain to perish on this very floor. Though the chef was likewise perilous, and already held sway over every student on campus, they had no choice now. Survival came first. This was the art of leveraging force against force. Let Li Pan eliminate the chef. Then Chun Jin would appeal to her compassion and reason. Surely she could not remain unmoved. I've even delivered the murderer to you. How dare you still seek my life? Even an anomaly must uphold basic gratitude. Surely it could not repay kindness with betrayal. The more Chun Jin pondered, the more exhilarated he grew. Truly only one's own wits could save the day. You two youngsters watch closely and learn. As he thought this, Chun Jin shot a smug, knowing glance toward Guan Kai and Wang Chong beside him. The Jianghu is not merely about bloodshed. It is the intricate dance of human relationships. Silence. But the moment Chun Jin finished speaking, Li Pan's resentment flared like oil poured onto fire. Thickening, darkening, suffocating. Sister, let's speak calmly. Why rush? Brother truly can resolve this. I'll bring that heartless wretch straight to you. Chun Jin hastily interjected, utterly convinced his deduction was flawless. Believing instead that Li Pan questioned his capability. It was his son who killed me. My child is also his son. The corpse found in his kitchen. I placed it there deliberately. To exact vengeance, to make him taste the agony of unjust death. Li Pan snarled these words with savage candor. No concealment, no remorse. Chun Jin's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. His expression froze in stunned disbelief. He had never imagined such a twisted truth. What a tangled web. Mistaking father-in-law for husband. Uncle Chun, perhaps you should speak less. Let's focus instead on how we survive this. Guan Kai and Wang Chong exchanged a long, mournful look. Guan Kai's voice, edged with urgency, blurted out. Why must you rub salt in every wound? She was already terrifying. Now enraged beyond measure. How could they possibly fight? Die, you will all die. Absorbing your resentment along with all the students' anguish across the school, my child shall finally be born. As Li Pan spoke, an eerie tenderness softened her features. She peeled back her gory abdomen and gently stroked the infant's skull. That grotesque juxtaposition sent chills down Guan Kai's spine. In the next instant, the moment Li Pan's final syllable faded, her form blurred, swinging violently from the ceiling rope as she lunged toward Guan Kai and the others. Chun Jin and Wang Chong instantly shielded Guan Kai behind them. Yet within seconds, both men silently cursed. Their very contact with Li Pan's body siphoned away fragments of their own resentment. Li Pan's strength swelled with every passing second, especially fed by Wen Xian, who pulsed like a colossal battery, pouring resentment into her without cease. Ordinarily, women weaken during childbirth. But why does she grow stronger after giving birth? Chun Jin gasped, blood streaming from countless wounds, his breath ragged as he grumbled in despair. Thankfully, Wang Chong held the line, for now they endured. Wah wah. Just then, Li Pan's patience snapped. From within her belly, the infant began tearing through her flesh, emerging slowly, its shrill cries piercing the air. Eat. Delicious. Only a foot tall, the newborn emerged dripping crimson, and fixed its feral gaze upon Guan Kai, Chun Jin, and Wang Chong. I'll kill them now, so you may feast until your heart's content. Having absorbed sufficient resentment, the infant had truly been born, filling Li Pan's face with radiant, unholy joy as she addressed her child. No sooner had the words left her lips, Li Pan charged again at Wang Chong and the others, while the newborn anomaly shrieked and struck alongside her. You handle the infant. Take the child's table. I'll deal with Li Pan. Wang Chong cast a sidelong wooden glance at the winded Chun Jin and stated flatly. Without hesitation, he stepped forward to meet Li Pan. Chun Jin bristled. Was he being underestimated? If he couldn't fell the elder, surely he could crush the younger. But less than a minute later, reality delivered a brutal rebuke. Damn it, he couldn't even defeat that one. Not only was Li Pan monstrously strong, the infant inside her was just as fearsome. Xiao Guan, call for backup. Summon Brother Song. We're truly outmatched. If we don't act now, we will die here. Chun Jin, now desperately evading the infant's onslaught, suddenly remembered Song Zhong and shouted urgently to Guan Kai. Right. I'll contact Brother Song immediately. Guan Kai had just freed Wen Xian and the hot pot from the ropes. At Chun Jin's cry, her eyes lit up with sudden hope. Yes, Brother Song. Why hadn't she thought of him sooner? Instantly, she drew a circle on the floor and swiftly pulled a stack of spirit money from her pocket. With practiced ease, she flicked her lighter and set the spirit money ablaze. Brother Song, hurry. We're in grave danger. If you delay, Uncle Chun will be slain. Brother Song, please hear me. As the flames consumed the spirit money, Guan Kai pleaded fervently, though uncertain whether Song Zhong could truly perceive her call. At this desperate juncture, their last hope rested solely with Song Zhong. The netherworld. In a lavishly appointed chamber, Song Zhong admired the newly crafted spirit-invoking talisman in his palm, a slow, satisfied smile spreading across his face. Excellent. Another one completed. With this talisman, I may briefly descend into the mortal realm. Yet crafting it is arduous. Not only are materials scarce and preparation laborious, but success remains rare, demanding immense spiritual energy and physical toll. Were mass production possible, what would separate true descent from mere projection? Song Zhong's admiration deepened with every glance. But just then, a sudden profound drowsiness seized him. His brow furrowed. Faintly, unmistakably, he heard Guan Kai's desperate cry for help. In danger. How fortuitous. Had she called even a moment earlier, the talisman wouldn't yet be ready and I'd have been powerless. He murmured softly, reluctant gaze lingering on the talisman. Though painstakingly wrought, his patron faced mortal peril. He could not stand idly by. In the next breath, the talisman ignited without flame and Song Zhong's form dissolved into mist. Let me see who dares disturb my peace, forcing me to expend this freshly forged spirit-invoking talisman. Song Zhong materialized abruptly in the abandoned dance studio, on the 8th floor of Linjiang University's derelict teaching building. His gaze locked instantly upon Li Pan and the infant anomaly, his tone thick with displeasure. He was furious, deeply, profoundly furious. After all that effort, wasted on them, Li Pan whirled around and froze. A plain-looking man with black hair and black robes stood silently behind her. "Who are you?" A chill prickled her spine. Instinctively she demanded. Her eerie spiritual realm blanketed the entire building, and any intruder should have triggered immediate awareness. Yet this man had appeared behind her, utterly undetected. "Who am I? That matters little. What matters is what explanation do you owe me?" Song Zhong's frustration sharpened with every word. "You seek death." Li Pan responded with a bone-chilling laugh, and instantly activated her spiritual realm, attempting to drain Song Zhong's resentment. "Eat. I shall devour you." Simultaneously, the infant lifted its head and stared unblinking at Song Zhong. "Humph." Feeling the realm's predatory pull, Song Zhong's brow knotted, and he exhaled a cold, dismissive snort. An aura of terrifying might erupted from him, shaking the very foundations of the eerie spiritual realm, scattering its devouring force into oblivion. "Devour me, a mere toddler, daring such arrogance. Uncle shall introduce you to a true unruly child, one who'll play with you most thoroughly." As Song Zhong's words echoed, a monstrous dragon's head burst forth from his chest. White draconic sinews stretched taut, and the full serpentine body writhed free from his torso. Perched atop the writhing pain dragon sat a red-clothed child. 3 heads, 8 arms, fierce and wrathful Neza, the marshal of the 3 realms, whose 8 arms tore dragon sinews, and whose 3 heads embodied virtue, vice, and neutrality. The moment Neza appeared, he seized the infant anomaly's skull and hoisted it high into the air. A piercing, agonized shriek tore from the creature's throat. "My child!" Li Pan's resentment roiled, overriding even her dread of Song Zhong, as she surged forward. But Song Zhong's massive hand settled firmly upon her shoulder, immobilizing her utterly. "No, no. Children play with children, adults with adults. They're merely children. They won't cause any real trouble. By the way, you tried to absorb my energy. I know someone else who truly feasts. Why not let you two exchange pleasantries?" As Song Zhong whispered, a towering figure clad in crimson robes and bearing a stern ink-black visage coalesced beside him. Zhong Kuei, the demon-devouring celestial master. Inside the old building of Lehigh University, the once furious Li Pan and Ingui were tightly controlled after the appearance of 2 malevolent deities. Ingui was bound by Nez, has dragon tendons, while Li Pan stood still, unable to move under Zhong Kuei's suppression. She desperately tried to summon her resentment to break free from the restraint. But she was horrified to discover that, under the watchful gaze of the redrobed fiend, it felt as if she were facing her nemesis, unable to even summon her own resentment. After realizing she couldn't break free, a venomous expression appeared on Li Pan's face as she screamed in madness. Why do you have to harm my child? What wrong have I done? What wrong has my child done? I just want him to have a complete life. I want him to live once." Song Zhong looked at Li Pan, who was struggling in his grasp, and spoke indifferently. "You're not wrong, but you shouldn't harm others, let alone my dog or my financial backer. Do you know how difficult it is to create a divine summoning talisman? I just went bankrupt." Song Zhong's heart ached more as he activated the Heavenly Master's ghost-devouring technique. Behind him, Zhong Kuei's form rapidly grew larger until he expanded to the size of a small building. Then he reached out to grasp Li Pan and Yingling, tossing them into his mouth amidst their piercing screams. The air in the entire teaching building fell silent in an instant. Only Zhong Kuei's crunching sound echoed in everyone's ears. Beside them, Chun Jin was left dumbfounded, instinctively wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Is Zhong Kuei really that fierce? Did he just eat them? Chun Jin shivered, his gaze towards Zhong Kuei becoming increasingly uncertain. Such formidable figures as Li Pan and Ingui had been devoured like snacks. If it were him, he would have no chance to resist at all. Meanwhile, after Li Pan and Ingui were consumed by Zhong Kuei's shadow, the resentment in the eerie spiritual realm condensed. The entire realm began to collapse and dissipate, having lost its source of resentment. Glub! In the sound of Zhong Kuei swallowing, the spiritual realm burst like a popped bubble, disappearing with a pop. As the spiritual realm dissipated, the teaching building returned to its dusty, dilapidated state, losing its oppressive aura. Burp! The resentment was good, thank you for the hospitality. Song Zhong couldn't help but stretch with satisfaction. The Yingling and Li Pan he had just devoured contained an abundant amount of resentment. The resentment they had accumulated over time was completely converted back into his body through the energy transformation of the Heavenly Master's ghost-devouring technique. Now his entire body was filled with a refreshing coolness akin to drinking an ice-cold Coke on a hot summer day. Song Zhong, while savoring the changes in his body, walked over to the unconscious when Xian and Hot Pot. Reaching out to feel their condition, Song Zhong sighed in relief. Fortunately, they were only in a short-term coma due to a significant loss of resentment. Recalling the inheritance of the Heavenly Master's nurturing technique, Song Zhong formed hand seals and recited incantations transferring some of the resentment he had just absorbed. A large amount of resentment flowed into when Xian and Hot Pot's bodies, revitalizing them. Woof! Uncle Song Zhong. Once when Xian and Hot Pot slowly woke up, Song Zhong paused the transfer of resentment. Standing up, he was just about to take advantage of this opportunity to chat with Guan Kai, but suddenly sensed that there was still other resentment present in Lijiang University. Moreover, the resentment was churning, giving off an increasingly intense feeling, as if a new eerie spiritual realm was about to form. Song Zhong couldn't help but feel puzzled and turned to look at Guan Kai. Guan Kai, are there other eerie occurrences in this university? Ha! How are you here? Only then did Song Zhong notice the inconspicuous Wang Chong. He was still wondering why his driver had disappeared since the eerie invasion of reality. The dazed Wang Chong respectfully bent down to explain to Song Zhong. Song Zhong learned the whole story from Wang Chong, including the injustice that occurred in the university's cafeteria. Then let's go together to take a look. It's a good way to relieve some stress. Once it's resolved, I won't have to worry about you down below. Song Zhong gestured for Chun Jin to lead the way, breathing in the air of reality, along the way feeling quite relaxed. When everyone arrived at the cafeteria, they found the cafeteria door tightly shut. However, a crowd of students had gathered outside. They were dazedly lining up, drooling and staring blankly at the cafeteria. Seeing this, Chun Jin stepped forward, taking a deep breath, and shouted, "Chef, we are back. The truth of your injustice has been uncovered." With his shout, the students who had been queuing outside the cafeteria all suddenly turned their heads in unison. It was as if all the students shared a single brain, their movements perfectly synchronized. Hundreds, if not thousands of eyes assessed Song Zhong and the others at the same time and with the same intensity. The scene was incredibly eerie, causing Guan Kai and Chun Jin to break out in a sweat. However, Song Zhong remained unfazed, observing the scene before him with calmness. Long-term exposure to the eerie world had given him a strong immunity to various strange situations. Song Zhong blinked quickly, discerning that the students had consumed something contaminated, clouded by resentment. In the next moment, a streak of green light sliced through the air as the shadow of Guan Eri flashed briefly. The students, controlled by resentment, regained clarity and instinctively parted to create a path. What a joke! Do these little shrimp dare to block my way? Do they not know how formidable Guan Eri is? Have you found the truth from back then? At the same time, the sound of the roller shutter rising attracted everyone's attention. A man dressed as a chef walked out from the cafeteria. The man had dark skin and an ordinary appearance, but his triangular eyes exuded resentment, though occasionally showing signs of clarity. When the chef spoke these words, an expression of hope appeared on his face. Since he was awakened by the resentment, he had been tormented by the past injustice, and today, he finally had the chance to learn the truth, making him very excited. I can tell you, but don't get too excited. Your son. Chun Jin glanced at Song Zhong behind him, feeling a surge of confidence. He then revealed the truth and details of the past injustice. As Chun Jin recounted the story, the old chef's face changed colors, turning from green to purple, trembling in anger. Before he could finish, the chef burst out cursing. You wretched thing! You've embarrassed me! Unfilial son! Unfilial son! Taking a deep breath, the chef's expression became somewhat dejected. With the truth revealed, his obsession began to dissipate. The resentment surrounding the chef no longer surged. Instead, it became subdued. After a few seconds of silence, he looked at everyone with a relieved expression. I originally planned to fulfill my wishes and then accompany this chef to reopen a restaurant. But now that I think about it, never mind, I don't have the face to stay in the living realm anymore. Seeing the chef's despondent demeanor, Song Zhong suddenly became interested. My new hotel is just lacking a head chef. I heard you cook delicious food. Would you like to come work for me? Upon hearing Song Zhong's words, Chun Jin's eyes lit up. Right, boss, Song lives in a bizarre world, and you going back with him would be quite good. As long as you want to cook, it's the same whether for the living or the dead. Seeing the head chef's interest piqued, Chun Jin took the opportunity to speak softly. Rest assured, Boss Song possesses unfathomable strength and is especially protective. If such a thing happens again, he won't let you suffer any grievances. Just focus on cooking. Listening to Chun Jin's persuasion, the head chef made up his mind and bowed to Song Zhong. As long as Boss Song doesn't mind us, we will follow him. Song Zhong nodded and directly summoned Zhong Kuei. The Celestial Master's ghost-swallowing technique not only absorbs resentment for personal use, but can also temporarily store the bazaar within. Thus, when Song Zhong returned to the bazaar world, the head chef would accompany him. After completing these tasks, Song Zhong sensed that the time for the divine summoning talisman was nearing its end. Just as he was about to say goodbye, he suddenly thought of something. He pulled Guan Kai aside and whispered something. Chun Jin tried to eavesdrop but was stopped by Wang Chong. The old man could only stare with curious little eyes, watching intently at Song Zhong and Guan Kai not far away. Meanwhile, Song Zhong, who was talking quietly with Guan Kai, had a serious expression. After you return this time, make sure to burn me more money. The more the better. Don't worry about whether I can take it all in. Just burn it. I want to try to buy the entire Lingjiang city in the bazaar world. If I can truly make all the bazaar entities in Lingjiang city my employees, then I can establish order. In this way, the bazaar entities within Lingjiang city, even if they enter the real world, will still follow the rules, and you will be safer. Listening to Song Zhong's instructions, Guan Kai nodded earnestly, her eyes sparkling with excitement. What a great idea! Buying off all the bazaar entities in Lingjiang city will save the citizens a lot of effort. Perfect. Boss Bai should still be at the Citizen Survey Bureau. I'll have him contact the suppliers once I return. As Song Zhong spoke, he seemed to feel something and smiled helplessly. The time limit for the divine summoning talisman was up and it was time to go back. This time it was likely to take a long time to return to reality again. When Song Zhong closed his eyes and opened them again, he woke up in Bai Rong's luxurious mansion. Since the Ping An Hotel began reconstruction, he had been living in Bai Rong's private villa. Boss, you're awake. As soon as Song Zhong woke up, he saw Bai Rong looking at him with a fawning face by the bedside. Song Zhong didn't respond but instead summoned Zhong Kuei. Bai Rong, confused, turned pale and pleaded, Boss, you can't do this. What if the house collapses again? Just wait here. I brought back a talent for you. Song Zhong pointed with his chin, and Bai Rong stood obediently aside. Under the pressure of the Celestial Master Zhong Kuei, he didn't dare to breathe loudly. Come out! With a light shout from Song Zhong, a dark-skinned man was expelled from Zhong Kuei's mouth, who was the head chef following Song Zhong back to the bazaar world. Boss! As soon as the head chef landed, he respectfully bowed his head to Song Zhong. Bai Rong, this person will be the chef of the Ping An Hotel from now on. You two should get acquainted. Upon hearing this, Bai Rong's face instantly filled with a smile. It turned out to be someone arranged by the big boss. He felt honored. He stepped forward and shook the head chef's hand tightly. Hello, I am the manager of the Ping An Hotel, Bai Rong. Good, I am Hong Zhu. The two introduced themselves to each other. Enough small talk, old Hong, you should go rest first. Remember to prepare a few signature dishes for tonight. Okay, boss. After Hong Zhu went down, Song Zhong looked back at Bai Rong. Old Bai, when will my hotel be fully rebuilt? Very soon, boss. I have contacted my construction contractor friend, who has a large number of professionals in the bazaar field under him. Some can spit out cement having been buried in it. Some were pushed off the roof and they are particularly good at making fences. There are also those who were smashed to death while fishing, and the quality of the safety helmets they produce is excellent. I estimate that our Ping An Hotel will be fully completed in just 3 to 5 days. Listening to Bai Rong boast, Song Zhong had a face full of speechlessness. Why does it sound like he's not a contractor but a gangster? However, thinking about it, Song Zhong also felt this was an opportunity. A construction company is indeed a great acquisition target, right? The acquisition can start with Bai Rong's friend. Old Bai, how big is your contractor friend's company? Large. The largest private construction company in Lingjiang. Good, then it's settled. Discuss with him. I will acquire his company. Tell him to come over later. No, now. Inform old Hong to stop resting and prepare the dishes. Get ready to welcome our future partner. Song Zhong patted Bai Rong's thigh, saying with some excitement. At that moment, Bai Rong, unable to care about the pain in his thigh, was momentarily stunned. Boss, you want to acquire his company? Song Zhong shook his head, his gaze sharp as he looked at Bai Rong. Not just his company. We are going to acquire the entire Lingjiang city. In the future, I will be the boss of the entire Lingjiang. Meanwhile, upon returning to the Citizen Survey Bureau, Guan Kai immediately found Boss Bai. After explaining her intentions, Boss Bai looked at Guan Kai with some hesitation. Miss Guan, is it appropriate to procure like this? What's appropriate or not? Just procure like this. We do things this way. Guan Kai waved her hand grandly. However, Boss Bai on the side could only smile wryly, as this was his first time encountering such a client where every demand exceeded common understanding. I know Miss Guan is generous, but isn't it a bit outrageous to haul half a truckload of ghost money? 5 trucks, what kind of nonsense would cost that much? Haul it, it must be hauled. Guan Kai looked at Boss Bai with determination. 5 trucks of ghost money are nothing compared to the safety of Lingjiang City. Seeing Boss Bai still hesitant, Guan Kai asked suspiciously, "You won't be able to get that much stock, will you? If you can't, I'll find someone else." Boss Bai, feeling uncomfortable under Guan Kai's gaze, blushed and puffed out his chest, shouting, "How could that be? The goods I by Highball want, who would dare not deliver? In 3 days, 5 trucks of ghost money will be neatly parked at the ghost money store. All right, it's a deal. Boss, this is my construction contractor friend's company." Bai Rong confirmed that he had understood Song Zhong correctly and realized that he wanted to acquire the construction company. He then brought Song Zhong to the entrance of the construction company. Song Zhong looked at the sign of the He construction company and assessed the 2 suited men in sunglasses standing at the entrance. It felt more like arriving at a gang's hideout than a company. "Old Bai, are you sure your friend isn't part of a gang? As long as they can build houses, that's all that matters. You know how it is in this line of work, who doesn't have a bit of that? They did this when they were alive, and now that they're dead, they are surely still good at it. What do you call this? This is what we call a legacy. This is professionalism." Bai Rong hurriedly smiled and then led Song Zhong inside. Song Zhong nodded slightly. Although he was a bit surprised, he could completely understand, as similar industries generally have a certain gray area. However, he trusted Bai Rong's judgment, especially since they said their company was very professional. As soon as they entered the company, Song Zhong was overwhelmed by a dizzying haze. The thick smell of smoke, the stench of sweat and foot odor made Song Zhong feel as if he had entered a shady internet cafe. The scene inside the company bore little difference from a gambling den, darkening Song Zhong's expression. Big men with tattoos were shouting and clamoring inside. Some were playing mahjong, others were playing poker, while some were off to the side playing with spring knives and smoking. There were even people sporting unconventional hairstyles, which truly opened Song Zhong's eyes. "Are you telling me this is professionalism? I want a professional construction company, not a gang. These are my friends' men. They are on their lunch break. Right now it's free time. When it's time to work, they are not like this." Seeing Song Zhong's dark expression, Bai Rong quickly explained with an awkward laugh. To be honest, he also couldn't bear to look at this scene. Is this a place for decent people? Is this really a company? If it weren't for knowing that this was opened by a friend, he would have definitely turned around and left, genuinely worried he wouldn't be able to get out later. "Since we're here, let's have a chat." Song Zhong took a deep breath, raised an eyebrow, and surprisingly spoke with a hint of excitement. He wasn't afraid that they were truly part of a gang. If they were, that would be even better. While alive, they followed the law, but now that they are dead, can't they be lawless? If they are reasonable, he would speak reasonably. If they are not, he would have a good talk with them and let them know what it means to play dirty. Bai Rong was nervous, feeling that something was off, but he couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. He could only continue leading the way, bringing Song Zhong to a room where 2 burly men were seated. One of the big bald men stood up when he saw Bai Rong, extending his big hand with an imposing demeanor. "Hey Rongzi, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Hey Biao Go, let me introduce you. Song Zhong, Boss Song. This is Bald Biao, Mr. Biao." At the same time, Bai Rong placed the drinks and cigarettes he had brought on the table. "Mr. Biao, just a little token of appreciation." "Rongzi, what's this for? Too polite. Just a small gesture." "You're too polite, oh, we're all brothers." Bald Biao nodded at Song Zhong and then patted the burly man next to him. "Let me introduce my brother Jin Tao. Come on, don't just stand there. I've prepared some drinks." After everyone was seated, Bald Biao got straight to the point, raising his glass. "Rongzi, Boss Song, I understand your intentions. Don't worry, the reconstruction of the Ping and hotel will be handled by my brothers. Cheers. This matter will definitely be handled beautifully for you." Bai Rong also stood up with his drink and clinked glasses with Bald Biao. "With Brother Biao's word, I feel much more at ease. There's one more thing we'd like to discuss with Mr. Biao." I'll let Boss Song talk about the specifics. After finishing, Bai Rong turned his gaze to Song Zhong. Song Zhong slightly nodded, not being polite, and directly got to the point. Mr. Biao, the purpose of our meeting today isn't just for the reconstruction of the Ping An Hotel. I also want to acquire your company. Here is the deposit. After speaking, Song Zhong beckoned to Bai Rong with his finger. Bai Rong hurriedly stood up, took out a thin red envelope from his pocket, and placed it in front of Bald Biao. Bald Biao was momentarily stunned upon hearing this, first chuckling, then laughing awkwardly. Boss Song is really joking. You want to acquire our company. You think this red envelope is enough for an acquisition? Do you know what my brother and I do? How many people have sought trouble with us since this company was established? Those who dared to cause trouble are now feeding the fish at the bottom of the river. You're brought by Rongzi, so I'll give you face and let you drink with us. If I didn't give you face, you would be nothing. Kid, dare to show off your skills in front of Guangong. Where are you from being so arrogant? Bald Biao's gaze turned cold as he looked at the red envelope on the table, then shifted to Song Zhong, his tone filled with murderous intent. A mere red envelope dared to acquire his company. Did he really think they were a legitimate company that would negotiate and reason? I hope Mr. Biao can consider this carefully. Song Zhong, seemingly oblivious to the other's anger, leaned back in his chair and spoke seriously again, making Bald Biao's face darken further. Where did this impudent young man come from? Is he here just to mess with me, Bald Biao? Before Bald Biao could speak, his brother Jin Tao stood up abruptly. He pounded the table with his fist, speaking in a very arrogant tone. Don't overstep your bounds. Who the hell do you think you are? When my brother was in the game, you were still in diapers. You come here to talk about acquisitions with just a red envelope. Do you think you're Ma Yun? I'll kill you right here and toss you into the river to feed the fish. Don't be angry, don't be angry. It's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. Mr. Biao, there are 10 bank cards in the envelope, each with 10 million. I wouldn't dare to insult you. Bai Rong hurriedly said, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, completely unprepared for the situation to turn this way. These two brothers are local bullies in Lingjiang City. Even he wouldn't dare offend them. As Bai Rong's voice fell, Bald Biao's fierce expression froze on his face. His beady eyes instinctively darted toward the thin red envelope, swallowing hard with a gulp. 10 million for one card. That's 100 million for 10. And that's just the deposit. Bald Biao regretted saying such harsh words, wishing he could slap himself. TMD, where do you find a good person who puts bank cards in a red envelope? Bald Biao's stiff face forced out a smile, but it looked even creepier. 100 million deposit was an enormous temptation for him. His entire company wouldn't even be worth that much. Bald Biao originally wanted to agree immediately. But on second thought, this was a once-in-a-lifetime fat sheep. If he didn't take the opportunity to fleece them, he wouldn't be doing justice to himself. Damn it, he wasn't a law-abiding citizen. The company's growth to this point relied on such means. If this deal went through, the neighboring club could be booked for years. Bald Biao was completely unaware of Song Zhong's abnormality. In his eyes, Song Zhong showed no signs of resentment, appearing to be a perfect mark. As a member of the Black Society, Bald Biao would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to take advantage of the mark. Bald Biao immediately gestured to his brother beside him, and Jun Tao understood his elder brother's intentions and began to curse loudly. Do you look down on my brother? What kind of attitude is this? Does my brother need that small amount of money from you? You should take a good look at yourself. Do you know how we earned our name in the Iha? It was through this. My eyes. With a fierce aura, Jun Tao shook his fist and was about to continue cursing when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his eye, crouching down while covering his right eye and crying out in agony. It turned out that the calm-faced Song Zhong, listening to the filthy words, picked up a pair of chopsticks and activated his Ru Yi Bing Tai technique. Instantly, the chopsticks elongated under Song Zhong's deft control, pecking and retracting at Jin Tao's right eye. A round eyeball was easily plucked out by Song Zhong. Old Bai, get me another pair of chopsticks. Song Zhong disdainfully tossed the chopsticks aside, wiped his hands with a towel on the table, and crushed the eyeball under his foot. This meager resentment was not worthy of him, using the Heavenly Master's ghost-devouring technique. No more talking reason, huh? Fine, then we'll switch to another way of communicating. Boss Song, is it a bit excessive to take my brother's eye right in front of me? Let me give you a piece of advice. Young people shouldn't be too impulsive. I was actually planning to discuss business with you, but now it seems we can skip the middle steps. Today, not only do I want your money, but I also want you to stay. Come here. Take care of our guest. Bald Biao, seeing his brother injured, flipped the table and stood up, speaking in a fierce tone. With Bald Biao's loud shout, a group of muscular men, all Bald Biao's subordinates, rushed in from outside. Boss Biao, let me tell you something. Can a young person be called young if they are not impulsive? Song Zhong looked over Bald Biao, whose expression was unfriendly, tugging at his collar, while revealing a cold smile. Before Song Zhong could finish speaking, Bald Biao suddenly exploded in rage, pulling out a cleaver from somewhere and swinging it at Song Zhong. Bald Biao's strike was incredibly fast, closing in on Song Zhong's face in an instant. Just as he thought he had the upper hand and could monopolize the wealth, he suddenly realized that Song Zhong's expression remained calm. Was he so scared that he was dumbfounded? Just as Bald Biao was confused, his vision suddenly blurred. He realized that the cleaver in his hand had been snatched away by barehanded Song Zhong, now held against Bald Biao's neck. Simultaneously, as the cleaver fell into Song Zhong's hand, a blue blade light erupted from it. Guan Dis sword technique. The 8 methods of spring and autumn. The originally arrogant Bald Biao was firmly pressed onto the dining table by Song Zhong, the terrifying aura making it hard for him to breathe. Feeling the chill and pressure on his neck, Bald Biao raised his hands drenched in cold sweat. Song Zhong looked disdainfully at Bald Biao, tapping his chubby face with the knife. Against such a minor thug, Song Zhong felt he didn't even need the help of the evil god's incarnation. With just his inherited martial arts, he could easily deal with him. Boss Biao, can we talk properly now? We're all civilized people, why resort to knives and guns? We can talk, we can talk. You're right, elder brother, I was impulsive, we can definitely talk. Elder brother, how about you let me go first? Song Zhong assessed Bald Biao and, seeing the pleading look in his eyes, tossed the cleaver away. Releasing Bald Biao, Song Zhong sat back down and gestured for Bald Biao to take a seat as well. Boss Biao, I'm sure you can sense my sincerity in wanting to acquire your company now. Next, it's time for you to show your sincerity, right? Song Zhong looked at Bald Biao. Upon hearing this, Bald Biao swallowed hard, speaking with difficulty. Boss Song, this company has been passed down for 3 generations in my family. It's not right for me to sell it like this. Originally, there was around 300 million in funds. Bald Biao tightly gripped Song Zhong's 3 fingers that had just been raised, respectfully saying, Elder brother, Brother Song. From now on, I, Bald Biao, will follow Brother Song in all things. Bald Biao knew he couldn't afford to be arrogant at this moment, or he might easily lose his life. However, Song Zhong withdrew his hand, pulling back the 3 fingers. Let me finish. There were originally 300 million, now it's gone. That 300 million is your price for your life, plus another 100 million from the table. I want 100% of your company's shares. Is that acceptable? No. No problem. In half an hour, I want to see the share transfer contract. I'll have my subordinates arrange that right away. Also the signboard of Iha. I'll take it down right away. Song Zhong looked at the suddenly understanding Bald Biao and couldn't help but feel quite impressed. It turns out that having money alone is not enough, one must also possess strength. Something that could originally be solved with money now cannot even be paid for. What kind of matter is this? 3 hours later, after signing the contract, Song Zhong, now the major shareholder, issued his first order to Bald Biao. He instructed Bald Biao to build the Peace Hotel, while also constructing a large warehouse. This time Song Zhong wanted to be fully prepared, using the warehouse to specifically receive the money that would pour in from Guan Kai. Otherwise, having so much money lying around outside was not a solution. Wealth should not be flaunted. After all, it comes from a journey out of poverty, and showing off such lowly things is not advisable. You can rest assured, boss. The warehouse will be built even quicker. Tomorrow night it will be ready. Go do it. Song Zhong patted Bald Biao's bald head with satisfaction before getting into Bai Rong's car and leaving. A night passed. The next day, Bald Biao respectfully brought Song Zhong to a large warehouse. Boss, everything is ready. Bald Biao wiped the sweat from his forehead, bowing and standing beside Song Zhong. Song Zhong looked at the spacious and empty warehouse in front of him, nodding in satisfaction. Then he extended his hand, and Bald Biao, with a flattering demeanor, lowered his head, revealing his shiny bald head. Song Zhong patted Bald Biao's bald head, speaking with appreciation. Very good, have your people move my bed over and call Lao Hong to come cook here. After tasting Lao Hong's food, Song Zhong was amazed and continued to eat for 2 days. Eating anyone else's food afterward would be tasteless. He planned to stay here until Guan Kai burned the money, avoiding the hassle of back and forth. Once he had money, the first thing he would do is acquire a bank. Having so much money is still too troublesome. Having his own bank would be much more suitable. He had already identified his target for acquisition, the Lianhua Bank. After he caused a ruckus, the Lianhua Bank in Lingjiang City was on the brink of bankruptcy. Now proposing a buyout would come with a very reasonable price. With the experience of acquiring Bald Biao's company, he felt confident in his bargaining skills. This matter is 100% guaranteed to succeed. While Song Zhong looked to the future, he did not forget to instruct Bald Biao on various arrangements. Once everything was arranged, he sat on a small stool studying and tinkering with talismans, hoping to quickly craft a few divine conjuring talismans for emergencies. Beside him, Bald Biao, though confused about what this esteemed one was thinking, wondered why he would choose to live in this empty warehouse instead of a fine mansion. However, Bald Biao still went about fulfilling the orders, having witnessed Song Zhong's immense power firsthand. Once all the arrangements were completed, Song Zhong temporarily settled in the warehouse, waiting for Guan Kai to burn paper money for him. Meanwhile, in the real world, Guan Kai, wearing sunglasses, looked confidently at the 5 semi-trailers in front of her. Not far away, Bai Haiba was directing the semi-trailers to park with a loudspeaker. Back up. Good. Stop. As 5 vehicles were parked properly, a leading man got out and shook Bai Haiba's hands. Mister, Bai 3 trucks full of ghost money are ready for your inspection. Also, our factory manager specifically sent over some new products like airplanes, artillery, and intercontinental missiles, to name a few. Look, this is a model of Xiaozhi Marita, and this is Teacher Tsong. All are lifelike paper figures. They will definitely make the living envious and drive the dead crazy. Stop. What is all this? Guan Kai suddenly interjected, showing a hint of displeasure on her beautiful face that was slightly flushed. These are things meant to be burned for Song Gu. How can such strange items be mixed in? Disgraceful. My Song Gu is not that kind of man. Guan Kai turned to Wen Xian. Wen Xian nodded in understanding, pulling out a steel wire and shredding the paper figures into pieces. Hey, what do you mean by this? Old Bai, who is this? Which kid is so mischievous? The leading man, seeing the paper figures destroyed, felt immense pain as they held his childhood dreams. Without the time to lament, he aggressively questioned Bai Haiba. Cough, this is the child of the investor. Those 5 trucks of ghost money were all ordered by her family. The previously aggressive man instantly changed his expression upon hearing Bai Haiba's explanation. His rough, sunburnt face twisted into a smile, grinning widely. Good. Well done. Kids should be this spirited. Are you satisfied? If not, Uncle has more in the truck. Guan Kai ignored the man's antics and spoke seriously to Bai Haiba. Boss Bai, get ready. We need to burn all this ghost money at once. After finishing, Guan Kai pointed to a large white circle she had drawn in advance. Bai Haiba and the leading man couldn't help but gasp. Goodness, what is this sister planning to do? To burn 5 trucks of ghost money all at once. Isn't this madness? That brother Su Jiayin is in real estate and owes 20 trillion, right? Or is it Jia Yuding who is making cars and has gone bankrupt? How much debt must one have to burn so much ghost money? Will this cause inflation? Miss Guan, how about we think this through? This is too much, the workers won't be able to handle it. Bai Haiba tried to persuade her. Having worked in this industry for over 10 years, he had never seen such a paper burning. However, Guan Kai raised an eyebrow at his words and said decisively, I'll cover the cost, just burn it. Bai Haiba gritted his teeth, realizing it was pointless to argue, and shouted into the loudspeaker. Everyone unload the goods. Enter the circle. At Bai Haiba's command, all the unloading workers began to move, bringing box after box of ghost money into the circle Guan Kai had drawn. Miss Guan, for now we can only burn this much, later we will add more as we burn. Okay. Be careful, the fire will be big. Guan Kai stepped forward, took a deep breath, and ignited a box of ghost money. Then she had Wen Xian channel her resentment to maintain the flames while controlling the range of the fire. As the flames grew larger, the large quantity of ghost money in the circle rapidly ignited. With thick black smoke rising, Song Zhong in the strange world felt his eyelids grow heavy. In the blink of an eye, he saw the scene in the real world. Upon witnessing the spectacle in reality, Song Zhong nodded in great satisfaction. Very good. Quite spirited. Guan Kai is indeed my golden patron. Even the operation of loading money with semi-trailers can be executed. After observing the magnificent scene in reality, for a while Song Zhong slowly awoke. As soon as he regained consciousness, he shouted to Bai Rong beside him. Run quickly. Money is about to fall. Following this, Song Zhong took off running, realizing he had underestimated Guan Kai's lavishness. Burning 5 semi-trailers worth of ghost money might truly be too much for this small warehouse. Bai Rong, upon hearing the shout, suddenly realized something, pulling Hong Zhu to run outside. While running, Bai Rong spotted Bald Biao, who was napping on the bed. Unable to bear it, he slapped the dazed Bald Biao awake. "Biaozi, run. If you don't run now, it will be too late. Money is about to fall from the sky." Bald Biao, still groggy, looked utterly confused. "Run? Where to run? Why run? What happened? What money? Bai Rong has gone mad." Bald Biao mumbled groggily, preparing to lie back down. But upon seeing the ceiling, his eyes suddenly widened. "Holy crap! Money is really falling? But whose money is being dumped down in boxes like this?" Song Zhong, who had already run out, looked on with satisfaction at the warehouse full of cash. This is the confidence he has to acquire the entire Lingjiang. Now he is worth billions, and with Bai Rong in intellect and Biaozi in strength. Wait. After roughly 2 hours, the torrent of cash bricks raining down inside the warehouse finally ceased. Bald Biao, who had been buried beneath them, struggled and crawled out from the mound of money. When he turned his head and saw towering stacks of cash bricks scattered chaotically across the warehouse floor, Bald Biao's legs buckled, immediately collapsing onto his knees before the crimson sea of banknotes. His gaze vacant, he mechanically pawed through the mountain of money while muttering in a daze, "Money. So much money." A junior underling rushed over to help him up. But Bald Biao, utterly limp, could not be lifted. Some underlings were even more extreme. Upon seeing the mountain of cash, they fell to their knees wailing and beating their chests, lamenting that such fortune did not belong to them. Their company, operating for years in the gray economy, had accumulated only a pittance compared to this spectacle, not even a single hair on the back of an ox. In that instant, their entire worldview, values, cognition, self-perception, was violently upended like a fragile skiff tossed wildly upon a storm-lashed ocean. Beside them, Bai Rong remained unruffled. He had witnessed precisely this scene before during Song Zhong's acquisition of Ping'an Hotel. "Go. Get Bald Biao upright. Have him assign people to tally the total amount of cash." Song Zhong instructed Bai Rong, the sole calm figure present, before reclining leisurely into a grand armchair. Bai Rong bowed deeply to Song Zhong, then strode forward and seized Bald Biao by the arm, hauling him upright. "Rise. No more disgrace. Count this money for the boss. From now on, serve the boss loyally. Opportunities to earn wealth will abound, and your share will never be overlooked." Shaken and swaying, Bald Biao slowly regained composure. Yet his eyes still gleamed with raw greed and envy. "What bliss! To have so much money! When will I ascend from counting cash to commanding those who count it for me? Then why bother striving at all? Yachts, beauties, wakeboarding, thrills. Wouldn't that be paradise?" As Bald Biao daydreamed enviously, he directed his underlings to inventory every banknote in the warehouse. After a flurry of activity among Bald Biao's men, he scurried over to Song Zhong, breathless with report. "Boss, the total is 2 trillion yuan. His voice trembled. He had never seen such a sum in both his lifetimes. Yet Song Zhong remained utterly serene. To him, this fortune was little more than scrap paper, limitless, disposable. Abundance of money mattered little. Excess, in fact, bred only burden. What mattered now was converting this windfall into enduring enterprise, transforming cash into empire. Gazing upon the vault-like expanse of cash, Song Zhong beckoned Bald Biao. "Biao, come here. Load the money. We're acquiring Lotus Bank. A true entrepreneur must own his own bank." Bald Biao nodded and bellowed toward his tattooed, bare-chested underlings. "Brothers, box the cash, load the trucks. Men on vehicles, vehicles with men. If the vehicle is lost, the man dies with it. We swear eternal loyalty to Brother Song." Just as Bald Biao roared with fervor, Song Zhong slapped his bald head with a sharp crack, cutting him off mid-shout. Song Zhong gazed at him with disappointed severity, speaking with deliberate gravity. "Biao, henceforth we are a legitimate corporation. No more brothers or big brothers. Discipline matters. Address each other as colleagues. Do you understand? Legitimacy. Professionalism. Yes, yes, whatever, brother." Crack. Another slap sent Bald Biao staggering sideways. "Call me boss." "Yes, boss." Song Zhong nodded approvingly, then stepped into his Bentley. With a deep engine growl, the convoy surged toward Lotus Bank. Surveying Lotus Bank's desolate facade, Song Zhong sighed inwardly. After Su Zhonghai's death, scandal after scandal had eroded public trust. Depositors fled en masse. Now the institution teetered on bankruptcy's edge. Even the lobby's reception desk stood empty. No greeters, no presence, no pulse. Song Zhong mused quietly as his convoy halted precisely before the bank's entrance. The moment the cars stopped, dozens of bare-chested Dragon and Phoenix-statoed underlings sprinted forward, forming two immaculate rows before his vehicle and bowing deeply. "Boss, please disembark." Inside the car, Song Zhong's lips twitched. He nearly refused to step out. This tableau made him look less like a CEO and more like a syndicate lord. Dragon-embroidered vests. Preposterous. And if I add my own tattoos, I'd never explain myself convincingly. From now on, suits and bow ties mandatory for all external appearances, Song Zhong declared as he exited, instructing Bald Biao. "Have them wait outside. This display is unseemly." Bald Biao bobbed his head eagerly and escorted Song Zhong confidently into Lotus Bank. Stepping into Lotus Bank once more, Song Zhong felt a pang of irony. Where affluent patrons and dignitaries once flowed ceaselessly, now silence reigned. No one, not even a janitor, stirred within. At the hall's center, the once golden lotus fountain, ornate and radiant, had dulled to a lifeless gray, neglected and stagnant. Only a few listless tellers idled behind counters, scrolling aimlessly on phones. The more Song Zhong observed, the more satisfied he grew. Lotus Bank's dire state meant drastically reduced acquisition costs. Though wealth flowed freely, prudence remained paramount. Spend where necessary, save where possible. And with his capital infusion, the bank would soon surge back. Not merely revived, but reborn stronger than ever. With that thought, Song Zhong casually sat atop a counter and addressed the lethargic teller. "Hello. I'd like to conduct some business." "Good day, sir." "Aya?" The teller, lifting her eyes to meet Song Zhong's, paled instantly and shrieked. A piercing, panicked cry. She immediately scrambled beneath the counter. Her scream drew the scant remaining staff from nearby booths. Upon seeing Song Zhong, memories of his past dominance flooded back. Terror seized them. They scattered in blind panic. "Run. He's here to steal again." A final ragged cry echoed. And within seconds, the once faint hum of human presence vanished entirely. Not a soul remained. Song Zhong stared into the hollowed-out hall. His face flushed with embarrassment, then fury. "Damn it. I've come to negotiate an acquisition, and not a single receptionist appears. What is wrong with you? Do you even want to stay in business?" No wonder Lotus Bank collapsed the moment Su Zhonghai died. Utterly deserved. He conveniently forgot he himself had eliminated Su Zhonghai and stripped Lotus Bank bare down to its very vaults. Without that total dismantling, the bank would never have crumbled so swiftly after its founder's demise. "Biaozi, round up everyone inside. I want to question them thoroughly. What on earth is going on? What do you mean robbing money? I'm a businessman. I'm here to negotiate an acquisition, not to commit armed robbery." Upon hearing this, Bald Biao cast an awestruck glance at Song Zhong. He'd even robbed a major bank before, driving it straight into bankruptcy. No wonder he was so wealthy. What he'd done previously now seemed utterly trivial. A mere street thug's antics. This man, a true outlaw. A torrent of tattooed underlings surged through the grand entrance of Lotus Bank, each face twisted with menace, each gripping a cleaver. At their head stood a burly man wearing an eye patch. His lone glaring eye belonged to Zhen Tao, Bald Biao's younger brother. Brothers searched the place. Bald Biao drew a cleaver and roared, preparing to charge forward. Only for Song Zhong to deliver a sharp, resounding slap across his gleaming bald pate. "How many times have I told you? Professional, professional, professional. No brothers this or that. Address them as colleagues. And all of you, stop shrieking like rabble. Civilized. We are civilized people." Still unsatisfied, Song Zhong rapped Bald Biao's skull several more times before smoothing his lapels and speaking with solemn gravity. "Go. Ask your colleagues to escort the bank staff back here." Bald Biao nodded meekly in assent, then vaulted over the counter, brandishing his cleaver. Song Zhong settled onto a sofa and waited leisurely for the bank staff to return. Moments later, chaos erupted. Shouts, wails, and frantic scrambling filled the air. Bald Biao and his men herded the bank employees back in. Among them, a middle-aged supervisor, pale-faced and trembling, immediately collapsed at Song Zhong's feet, clutching his thighs and wailing uncontrollably. Big brother, we truly have no money left in the bank. You emptied every last yuan during your last visit." Song Zhong frowned, puzzled, surveying the handful of cowering, insignificant figures before him. Where were the senior executives? Why had only these low-level staff remained? Was he merely acquiring an empty shell? Stroking his chin, Song Zhong fixed his gaze upon the trembling supervisor. "Tell me, Where is the bank's president? The supervisor stammered his reply, eyes wide with terror. Didn't you kill Su Zhonghai yourself? Are there no other executives left? You devoured one outright, and another you terrified into permanent idiocy. All remaining executives fled when the bank's financial chain collapsed. Amid Bald Biao's reverent stare, Song Zhong scratched his head awkwardly. Had he inadvertently dismantled the entire Lotus Bank? Why didn't you flee? Wah. The bank still owes me severance pay. If I ran, I'd be penniless forever. Wah. As the supervisor babbled through sobs, despair overwhelmed him. He broke into full-throated, heartrending wails. Big brother, we're already ruined. Please spare us. I have an 80-year-old mother at home, and a child not yet born. I'm young, unmarried, haven't even courted anyone. Please, don't eat me. I beg you, big brother. Song Zhong gazed down helplessly at the weeping, sniveling supervisor, whose tears and snot had already smeared his newly purchased suit trousers. Get up. Stop crying. Your scrawny frame wouldn't even fill a single tooth gap. No sooner had Song Zhong spoken than the supervisor jerked his head up, disbelief flooding his voice. Truly, you really won't eat me? No, I won't eat you. In fact, I'll pay you. Every cent owed. Paid in full. I'll cover the bank's deficits myself. But one condition: once I hand you the funds, within 1 week this bank shall bear my name. Song. Struggling to extract his leg from the supervisor's grip, Song Zhong gestured sharply for Bald Biao to produce the pre-prepared contracts. Misunderstanding entirely, Bald Biao pressed his bare, glistening scalp against Song Zhong's outstretched palm, earning an instant thunderous slap that sent his head snapping sideways. The contract, not your head. As Bald Biao grinned obsequiously, Song Zhong recoiled inwardly, his palm slick with oily sweat, a shiver of revulsion crawling up his spine. Did Bald Biao harbor some peculiar predilection? From now on he'd never again slap that man's head. Not for any other reason but because Song Zhong genuinely feared the man might enjoy it. Lost in thought, Song Zhong accepted the thick stack of documents Bald Biao offered. These are employment contracts. These are equity agreements. 1 week. Do you understand? Yes, yes. Understood, big brother. Call me boss. Yes, boss. Tears streamed down the supervisor's face. He suddenly glimpsed light returning to his life. He'd expected Song Zhong to devour staff. Yet instead he was reviving the entire bank. His salary was secure once more. Song Zhong turned to Bald Biao, pointing toward the armored cash truck parked outside. Biaozi, bring all the cash inside. First deposit it for me. Hauling these massive trucks back and forth is absurdly inefficient. Understood. Brothers, colleagues, move the money. With a sweep of his arm, Bald Biao commanded his men, who began hauling crate after crate of banknotes indoors. Watching the crates pile up, the supervisor waved a tiny flag beside Song Zhong, exclaiming eagerly, Here, big brother. Place these crates here. Yes, more space over here. By dusk, every truckload of cash had been deposited into the bank's vault, transformed into silent, sleek bank cards resting neatly inside a single briefcase. Bai Rong opened the case with reverent precision and addressed Song Zhong, boss. It's done. 2,000 bank cards, each holding 10 billion yuan. Equity transfer agreements are underway. Moreover, following Su Zhonghai's death, numerous assets belonging to Lotus Group remain unclaimed. Hospitals, megamalls, karaoke venues, and more. These enterprises currently operate without leadership. Might we consider acquiring Lotus Group in its entirety? That would give us a strategic foothold from which to leverage influence across Linjiang City. At some point, Bai Rong had produced several detailed reports, meticulously documenting Lotus Group's current holdings along with his comprehensive acquisition strategy and analysis. Listening intently, Song Zhong nodded in deep satisfaction. Having a loyal, capable subordinate was invaluable. No need to lift a finger himself. Everything had been orchestrated flawlessly. Bai Rong devised the plan, Bald Biao executed it, while Song Zhong napped. The entire operation unfolded seamlessly. He'd never imagined tiny Linjiang City could boast two such extraordinary talents. Bai Rong and Bald Biao. Proceed exactly as you proposed. Tomorrow gather all senior executives from every Lotus Group subsidiary. Acquire them all, without exception. Sweep them up. Completely. Boss, everyone's here. In the conference hall of Lotus Bank, a long rectangular table was surrounded by impeccably dressed entities, each unervingly humanoid yet unmistakably otherworldly. They shared one striking trait: every single one sat bolt upright, limbs and head rigidly bound to their chairs, mouth stuffed with foul-smelling socks. Song Zhong studied the assembled senior executives of Lotus Group with quiet intensity, then unable to resist extended his hand toward Guangtou Biao. And Guangtou Biao understood instantly and leaned forward, offering his gleaming bald head. Slap? And didn't I tell you to be more refined? And look at how you've tied them up. Untie them, now. And pinching his nose shut, Song Zhong barked the order in loud, exasperated tones. He had no choice. The stench in the room was unbearable, a pungent miasma emanating from dozens of sock-stuffed mouths. And rubbing his broad, gleaming scalp, Guangtou Biao sighed and offered a reluctant explanation. Boss, they refused to cooperate, spouting reckless defiance. And they claimed Su Jianghai is already dead, and even if the Heavenly King himself descended today, no one would reclaim these assets. Some even resisted violently. Was I supposed to indulge that? And so I just slap, fast, and stop. Enough? And Song Zhong swept his gaze once more across the assembled entities seated around the table. Each pair of eyes blazing with fury, each face twisted in bitter resentment. After a moment's thoughtful silence, Song Zhong patted Guangtou Biao's shoulder, and suddenly realized perhaps this wasn't such a terrible approach after all. And you handled it quite well. Clearly you've taken excellent care of our esteemed guests. They're brimming with vitality. And next time, trust your instincts. You have my full authority. And we're not short on resources. If they wish to negotiate civilly, we'll negotiate civilly. If they refuse to negotiate civilly, we'll make them negotiate civilly. And though the phrasing was deliberately convoluted, Guangtou Biao grasped its meaning instantly, and grinned, nodding eagerly in solemn affirmation. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce myself. I am Song Zhong, owner of Tiandi Bank. N.O. And one small correction, Lotus Bank has officially been renamed Tiandi Bank. With a crisp clap, Song Zhong commanded their attention. And today we gather for one primary purpose, the acquisition of the Lotus Group enterprises currently under your stewardship. By Rome, present the contracts and acquisition funds before each executive. Nat Song Zhong's command, thick stacks of documents appeared before every chair, and atop the conference table rested a compact leather briefcase. Watching from the side, Guangtou Biao silently gasped. Here it comes. And the boss's signature moved, subduing men with cards alone. And if his instincts were right, that case held no cash, but something far more potent. Rows upon rows of bank cards, meticulously aligned, each bearing a balance of 10 billion yuan. And what magnificence! A briefcase overflowing with sovereign financial authority. As Guangtou Biao watched, awestruck, Song Zhong turned to him and said calmly, "And Biaozi, remove the socks from their mouths. Let them speak. But what if they curse us? And no matter. I trust each of you possesses impeccable decorum and profound civility." And Song Zhong settled back in his chair, calmly filing his nails. Reluctantly, Guangtou Biao ordered his men to yank the socks free. And F your so-called Tiandi Bank. Our answer remains unchanged, acquisition. Not a chance. And unshackle me. I'll summon reinforcements in seconds, and then I'll raise your bank to dust. Exactly. Not even the Heavenly King himself could change our minds. And instantly the chamber erupted. Voices roaring, glares sharpening, waves of seething resentment rolling off every figure like visible mist. Song Zhong remained unruffled amidst the clamor, and he blew gently on his freshly polished nails, then lifted a slender iron wire into the air, admiring its delicate gleam. None grasped his intent, except Bai Rong, who scrutinized the wire and paled instantly. And that's the master's whip? OF. Is he about to demolish the place again? And will he obliterate us all on the spot? And recalling the ruins of Ping An Hotel, Bai Rong rushed forward, desperate to defuse the crisis. Gentlemen, please cease your outbursts. And hear our boss out first. And screw that, we'd rather fight than sell. These assets stay ours. No exceptions. Watching the executives grow ever more incensed, Bai Rong closed his eyes in utter despair. And let it end. I'm done. At least Guangtou Biao's here. If the boss does level the building, he'll rebuild it before lunch. Just as Bai Rong trembled inwardly, Song Zhong placed the needle-thin, spirit-subduing iron whip onto the conference table. Na resonant crystalline dang pierced the air the moment metal met wood. The sound, ancient, sacred, imbued with profound resonance, silenced the entire chamber at once. Naviri gaze snapped toward the source, a slender, unassuming embroidery needle. Bai Rong buried his face in his hands. It's here, the master's great iron whip. NAS Song Zhong activated the Rui weapon art. The needle swelled, transforming seamlessly into the full-length spirit-subduing iron whip. Infused with Song Zhong's surging resentment, the once plain artifact blazed with radiant divine light. An aura of solemn antiquity radiated from its surface. Within its shimmer, faint yet unmistakable, rose the anguished wails of countless tormented spirits. The mere appearance of the spirit-subduing iron whip froze every entity in place, paralyzed, breathless, utterly powerless to move. Meanwhile, Song Zhong adjusted the collar of his bespoke suit, revealing just for a moment the intricate tattoo across his chest. And from his very being surged waves of terrifying energy, sweeping through the chamber like a storm over still water. Keep cursing if you dare. Still think not even the Heavenly King could intervene? And shall I summon all four of them, so you may ask them yourselves? And this whip, it strikes even the Heavenly King. Why not curse it instead? Or, who was it that boasted of fighting me? Here, take the whip. Show me what you've got. Was it you, or you? In the hushed stillness, only Song Zhong's light, unhurried voice echoed, calm, precise, laced with quiet menace, as he gestured lazily with the whip toward the trembling executives. Each executive pointed at, flinched, as though locked in the gaze of some primordial predator. Too terrified even to draw breath, Song Zhong wasted no time. Stepping down the row, he addressed each one personally, his expression serene, almost kindly. Shall we negotiate? And yes, 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 yes. And do you wish to negotiate? And yes, 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 yes. And do you affirm it wholeheartedly? Yes, wholeheartedly. Naviri executive bobbed their heads furiously, like chickens pecking at grain, and resistance was unthinkable. Not when that massive black iron whip loomed so close. One strike, and they might shatter into dust. Song Zhong's oppressive aura alone pressed upon their chests like a mountain's stealing breath, bending will. Their eyes tracked the whip's arc. Up, down, left, right. Heartbeats hammering, souls braced for annihilation with every subtle shift of his wrist. Nearby, Guangtou Biao and his men watched, eyes wide with awe and fierce, unadulterated admiration. And now this is true underworld authority. And see that, one whip drawn casually, and an entire room kneels. Seeing their complete compliance, Song Zhong smiled faintly, then shrunk the whip with a flick of his will and tucked it smoothly into his inner pocket. Raising two fingers, he signaled Guangtou Biao, who bowed deeply and lit a vintage guava cigar with reverent precision. NAS smoke curled upward like incense. Song Zhong gave a subtle hand gesture, then spoke, voice rich and unhurried. Very well. Since negotiation is possible, let us negotiate properly. Biaozi, release the executives. And yes, boss. And Guangtou Biao executed a low, sycophantic bow. Then turning sharply, he fixed the bound executives with a predatory grin, and with a sharp, sweeping motion of his arm commanded his men and untie them. Let them speak, with our boss at length. In the conference room of Tiandi Bank, the released executives were engaging in a seemingly harmonious conversation with Song Zhong and his companions. To be precise, it was Song Zhong and his companions who were enjoying themselves, while the executives felt quite constrained. The methods used by Bald Biao to invite them, along with Song Zhong's aggressive demeanor, made them all believe that Song Zhong was conducting a forced transaction. Boss Song, since we're discussing cooperation and business, you should also show some sincerity, right? How much can a small briefcase hold? Isn't buying us a bit insufficient? Finally, one old man, unable to endure the odd atmosphere, spoke up half-heartedly. Not enough. What a joke. Are we the kind of people who engage in forced transactions? Old Bai opened the briefcase. Bai Rong, upon hearing this, wore a meaningful smile, looking at the odd gazes around him with a hint of disdain. A bunch of country bumpkins. What's wrong with a briefcase? That small briefcase could buy you 10 of those. Bai Rong thought as he strode forward to open the small briefcase. Once the briefcase was opened, everyone curiously looked inside. What does this mean? You still claim you aren't engaging in forced transactions? Looking at the stack of bank cards inside the briefcase, the executives' faces turned ashen. What do they plan to do with a box full of cards? Credit cards? Are you out of your mind? Do you even have any shame? You want to use credit cards to buy our assets? After buying the assets, are you planning to repay in installments? Don't be so outrageous, all right? The odd executives didn't regard the bank cards in the small briefcase as normal savings cards, because according to their understanding of Tiandi Bank, it's nothing but a group of bandits and rogues using empty promises. The bank cards in that briefcase certainly weren't any legitimate savings cards. Furthermore, they truly had never seen such a scene before. In past transactions, it was either cash or bank transfers. Who conducts a deal with a box full of bank cards? Bai Zong, don't go too far. At least give us some retirement money. What's up with using credit cards? Am I supposed to pay for my nursing home in installments in the future? The old man, feeling strange and dissatisfied, looked at Bai Rong, whispering, while trying to control his emotions, fearing he might truly anger Song Zhong and the others. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not a credit card but a legitimate savings card. The reason is that this acquisition involves a significant amount of money. Thus Boss Song chose to deposit the money onto the cards, giving everyone one each to buy back your shares. Each card holds 1 billion, no refunds, no extra. Looking at the puzzled expressions of the crowd, Bai Rong smiled, more having guessed their reactions long ago. With Bai Rong's explanation, the odd executives remained skeptical. After all, they were all wealthy bosses with substantial assets, and they still had a certain level of resilience against 1 billion. However, they expressed some doubts about the credibility of Tiandi Bank. Could this be a trap? Who would instantly chop off their hands for money? Just as the odd executives in the conference room hesitated about whether to take the money on the table. Downstairs at Tiandi Bank, a richly dressed monk with burn scars appeared. The monk had a round face and small eyes which occasionally gleamed with greed. He was counting something on his prayer beads, his small eyes fixed on the bank upstairs, exuding a chilling gaze. Great monk, the bank is closed today. Please come back tomorrow to handle your business. The monk, after retracting his gaze, strode towards the bank, but was blocked by a security guard in a black suit. Amitabha, I am not here for business, I have come to beg for alms. Hearing the monk's words, the security guard frowned, as it was his first time encountering a monk begging at a bank. If it were according to their usual practice, they would have chased the monk away and even kicked him. However, recalling Bald Biao and Boss Song's instructions to conduct themselves properly and not act recklessly, the guard hesitated and felt around his pockets, pulling out 200 yuan in cash and tossing it at the monk's feet. Begging? Is 200 enough? Hurry up and leave, our boss is in a meeting. If you disturb him, you will meet the real Buddha. The guard said, shivering at the thought of Boss Song's temperament. Unexpectedly, the plump monk didn't even glance at the cash on the ground, pressed his palms together in greeting, and a weird smile filled his chubby face. Amitabha, poor monk is not here to beg for a few bills but for this bank. Before the suited guard could react, the monk gently waved his golden sleeve, brushing it against the guard's forehead. The sturdy guard suddenly turned into a puddle of blood, without even emitting a single sound of resentment. The other guards at the door, still stunned, also turned into blood puddles. After doing all this, the monk pushed open the bank's door. Creak! As the monk pushed open the bank's door, all the black-suited staff in the hall turned to look, their expressions cold as they gazed at the plump monk. The bosses were having a meeting upstairs. Who let this fool in? Can't you even keep an eye on the door? Bald donkey, who are you? How did you get in? Where are the guards? One of the leading strongmen, drawing his knife, asked the monk with a fierce expression. Did he have no sense of the situation while his boss was negotiating upstairs? Facing the staff's wrathful and dissatisfied gazes, the plump monk still maintained a strange smile, answering leisurely. Amitabha, poor monk is financially empty. The guards at the door have already gone to the Western Paradise. Hearing the monk's words, the staff's faces changed dramatically. The guards at the door are dead. Is this a provocation? Bald donkey, are you looking for death? Are you trying to start trouble with us? The leading black-suited man's face turned ugly as he shouted loudly, charging at the monk. The monk sighed, watching the approaching black-suited strongman. Amitabha, poor monk merely wishes to beg for alms. Furthermore, this bank actually belongs to me. After saying this, the monk pointed a chubby finger at the strongman. The strongman, rushing towards the monk, suddenly turned pale with fear, then exploded into a puddle of meat. In an instant, the surrounding black-suited guards were stunned, not daring to act rashly. His small eyes squeezed into a slit within his plump face. The monk smiled benevolently, asking the people in the hall, Amitabha, would all you benefactors like to go to the Western Paradise? Meanwhile, back in the Tiandi Bank conference room, as the crowd was heatedly discussing the acquisition, Song Zhong suddenly furrowed his brow and slightly twitched his nostrils. Why is there suddenly such a strong smell of blood? Just as Song Zhong was puzzled, a sudden, knocking sound interrupted the acquisition process in the conference room. Knock, knock, knock. With a puzzled look, Song Zhong turned to Bald Biao. Wasn't there supposed to be someone stationed outside to ensure that no disturbances occur no matter what happens? Why is someone knocking at the door? Facing Song Zhong's gaze, Bald Biao chuckled awkwardly and shouted towards the door. Who? Which brat? Didn't we say not to disturb the meeting? Get back to your post. If you disturb the meeting again, I will turn you into meat paste. Bald Biao thought it was one of his clueless subordinates and scolded mercilessly. To his surprise, in response to Bald Biao's furious shouts, the knocking sound rang out again. Knock, knock. Then followed by a calm voice that turned all the odd executives' faces pale. Amitba, I am the poor monk Kai Kong. The bald man at the door paused cautiously, his probing gaze fixed on Song Zhong. Where did this monk come from? Is he someone the boss invited to send the seated executives to the afterlife? Should I open the door or not? Yet no matter how the bald man made faces at Song Zhong remained oblivious to his gaze, seemingly lost in thought. Song Zhong vaguely remembered that someone had warned him about something. Not receiving a response from Song Zhong, the bald man looked uncertainly at the tightly closed conference room door. He was unsure whether to open the door or keep it shut. The executives in the conference room exchanged wary glances with one another. You claim to be legitimate business people. Who brings a monk to a negotiation or acquisition? This must be a plot against them. On the other side, the bald man was still hesitating, but his brother Jintao was a bit of a fool. Hearing the nonsensical chatter outside, Jintao's eyes widened. His temper flared, and in a few steps, he marched to the front door. His brother failed to stop him. Which blind idiot can't see? My boss and the executives are in a meeting. Stop pretending you're asking for trouble. Jintao reached out to pull open the conference room door, his expression fierce, ready to strike. Just as he was about to act, a chubby hand suddenly pressed down on his forehead. Amitba, benefactor, do not be angry. Initially furious, Jintao's face changed in the brief moment the chubby hand pressed down on him. First his face froze in surprise, then greed flickered across his expression, and finally transformed into painful struggle. At the same time, his round head swelled irregularly, accompanied by a loud bang. Before anyone could react, Jintao's head exploded like a watermelon. Blood and brain matter splattered everywhere, even hitting Song Zhong's suit. The bald man, witnessing his brother's death, was nearly driven mad, shouting, "Boss! Someone's causing trouble." He then retreated behind the crowd, cautiously observing the large monk before him. Until he understood the monk's power, he could not be the first to charge in. His brother's death could be avenged, but if he died, there would be no one left to take revenge. Having retreated to Song Zhong's side, the bald man looked at him with a pitiful expression, pointing at the blood splattered throughout the room. "Boss! My brother! I saw it!" Song Zhong's expression remained calm as he wiped the blood from his collar. He had been searching his memory. Vaguely, he remembered someone warning him that a monk would come to trouble him. It seemed it was that Taoist Yun, and who mentioned it? The wealth-seeking monk. Song Zhong recalled this and looked back at the ornately dressed monk. So this monk is after me? I thought he was an enemy of the bald man. What a pity for Jintao to die. Realizing this, Song Zhong glanced at the pitiful bald man, patted his head, and signaled him not to worry with his eyes. This monk killed my employee. As the boss, I will definitely seek justice. Then Song Zhong looked at the large monk before him. The moment he saw him, images began to surface in his mind. However, among these images, he surprisingly saw no sign of the monk's demise. He only saw a bustling temple hall. The large monk before him appeared fervent, kneeling in front of a massive golden statue reciting scriptures. Meanwhile, some monks were drinking, others were torturing ordinary people, and some were engaging in lewd acts. Although the scene in the hall was grotesque, Song Zhong inexplicably felt a sense of zen. Is this the Huanxi temple? Truly bizarre. It seems I can't let him die so easily. I should capture him and interrogate him for information. Amitba, I am the monk Caikong. It's been a while since I've seen all of you executives. After killing Jintao, the fat monk adjusted his attire, as if nothing had happened, clasped his hands in greeting, and addressed the executives. It's that wealth-seeking monk from Huanxi Temple. How did he come back? Dasu Zhonghai is dead, and the bank has been taken over. How could he not return? With the executives whispering in confusion, the monk Caikong again spoke unsteadily. If you all remember me, then I won't waste any more time. Excuse me, who is currently the president of the Tiandi Bank? As he asked this, everyone present instinctively turned to look at Song Zhong, who was seated at the head of the table. What do you want from me? Seeing the monk Caikong looking at him, Song Zhong nodded at him. Amitba, I come to beg for alms. Please return the bank to me and offer all your wealth to the Buddha. Monk Caikong slowly stated, his gaze fixed on the bank cards in the briefcase on the conference table, his eyes revealing a greedy glint. As soon as Kai Kong entered the conference room, he fixated on those bank cards. In his perception, they contained unimaginable immense wealth. It was wealth surpassing the entire Lotus Group. At this moment, all thoughts of Lotus Bank were cast aside. With this briefcase, his plan to offer to the Buddha could be accomplished significantly. While Kai Kong thought this, he waved his broad golden silk sleeves. With his motion, the briefcase on the conference table abruptly floated up, flying straight towards him. Kai Kong watched the briefcase approaching him, his greedy gaze seemingly coalescing into a torrent. However, to his astonishment, the briefcase was firmly grasped by a large hand. No matter how he urged his resentment, the briefcase remained firmly held, unmoving. Kai Kong's expression turned grim as he followed the large hand to see Song Zhong, who had a cold expression, gripping the briefcase with one hand. What's the meaning of this? Is killing my employee not enough? Now you're robbing me. Do you know how much effort my wealthy father invested to obtain this money? Song Zhong's lips curled into a cold smile, his shirt opened at the collar, faintly revealing a tattoo on his chest. Feeling the briefcase still being charged with resentment by the monk Caicong, a murderous intent flickered in Song Zhong's eyes. The bald monk dares to rob, looking for death. He then reached for the divine whip, a cold smile on his face, as he stared at the monk Kai Kong before him. Even after someone has died, how can he still be so oblivious? To dare to rob right under my nose. Song Zhong, with a chill in the air, pulled out the divine whip from his pocket. As he drew the whip, it transformed from the size of a needle to a massive iron whip, striking towards the monk Kai Kong. Moreover, as the divine whip danced, the entire bank began to shake precariously. The many peculiar executives in the conference room felt this mysterious power and quickly sought refuge. Bai Rong and the bald-headed Biao had already sprinted to a safe distance, familiar with the scene, fearing that they might accidentally be wiped out. Boom! The divine whip lashed out, and monk Caicong, feeling the whip's wind, snapped back to reality from his brief stupor. As the iron whip drew closer, he retreated in haste. Yet the divine whip, relentless in its pursuit, continued to extend and grow longer under the enhancement of the Rui weapon technique, keeping the retreating monk Kai Kong enveloped within its striking range. Especially with the breath from the divine whip locking onto him, monk Kai Kong found himself with no escape. In a moment of desperation, he clasped his hands together, a surge of resentment rising from within, and he struggled to utter a single word. "OM." With this utterance, the sound resonated, and all the strange gazes in the conference room were ignited with a greedy glimmer. As this sound of Buddhist wrath echoed, monk Kai Kong surprisingly halted his retreat, instead entering a meditative state. Simultaneously, a golden aura enveloped him. In Song Zhong's puzzled gaze, the aura surrounding monk Kai Kong did not block the iron whip. Rather, it shattered upon contact. Yet, as the aura fragmented, a tremendous force propelled monk Kai Kong out of the divine whip's attack range. Using the rebounding force, monk Kai Kong flipped over and regained his stance. "Are you a follower of the evil god? It seems today, apart from seeking alms, I must also grant you salvation." Song Zhong was left bewildered by monk Kai Kong's questioning. "What? Evil god? Bald donkey, has your brain gone awry? Though I possess 4 mighty beings with me, aside from looking a bit fierce, they are all genuine righteous deities. You can describe them as malevolent gods, but what on earth is an evil god? If they are all evil gods, what do you worship?" However, Song Zhong quickly realized that in monk Kai Kong's eyes, perhaps only his Buddha was the true god. All other deities are evil gods. Especially in the teachings of the Celestial Master, it has been described in detail. All followers of the Joyful Temple believe that the evil in the world is constant, and they leave only goodness for the people. Under this perverse doctrine, the followers of the Joyful Temple are methodically practicing the evils of the 5 desires. While Song Zhong pondered, monk Kai Kong suddenly underwent a tremendous transformation. He tore apart the prayer beads in his hands, tossed them above his head, and began to chant a complicated and difficult scripture. As monk Kai Kong sat cross-legged, the shattered beads arranged themselves around him, unleashing various illusions of resentment. To an onlooker, confusion arose. Even Song Zhong felt a surge of greed rising from deep within. Money. So much money. I need to make money. It's not enough. This money is still insufficient. In a daze, Song Zhong could only hear monk Kai Kong's chanting growing louder. It felt as if hundreds of monks were chanting scriptures and incantations in unison beside his ears. And the originally plump and greasy monk Kai Kong appeared in Song Zhong's eyes as kind and holy. It truly seemed as if, as proclaimed by the Joyful Temple, their actions were all for the dissemination of kindness in the world. But in the next moment 4 cold snorts echoed in his ears, instantly shattering the chaotic thoughts in his mind. "You vile evildoers, how dare you act so recklessly?" Regaining clarity, Song Zhong looked at Monk Kai Kong again, only to be astonished to find that the once holy-looking fat monk had completely transformed into a pile of rotten flesh. He sat cross-legged, his vast and bloated flesh compressing and stacking, appearing like an incense burner made of blood and flesh. The blood and flesh incense burner was filled with resentment, transformed into gold coins with 3 pieces of meat incense sticking up from the center. It was 3 straight legs, pointing skyward, directly inserted into the blood and flesh incense burner. 1 spurting red liquid, 1 dripping yellow filth, and 1 emitting a foul odor. And Monk Kai Kong's head was peacefully embedded in the wall of the blood and flesh burner, repeatedly calling out an unspeakable name. "Great Sage, Joyful Heaven! Great Sage, Joyful Heaven! Great Sage, Joyful Heaven! Great Sage, Joyful Heaven!" Is that the evil Buddha worshipped by the Joyful Temple? Before Song Zhong could ponder further, he heard Monk Kai Kong laughing maniacally, and with his laughter the air turned murky. "Ha ha ha, the Buddha is looking at me again. The Buddha is looking at me again. He has come. He is about to gaze upon this place." At that moment Song Zhong suddenly felt the surrounding space was as if locked onto him. In the midst of it all there seemed to be some weird existence turning its body towards here. That presence felt as if it existed in the void, yet also resided within the evil thoughts of humanity. Unperceivable, unobservable, unspeakable. The peculiar executives in the conference room, upon feeling this aura, all froze in place, their faces ashen. No one knew better than them how terrifying the entity worshipped by the Joyful Temple was. Only Song Zhong remained relaxed amidst this atmosphere, because the 4 evil gods within him, upon sensing the aura of Joyful Heaven, did not show any signs of fear. Instead they began to stir restlessly. Song Zhong ripped off the upper half of his clothing, revealing a body full of mighty beings, each seeming as if they had come to life, all displaying ferocious expressions. The golden-armored Guan Yu twirled his long blade, radiating a chilling crescent light. Neza tugged at the evil dragon tendons, stirring up a tempest. The redrobed Zhong Kuei suddenly opened his eyes, brandishing a sword ready to strike. And Sun Wukong on Song Zhong's leg merely scratched his face, causing the heavenly drawing on his other leg to wobble precariously. Streams of terrifying auras surged from Song Zhong's body. The gazes of the 4 evil gods turned towards the void, as if awaiting something to descend. In this eerie world stood the Celestial Bank. Within the stagnant air Song Zhong sensed something awakening. Some unseen presence turning its gaze upon this place. "He's here. The Buddha. The Buddha is watching." Amid Kai Kong's frenzied shriek, the entire bank fell under the gaze of Shihuan Tian. The very space of the bank warped. A terrifying aura descended, instantly surging through the chamber and amplifying every grotesque desire beyond conscious control. One by one their bodies trembled violently, a grievance seeped from their forms, threatening imminent collapse. Terrifying, overwhelming, mysterious. Under that gaze the grotesques felt as though staring into an unfathomable abyss, pitch black, bottomless, drawing them helplessly inward to be shattered and dissolved. And yet this was merely Shihuan Tian's casual glance. An invisible, dreadful gaze swept across the grotesques within the bank, plunging each into a harrowing limbo between madness and lucidity. But then, when that unspeakable entity shifted its attention towards Song Zhong, its gaze abruptly froze, as if beholding something unspeakably horrifying. Instantly the terrifying aura and power crumbled, fleeing as though terrified of being noticed by Song Zhong, and it swiftly shut its eyes. The sensation was like 10,000 cavalry charging at full gallop, only to pivot and flee in utter panic faster than they had advanced. "You've come this far, and now you wish to leave?" In the conference room Song Zhong's aura roiled fiercely. Frost edged his features. As he sensed the entity retracting its gaze and attempting to withdraw, he let out a cold, disdainful snort. The spirit-subduing whip slashed once into the void. Simultaneously the 4 malevolent deities bound to his body struck as one, each unleashing their unique divine arts. Unrivaled transcendent forces locked unerringly onto Shihuan Tian's fading resonance, tracing it relentlessly back to its primordial source. "You strike a pose, and think to simply walk away. Do I, Song Zhong, have no dignity? Are the mighty deities dwelling within me mere illusions?" In that instant the entire bank trembled on the verge of collapse, instilling primal dread across every grotesque present. Boom, boom, boom. Invisible collisions erupted in the void, reverberating with thunderous detonations, and faintly a muffled cry of pain. He escaped. I should have waited before striking. Next time he dares return, I'll seize him, tear him limb from limb, and feed him to dogs. Feeling the entity dissipate, Song Zhong lingered in quiet dissatisfaction as the malevolent deities receded into stillness. I hadn't even begun to exert myself. Yet you fled. So fierce your arrival. Yet so craven your retreat. Meanwhile Kai Kong, the monk whose face had burned with fanatical fervor, remained dazed, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. What had just occurred? Why had the Buddha's aura vanished entirely? Had the Buddha been frightened away? Kai Kong sensed not a trace of the Buddha's presence. His mind reeled, shaken to its foundations, utterly incapable of accepting reality. Why? Emotions careening wildly, the monk's expression twisted into a mask of manic despair. He could not fathom it. Every ritual had proceeded flawlessly. So why had the Buddha abandoned him without hesitation? Song Zhong gazed upon Kai Kong, convulsing like a man seized by epilepsy, and offered a mocking smile. So this was the fearsome grotesque I'd anticipated. Turns out he couldn't even withstand a single strike of the whip. Shaking his head, Song Zhong tapped the blood and flesh incense burner. Kai Kong's transformed form, with the spirit-subduing whip. Kai Kong's skull rang with the deafening clang of metal on metal. His spirit teetered on the edge of shattering. That single blow scattered his frenzy entirely, restoring clarity though leaving his mind utterly drained. Regaining consciousness, Kai Kong stared at Song Zhong's smiling face and felt a sudden chilling wave of terror. Yet Song Zhong's next words rekindled a desperate flicker of hope. Answer my questions truthfully, and you may live. Any objections? And no, none. What purpose do these amassed riches serve you? To fulfill the 5 desires, and offer them to the Buddha in exchange for power. Are there other monks of the Shihuan Temple in Linjiang City? None. Shihuan Temple monks are scattered nationwide, each laboring toward the Buddha's complete awakening. Then, what conditions must be met for your Buddha's full awakening? Kai Kong fell silent, until Song Zhong's darkening expression prompted him to draw forth the spirit-subduing whip once more. Only then did he speak, voice strained and ragged. When all monks have gathered the 5 desires to their utmost limit, their combined power will forge the Buddha's 5 organs, and thereby resurrect him. Song Zhong nodded thoughtfully. Watching his silence, Kai Kong pleaded desperately, "Spare me. The Buddha has already forsaken me. I can gather wealth for you. I excel at this." Song Zhong nodded approvingly, then lifted the spirit-subduing whip. "What are you doing? You promised to spare me if I spoke truthfully. You're breaking your word. You can't do this. You flatter me. I shall strive to improve further." Frantically, Kai Kong tried to crawl backward, but his grotesquely distorted flesh rendered escape impossible. Song Zhong regarded him with icy indifference. He had never intended to spare him. "Come now. After you've played your part and slaughtered my men, you expect to walk away. Do I still have any standing left? Integrity, when you commanded Su Jianghai to steal my funds. Where was your integrity? You killed my subordinates, and now demand mercy. My one virtue. I hold grudges. Deeply." As Kai Kong writhed in horrified realization, the spirit-subduing whip descended, shattering the blood and flesh incense burner into crimson ruin. At that moment, Zhong Kuei's spectral form flickered into view, grasping the incense burner, deftly tearing off its impure extremities and stuffing the remains into his cavernous maw. With a sharp tilt of his neck, he swallowed the entire incense burner whole. Exhilarating, a low, satisfied moan escaped Song Zhong's lips. Kai Kong's grievance differed from that of ordinary grotesques, chaotic and disordered. His, however, bore the imprint of cultivation, subtly aligned with profound arcane patterns. Not only was it denser and purer, but it was absorbed with astonishing speed, dramatically enhancing Song Zhong's physical fortitude. With his bare body alone, he now rivaled a level fierce grotesque. As Song Zhong reflected, Zhong Kuei beside him suddenly furrowed his brow and withdrew a bronze alms bowl from his mouth, tossing it onto the floor. A crisp, resonant chime, ding-ling dong long, echoed as Song Zhong bent to retrieve it. What was this? A rare drop. Just as he examined the bowl, Bai Rong and Guangtou Biao, who had long since hidden themselves, crept cautiously back to Song Zhong's side and ventured a timid question. "Boss, is it over?" "Yes. Have someone clean up." Song Zhong pocketed the bowl, intending to study it thoroughly later. "Shall we resume the meeting? Where are the executives?" Song Zhong asked, puzzled. Following by Rong's pointing finger, he spotted the grotesque executives huddled at a distance. Upon meeting Song Zhong's gaze, the executives forced nervous smiles, clutching each other as they trembled. Even Kai Kong had been devoured. Their patron deity had fled in terror, and yet they dared to bargain with Song Zhong, even threatened to overturn the table. They should have accepted his acquisition terms without hesitation. Song Zhong noted their distress, and flashed a broad, unsettling grin, beckoning them over with a wave. Come, let us continue our meeting. On the other side, in the real world, the Civil Polling Bureau, Guan Kai looked seriously at Bai Haiba in front of her. Boss Bai, you are being unreasonable. It's not like that, Miss Guan. We simply have no stock left. Last time those 5 semi-trailers cleared out all the sources of ghost money around Linjiang City. And it's not just your place that has deceased, is it? The demand now exceeds the supply. Bai Haiba wore a mournful expression as he continuously explained to the lady in front of him. This was the 4th time this week Guan Kai had brought him to the Civil Polling Bureau, pestering him for supplies as if he were a criminal. It's not that Guan Kai's attitude was particularly harsh. Mainly, have you ever seen someone twist their head 180 degrees just to scare you? And she even took you to ride a carousel where someone had died and the bloodstains have yet to be cleaned up. Bai Haiba was nearly depressed. He even considered just staying at the Civil Polling Bureau. After all, his funeral supply shop could not open for a while, and even when it does, it would only be for special offers. Looking at Bai Haiba's resolute expression, Guan Kai felt a bit of a headache. She wasn't entirely tormenting Bai Haiba just to burn paper for Song Zhong. During this time, aside from handling some pollution-level oddities, her main focus was indeed on Bai Haiba. That time when she burned paper, the intense resentment flashing across Bai Haiba made him a key subject of observation for the Civil Polling Bureau. However, no matter what methods she used, she could not reactivate the resentment within Bai Haiba. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. Suddenly a phone ringing interrupted Guan Kai's thoughts. Hello? Oh, okay. After hanging up, Guan Kai grabbed her coat and dashed out. At the same time, when Xian, holding a hot pot, hurriedly followed Guan Kai out the door, an anomaly had occurred at the gallery of a famous painter in Linjiang City, and her colleagues at the Civil Polling Bureau urged her to hurry over. Exiting the Civil Polling Bureau, Guan Kai got into a black sedan and spoke to Wang Chong, the driver. Old Wang, to the Shizhu Gallery. Got it. Guan Kai had become accustomed to such matters during this time, no longer the flustered rookie she once was. Moreover, as the first wave of deadly oddities was gradually resolved, Linjiang City had calmed down quite a bit. The remaining oddities were not particularly strong. The most common oddities encountered now were actually pollution-level ones lacking consciousness and the obsession-level ones unaware of their own deaths. Guan Kai had accumulated a wealth of experience through her daily dealings with oddities, and her strength had risen accordingly. Now, even when alone, she could easily handle pollution-level oddities. If Guan Kai were to face the Cadied Man case again, she was absolutely confident she could save Li Zhe. Here, when Guan Kai arrived at the Shizhu Gallery, she effortlessly dealt with the anomaly there. It was merely the grievance of a student who had failed an art exam and jumped off a building, which had manifested as an obsession-level oddity through the gallery's brushes. The hot pot barked a few times, dispersing the anomaly in the gallery. The person in charge of the gallery was an exceptionally refined middle-aged man, who upon seeing the anomaly vanish profusely thanked Guan Kai and offered her a gift. Thank you, Miss Guan. This is just a small token of my appreciation. You're welcome. It's what we should do. Guan Kai helplessly declined the gallery owner's gift. Oh, by the way, isn't this gallery owned by Mr. Mo Jing Chun? Guan Kai asked curiously, subtly redirecting the gallery owner's attention as she quietly pushed the gift back. Ah, Mr. Mo has returned to the countryside, stating that the urban anomalies are too frightening. I am his distant nephew Mo Pingping, temporarily managing this gallery. The gallery owner Mo Pingping smiled, while adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, looking at Guan Kai gently. Guan Kai felt uncomfortable under Mo Pingping's gaze, goosebumps rising all over her body. Why was this man so alluring? Had art influenced him too much? Guan Kai awkwardly glanced around, suddenly attracted by a painting on the wall. In the ink wash-style landscape painting, a pure white dog occupied a large portion, chasing away a group of demons. What is this? Ah, this is a casual work by Mr. Mo's disciple. Due to the lack of skill, but the painting is quite interesting. Mr. Mo displayed it here to warn students. Technique is more important than imagination in painting. Guan Kai carefully examined the painting, growing more puzzled. She couldn't understand what was interesting about it. She couldn't help but ask Mo Ping Ping, "What is depicted here?" This is actually a Erlang Searches the Mountain painting." Mo Ping Ping shook his head helplessly and explained to Guan Kai. "This painting portrays Erlang Yang Jian at Guanjinku receiving orders from the Jade Emperor to hunt down the monkeys of Waguashan's Water Curtain Cave." Why is Yang Jian not in this painting?" Hearing Guan Kai's question, Mo Ping Ping burst into laughter. The funny part lies in the original author's response. He said Yang Jian went to fight Sun Wukong. "For such small demons as monkeys, the howling celestial dog will suffice." At that time, Mr. Mo Jing Chun was so enraged that he took off his belt and gave that student a good beating. "Oh!" Guan Kai suddenly understood, unable to suppress a smile. She recalled a joke she had seen before. The art teacher asked a student, "Why did you hand in a blank sheet of paper?" The student innocently replied, "I painted a sheep grazing." "Where's the grass?" "The sheep ate it." "What about the sheep?" "It went home after eating the grass." Mo Ping Ping watched Guan Kai, who was filled with mirth, and after pondering for a moment, he reached up to take the painting off the wall. "Miss Guan, if you like it, take this painting as a token of gratitude from the gallery." "This? Isn't it inappropriate?" Guan Kai hesitated. She indeed found the painting very interesting, but she was also afraid the artwork was too valuable and didn't want to accept it. It seemed Mo Ping Ping noticed Guan Kai's hesitation and explained, "It's fine, this painting is only worth the cost of paper, and ink just a casual creation of a student." "Then, okay." Guan Kai truly adored this painting, especially the interesting essence it encapsulated, making her love it even more. She couldn't help but think, having burned so much money for Brother Song, should she also burn him something rich in artistic essence? This painting is quite nice. She could burn it for Brother Song to see on an occasion. Carefully cradling the painting in her hands, Guan Kai said to Mo Ping Ping, "It's getting late, Mr. Mo, we should head back. Everyone please take care." Mo Ping Ping smiled and waved at Guan Kai, then closed the gallery's door, stepping into the bamboo grove of the gallery one step at a time. With each step, he took the expression on his face became stiffer. His originally fair complexion seemed to be coated with a layer of pale powder, forming creases. At the same time, a line of blood traced down from his forehead, churning with flesh buds. It resembled a lump of human flesh draped in ill-fitting human skin. Mo Ping Ping walked stiffly in the bamboo grove, and after a long while a faint murmur escaped his lips. "That Guan Kai. Is she related to him? The black dog beside her, isn't it his beloved pet?" "You're back." Chun Jin did not bother to look up as he asked Guan Kai, who had just entered. Guan Kai returned to the Mindiao bureau, clutching the painting, her heart brimming with joy. She saw Chun Jin wearing reading glasses, carefully checking the files. Lately, the Mindiao bureau had been dealing with and containing so many strange anomalies that the paperwork had become impossible to keep up with. Chun Jin sighed, mentally calculating when he might finally retire. Stretching, he suddenly noticed what Guan Kai was holding. "What's that?" "A painting, Erlang Soshan 2. This piece is intriguing. I'm going to show Brother Song." Chun Jin rolled his eyes at that. Guan Kai was fine in every way except that she was love-struck. She burned offerings to everything as if that would truly help. Her burnings were getting more and more absurd. Last time, she even burned models of fighter jets and tanks. "What is your man planning, a rebellion down there?" Chun Jin feared that someday, if she lost control, Guan Kai might overturn the whole of Linjiang City. He took off his reading glasses, as if remembering something, and called after the trotting Guan Kai. "Don't run off tomorrow. After work, well, go see Zhang Yunan. The nurse said he's recovering well. Let's see when we can bring him out and put his labor to use." "All right." Guan Kai pulled several spirit notes from a drawer, then dashed out of the Mindiao bureau and climbed into Wang Chang's black sedan. They drove to a secluded, empty spot before stopping. Guan Kai carefully lit a few spirit notes and tossed them into the painted circle. As pale blue smoke drifted up in the uncanny world, Song Zhong, who had been eating, suddenly flopped forward in a daze. Under the astonished gazes of Bai Rong and Guangtou Biao, his face landed squarely in his rice bowl. Guangtou Biao poked Bai Rong and asked curiously, "Does our boss just eat however he pleases? Just shove his face into the bowl and be done with it?" Bai Rong trembled, dropped his chopsticks and fled. By his experience, every time the boss fell asleep, a rain of money followed. "You fool! If you don't want to be buried by money, run." Yet Song Zhong, still bowed over the table, was oblivious to Bai Rong and Guangtou Biao's reaction. Through the curling smoke, he saw Guan Kai crouch down, burning paper. Brother Song, it's been a long time since I burned offerings for you. Look at this. This painting is interesting, isn't it? I went to a gallery on a mission today. The proprietor, to show his thanks, specially gave it to me. This is the Erlang Soshan painting, but it depicts Xiao Xiangqun. Interesting. As Guan Kai murmured, Song Zhong silently examined the ink painting and clicked his tongue in wonder. Song Zhong could not help but anticipate what kind of legacy burning this picture might bestow. Or would another depiction of Xiao Xiangqun appear upon him? Would Sun Wukong not come to blows with it? The next second, he awoke in the uncanny world. When he opened his eyes, his face was smeared with rice. Biao! Biao! Where are you? Bring me a towel. Song Zhong shouted, but saw only an empty table and two heads peering in from the doorway. It was Bai Rong and Guangtou Biao. What are you doing? Boss! It's not raining banknotes this time. Drop on your bald head. Song Zhong rolled his eyes, annoyed, and ignored the two clowns. He wiped the rice from his face with the tablecloth and began to contemplate the new legacy that had surfaced in his mind. Unexpectedly, the Erlang Soshan painting had transmitted a canine cultivation method. Tiango swallows the sun. With this method, Huoguo's strength could increase dramatically. From now on, when Guan Kai faced danger, she might not need Song Zhong's aid. Huoguo could handle it himself. Spirit summoning talismans were hard to refine. He could not guarantee that a spirit would answer every time Guan Kai was in peril. As Song Zhong thought this, he beckoned Huoguo, who was gnawing a bone nearby. Come, Huoguo, be good. Father will teach you cultivation. He cradled Huoguo in his arms and stroked his jet-black fur. As he continued to stroke Huoguo's coat, a filament of resentful energy clung to Song Zhong's hand, and he transmitted the Tiango swallows the sun method to the dog. He also funneled his own streams of power, even coaxing partial energies from four great figures within him, and let Huoguo devour them. The more and stronger the power devoured, the greater the method's advancement. With the four mighty powers plus his own given enough time, Huoguo would inevitably grow formidable. A soft woof escaped him. As Song Zhong fed him resentful energy, Huoguo seemed to feel his body changing. He involuntarily exposed his soft belly, his canine eyes narrowed in obvious pleasure, and his bright red tongue lolled out. Following the Tiango swallows the sun ritual, as his resentful energy suffused Huoguo's flesh, Song Zhong gently tapped the dog's head with his palm. After his palm rested on Huoguo's brow, the already glossy black fur grew even sleeker. A profound arcane aura emanated from him. His eyes became remarkably lively. He seemed to possess his own intellect, now even capable of near-human expressions. It had succeeded. Song Zhong toyed with Huoguo in his hands, a satisfied smile on his face. This was only the beginning of cultivating Tiango swallows the sun. With continued feeding of resentful energy, Huoguo would gradually become far stronger. Perhaps one day, he might reach the level of Xiao Xiangqun in Fengshen Yanni. Sensing Song Zhong's intent, Huoguo offered him a strangely human smile. Then he lightly leapt to his food bowl and obediently resumed gnawing his bone. Guangtou Biao and Bai Rong, watching from the side, were stunned. What had happened? How could the boss merely stroke Huoguo and cause the intensity of his resentful energy to leap so drastically? It had risen from a fixation level to now faintly exuding a fierce aura. What are you standing there for? Not eating? Song Zhong noticed the envious looks from Bai Rong and Guangtou Biao and asked, puzzled. Oh, eating, we're eating. Bai Rong and Guangtou Biao sat back down and picked at their rice, though their minds were elsewhere. Especially Guangtou Biao. After a few mouthfuls, he wore a sycophantic grin and asked Song Zhong a question. Boss, you pat my bald head every day. Why hasn't it given me power like it gave Huoguo? That is a ritual for nurturing a dog. You're not a dog, so what power do you expect? Song Zhong replied casually, not taking it seriously. Yet what Guangtou Biao said next made his skin crawl. Boss, actually I could be. Isn't that basically being a dog? Hearing this, Song Zhong looked up at Guangtou Biao, who was sticking out his tongue and making faces, and felt a chill. Get lost. In the real world, in the polling bureau, Guan Caixin absent-mindedly rummaged through a cup of instant noodles. Even her favorite old pickled cabbage beef noodles failed to pique her interest. She glanced at the hot pot beside her, which was eagerly devouring dog food, her eyes reflecting a sense of helplessness. Recently, the hot pot's appetite has grown quite large. Guan Kai murmured to herself. Since burning paper yesterday, a mysterious aura had suddenly appeared around the hot pot. Since then, its appetite had increased significantly. What used to be a single bowl of dog food that could satisfy a meal now required 3 bags to be enough. Moreover, it even had the audacity to pick its favorite food. For instance, ice cream. Looking at the hot pot gnawing on chicken-flavored ice cream, Guan Kai sighed as she rubbed her forehead. If it weren't for the polling bureau providing meals, she might have gone bankrupt from feeding the hot pot. Just as she was thinking, Chun Jin suddenly pushed the door open. Guan, are you ready to see Zhang Yunan? What the hell? Why is the hot pot gnawing on ice cream? Chun Jin, astonished, circled around the hot pot twice, clicking his tongue in wonder. But soon he shifted his focus away from the hot pot. After all, it was only natural for something that had become a living enigma to exhibit some oddities. Chun Jin had grown accustomed to such occurrences, especially since there were even more outrageous cases. For example, in the neighboring house, there was an investigator who, after becoming a living enigma, developed a fondness for eating Oreos. That taste, that sourness. TSK. Chun Jin quickly returned to his thoughts and said to Guan Kai, "Let's go, we need to check on Zhang Yunan. If we delay, the hospital might restrict visiting hours. I wonder if that kid has made any connections with the nurses in the hospital. Back in my day when I was hospitalized. You're 57 this year." Wang Chong, who had been expressionless, chimed in with a deadpan remark. 57. What's wrong with 57? I'm old in age but young at heart. Hey, with my temper, let's have a little competition and I'll cover the repair costs. Just as Chun Jin was about to roll up his sleeves, Guan Kai interrupted their conversation. Stop it, Uncle Chun. It's already 8 in the evening. If we delay any further, we really won't be able to enter the hospital. Hearing this, Chun Jin had to relent, shooting a glare at Wang Chong, grabbing a fruit basket, and turning to leave the polling bureau. Behind them, Guan Kai, Wang Chong, and the hot pot followed, while Wen Xian obediently did her homework in the polling bureau. Indeed, to compensate for Wen Xin's complete childhood, Guan Kai assigned her homework every day, so that she could have a positive and uplifting childhood. Wang Chong drove fast, and the three of them, along with the dog, quickly arrived at the place where Zhang Yunan was hospitalized. Linjing City Second Hospital. Under the night sky, Guan Kai and Chun Jin entered the inpatient department building. Meanwhile, Wang Chong and the hot pot waited in the car. One had a poor relationship with Zhang Yunan, and the other was prohibited from bringing pet dogs inside. As soon as Guan Kai and Chun Jin entered the hospital, they found themselves somewhat at a loss. Ever since Zhang Yunan was hospitalized, they had been too busy with polling bureau matters to find time to visit him. Besides knowing that he was in the VIP ward on the third floor, 305. They were entirely unaware of anything else, and they spent quite a while looking for the inpatient department. Uncle Chun, hurry up. The lights will be off soon. If we delay any longer, we will only be met with closed doors. It was already 8:30 in the evening. Normally by 9 o'clock the nurses in the inpatient department would finish their rounds, lock the doors, and refuse visitors. The nurses would arrange for patients to sleep during this time, somewhat similar to the lights-out measures some schools enforce in their dormitories at night. All right, why is the lights out so early? Chun Jin felt a bit regretful, pondering why he at his age was running around at night. He hoped that by the time he got there, Zhang Yunan would be fine, and he wouldn't end up hospitalized himself. On the third floor of the inpatient department, the lights had already gone out in large areas. The door leading to the third floor was slightly ajar, with only the emergency exit sign in the hallway emitting a green glow. 305. 305. Found it. This is the room. Zhang Yunan, the old man is here to see you. Chun Jin enthusiastically pushed open the door to Zhang Yunan's hospital room but froze in place. Guan Kai, who was behind him, instantly sensed that something was off and leaned in to look into the room. The lights in the hospital room were off and it was pitch black, but she could vaguely see that it was tidily arranged. However, Zhang Yunan's bed was completely empty. Had he gone to the restroom? Or was he in the next room chatting with a beautiful patient? At this critical moment, with the hospital lights turned off, where could Zhang Yunan have gone? Wait a minute, it seems that when we came up, we didn't see a single person, not even a staff member at the nurse's station. Guan Kai's nerves instantly tightened as she recalled the anomalies. Even if the hospital closed at night, there would still be some family members or restless patients in the corridors of the inpatient department. Especially at the nurse's station, there would definitely be a nurse on duty. But now on this floor, there was not a single person in the corridor or at the nurse's station. Where is Zhang Yunan? Where did everyone else go? Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a cold voice emanated from behind Guan Kai and Chun Jin. Are you two the relatives of the patient in bed 305? Hearing the voice behind them, Chun Jin and Guan Kai instinctively distanced themselves and turned around to see a stern-looking nurse. A dense aura of resentment rose from her, with her eyes flickering with ghostly light and a chilling smile on her pale face. Guan Kai and Chun Jin exchanged a glance, struggling to control their facial expressions, and responded in perfect harmony. "No, we took a wrong turn. Well, leave right now." They could clearly sense that something was amiss. One person was already strange enough, but now there were even more bizarre occurrences. This place was definitely problematic, but regardless of the situation, they needed to leave and seek help first. Even a Taoist from the Tian Master's mansion like Zhang Yunan couldn't send a message, so Chun Jin and Guan Kai were still self-aware. "Since you're not the family of the patient, then you must be patients who sneaked out. Come with me for treatment." The nurse in front of them wore an even more chilling smile, and her tone made one instinctively shiver as the resentment around them continued to swirl. "We're not sick, really not sick." Guan Kai and Chun Jin hurriedly shook their heads while backing away. "Whether you're sick or not will be determined after an examination. It's not good to avoid medical treatment. If you're sick, you must see a doctor. You can't just run away," the nurse said in a deep voice, seemingly angry, which made the surrounding resentment surge more violently, quickly filling the space. In an instant, the entire inpatient building became eerie and strange. The starry night sky outside the window turned dark and obscure under the flowing resentment. A bizarre spiritual realm. The entire inpatient department, and even the whole hospital, was now filled with dense resentment, transforming into an eerie spiritual realm. At the same time, Guan Kai and Chun Jin suddenly discovered that from the depths of the corridor, cold-faced nurses were staring intently at them. This gaze was all too familiar to Guan Kai, almost identical to what she had experienced in the school cafeteria. It was as if she and Chun Jin had done something that provoked great anger. Bizarre. These people were all bizarre. They were not merely possessed by something strange or manipulated by resentment, but had completely transformed into something bizarre. That Zhang Yunan really can spot problems even when seeing a patient. This is completely a den of the bizarre. I wonder how that guy is doing now. He won't be dissected by these bizarre beings, will he? Chun Jin muttered as he suddenly turned into a corpse, lunging at the nurse in front of him with a claw. Guan Kai also quickly mobilized her resentment, forming strands of resentful steel to help Chun Jin share the pressure. This was the result of Guan Kai's efforts over this period. Even without Wen Xian by her side, she could utilize her own resentment to unleash Wen Xin's bizarre abilities. With their tacit cooperation, the bizarre beings before them were swiftly dispatched. "Xiao Guan, keep up. There are many bizarre beings here. Zhang Yunan must be in great danger, or something has already happened," Chun Jin said worriedly, gazing down the corridor, sensing the resentment pulsating deep within, as if it were the source. Guan Kai nodded, deeply concerned for Zhang Yunan's safety. As for Wang Chong, the entire hospital had transformed into an eerie spiritual realm, so he must have sensed it too. It shouldn't be long before he could rush in to join them. The two sensed the fluctuations of resentment and made their way to the end of the corridor, entering the emergency exit staircase. In the safety passage lit by green light, Chun Jin and Guan Kai chased down the layers of resentment. 2 floors, 3 floors, or 18 floors. Chun Jin and Guan Kai could no longer ponder why such a small inpatient building would have such deep underground floors. In the bizarre spiritual realm, anything was possible. The deeper they went, the colder the temperature became. Until the biting cold settled a layer of frost on Chun Jin's eyebrows, the resentment finally dissipated behind a large door at the very bottom. Guan Kai and Chun Jin also stopped in front of the door. Looking at the 3 words glowing red against the dark backdrop, they couldn't help but shiver. Mortuary. Feeling the deep ancient resentment emanating from within, Chun Jin's expression turned cautious. Why hasn't Wang Chong come in yet? Time is of the essence. Let's hurry inside. I hope that Wang Chong outside can quickly discover something is wrong and come to support us. As Chun Jin finished speaking, he pushed open the door to the mortuary. With a creak of the door, a bone-chilling wind assaulted their bodies. Chun Jin groped in the dark and turned on the lights in the mortuary. Snap! As the suddenly bright light illuminated the interior layout of the mortuary, Chun Jin squinted and saw the inside. It was large. In the spacious, bright mortuary, rows of iron cabinets lined both sides. In the open central area of the mortuary lay corpses covered with white cloth on iron tables. Chun Jin and Guan Kai cautiously lifted one of the white cloths, discovering a corpse on the iron table with a bluish-gray body staring wide-eyed, unblinking. Resentment still lingered over the corpse. Chun Jin leaned in closer to sniff it carefully. This isn't just an ordinary corpse. This corpse contains many toxins. I suspect it underwent some kind of human experimentation while alive. Human experimentation. Toxins. The two were somewhat perplexed and then lifted several more white cloths, all revealing the same situation. Suddenly Chun Jin's gaze fell on the cabinets on both sides. With a strong pull, Chun Jin opened one of the cabinets, surprised to find that the corpse inside had died in the same manner, only with an even more bluish-black complexion. Suddenly Guan Kai seemed to have discovered something and hastily tugged at Chun Jin's shirt. "Uncle Chun, look! Is that Taoist Yunnan in that cabinet?" At the entrance of Linjiang Hospital in a black sedan, Wang Chong smoking lounged with Huagua in his arms, waiting for the two to come out. Suddenly, a wave of malignant resentment issuing from within Linjiang Hospital stiffened his features and pulled his brow into a frown. Strange. The boss wife is in danger. He threw the car door open and man and dog rushed toward Linjiang Hospital. But as they neared the main gate, the rising resentment poured over the place and shrouded the entire hospital, forming a bizarre spiritual realm. How can such dense resentment appear? A malevolent anomaly. The eerie spiritual veil held Wang Chong and Huagua at bay. Even when Wang Chong unleashed his own power, he could not penetrate it. Feeling the fluctuations of countless auras within it, Wang Chang's face grew grave. In his sensing there was a dominant force, undeniably malevolent, accompanied by innumerable other presences. Those currents of energy mingled like a vast ocean. Meanwhile, in the mortuary, Guan Kai and Chun Jin had no idea what was unfolding outside. They stood, their faces stricken, watching the corpse of Zhang Yunnan. He lay in the freezer, his complexion black as iron, his body cold as solid ice. His eyes were bulging and fixed, his lips pressed tight. Gone was the ethereal grace he once had in life. "I never thought you so young would go first." So tragic that the white-haired send off the black-haired. Facing Zhang Yunnan's grisly state, Chun Jin was the first to accept the reality. He sighed and reached to close the dead man's eyes. But the moment his hands touched Zhang Yunnan's eyelids, he made a soft sound of surprise. It seemed that within Zhang Yunnan, besides resentment and toxins, there flowed a faint, fragile spark of life. Only Chun Jin, in his Jiangshi body, and thus extremely attuned to the life force of the living, could perceive that energy. "Guan, don't be so sorrowful. Zhang Yunnan might still be saved." Chun Jin blinked and spoke to Guan Kai. Without further explanation, and to Guan Kai's astonishment, he hurriedly drove his Jiangshi nails into Zhang Yunnan's body. A chill of corpse qi drove away the toxins and resentment, piercing the thin membrane that encased Zhang Yunnan's fragile life. As the membrane ruptured, that concentrated vitality was drawn forth and Zhang Yunnan slowly stirred back to consciousness. "Cough! Cough! Why did you come so late?" Weak and barely coherent Zhang Yunnan asked upon waking as he saw Guan Kai and Chun Jin. His face was still blue-black and he coughed incessantly. "Zhang Yunnan, what happened here?" "Cough! Isn't it obvious? This hospital is haunted by anomalies and there are quite a few of them." Zhang Yunnan panted as he answered. "I know, but what about the patients who were here before?" Chun Jin asked anxiously. Upon seeing Zhang Yunnan's condition, a dark suspicion had formed in his mind. "The bodies you see now are the original inpatients," Zhang Yunnan finally said after a long pause. He recounted how the time rewound to last night. While receiving and for Zhang Yunnan noticed the medicine was different. Before he could react, he drifted into a haze and lost consciousness. He woke to screams. The moment he regained sense, the fetid air made him dizzy and disoriented. It was an unimaginable blended stench. Urine, pus, body odors, even the reek of decay, fused into a nauseating whole that made his scalp prickle. He tried to sit up and see, only to find he could not move. His limbs and head were tightly bound to an iron bed. "Ah!" Another scream. Zhang Yunnan squinted and swept his gaze about, searching for the source. What he saw made his eyes burn with fury. He was not the only one restrained. Around him lay many patients in hospital gowns, all secured to iron beds just like him. A group of figures in white coats moved among them, eerily administering injections of some unknown liquid to each patient in turn. Nearby, a few others recorded data as if taking measurements. As the liquid entered the patients, they went as if poisoned. Faces paling to green-black, their life snuffed out. Even a small child could not escape. The child's struggles only pleased the doctors. They chuckled strangely, murmuring words under their breath. Zhang Yunnan clenched his anger and listened closely. Helpless, he could only try to gather information. Not only was he bound, but his body had been weakened by that strange bag of medicine. His recent cultivation had been almost entirely undone. Through the haze he discerned the chant those eerie doctors repeated. "Maluda, Maluda." Was it an incantation or something else? Before he could devise an escape, one of those doctors stopped directly in front of him. Zhang Yunan understood at once. His turn had come. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes, as if he longed to tear the demon before him limb from limb. The doctor seemed to relish the gaze, a sick satisfaction contorting his face. He picked up a syringe from the medical tray and prepared to inject Zhang Yunan. Zhang Yunan watched the needle plunge into his arm and the liquid enter him. Helpless, he quietly invoked the childhood cultivation he had practiced. Xiong Mian Gong. Xiong Mian Gong is an ancient feigned death technique once required of itinerant Taoists of the Tianshi mansion. It concentrates one's vitality into a single point, while safeguarding the vital organs, allowing one to feign death and survive peril. As the technique took hold, Zhang Yunan sank into a stupor until Chun Jin roused him. When his tale was finished, Guan Kai and Chun Jin ground their teeth in fury. What sort of demon would prey on patients and children? As Zhang Yunan spoke, Chun Jin involuntarily assumed his Jiangshi appearance. Dressed in an old military uniform, the Jiangshi Chun Jin's eyes blazed with murderous intent. A thick wave of resentment poured from him, surging to a ferocity he had never reached before. From his lips came a low, relentless chant. "Kill the Hua! Kill the Hua!" Seeing that Chun Jin was about to lose control and become lost, Zhang Yunan reluctantly stretched out his hands, forming a spell with a low shout. 6 Jia Secret Blessing Manifest. He then pointed his sword at Chun Jin's forehead. Chun Jin suddenly awakened, but with his awakening it seemed that the residual toxins in his body were stirred. Wah! He spat out a large amount of black blood, and then collapsed back into the ice coffin, swaying unsteadily. Yunan Taoist. Guan Kai hurriedly helped the weak Zhang Yunan, only to find that under the influence of the residual poison, his face appeared even more ashen. "I am fine, just check on Chun Jin." Zhang Yunan was helped up by Guan Kai from the ice coffin, gasping for breath. Meanwhile, the awakened Chun Jin retracted his zombie aura, but his face still bore traces of anger. "Taoist Guan Kai, I know what is happening in this strange spiritual realm." Chun Jin's eyes blazed with fury as he scanned the surrounding corpses with a sorrowful expression. What the Taoist saw before feigning death was not a doctor at all. They were the despicable Sakura Island bacteria core. What the Taoist heard from Maluda is not a spell. That is the language of Sakura Island. Maluda translates to experimental subject, a derogatory term used by the Sakura Island bacteria core for the ordinary civilians of our country. The Sakura Island bacteria core, which invaded the Xia Kingdom back then, captured a large number of civilians and treated our people like guinea pigs for human bacterial experiments. Everything in this strange spiritual realm is replicating the horrors of that time. Chun Jin cried out, tears of blood seeping from his eyes. His tone was filled with an uncontrollable murderous intent, entirely different from the usually kind old man. Just as Zhang Yunan recounted, his zombie father possessed him in an instant, revealing everything to him. As a witness to the Sakura Island invasion, the blood feud of the Sakura Island invading army was etched deep into the Chun family's bones. It was a humiliation for the Xia Kingdom, an unchanging hatred through the ages. Everything could be connected, for the second hospital of Linjiang City was precisely where the Sakura Island 731 bacteria core was stationed back then. Guan Kai fell into silence. That war had passed for nearly a century. If it were not for the war experience embedded in Chun Jin's body, they would not have been able to link Maluda to the Sakura Island invading army so quickly. "Taoist, are you sure there are no living people left in this building?" Chun Jin suddenly thought of something and looked at Zhang Yunan seriously. "None. They are all gone." Zhang Yunan's expression darkened. He recalled helplessly watching as others were brutally killed while he could do nothing. Zhang Yunan felt utterly useless, even resenting himself for not being a fearsome anomaly. At least if he were an anomaly, he could have stopped those scoundrels. Yet his frail body could only survive under the terrifying might of the anomaly. For the first time in his life, Zhang Yunan began to understand those who willingly became living anomalies in the Taoist Academy. After receiving a confirming reply from Zhang Yunan, Chun Jin turned to Guan Kai. "By the way, why are only the two of you here? Where are the others?" Zhang Yunan then remembered and hurriedly asked. The number of anomalies present was far too many. Relying on just a few of them was simply not enough, merely sending 3 research subjects to the hospital. "Xiao Guan, can you contact Boss Song?" Looking at Chun Jin's pleading gaze, Guan Kai immediately understood what he was thinking. Chun Jin hoped Guan Kai could contact Song Zhong to eliminate all the anomalies within this spiritual realm. Without a word, Guan Kai reached into her pocket and pulled out the hell money she always carried, lighting it while reciting an incantation. On the other side, in the eerie world of the Bank of Heaven and Earth, Song Zhong was sitting in a conference room listening to Bai Rong report on the situation regarding the acquisition of the Lianhua Group's assets. According to Bai Rong's investigation, the Lianhua Group's properties had suffered significant employee losses due to the Anomaly's invasion. The overall operation of the company had been severely disrupted, and some sectors had already begun to halt operations and recruit workers. As he listened to the report, Song Zhong furrowed his brow, not expecting there would be so many troublesome issues after the acquisition. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something, waving his hand to signal Bai Rong to stop reporting. Song Zhong was very sensitive to this familiar feeling of drowsiness, which was a sign of Guan Kai trying to communicate with him. He scratched his head in amusement. Why has the boss been so busy lately? Why does trouble seem to follow him everywhere? Is Guan Kai somehow a magnet for trouble? In the moment his eyes closed, he felt Guan Kai's call. Upon learning about Guan Kai's current predicament, Song Zhong's gaze instantly turned icy. The situation of Guan Kai trapped in the strange spiritual realm triggered his murderous intent. Bai Rong, standing beside him, froze in place, cursing incessantly in his heart. Who the hell offended the boss this time? Isn't it better to just stay alive? Did you offend him? Do you have many ancestors buried in your family? Boss, why are you so angry? Bai Rong inched forward, cautiously asking Song Zhong. In response to Bai Rong's question, Song Zhong waved his hand to signal him to leave. Then he reined in his murderous intent, frowning, as he considered how to descend into reality. The descent talisman hadn't been refined yet, so he couldn't descend into the real world at this moment. However, the murderous intent rising within him absolutely would not allow that strange spiritual realm to be easily broken. It must be a brutal slaughter. Only by personally crushing those scoundrels, stirring their heads like mixing porridge, could this resentment within Song Zhong be slightly alleviated. Otherwise, Song Zhong would always feel that his thoughts were unfulfilled. After pondering for a while, he suddenly had a bright idea while looking at the hot pot beside him. The hot pot, nurtured by the heavenly dog, swallowing the sun, had significantly improved in power, now resembling Song Zhong's magical tool. He could completely transfer a portion of his power to the hot pot temporarily through some spells from the Taoist Academy, and then take Wang Chong to rescue Guan Kai and the others. Though it wouldn't be as powerful as his true descent, it should be sufficient to deal with that strange spiritual realm. With a plan in mind, Song Zhong took out a dream symbol, reciting the incantation, and began to communicate with Guan Kai. Guan Kai, can you hear me? I cannot descend for now, but I have another way. The hot pot is at the outskirts of the hospital, right? Don't move in the morgue. I'll have the hot pot help you. Absolutely don't move, just wait there. On the other side. After receiving Song Zhong's feedback, Guan Kai's face lit up with joy, shaking her head at the anxious Chun Jin beside her. Brother Song cannot descend for now, but he says he has a way to break this spiritual realm. Hearing the first half, Chun Jin felt a bit disappointed, but the latter half lifted his spirits. Still, Boss Song is amazing. What is he planning to do? Chun Jin immediately gave a thumbs up. While others have connections to facilitate their tasks, they have someone below to assist them. Even Zhang Yunan looked at Guan Kai with anticipation, eager to know what the solution was. Brother Song said that hot pot can help us. Guan Kai said this, causing the expressions of Chun Jin and Zhang Yunan, which had been filled with expectation, to freeze instantly. Hot pot. Zhang Yunan and Chun Jin simultaneously voiced their doubts, their faces filled with skepticism. Although hot pot is a living anomaly, its strength is merely at the level of obsession. In this hospital, even the most mundane anomaly is of the level of obsession. Even 10 hot pots would not be able to resolve the current predicament. Little Guan, didn't Boss Song say anything else? He told us to wait here. For a moment, Chun Jin and Zhang Yunan felt quite complicated. Hot pot. Are they letting a dog solve their problems? Chun Jin and Zhang Yunan were deeply skeptical, even feeling it implied that they were not even as good as a dog. But for now, they could only wait like this. Zhang Yunan was severely injured and Guan Kai's strength was weak. Relying solely on Chun Jin's fierce anomaly, they had no way to escape this hospital, let alone resolve the issues here. In the anomalous world. Hot pot, come here. Sitting in the boss chair, Song Zhong waved at the hot pot, which was watching the animal world nearby. Woof. As it jumped into his arms, Song Zhong stroked its fur. I fed you a lot of resentment during this time, and now it's time for you to perform your role. Guan Kai is in danger, and I cannot descend into reality, so I will rely on you next. You need to carry a part of my power and attach it to your physical body in reality. It might hurt a bit. Odad's power is quite immense, so bear with it. Woof. The hot pot shivered at Song Zhong's fierce words. I may not be human, but you are definitely a dog. In the hot pot's resentful gaze, Song Zhong, still stroking its fur, suddenly made a hand sign with one hand. Then he extended his middle finger and tapped it on the hot pot's forehead. As waves of mysterious energy surged, four sinister deities opened their eyes in unison on Song Zhong's body, releasing 4 threads of imposing energy into the body of the black dog Hot Pot. Remember, Hot Pot, bring those little dogs back. I want to personally deal with them, Song Zhong instructed in a chilling tone. At the entrance of the second hospital of Linjiang City, Wang Chong and the Hot Pot were continuously attacking the anomalous spiritual realm, trying to break in, but it was futile. At that moment, the Hot Pot suddenly surged with resentment, letting out a low growl filled with indescribable energy. Woof! The bark caught Wang Chang's attention. Wang Chong looked at the Hot Pot with confusion, sensing that it had undergone a significant change. However, the Hot Pot didn't give Wang Chong time to ponder. It nipped at Wang Chang's pant leg, signaling him to follow. Being tugged by the Hot Pot, Wang Chong walked to the entrance of Linjiang Hospital. Under the night sky, Linjiang Hospital was still shrouded in a thick barrier of resentment. The hospital radiated sinister resentment, resembling a ferocious beast ready to devour anyone. Unexpectedly, upon seeing the hospital before it, the Hot Pot tilted its head, and a murderous intent flickered in its lively dog eyes. Roar! In Wang Chang's astonished gaze, the Hot Pot let out another roar. Then an overwhelming aura exploded from the Hot Pot's body. After a single bark, the barrier of resentment surrounding the hospital began to tremble. The originally solid resentment began to dissipate, showing faint signs of collapse. Crack, crack. With a series of shattering sounds, the resentment that had blocked Wang Chong from entering the hospital exploded. As the resentment collapsed, Wang Chong stood dazedly watching the black dog Hot Pot, panting with its tongue out. Is this really the dog beside the boss? Before, wasn't it very weak? How is it so strong now? As the bizarre spiritual realm barrier collapsed, Huogua and Wang Chong charged straight into Linjiang Hospital. Leveraging its enhanced keen sense of smell from the Tiango Tun Ri, Huogua guided Wang Chong through the twists and turns of the hospital's spiritual realm. It seemed as if the resentment formed here had no effect at all. It is important to know that this bizarre spiritual realm is immensely powerful, filled with countless grievances. Even Wang Chong deep within would be affected, much like a regular person lost in a maze struggling to determine the right direction. However, Huogua was not affected in the least. This situation could only indicate one thing: Huoguo's strength surpassed his own, even exceeding the entities within the bizarre spiritual realm. Soon the man and the dog arrived in front of the inpatient building. Looking at the resentment before him, which was about to solidify into a tangible structure, Wang Chong glanced down at Huogua. Is it inside? To his surprise, upon hearing Wang Chang's question, Huogua humanely nodded. Wang Chang's expression was complex. After becoming bizarre for so many years, he found himself inferior to a dog. Shouldn't he take more time to improve himself? Otherwise, if one day Huogua learned to drive, would the boss abandon him? Lost in these thoughts, Wang Chong and Huogua entered the inpatient building. Almost simultaneously as Wang Chong and Huogua entered the hospital in the mortuary, Guan Kai and the others vaguely heard a bark. The three of them brightened up. If they heard correctly, was that really Huoguo's bark? Was Huogua truly here to rescue them? Chun Jin jumped up excitedly, slapping Zhang Yuanan's thigh. Under the force of his strong hand, Zhang Yuanan flinched in pain. Hey! I told you Boss Song is incredibly reliable, he exclaimed. I never expected that which the Taoists of the Tianshi house could not accomplish, Huogua would be able to fulfill. This statement nearly caused Zhang Yuanan to explode, glaring fiercely at Chun Jin. Chun Jin seemed to realize he was overly excited and laughed awkwardly. Woof! Just when Guan Kai and the others were eagerly anticipating, a clear bark rang out from the doorway of the mortuary, capturing their attention. Was it Huogua? The three of them simultaneously had this thought. Then a large dog with pure black fur dashed into Guan Kai's arms like a black lightning bolt. You really came. Guan Kai hugged the spirited Huogua, continuously rubbing its fur, her eyes filled with overwhelming affection. At the same time, Wang Chang's figure slowly walked in through the door of the mortuary, standing directly beside Guan Kai. Miss, I am late. He simply said this and stood by Guan Kai like a decaying wood. Chun Jin's eyes brightened upon seeing Wang Chong. He didn't know how much Huagua had changed, nor was he certain if Huagua could help them eliminate the spiritual realm. But one thing was for sure, with Wang Chong coming in to support them, the pressure on everyone was greatly reduced. After all, Wang Chong was a genuinely anomalous being of the meme level, unlike Zhang Yuanan, who had been weakened over time, becoming increasingly feeble, always either injured or recovering without improvement. Wang Chong, why did you come so slowly? Chun Jin smiled as he approached, wanting to be friendly with Wang Chong. However, he only received Wang Chang's indifference, though his mouth twitched slightly. Wang Chong felt helpless. He could not say that without Huagua he wouldn't even be able to enter, right? That would really confirm that he was inferior to a dog. What should we do now? Zhang Yuanan focused his gaze on Huagua, contemplating how to resolve this situation. He deeply understood the strength of Song Zhong and knew he would not act without reason. Since he said Huagua could help everyone out of their predicament, it must be true. Woof! Huagua seemed to understand Zhang Yuanan's words and wriggled out of Guan Kai's embrace. Amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, Huagua bit at Guan Kai's pant leg and then dashed straight towards a corner of the mortuary. A wave of profound azure energy adhered to Huaguo's paws, astonishingly prying open the cement floor as if it were mere dirt. Chun Jin was momentarily taken aback. What does this mean? Are there bones hidden beneath this ground? To be fair, Huaguo's paws looked sturdier than my zombie claws. While Chun Jin was lost in thought, Guan Kai seemed to discover a clue and leaned forward. After clearly seeing where Huagua was digging, Guan Kai gasped. There is a hidden room here. There should be something below. Waves of resentment surged forth, accompanied by a chilling and terrifying aura that made Guan Kai feel somewhat overwhelmed. Everyone hurriedly gathered to take a look. It was a heavily rusted metal door with the number 731 inscribed on it. There must be unimaginable anomalies inside here. Zhang Yuanan's expression grew graver. He had sensed a terrifying existence before, and now it was clearer. Shall we go in? Chun Jin looked at the metal door, equally serious and filled with rage. Clearly the meaning behind the number 731 had struck a nerve. It was a pain engraved in the hearts of every citizen of Xia country. Especially for Chun Jin, it stirred the obsession within his heart. Even before his father died, he kept muttering two words: kill the Japanese. Taking a deep breath, Chun Jin calmed himself and looked at the people in front of him. Finally, his gaze lingered on Huagua with an inquiring look in his eyes. Clearly, he wanted to see if Huagua could deal with the presence inside. Woof woof. Huagua gave Chun Jin a disdainful glance, as if feeling insulted, and growled twice at him. As expected of dog brother, with your words I feel reassured. Chun Jin was not angry but rather delighted. He had long found this place uncomfortable and wished to exterminate all the anomalies here. Now that he had Huaguo's affirmation, he immediately took action. In the next moment, Chun Jin extended his zombie-like claws and directly inserted them into the lock on the metal door. A sound that made one's teeth ache rang out as the lock was severed like paper. With the iron lock falling to the ground, Chun Jin blew on his nails, nodding in satisfaction. Let's go in and take a look. If there are still those beasts from Ingwa inside, no matter whether they are human or ghost now, I will ensure they are completely exterminated. Everyone nodded in agreement, and Chun Jin stepped forward to push open the door. The decaying door slowly opened with a piercing grinding sound echoing throughout the empty mortuary. In some distant corners, echoes appeared as if the souls of the deceased were still mourning. Gazing into the dark passageway, the 4 humans and 1 dog did not hesitate and entered through the metal door. As Guan Kai and the others passed through the metallic door, they were greeted by a dim and lengthy corridor. Countless resentful spirits continuously surged from the depths ahead. After walking for a long time, Chun Jin's nose suddenly twitched, as if he had spotted a glimmer of light in the corridor. Simultaneously, a pungent and incompatible odor filled the air, reminiscent of the formaldehyde scent used in hospitals for preserving corpses. At the end of the corridor lay an extremely spacious area. The layout of the space resembled a large research facility with numerous iron beds and various experimental instruments neatly arranged. In the center, there was a bizarre coffin surrounded by terrifying energies swirling around it. The source of the formaldehyde scent that Chun Jin detected originated from this underground research facility. White-coat figures busily moved about, as if recording and calculating vast amounts of data, their expressions filled with fervent excitement. As Guan Kai and the others appeared at the entrance of the research facility, the white-coat figures eerily raised their heads, as if they had caught a whiff of blood. They were obsessively murmuring a single phrase: "The road is vast, the road is vast." A large group of diminutive white-coat figures fixated on Guan Kai and her companions, their faces displaying an incomprehensible madness and fervor. They whispered among themselves, their gazes towards Guan Kai and the others hinting at plans to fabricate new experimental subjects. However, Guan Kai and her companions showed no signs of panic. Instead, each of their eyes radiated an astonishing killing intent, especially Chun Jin. In a zombie-like state, his eyes emitted a dark glow and thick resentment surged around him. His frail body appeared more battered than during any previous transformations, exuding the scent of gunpowder. Dressed in a patchwork military uniform, he grasped an oddly large single-handed sword forged from condensed resentment, its blade stained with dried blood radiating a potent aura of killing intent. Kill the intruders. With a clean and decisive low growl, Chun Jin charged towards the group of white-coat figures, closely followed by Guan Kai, the three companions, and a dog. Even the frail Zhang Yunan formed hand seals, continuously empowering Chun Jin and Guan Kai with spells. As Chun Jin plunged into the eerie crowd, a small meat grinder circle formed around him. With his adept battlefield blade techniques, all the white-coat figures that approached him were either maimed or killed. The dance of severed limbs and blood splatter created a stark, breathtaking beauty. While Chun Jin slaughtered the white-coat figures, the hot pot beside him formed a timely synergy, darting about in the blind spots of Chun Jin's attacks to alleviate his pressure. Every time the hot pot made contact with an eerie figure, a red light flashed from its black fur before it opened its massive maw and devoured the figure whole. Guan Kai and Wang Chong were unable to intervene in the carnage of one man and one dog. Before long, every white-coat figure in the entire research facility had been thoroughly consumed by the hot pot. Looking at the empty research facility, Chun Jin collapsed onto the floor, panting heavily as his zombie form gradually faded. He was already somewhat exhausted from the intense blade dance. Seeing that Chun Jin had finished the battle, Guan Kai and Wang Chong approached him. They helped him up, but all they heard from Chun Jin was his weak instruction. "It's not over yet. The eerie spiritual realm hasn't dissipated. The greatest abnormality should be within this coffin," Zhang Yunan said solemnly. In truth, there was no need for him to say anything, or everyone had noticed the peculiarity of the coffin upon entering this place. The aura swirling around it sent chills down even Wang Chang's spine, while the hot pot emitted low growls. Zhang Yunan approached the heavy coffin. Upon seeing the intricate runes engraved on it, his expression instantly changed. His face was tense, filled with an overwhelming rage. Meanwhile, Guan Kai noticed Zhang Yunan's abnormality and stepped forward to inquire. "Taoist Yunan, is there something wrong with this coffin?" Unexpectedly, Zhang Yunan's voice suddenly turned hoarse, and his hand trembled uncontrollably. "This isn't just human experimentation. It's also a sinister cult ritual that stirs the wrath of heaven and man alike. Moreover, there are evil cultivators involved. They continuously torture ordinary people to accumulate vast amounts of resentment, which they then guide to nourish the corpse within the coffin. Through artificial means, they forcibly catalyze the deceased into abnormalities. The goal is to resurrect the person within this iron coffin. This is a corpse-rearing technique from Taoism fused with certain methods of the evil cultivators from Ming Island. The most troublesome part is the corpse inside has absorbed enough resentment to awaken at any moment." As Zhang Yunan recounted, Guan Kai looked at the coffin before her. The entire coffin appeared to be made of iron, engraved with intricate patterns, and was permeated with a bloody aura. Just as Zhang Yunan was explaining, a shadowy cold laugh echoed from ahead. "As expected of disciples from the Tianshi mansion. Unfortunately, you all have arrived too late. The corpse in the coffin is nearly fully nourished." Out of nowhere, the figure of a Taoist appeared before the iron coffin. The Taoist wore a Tianshi robe that billowed without wind yet lacked any air of immortality. Particularly, the resentment swirling around him had undoubtedly reached a meme level. The middle-aged Taoist stroked his long beard, gazing at Zhang Yunan, his triangular eyes glinting with a chilling light before shifting his gaze to Guan Kai and the others. As he spoke, the eerie figures that had been slain by Chun Jin and the hot pot continuously released their resentment towards the iron coffin, causing its aura to rise steadily. Even the sounds of banging came from within the iron coffin, as if the slumbering entity inside was about to awaken and burst forth. "Do not worry, my lord. Once I kill them and sacrifice them to you, your power will grow even stronger." The Taoist spoke, his eyes shooting out venomous glances as he surveyed Guan Kai and her companions. The coldness and cruelty in his gaze seemed to regard them not as humans but as consumable objects. Upon seeing the middle-aged Taoist, Zhang Yunan's expression turned a mix of shock and anger. In his rage, he nearly lost his breath, spitting out a mouthful of black blood before regaining his composure. He clutched his chest with one hand and pointed at the middle-aged Taoist with the other, unable to contain his fury as he shouted, "Zheng Shoming. So it was you, the traitor? Betraying your master and harming your peers, how do you have the face to don that Taoist robe?" Clearly, he recognized the identity of the other. The Taoist before him too hailed from the Tianshi mansion, and by seniority Zhang Yunan should address him as his master's uncle. He never expected that the other had degenerated into an evil cultivator, becoming a dog for the people of Ing Island, harming his own kind for the sake of the corpse within the iron coffin. The paths of the Tao are incompatible. The teachings of the Tianshi mansion do not align with mine, so what is there to betray? Zhang Yunan and the others looked at Zheng Shoming with hatred, a sense of melancholy rising within them. Back when Sakura Island invaded the Summer Kingdom, there were countless traitors like Zheng Shoming. The number of the puppet army once far exceeded that of Sakura Island's regular troops. It was these traitors that made the invasion of the Summer Kingdom so easy for Sakura Island. To their surprise, this kind of person, even after death, remained unrepentant, wanting to resurrect his so-called master through dark sorcery despite Sakura Island's defeat. Beside him, Chun Jin's eyes were bloodshot as he forced himself to stand. Kill the Japanese. Zheng Shoming coldly laughed at the struggling Chun Jin. Ridiculous, you think you can offend Lord Tojo with just the likes of you? 9-character true words fight. As Zheng Shoming formed a hand seal, an evil light struck Chun Jin, brutally interrupting his movements. Immediately Zheng Shoming recited dark incantations which harmonized imperceptibly with the talismans on the iron coffin, madly absorbing the resentment from Chun Jin. Seeing this, Zhang Yunan hurriedly shouted, "Stop him. He wants to awaken the corpse in the iron coffin." But before Wang Chong and Guan Kai could act, their bodies stiffened. They simultaneously felt a malevolent aura firmly locking onto them. "Be still. Lord Tojo is about to awaken. Becoming a part of Lord Tojo's power is your honor." Zheng Shoming spoke coldly as chains of resentment formed, binding Zhang Yunan and even Wang Chong. Through these chains, the resentment from the several people was continuously drained while the aura from the coffin grew increasingly potent. "Please, Lord, accept this. We welcome your awakening, Lord." Zheng Shoming's smile grew more intense as he knelt in reverence before the iron coffin. The iron coffin trembled, and the coffin lid seemed on the verge of being blown off. Woof! But at that moment a roar suddenly echoed. In the next moment, the chain of gathered resentment shattered. Not only that, the figure of a hot pot appeared next to Zheng Shoming. With its sharp claws extended, it swatted Zheng Shoming, who was kneeling on the ground, sending him flying. Woof woof! The hot pot continued to growl at Zheng Shoming, as if mocking him, its aura sweeping forth, making Zheng Shoming feel as if a mountain was pressing down on him. Looking at the hot pot, his eyes were filled with dread. He never expected that this dog would possess such terrifying strength. "You all? Lord Tojo, please kill them." Zheng Shoming was overwhelmed by the hot pot's aura, causing the resentment around him to dissipate, yet he turned to glance at the iron coffin, his eyes filled with madness and devotion. Pung! Almost the moment Zheng Shoming finished speaking, the lid of the iron coffin was violently blown off, revealing an elderly corpse in Sakura Island military garb, its blood-red gaze fixed on Guan Kai and the others. This allowed Guan Kai and the others to clearly see the appearance of this corpse. It sported a twisted and terrifying face. The Sakura Island corpse's face was pockmarked, as if it had previously grown numerous flesh tumors. Some had burst, leaving behind flesh pits. Others had shriveled, becoming scars that could never be erased. Even the positions of its eyes had several protruding spots. Especially on the left side, it was covered with layers of pus and blood-stained filth. How incredibly ugly! Chun Jin weakly leaned against the table, offering a mocking smile. He had completely lost his combat strength, and so had Guan Kai and the others. The only remaining fighting force was the hot pot. However, they had absolute confidence in the hot pot. After all, it was Boss Song's dog. It could definitely take down this old fellow. The Sakura Island corpse seemed to understand what Chun Jin was saying, stepping out of the iron coffin. With each step, it left puddles of yellow-brown liquid on the ground. At the same time, it emitted a nauseating stench like a rotting salted fish. If it were just that, it would be merely a disgusting corpse. But as the corpse's fluid flowed out, an overwhelming aura of resentment seeped from it. Upon closer inspection, it was even more powerful than anyone present. This aura of resentment was not just a single person's obsession. It was intertwined with the hatred of countless wrongfully killed souls and the twisted extreme evil brought about by the slaughter of humanity. In just a few steps, the malevolent aura of the Sakura Island corpse rendered everyone present frozen in place. Hee, pig! To their astonishment, upon opening its eyes again, it saw so many adorable little creatures. Inferior Summer Kingdom people as food must recognize their place. As the Sakura Island corpse spoke with disdain, the resentment behind it surged, transforming into a torrent of corpses. In the midst of the sea of corpses, Zhang Yunan could vaguely see his compatriots who had been tortured and killed beside him. Guan Kai and the others stared with bloodshot eyes, but were held in place by the corpse's malevolence. At the same time, Zhang Xiaoming, who had just escaped from the hot pot's mouth, emerged from behind the corpse. He did not mind the foul stench emanating from it, revealing a flattering smile. Lord Tojo, do you remember me? I am Zhang Xiaoming, and these people are all appetizers I've prepared for you. The Sakura Island corpse glanced at Zhang Xiaoming, parting its pus-filled lips. Very good. Zhang, you are quite remarkable. 1, 2, 3, 4, all adorable pigs. The corpse pointed at Guan Kai and the others as if counting its little pets in the pig pen. Its gaze landed on the hot pot at Guan Kai's feet, and a look of surprise appeared in the corpse's eyes. Oh, there's a cute little dog too. You are much more interesting than these pigs. If I eat you, my power will grow even stronger. Saying this, it inched closer to the hot pot. Meanwhile, Guan Kai and the others desperately turned their eyes towards the hot pot. Now the only hope they had rested on the hot pot, which had been entrusted with great responsibility by Song. As the corpse drew nearer, the hot pot suddenly yawned disdainfully. Just this, acting so high and mighty, did it really think it was its own master? Looking at Tojo Acehan approaching, the hot pot's eyes were filled with disdain. A red light swept across its black fluffy fur, emanating a hint of righteous aura. At the same time, the hot pot's body suddenly grew taller, for unfathomable powers erupted from it. In the next second, the hot pot appeared before everyone like a small mountain. Woof! The enormous hot pot tilted its head, its eyes radiating a fierce, cunning, beastly nature, mockingly staring at the petite corpse before it. As if asking the corpse, "Am I cute?" The washi's face was filled with terror as he stared in disbelief at the enormous hot pot before him, along with the terrifying aura rising from it. He never imagined that the little creature he once found so adorable would suddenly grow to the size of a mountain, silently watching him like a demon king. The washi trembled, a fawning smile on his face. Titengu Lord, please forgive me. Forgive my ignorance. I Dongtiao Aishan will become your most loyal servant. The washi named Dongtiao Acehan sensed the murderous intent of the hot pot against him, desperately searching for an escape in a flustered tone. He caught sight of Zhang Xiaoming beside him as if he had grasped a lifeline. It was all his fault. He misled me and made me accidentally offend you, my lord. Dongtiao Acehan grabbed Zhang Xiaoming and pushed him in front of himself. Zhang Xiaoming had never anticipated that the situation would change so rapidly, looking at the towering hot pot with sheer terror. He struggled continuously, but Dongtiao Acehan was a powerful corpse king he had crafted himself, and Zhang Xiaoming could not escape his control. Dongtiao Lord, no. Please don't. I was forced. I am a good citizen of the Xia nation. Zhang Xiaoming was even somewhat incoherent from fear, babbling nonsense at the giant hot pot. The hot pot looked at Zhang Xiaoming, struggling beneath it, its eyes filled with disgust. Suddenly, a massive claw descended, effortlessly slicing through Zhang Xiaoming's body, silencing his screams. Watching this scene, Guan Kai and the others looked somewhat dazed. The hot pot was truly ferocious. Was this still the fearsome Zhang Xiaoming? He couldn't even withstand a single claw. After eliminating Zhang Xiaoming, the hot pot casually shook its claws and hesitated as it gazed at Dongtiao Acehan. Song Zhong told me to swallow all the anomalies and handle them myself. But this person before me is just too disgusting. How can I swallow him? While pondering, the hot pot instinctively began to toy with Dongtiao Acehan. The already hideous body of Dongtiao Acehan was shredded by the hot pot's sharp claws, oozing more pus. He felt an indescribable aura rampaging within his body, threatening to shatter his soul. The more the hot pot looked at this little thing, the more disgusted it became, unable to bring itself to eat. But it dared not disobey Song Zhong's orders. After contemplating, a sharp claw suddenly shot out and gently scraped across Dongtiao Acehan's body. Dongtiao Acehan was horrified to find that his arm had been severed with that one claw. Then the hot pot kept bringing its claws down, each time taking away something from Dongtiao Acehan. In the end, all that remained of Dongtiao Acehan was a skeleton devoid of any flesh. Yet, as if not reassured, the hot pot repeatedly crushed him like stepping on a cigarette, as if washing clothes, twisting him 2 more times. Only after Dongtiao Aishan was on the verge of falling apart did the hot pot nod slightly in satisfaction. At least the unsightly things on him were gone, leaving only resentment. Wang Wu, looking at Dongtiao Aishan, who had been tortured into a pitiful state, the hot pot, suddenly felt a bit worried. Would the master blame me? Meanwhile, Chun Jin watched with great trepidation. Truly a pet of song killing was done so artistically. After finishing with Dongtiao Aishan, the hot pot looked down in disgust and swallowed what belonged to Dongtiao Aishan. Though it was now clean, the earlier state of that disgusting person still greatly unsettled the hot pot. Simultaneously, as the anomalies in the spiritual realm dissipated, the resentment at Linjiang Hospital vanished like water without a source. Chun Jin and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief, grateful to have survived. Chun Jin took out his phone, which now had signal. He skillfully dialed the polling bureau's number, requesting his colleagues to come and deal with the aftermath. The impact of this case was too severe, as all the patients in the entire hospital building had unfortunately perished. Fortunately, this spiritual realm was ultimately broken. Otherwise, if Zheng Shoming had succeeded in crafting the Corpse King, it would threaten the entire Linjiang. While Chun Jin was contacting for the cleanup, the hot pot, resembling a small mountain, yawned. It was tired and should return to report. As the cold, resentful aura dissipated, its body gradually shrank. For auras from the evil gods also spread throughout the world, finally transforming back into the normalized Wu Hei dog, which lay asleep in Guan Kai's arms. In the strange world, in the meeting room of the Heavenly and Earth Bank, the same plump Bai Rong was still reporting to the lazy Song Zhong. Currently, we have completely integrated the Lotus Flower Group's industries. I suggest that the group formally change its name to Heavenly and Earth Group. Our next target for the Heavenly and Earth Group is... Stop! Song Zhong raised his hand to signal Bai Rong to halt, sensing some movement from the hot pot that was sleeping heavily at his feet. In the next moment, Song Zhong dragged Bai Rong out of the meeting room. The hot pot, which had originally been fast asleep, suddenly grew larger, filling the entire meeting room. Then it vomited all sorts of chaotic things from its mouth. What came out were short figures in white coats and a broken skeleton, their forms unrecognizable. After expelling everything, the hot pot lazily shrank back to its original size. Looking at the disaster in the meeting room, Bai Rong outside wiped the sweat from his brow. With the boss wastefulness, if he dismantled 1 or 2 buildings every day, no fortune would be enough to squander. Perhaps it would be advisable to suggest to the boss to form a demolition team. Seeing the oddities vomited by the hot pot, Song Zhong's eyes lit up. He called to the bald and muscular Biao, who was rushing over. Biaozi, call someone to clean this up. What a mess. All these short figures in white coats, send them to the newly acquired hospital. Tell the new doctors and nurses to research as they wish, play however they like. I have only one requirement: I want to see their incomplete corpses within 3 days. Looking at Song Zhong's ferocious face, bald Biao cautiously asked him, Boss, what did they do to upset you? You need to be clear about your orders so that I know how to operate. Song Zhong patted bald Biao's shiny head, his face filled with murderous intent as he uttered just 4 words. Yet those 4 words caused bald Biao's blood to rush to his head. Sakurajima, war criminals. Got it, boss, ill-supervised personally. In the conference room of the Heavenly Bank, bald Biao directed his subordinates to capture the little man in the white coat inside. Yes, this one, and this one. All sent to the hospital. Tell that bunch of perverted doctors and nurses that they are alive. The boss has spoken. Whoever performs the best will get a salary raise and be promoted early. Bald Biao, dressed in a suit, began to shout loudly. His subordinates busily escorted the white-coat individuals under his command. Song Zhong sat leisurely at the entrance, examining each white-coat person as they were escorted out with a sense of curiosity. During the cleanup, one of the subordinates suddenly shouted, Boss, come take a look at this. Bald Biao moved closer to the sound and furrowed his brows. What is this? Why is it all sticky? Boss, look, it's like a bowl of porridge. Song Zhong, hearing bald Biao's shout, curiously walked closer. He discovered a mass of skeletal remains moving with extraordinary vitality. What is this? Did the hot pot digest it? Is this really a person? How disgusting. Song Zhong, unable to comprehend, turned to the hot pot nearby and asked, Hot pot, didn't I tell you to swallow it? Why did you digest it? Wang Wu. Seeing that the hot pot was unable to provide answers, Song Zhong picked up a pen and prodded at his expression, twitching slightly. Bald Biao, see if there are any conscious ones among that group of little devils. Ask what this thing is. Just as Song Zhong was instructing Bald Biao, a sycophantic voice shouted loudly, "Sir, I know, sir." Suddenly a short war criminal from Sakura Island shouted loudly. Song Zhong sized up the short war criminal and gestured for Bald Biao to let him go. As soon as he regained his freedom of movement, the short war criminal looked at Song Zhong with a fawning smile. "But sir, if I tell you, will I survive?" Looking at the short war criminal rubbing his hands together, Song Zhong frowned. "Bargaining. The last person who bargained with me was the monk Kai Kong. That one has already been digested by Zhong Kue." With that thought, Song Zhong smiled amiably at the short war criminal. "You say your piece and I definitely won't kill you." Hearing Song Zhong's promise, the short war criminal was overjoyed and bowed repeatedly. Good, sir, I will tell you everything." Through the short war criminal's embellished recounting, Song Zhong gradually understood the origins of the thing before him. So the hot pot found this thing too disgusting. So it didn't bring it down whole. It is indeed disgusting. But you've crushed it like this. How am I supposed to enjoy it? Glancing at the hot pot, Song Zhong didn't say much. Instead, he looked at the short war criminal and gave him a teasing smile. The short war criminal thought Song Zhong was pleased with his performance, so he crawled closer and said, "Sir, it's just like this. From now on I will be your dog. Come on, sir, let me massage your legs." The fawning short war criminal was about to get to work when Song Zhong kicked him down. He then pulled out the divine whip and gave it a gentle wave. A brilliant golden light suddenly flashed from the plain-looking whip. Under the illumination of the whip's golden light, the short war criminal's soul trembled with fear. "Sir, didn't you say you would spare me?" "Sorry, I'm not used to keeping promises." Song Zhong grinned, revealing a set of eerie white teeth. He swiftly lashed the whip, directly shattering the short war criminal's skull. "What were you thinking, you little stinker? You thought you could live. You still wanted to bargain with me. What level do you think you are? You think you deserve this? You've dirted my whip." Song Zhong wiped the stains off the divine whip with a towel and turned his gaze to the mass of flesh. He pondered for a while and then turned to Bald Biao, saying, "Send it to the livestock farm below the group. Feed it to the beasts." Seemingly not satisfied, Song Zhong gave Bald Biao an additional instruction. Before feeding it, grind it with a meat grinder and turn it into juice. After arranging all this, Song Zhong suddenly relaxed. He no longer felt like listening to Bai Rong's report and told him to stand aside. Lying in the chair, Song Zhong idly fiddled with the bowl left behind by the greedy monk. He hadn't had the time to study this object. Now that he had some free time, he planned to thoroughly investigate what this thing could be used for. However, after looking at it from all angles, he still couldn't figure out its purpose. Does it have to be a follower of the joyful heaven to use it? Or is it that he hadn't found the key to unlocking its function? Bowl? What is a bowl used for again? Suddenly Song Zhong seemed to recall something and sat up. He suddenly thought that the original purpose of the bowl was for monks to receive alms. So does this thing require something to be placed inside to use it? Bai Rong, give me 200. Throw it in this bowl. Song Zhong felt a bit enlightened and said to Bai Rong, standing beside him. Bai Rong nodded and took out 2 bills from his pocket, placing them in the bowl. Under Song Zhong's expectant gaze, the bills placed into the bowl disappeared with a pop. Effective. Could it be that this bowl is a magical tool similar to a spatial ring? This is interesting. Hurry, Bai Rong, bring me some more. Song Zhong looked excitedly at the bowl in his hand, as if he had found a new toy. As more and more bills were placed into the bowl, the seemingly ordinary bowl appeared to be an endless pit. It was unafraid of a large amount of cash. In fact, not just cash, anything could be placed into the bowl. But soon Song Zhong recognized a problem. "I'm just putting things in, how do I take them out?" Song Zhong rubbed his chin, carefully examining the small bowl in his hands. Turning the bowl upside down and knocking it on the ground, nothing fell out. The things he had previously placed inside seemed to have disappeared without a trace. Song Zhong fiddled with the bowl for a long time, but it did not spit out anything. Angered, Song Zhong felt like he was about to explode. This is a scam. What happened to the promised spatial artifact? What does it mean to only take in but not out? Song Zhong picked up his divine whip and angrily pointed it at the bowl. "Only take in but not out, huh? Playing tricks, are we? I'll use this whip to break you open." Song Zhong thought to himself as he poked the iron whip into the bowl, silently urging the Rui iron technique. Under his urging, the iron whip rapidly thickened and lengthened, about to burst the bowl open. Suddenly, from within the bowl, a sharp voice came forth. "Ulu, ulu, ulu. Boss, don't poke. Your whip is too big." Startled to hear the bowl speak, Song Zhong drew his whip, Raising the bronze bowl to inspect it again, he regarded the strange object in his hand with growing puzzlement. He tapped the bronze bowl with his hand and asked, "What are you?" Unexpectedly at his question, the bronze bowl opened and closed and once more produced a voice. "Boss, I am the little monk Sherman, the Shiyu monk." Indeed. Through that exchange, Song Zhong slowly grasped the origin of the bronze bowl. The bowl before him was impossibly the Shiyu monk from Huanxi Temple. Song Zhong rifled through the inheritances of the 108 Tianshi in his mind and discovered a surprising detail. The Tianshi records retained impressions of the other 4 monks from Huanxi Temple. Yet of the Shiyu monk there was not a single trace. Could it be that these Tianshi had never encountered the Shiyu monk? At last, in a corner of the Tianshi mansion's annals, Song Zhong recalled half a page of material on the Shiyu monk. Huanxi Temple's Shiyu monk. Strange characteristic: the Shiyu monk has never manifested in the mortal world. His appearance is therefore unknown. It is conjectured that upon manifesting, he arouses in humans an intense appetite. It is also hypothesized that he strengthens his uncanny power by eating to augment himself. It is surmised that the more the Shiyu monk consumes, the stronger he becomes. Assessment power unknown owing to his lack of prior appearances. But after reading that single sheet, an even greater perplexity filled Song Zhong's mind. He turned to the bronze bowl in his hands and asked, "You are the Shiyu monk. Why did Zhong Kuei spit you out? Aren't you an uncanny being?" The bronze bowl answered Song Zhong's questions in a flippant tone. "Hehe, boss, you're sharp. I am not an uncanny. I am a ritual implement of the Lord Buddha. Among Huanxi Temple's Wuyu monks, I am the most peculiar." At that, Song Zhong's expression soured, and he again drew the Deshen whip. From his encounter with Kaikong monk, before he had already glimpsed Huanxi Temple's fanaticism. Song Zhong's ingrained impression held that the Wuyu monks were a band of mad priests. Now that a Shiyu monk had appeared, it seemed to demand annihilation. "Boss, don't strike. Hear the little monk out. Hear me out. If you smash me to pieces, the Lord Buddha will truly awaken in the mortal world." Song Zhong's whip paused mid-swing as he eyed the bronze bowl with suspicion. He jabbed the bowl with the Deshen whip, urging it to continue. "Thank you, boss, for sparing me. Please listen closely. Whether the Lord Buddha may awaken depends on the completion of the 5 desires. The 5 desires actually represent the Lord's 5 organs. Color: sexual desire corresponds to the kidneys, wealth to the liver, appetite to the stomach, fame to the heart, and sleep to the spleen. Once the 5 desires are complete and the Lord Buddha's 5 organs are whole, he may awaken again. However, the wealth, lust, and fame desires have already been cultivated to completion by monks practicing those 3 desires. Only the sleep desire is cultivated by the Lord himself, and the appetite is cultivated solely by me, the Shiyu monk, and is not yet complete. But if you smash me, the Lord Buddha will awaken from his slumber. Though he would be missing one stomach, he would still be an ineffable horror. Therefore, boss, under no circumstances should you break me." After the bowl finished, Song Zhong sank into thought. So Huanxi Tian could already awaken, and upon opening his eyes, he would immediately wreak havoc in the mortal realm. This bowl, it turned out, was the very seal that restrained his awakening. Song Zhong felt a pang of disappointment. He had thought he had acquired a fine treasure, his own spatial implement. He had not expected that, after all that nonsense, he would be forced to seal the thing away. Nothing could be placed inside it, and he would have to keep it on his person. Otherwise, if the Shiyu monk's accumulation were satisfied and Huanxi Tian were awakened, the consequences would be dire. "Boss, actually, I hate Huanxi Tian too. Once he opens his eyes, he blindly and insatiably devours. As the stomach, I can't stand that either. I want to eat delicious things. Don't worry, boss, I can be his implement and also yours. Please feel free to use me." The bronze bowl's assurances made Song Zhong frown. He weighed the bowl in his hand and pondered. In the end, he tucked the bowl into his bosom. Song Zhong could not easily trust the bowl's words. It would be safer to keep the thing in his own custody. No sooner had the bowl slid into his chest than the Neza figure on his body seemed to come alive. The little child, playful, reached out and snatched the bowl. Before Song Zhong could react, the 8-armed Neza painted upon him now held absurdly an extra bowl. What in the world? The Huanxi Tian's bowl sealed by Neza? In the real world, back at the Census Bureau, Guan Kai was utterly exhausted. With fragrant instant noodles steaming before her, she sat at her computer and browsed the web to soothe her mood, thinking what offerings to prepare for Song Gu next. As she scrolled, she suddenly saw an image: 9 dragons pulling a coffin drifting through the boundless cosmos. At that instant a smile crossed Guan Kai's face. How about I burn a 9 dragons pulling the coffin offering for Song Gu? In a bizarre world inside Song Zhong's private villa, he lay on his bed scrolling through his phone, when he suddenly felt a familiar drowsiness. Has the financial backer summoned me again? No wait, this time the backer must be preparing to burn something for me to solve the last issue. Thinking of this, a smile spread across Song Zhong's face as he closed his eyes. Here I come, dear financial backer. When Song Zhong opened his eyes again, he found himself standing in the real world behind Guan Kai. Song Zhong quietly observed Guan Kai, who was busy squatting on the ground, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. What has Guan Kai burned for me this time? Song Zhong eagerly watched the image being burned in the flames, faintly able to discern the scene above. The image depicted 9 5-clawed black dragons coiling around, radiating fierce aura. At the head of the 9 dragons, they were bound by black iron chains. At the end of the chains, a bronze coffin hung silently. The more Song Zhong looked, the more familiar it seemed, and after a while he finally remembered what it was. The 9 dragons' coffin? Burning such a powerful item this time? Just as Song Zhong was pondering, he suddenly opened his eyes. Unknowingly, his consciousness had returned to the villa in the bizarre world. Lying on his bed, Song Zhong eagerly awaited the enhancement the 9 dragons' coffin would bring him. However, a sudden chill on his body caused his expression to change dramatically. What the hell? Why am I getting another tattoo? Seriously, there's no more space, big brother. How about you just go down? But Song Zhong's thoughts went unheard, and the bone-chilling cold on his body intensified, even spreading across his entire back. Wait a minute, my back. It was only then he realized a serious issue. Wasn't his back the place belonging to Old Master Guan? The 9 dragons' coffin wants to fight for space with Old Master Guan. 2 powerful beings fighting for territory. Are they going to turn my body into a battlefield? This is really quite outrageous. The cold on his back intensified, as if something was about to break free from within. Accompanied by a wave of excruciating pain, Song Zhong suddenly felt as if his entire body had frozen and his mind spun. Suddenly he heard deep hoarse dragon roars, and a cold snort that held authority like that of a prison. A surge of azure blade energy, and the chilling might of the dragon emanated from his back, causing the surrounding space to distort slightly from the collision of the blade energy and the dragon's might. Song Zhong felt his body trembling with the waves, a sense of impending rupture creeping in, and even his soul was shaken. What the hell is happening to my back? Please don't mess around. I've already died once. If I die again, there will really be no. Song Zhong gritted his teeth and staggered to the full-length mirror in the bedroom, forcing himself to see what was happening on his back. This glance was alarming, as the scene on his back made Song Zhong's face pale with shock. Originally, where Old Master Guan's image stood, 9 black dragons pulling a coffin had suddenly appeared. The presence of the 9 black dragons made the once complete image of Guangong on Song Zhong's back appear very cramped. An evil god and 9 black dragons were simultaneously emanating their might, competing for space on Song Zhong's back. Through the mirror, Song Zhong could see the red-faced bearded emperor, waving a green dragon crescent blade, engaging in a fierce battle with the 9 black dragons pulling the coffin. 2 powerful entities cannot coexist on one mountain, let alone 2 ancient evil gods. As they fought, the entire villa seemed to sway precariously. Bai Rong, residing in the side room, shook off his floral shorts and looked in shock at the direction of Song Zhong's room. What the hell? Is the boss about to demolish the house again? Sensing the chaotic energy of dragon and tiger battling in Song Zhong's room, Bai Rong immediately fled the villa in a panic. As soon as he ran out of the villa, he discovered that the originally luxurious mansion suddenly exploded under the collision of indescribable energies. Countless grievances swirled within, bubbling like boiling water, overflowing and spreading for dozens of meters around. At the center of the boiling grievances stood a burly man with a ferocious face adorned in floral embroidery. Bai Rong immediately recognized him as his boss. However, something seemed off about his boss condition. Song Zhong appeared to be enduring some form of torment, as surging grievances within him boiled over, as if they were about to burst his flesh. As the grievances collided and rolled, his physical body began to struggle under such fierce energy. Indeed, Song Zhong's body could not withstand it. In the clash of the 2 evil gods, his body now felt ice-cold and full of death energy. After all, his frail form could not withstand the conflict between the 2 evil gods. Song Zhong's body began to show signs of cracks amidst the collision of the 2 evil gods' energies, even trending towards complete rupture. Blood even burst forth from his mouth and nose, and he looked like a bloody mess. Just when Song Zhong was about to reach his limit, it was old Master Guan who conceded first. The red-faced emperor snorted coldly, tightening the reins of his beautiful beard, and rode his steed to the empty right chest of Song Zhong, extending down to his lower abdomen. He stood alongside the originally 8-armed Neza at Song Zhong's sides. It was only then that the oddity on Song Zhong's body began to gradually dissipate, and his body halted the process of rupture. Breathing heavily, he barely stood amidst the ruins of the villa. After taking a moment to collect himself, Song Zhong waved at Bai Rong, who was not far away, and said in a hoarse voice, "The mirror." "Okay, yes, boss." Bai Rong hurriedly fetched a full-length mirror from the adjacent villa and set it up in front of Song Zhong. Through the mirror, Song Zhong examined the 9 dragons' coffin on his back. He saw 9 black dragons gnawing at iron chains, looking fearsome and terrifying. Each black dragon appeared as if forged from iron, emanating an overwhelming sense of power. All 9 dragons had 5 claws, their bodies pitch black with scales glistening ominously. The 9 iron chains being torn by the black dragons led directly to a bronze coffin. The chains, forged through countless trials, were long and sturdy with a chilling black hue. The bronze coffin was simple and unadorned, bearing some vague ancient patterns filled with the weight of time. The entire 9 dragons' coffin sprawled across his back, creating a formidable visual impact. Song Zhong observed the depiction on his back and nodded gently. It looked impressive, but the price was too high. After this injury, he didn't even know when he could recover. At this moment, Song Zhong felt as if he was completely drained, his hand resting on Bai Rong's shoulder for support. The conflict between the 9 dragons' coffin and Guan Gong had left his once strong body, nourished by grievances, feeling like a tattered sack. Song Zhong felt that even summoning the 4 evil gods he originally possessed was somewhat taxing. Only through a large amount of grievance nourishment could he return to his previous state, no, even stronger than before. However, before he became stronger, he should refrain from allowing Guan Kai to recklessly burn some bizarre things. Otherwise, if something like the great deity or Pangu were to be summoned down again, his body might truly not be able to withstand it. Thinking this, Song Zhong followed Bai Rong into the adjacent villa. With foresight, Bai Rong had already purchased the entire villa area. This was to prevent his boss from demolishing the house and leaving them without a place to stay. Soaking in the hot tub, Song Zhong began to comprehend the power of the 9 dragons' coffin. The power of the 9 dragons' coffin is exceedingly domineering and brutal. It is even more formidable than any previous depiction. Just quietly standing behind Song Zhong, he could sense the annihilating aura of the 9 dragons' coffin that could obliterate everything. Simple, unadorned, and direct. Terrifying. It felt as if the 9 dragons, with just a slight movement, could instantly shatter the heavens and the earth. After sensing the annihilating power of the 9 dragons' coffin, Song Zhong felt quite pleased. Although the process was extremely painful, the rewards were beyond imagination. This feeling is akin to a woman. After enduring pain, the joy that follows is unimaginable. Yes, it's like giving birth. Just as he was enjoying himself in the water, a sudden loud splash interrupted the moment. The bathroom door burst open and a bald man in a suit, looking panicked, rushed into Song Zhong's bathroom. His anxious and gruff voice shattered Song Zhong's tranquility. "Boss, wake up. There's been an incident with the employees of the group." "An incident? Our group's employees?" Blabbering nonsense. Just as the bald man, utterly flustered, was about to explain, a long iron whip suddenly blocked his mouth. It turned out that Song Zhong, impatiently extending his whip from the bath, silenced the bald man's incessant babbling. "What are you panicking about? Go outside and calm down. I'll talk after I finish my bath." Song Zhong retracted his whip and waved his hand to signal the bald man to take it easy. The bald man, under the impact of the whip, regained some semblance of calm. "Understood, boss." Then he quietly closed the bathroom door behind Song Zhong. After a while, wrapped in a towel, Song Zhong emerged from the bathroom, drying his hair. Upon seeing the bald man standing at attention, he finally spoke casually. "Let's talk business. It's like this, boss. Our group is currently undergoing reorganization, right? During the process, we discovered that many of our original businesses have been taken over by another Ponzi group in Linjiang City. If it were just this, it would be normal business competition, nothing serious. However, the head of the Ponzi group has leaked that there will be no place for the Lotus Group in the future Linjiang. Moreover, they have mobilized forces to violently take over businesses that originally belonged to our group." "Hold on. Why does this sound like a gang fighting for territory?" The more Song Zhong listened, the more it felt off, and he couldn't help but interrupt the bald man. The bald man scratched his bald head and cautiously said, "Boss, this is how the bazaar do things. Weren't you the one who organized us this way?" Song Zhong couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat upon hearing this. It seems there might be some truth to that. It appears that there is still a long way to go to bring order to the chaotic Linjiang city in the bazaar world. Then let's go and have a chat with the head of that Ponzi group. Boss, they want talk to us. Why not? The bald man displayed some anger in response to Song Zhong's question. They said we are unworthy. They want to fight for territory, so they intend to do it with real weapons. Oh! Song Zhong was taken aback for a moment, then rolled his eyes and said to the bald man, "Then why don't you just fight them? Can we? Of course. But the company has rules against causing trouble. If they are coming at you, are you going to wipe their shoes?" Song Zhong slapped the bald man's bald head, exasperated. "I told you to behave, not to be a turtle. Next time this happens, make sure to ruin their company. Understood?" As Song Zhong was lecturing the bald man on the truth of to act or not to act in the real world, Chun Jin, bandaged all over, was leisurely brewing tea. During this period, Linjiang City has been increasingly stable compared to other cities in Xia country. It should be noted that in some areas of Xia country, cities have long been entrenched in bizarre spiritual realms, and people live in constant fear. However, the situation in Linjiang City has been well controlled by the Bureau of Investigation. Of course, the main credit goes to Guan Kai's high efficiency and Boss Song's strong support. He is now considering assigning his action team leader role to Guan Kai after some time. He could also take a break and enjoy retirement life in advance. Of course, there are also regrettable matters. Zhang Yunan has left. He has truly left, returning to the Heavenly Master's mansion. Due to severe injuries that affected his foundation, and with the crisis of financial desires in Linjiang City, Boss Song also notified Guan Kai that the issue has been resolved. With Zhang Yunan's task completed, he naturally returned to the Heavenly Master's mansion. It's a pity that the Bureau has lost a capable young man. Although Zhang Yunan might be reassigned back, Chun Jin finds it unlikely. The pressure of bizarre cases in Linjiang City is too small. It is not worth the Heavenly Master's presence. After Zhang Yunan recovers, he might be dispatched to another city. Chun Jin couldn't help but feel regret. If nothing unexpected happens the next time he meets Zhang Yunan, it will be at his own funeral. "Uncle Chun, we are back." Just as Chun Jin was having tea and looking through files, the door to his office was pushed open and Guan Kai walked in holding the backpack of Wen Xian. Seeing the duo enter, Chun Jin took off his reading glasses and kindly said, "Oh, little Wen Xian is back from school. Come tell Grandpa what you learned today." Wen Xian had recently passed the Bureau of Investigation's assessment and gained the opportunity to return to school. Chun Jin took on the role of the grandfather, filling in Wen Xin's childhood. Just as Chun Jin and Wen Xian were enjoying their time together, Guan Kai casually said, "Uncle Chun, I discovered something strange while picking Wen Xian up from school." Chun Jin, however, showed no concern and waved his hand at Guan Kai. "What is it? If it's trivial, investigate it yourself. In a while, you'll be the team leader and need to take up the mantle." Guan Kai nodded but still said uncertainly, "It's just that I'm not sure about this matter. The bizarre bamboo painting gallery that appeared last time has suddenly closed down. Moreover, I haven't heard any news from the owner, Mr. Lauamo, for a long time." Chun Jin looked up at Guan Kai and casually asked, "Have you sent anyone to investigate?" Guan Kai, when it came to work, spoke earnestly. "Not yet. I'm here to report to you, aren't I?" After listening to Guan Kai's account, Chun Jin pondered for a moment and then said to Guan Kai, "Then let's go check out the gallery together." To everyone's surprise, after Chun Jin agreed to the investigation before Guan Kai could respond, Wen Xian, who was doing her homework, jumped up first. "Great! We're going out to play." Seeing Wen Xin's reaction, Guan Kai rolled her eyes and helplessly pressed her down. "Focus on your homework, you little kid are not allowed to go." Wen Xian pouted, her small face filled with unhappiness. Chun Jin patted Wen Xin's head and said sternly, "Be good, study for the rise of the great Xia." Then Chun Jin and Guan Kai, one old and one young, casually took their hot pot and walked out of the office door, only leaving behind a pouting Wen Xian with a troubled little face doing her math workbook. At the entrance of the polling bureau, Chun Jin and Guan Kai got into Wang Chang's black sedan. As soon as they got into the car, Guan Kai spoke to Wang Chang, who was playing Tetris in the driver's seat. "Old Wang, take us to the Shizhu painting gallery." "Sure." Wang Chang put down his phone and turned the steering wheel. A screech of tires marked their arrival at the Shiju Painting Gallery. The Shiju Painting Gallery in front of them was quaint and elegant with a handwritten plaque hanging in the center under the intricately carved blue-tiled eaves. The two characters Shiju flowed like clouds, adding a touch of poetic charm. Looking at this scene, Chun Jin curiously glanced at Guan Kai. Isn't this quite normal? Yes, that's why it's strange. Guan Kai pointed to the main gate and continued to explain to Chun Jin. Originally I wanted to enroll when Xian in an art class here, but when I came the second time I found it was already closed. It was closed for several consecutive days, and today when we came back it was still the same. Chun Jin ran his fingers through his hair and asked with some uncertainty. Perhaps they just don't want to continue, or they went back home for some reason. Guan Kai shook her head. That's impossible. Last time I spoke with Mr. Mo Pingping, he said he was temporarily managing the gallery for Mr. Mo. It has only been a few days and the gallery is closed, which makes me feel it is very unusual. But I can't pinpoint what exactly is strange about it. Guan Kai's expression was one of both confusion and determination. Although she couldn't articulate what was unusual, some people were just naturally sensitive. Such individuals are most suited to be detectives, and Guan Kai happened to come from the inspection department. Chun Jin also fell into deep thought. He had great trust in Guan Kai's intuition after all they had been through life and death together many times. In that case, have the colleagues at the polling bureau contact the owner and person in charge of the Shiju Painting Gallery, as well as the previous students of the gallery. Let's go inside and see what the situation is. Chun Jin commanded Guan Kai, then extended his zombie-like claw, and easily picked the lock. Let's go. Chun Jin and Guan Kai entered the Shiju Painting Gallery, and what caught their eyes were the lifelike, colorful ink portraits on both sides. Guan Kai looked at the portraits and couldn't help but exclaim their exquisiteness. The last time she visited, she was particularly fond of the paintings on the wall, and even took home a painting titled Erlang Searching the Mountains. As they passed the portraits, everyone noticed that everything in the gallery was in disarray. It seemed that the owner had left in too much of a hurry, and had not even had time to tidy up. After searching for most of the day and checking the entire gallery, they found no signs of anything unusual. However, both Chun Jin and Guan Kai realized that the absence of abnormalities was in itself the greatest anomaly. After all, from the scene it appeared that the person in charge, Mo Pingping, had left in a rush yet left no traces behind. This strange yet reasonable behavior made everyone secretly raise their guard. Does this painting gallery's backyard connect to a bamboo forest? Chun Jin fiddled with his phone for a while, then looked up at Guan Kai. In the recent messages from the polling bureau, there were relevant documents about the Shiju Painting Gallery, which described that the name of the gallery originated from the bamboo forest in the backyard. I didn't pay attention to this the last time I came, I just dealt with the eerie situation in the front hall and left. Let's keep going to the bamboo forest. Chun Jin thought about it, but couldn't find where the problem lay, so he could only continue exploring the entire gallery. The bamboo forest was deep, and as they walked in they could smell the refreshing scent of the soil. As they walked deeper, the bamboo forest became denser and the group's line of sight was obscured by the bamboo. My heart is racing, love is like a raging fire. You are smiling, the crazy one is me. Suddenly a catchy electronic song echoed in the ears of the group. Chun Jin gave an awkward smile. He had been listening to this song a bit too much recently and had gotten hooked on this girl's song. Under the eye rolls of Guan Kai and Wang Chong, Chun Jin took out his phone from his pocket and pressed the answer key. While listening to the phone call, Chun Jin signaled to continue deeper into the bamboo forest. Based on the information, they were close to the end of the bamboo forest. Unexpectedly, after hearing a few reports over the phone, Chun Jin's expression changed dramatically, and he suddenly exclaimed, "What? We can't reach the students and teachers of the Shiju Painting Gallery?" At the same time, their group arrived at the end of the bamboo forest. They saw an open area at the end of the bamboo forest with canvases spread out. On each canvas, a piece of human skin was quietly adhered. After the initial shock, Chun Jin quickly realized that the situation was dire. He beckoned Guan Kai to come forward and carefully inspected the human skins laid out on the canvas. Guan Kai instinctively lifted a clean and neatly spread human skin on the canvas, which appeared translucent under the light of her phone. The more she looked, the more astonished she became. The skill of the skin peeler was truly astonishing. The removed human skin bore no traces of blood, nor was there a hint of resentment attached to it. It was as pristine as a finely crafted piece of art. "Uncle Chun, come look." Guan Kai seemed to have discovered something, raising the human skin in her hand to call Chun Jin. As he approached, Chun Jin noticed that Guan Kai's expression was very serious. This human skin seems to belong to Mr. Mo Ping Ping. Although it lacks eyes and the overall facial contours, the shape of the eyebrows and facial details on this skin are exactly the same as those of Mr. Mo Ping Ping that I saw that day. Chun Jin furrowed his brows as he looked at Guan Kai. This meant that the Mo Ping Ping Guan Kai encountered last time was very likely already a dead person. Realizing this, Guan Kai and Chun Jin began to organize the human skins on the ground against the data of the art gallery personnel on their phones. They found that all the human skins on the ground came from the teachers and students of the gallery. Even the owner of the gallery, the old man Mo Jingchuan, was included, turned into a shriveled, wrinkled human skin. Upon discovering this, Chun Jin began to constantly fiddle with his phone, contacting members of the Bureau of Investigation to retrieve relevant bizarre data. Soon the headquarters sent over a corresponding report on the bizarre occurrences. Chun Jin called Guan Kai and opened the bizarre data on his phone. According to big data analysis of the scene, the following bizarre phenomena matched the description. A 020 painted skin. Bizarre features. Painted skin is a long-existing anomaly with records dating back 3,000 years. It is inherently cautious and will quickly flee if it senses any anomaly or danger, making it extremely difficult to capture. Painted skin does not have a fixed form. It generally appears before ordinary people as the skin of others that has been peeled off. The only characteristic that does not match the original owner of the skin is the irresistible allure it exudes. The human skins used by the painted skin have an aura that conceals resentment. Its means of enhancing bizarre power is through acquiring the outer skin of powerful beings. Power rating. Meme level. After reading the information, Guan Kai instinctively glanced at the human skins on the ground. Is this the painted skin? The anomaly that Brother Song told me to burn at the time? Guan Kai's expression turned a bit frustrated. She hadn't expected to let slip the painted skin that Brother Song had been obsessing over, allowing a cruel and perverse anomaly to slip through her fingers. So it was this thing. Chun Jin murmured to himself and then shook his head helplessly. According to the intelligence from the Bureau of Investigation, capturing or exterminating the painted skin was indeed a very difficult task. The group had searched the bamboo forest for most of the day but found no further clues. The entire bamboo forest, except for these few human skins, was in a state of harmonious normalcy. Seeing that there was no chance to capture the painted skin, Chun Jin sighed helplessly and said to Guan Kai, "It seems that this painted skin anomaly is indeed very cautious. It managed to escape before we even had a chance to react. I have reported this to headquarters, but I doubt there will be a good solution. At most they will issue a warning notice." Chun Jin shook his head while speaking, feeling somewhat melancholy. Some anomalies are just like this, beyond the control of the Bureau of Investigation. In fact, this is the norm for the Bureau of Situations like Songzhong's, where one can suppress everything upon appearing, are rare in a century. After a while, Chun Jin regained his composure and said to Guan Kai, "Come on, Guan Kai, let's gather these human skins together. According to headquarters, these things are valuable. They can conceal the aura of resentment and have miraculous effects in certain situations." "Oh, okay." Guan Kai hesitated for a moment and then said to Chun Jin, "Uncle Chun, I would like to take a few of these painted skins." Without even lifting his head, Chun Jin asked, casually, catching Guan Kai off guard, "Does Boss Song need them?" "Huh? Right." Chun Jin waved his hand, signaling that he understood. The old man knew that Guan Kai had many secrets, especially those related to Songzhong. But he never asked because some things, if he knew, would have to be documented and reported to headquarters. And once some matters are known by the Bureau's headquarters, they can no longer turn a blind eye. At that time, Guan Kai's situation would certainly not be as free as it is now. "Take a little less, leave a few pieces of human skin for my records," Chun Jin advised Guan Kai and pretended to yawn, patting Wang Chang's shoulder. "Let's go, Mutu, get in the car. I'm tired." Only Guan Kai remained in the bamboo forest, tidying up the painted skins on the canvas. She hesitated for a moment. She wasn't sure how useful these human skins would be to Songzhong, nor did she know what style he wanted. So she simply picked 4 skins of different sizes, male, female, young, and old, and then bundled the rest together to take out. As Guan Kai left, the bamboo forest returned to profound silence. Clatter! Suddenly, a bamboo stalk in the forest broke through a layer of its outer green skin. Blood began to seep out from within along with writhing flesh and blood. After returning to the Bureau of Investigation, Guan Kai quickly filed the human skins. Then, finding a moment of free time, she ran out of the bureau's main door, clutching 4 pieces of human skin of various sizes. She drew a white circle in a secluded spot and ignited the paper money in her hand. Then, looking at the 4 exquisite human skins in her hands, she murmured, "Brother Song, I found the painted skins you wanted." In a bizarre world, Song Zhongxing, dressed in a black suit, was leading Bald Biao and his little brothers standing at the foot of the Pang Group headquarters. Song Zhongxing's thoughts were simple. It's about seizing territory and engaging in gang fights. If you want to do it, you must directly take down the opposing faction. Otherwise, running around to small outposts is both troublesome and ineffective. As Song Zhongxing and his subordinates prepared for a confrontation, the thugs of the Pang Group also reacted, pouring out of the headquarters. However, upon seeing the leading thugs, Song Zhongxing instantly lost interest. How boring. They were all small fries. He didn't even need to act. They could be taken down easily. While Song Zhongxing felt bored, the thugs of the Pang Group thought differently. Especially the leading one, a thin, sickly-looking thug, arrogantly pointed his baton at Song Zhongxing. "Is this all you guys from Tiandi Group? With such a lousy crew, you dare to shout at our headquarters? Hey, especially you, the one holding the iron rod, looking all gay with it. What? Just because you're big you think you're tough? Do you believe I can take you down?" Song Zhongxing looked at the sickly thug pointing at him in surprise, glancing left and right only to realize he was the only one holding a small iron rod. In the midst of Bald Biao's suppressed laughter, Song Zhongxing felt a surge of anger. "TMD, how am I like a gay? What kind of iron rod is this? This is a divine whip." A divine whip. Just as Song Zhongxing was about to unleash a cold smile, a familiar wave of drowsiness suddenly hit him. What the hell? Why is the cash cow calling me at this moment? A duel? A gang negotiation? Before Song Zhongxing could act, he closed his eyes and collapsed to the ground in front of many onlookers. Seeing this, Bald Biao was shocked. He was too familiar with this routine. Every time the boss opened his eyes, he could come up with something impressive. He quickly waved his hand and shouted to his little brothers behind him. Everyone step back 10 paces. The boss is about to unleash a big move. After shouting, Bald Biao took the lead and retreated 20 steps, watching the sleeping Song Zhongxing from afar. The thugs from the Pang Group exchanged puzzled glances, unable to comprehend the situation. Why did the leader fall down before the fight even started? Was it a scam? The previously tense atmosphere of the gang confrontation suddenly turned strange, all due to Song Zhongxing lying quietly in the middle. At this moment, Song Zhongxing was unaware of what was happening after he fell asleep. He didn't care at all. As soon as he entered the dream, he fixed his gaze on what Guan Kai was about to burn. Human skin. No way. Could it be the Chun Pingping he had been yearning for? Finally, he had the opportunity to return to reality. Just as Song Zhongxing was excitedly looking at the pieces of human skin, Guan Kai's words poured cold water on him. "Sorry, Song Gu, I encountered a skin-changing demon, but didn't recognize it in time and accidentally let it go. However, this is the human skin used by that skin-changing demon, said to have the effect of concealing one's aura. I don't know if this is what you want, but I'll burn it for you first." As Guan Kai continued to ramble, Song Zhongxing felt a bit anxious. It was just human skin used by Chun Pingping. He wondered if it could conceal the powerful auras surrounding him. Just as Song Zhongxing was thinking, his consciousness returned to the bizarre world, and several pieces of human skin appeared in his hand. Ignoring the astonished gazes of those around him, Song Zhongxing eagerly began to try on the human skin that Guan Kai had burned. The struggle with the Pang Group had long been thrown to the back of his mind. What territory? It doesn't matter. I want to return to the real world to find the cash cow. Just like putting on a costume, Song Zhongxing donned the human skin. After looking around, Song Zhongxing revealed a satisfied expression. Fits quite well. Wait a minute. Why is my chest all flat? What? This is a woman's skin. Song Zhongxing twitched the corner of his mouth and flipped through the human skin in his hand. Besides the woman's skin he was wearing, there was also an old man's, a man's. How come there was also a child's? Chun Pingping, you're a bit disturbing. Song Zhongxing frowned his eyes, revealing a hint of murderous intent. If he had the chance, he would personally send Chun Pingping to her demise. Perhaps disturbed by Chun Pingping's murderous ways, Song Zhongxing simply tried it on and then took off the human skin. Now the barrier between the bizarre world and the real world had not loosened, and Song Zhongxing could only wait for the next bizarre invasion of reality to return. After tidying up the 4 pieces of human skin, Song Zhongxing looked up and surveyed his surroundings, only to find that both his employees and the thugs from the Pang Group were looking at him with strange eyes. Especially the thugs from the Pang Group. They were completely stunned. Goodness, they had seen everything before a fight, but this was the first time they had seen someone cross-dressing before a fight. Did this guy opposite want to use a beauty trap? After a moment of astonishment, the leading sickly thug gulped and pointed his knife at Song Zhongjing. Don't pull any of that nonsense. My nickname is Lu Shihui from Huaishi Road. I don't fall for that. But seeing your sincerity, business matters can still be discussed. This has to be discussed at the dining table. Song Zhongjing coldly watched the suddenly bashful sickly thug before him, unaware that the divine whip in his hand had transformed from an iron rod into a long divine whip. Discussing business. Discussing at the dining table. Do you think I'm a fool? You're asking for death. Before the lecherous sickly thug could finish mumbling, Song Zhongjing struck swiftly, directly smashing his head. With that whip, the sickly thug was obliterated, leaving no trace of resentment. Shaking off the residual fluid from the whip, Song Zhongjing flashed a dangerous smile in the wary eyes of the Pang Group thugs. Bald Biao. Chop them up for me. Bald Biao is a standout figure in the Black Society. For the Black Society, killing is a rather straightforward task. For Bald Biao, the only hassle in killing is the need to change clothes afterward. At the headquarters of the Pang Group, Bald Biao, covered in blood, scratched his bald head with a grin. Behind him lay the wreckage of the Pang Group's thugs. Wiping the blood from his face, Bald Biao asked Song Zhong, "I've taken care of it, boss. What's next?" Song Zhong, who had been daydreaming beside him, rolled his eyes helplessly upon hearing Bald Biao's words. "Have you never robbed anyone or taken a hostage? Clean this building from top to bottom. In an hour, I want to see everyone in this building shouting that I'm the boss." Bald Biao eagerly accepted the order and left, leaving Song Zhong sitting leisurely at the entrance. Listening to the wails and the rolling waves of resentment from the building, Song Zhong couldn't help but sigh that it was indeed a wonderful afternoon. While Song Zhong was waiting for Bald Biao to cause chaos, he suddenly felt a surge of oppressive and violent resentment erupting from the Pang Group's building. Before long, waves of Bald Biao's underlings, who had rushed into the building, were flung out amid the explosion of resentment. Like dumplings, they landed one after another at Song Zhong's feet. At the same time, before Song Zhong could react, a piercing gaze locked onto him tightly. Following that gaze, Song Zhong looked over. A giant 3 meters tall and wearing a tank top emerged from the Pang Group's building. The man had a bronzed complexion and held Bald Biao in one hand and a gleaming massive axe in the other. The most peculiar thing was the shiny nose ring adorning the giant's nose. Wow, how avant-garde. Song Zhong looked up and down at the giant in confusion. The giant sensed Song Zhong's gaze and casually shook the ragged bag that was Bald Biao, asking in a deep voice, "Is this little guy your boss?" He spoke with a tone of disdain, glancing at Song Zhong. Covered in rags, Bald Biao instinctively raised his head upon hearing the giant's question. Upon seeing Song Zhong, hope radiated from Bald Biao's eyes, and he began to struggle repeatedly. "Boss, save me. The head of the Pang Group is too fierce. I can't beat him. I really can't." As Bald Biao shouted, the giant seemed to confirm something. With a sinister smile, he tossed Bald Biao aside and said in a booming voice, "At such a young age, why learn the wrong things? Why must you learn to mix in society? Today, I will let you experience the brutal reality of the streets." With that, the giant ripped his shirt open, revealing a muscular frame. Song Zhong was taken aback. Why did that movement seem so familiar? Isn't it usually when I'm about to hit someone that I rip my clothes and throw off my tie? Copycat. It's definitely a copycat. The giant approached Song Zhong step by step amid his astonished gaze. As the giant walked, a fierce wave of resentment surged around him. The originally bronzed skin split open, and as the resentment expanded, his body rapidly grew taller and larger. It seemed like something was about to grow from his head, bursting forth with blood. Moo! Accompanied by a loud bellow, the once tall giant transformed into a monstrous creature with a bull's head and human body. If one looked closely, one could still faintly recognize the giant's original features, but his previously decent facial features had long since become unrecognizable after his body expanded. His facial skin stretched beyond its elasticity to accommodate the sudden change in flesh and blood, with strands hanging loosely on his face. His teeth and mouth jutted out, resembling a bizarre beast. The most eye-catching feature was the pair of massive curved horns on top of his head. One was pitch black and shiny, while the other seemed to be connected to half a brain merging with the giant's mind. Looking at the familiar yet strange giant before him, Song Zhong scratched his head. This thing, why does it have a bull's head? Could it be that, in this bizarre world, there are also bull-headed and horse-faced creatures? Just as Song Zhong was puzzled, the enormous bull-headed face in front of him twisted its massive head. A pair of bull-like eyes the size of windows rolled with blood fixating on Song Zhong. In a low voice that resembled the wails of countless ghosts, the bull's mouth opened and closed, releasing waves of ominous wind. You look weak and frail, and yet you dare to mix in society. Without strength, you dare to be arrogant, trying to seize territory. The giant continued, Kid, remember this from now on. The entire Linjiang city belongs to me. That's the way it is. As the giant spoke, he waved the axe in his hand, his eyes filled with disdain. This left Song Zhong feeling a bit dazed. How can this person be so confident? He says I have no strength? What did you just say about me? Weak and fragile. A whiny coward. Lacking strength. A dangerous glint flickered in Song Zhong's eyes as he spoke, pulling out the god-slaying whip from his pocket. With each word, the god-slaying whip grew larger, reaching towering heights that pierced the clouds to the point where even Song Zhong struggled to hold it with one hand. Come, let me show you a great treasure. It'll let you understand what it means to be weak and fragile, to be a whiny coward, to lack strength. Embracing the thick god-slaying whip, a cold smile lingered on Song Zhong's face as he coldly stated, You dare say I'm incapable? Then let me show you my great treasure. Boom! In the next moment, Song Zhong swung the massive god-slaying whip, striking down fiercely at the Minotaur before it could react, the air crackling with explosive sounds, creating a scene of sheer violence. The once towering Minotaur, resembling a small mountain, seemed somewhat insignificant when facing the god-slaying whip. What? The myriad golden lights bursting from the god-slaying whip made the Minotaur instinctively raise its massive axe, astonishment and shock reflected in its eyes as it sensed a formidable crisis from above, wanting to resist the strike of the whip. However, it was all in vain. With just one whip, Song Zhong smashed the Minotaur, resembling a small mountain, deep into the ground. The massive axe in the Minotaur's hands was sent flying. Looking at the Minotaur, now buried in a pit like a radish, Song Zhong began to unleash a torrent of trash talk. Is this all you've got? How dare you open your mouth to say I'm incapable? You're such a big guy but only grow in size and not in wit. Just be a good cow, why mix with the underworld? As Song Zhong spoke, the god-slaying whip continued to descend, each strike forcing the Minotaur deeper into the ground. In just a few breaths, the towering Minotaur was left with only its bloodied head exposed. Moo! Suddenly, a deafening bellow of a cow echoed, the resentment in the Minotaur's eyes turning tangible. Under Song Zhong's constant mockery, it entered a state of madness. The terrifying resentment surged from the Minotaur, causing the ground around it to collapse and crack as its eyes turned crimson, stepping out from the chaos. Its gaze fixated intensely on Song Zhong. The expression and look were filled with a hatred that seemed ready to devour him whole. Meanwhile, behind the Minotaur appeared a shadow composed of resentment, remarkably similar in appearance to the Minotaur itself. However, the aura emanating from the shadow was even more terrifying. Though the shadow appeared ethereal, it felt almost substantial, filled with an aura of majesty, horror, and ancientness like an abyss. In its hand, the shadow wielded an iron spear. You lowly creature, how dare you provoke me? The resentment on the Minotaur erupted, piercing the sky. Its tone was terrifyingly deep, and as its voice fell, the surrounding resentment surged like a tidal wave. What the hell? This Minotaur has a backer. In Song Zhong's astonished gaze, the Minotaur twisted its massive head, swinging its enormous arm, causing countless resentful energies to coalesce into an iron spear in its hand. With its muscular hand gripping the iron spear the size of a small house, it swung it towards Song Zhong. The shadow behind it synchronized, swinging its weapon as well. Calling for help? You think you have someone? Come, let's see if you have more people, or I do. Seeing the shadow behind the Minotaur, Song Zhong raised an eyebrow. Can't handle this. Calling for help. Boom! Song Zhong tore off his shirt and threw it on the ground, revealing a body covered in the embroidery of evil gods. An indescribable aura erupted from him, and the god-slaying whip struck out once more. This time infused with the powers of the evil gods, the whip emanated an even more terrifying aura. The moment it descended, the iron spear formed from the Minotaur's resentment was shattered, while the god-slaying whip remained unstoppable, continuing its descent. Boom! The Minotaur's massive body was forcefully repelled, astonishment evident in its eyes. But soon, its eyes turned even redder, and the shadow behind it suddenly grew cold, sensing the provocation from Song Zhong, appearing enraged. Moo! The Minotaur let out an angry roar, but before it could strike again, 9 dragons appeared behind Song Zhong, dragging a bronze coffin right before him. What are you yelling for? Let me show you what it's like to be powerful. The 9 dragons roared. The coffin dragged along, chains rattling. Wherever the 9 dragons passed, all resentment was shattered, and in the next moment they crashed heavily into the Minotaur, sending its body flying with a bang. Moreover, the shadow behind it was specifically targeted. The bronze coffin slightly opened a corner, delivering a massive sucking force that continually pulled at the shadow. No! In a vague sense, the shadow let out a terrified scream before completely being absorbed into the coffin. After everything was done, the 9 dragons returned to Song Zhong's back, transforming into a totem tattoo. At the same time, the shadow was refined, turning into streams of power that flowed back into Song Zhong, giving him an indescribable sense of euphoria, while the injuries sustained from the 9 dragons and Guan Er quickly healed. Moreover, his body grew stronger. Meanwhile, the Minotaur's massive frame lay in a deep pit, its fate uncertain. Having absorbed the power feedback from the 9 dragons, Song Zhong strode over, waving at the trembling, bald thug in the distance. Wake him up. We haven't finished our business yet. We need to continue talking later. All right, boss. The bald thug swallowed hard, looking at Song Zhong with burning eyes, hurriedly nodding in agreement. Song Zhong's series of actions nearly brought him to the highest peak of excitement. So violent, so exhilarating. The bald thug rushed over, accompanied by a group of people bringing buckets of cold water to splash on the Minotaur's massive head. As the Minotaur's vision cleared, it once again saw the nightmarish figure of Song Zhong. Gasping for breath, the Minotaur's murky eyes filled with despair. Who the hell are you? How dare you offend that esteemed master? And even the shadow behind him had a terrifying origin. He had summoned the other party and obtained a portion of their power. Yet he never expected that Song Zhong would easily suppress him and even put that esteemed figure into the coffin. Just thinking of that esteemed identity filled the Minotaur with even more fear. Not only was he afraid of Song Zhong's strength, but he also feared the wrath of that esteemed figure. Having devoured a portion of their power, that esteemed being would definitely not let this go easily. Hearing the Minotaur's trembling roar, Song Zhong lifted his eyelids to glance at the Minotaur, which resembled a defeated dog. From this ugly bull's words, it seemed that the person behind it was quite significant. How come there are so many strange things in Linjiang City? But what of it? No matter how powerful they are, they'll end up being devoured by me. Who am I? My name is Song Zhong, the send you 1,000 miles, and at the end there is a farewell. Song Zhong. With a grin revealing his sharp white teeth, Song Zhong slowly spoke to the Minotaur. I will ask, you answer. Understood. Song Zhong spoke, gazing steadily at the ox-head figure. The ox-head being no longer bore his former arrogance. The moment Song Zhong had devoured the illusory manifestation of that sovereign entity, he knew, beyond all doubt, that he stood no chance against him. Resistance was futile, especially when confronted with the divine subduing whip in Song Zhong's hand, and the sinister divine sigils coiling across his body. Hesitation was unthinkable. Your name? Pang Yi. Tell me, who truly commands the Pang Group? Reveal everything you know without omission or evasion. Seeing the man's ready compliance, Song Zhong nodded in quiet satisfaction. Have you ever heard of the Oxhead and Horseface enforcers of the Netherworld? Pang Yi drew a deep breath. Though he feared Song Zhong, the mere thought of that sovereign presence made his voice tremble. Song Zhong's brow furrowed slightly as he stroked his chin. Upon observing Pang Yi's appearance, the image of the Oxhead and Horseface had instantly surfaced in his mind. Particularly the character Pang, emphasized by the Oxhead man, evoked a line from the inherited scriptures of the Celestial Master's Abbey. The Wu Ku Zhang Ju Jing scripture of the 5 suffering states. The warden is named Pang, an oxhead being with human hands, hooves for feet, strength enough to topple mountains, wielding an iron trident. This passage describes precisely such an oxhead jailer dwelling within the underworld. This aligned perfectly, the character Pang of the Pang Group and the spectral aura of resentment that had manifested behind Pang Yi. So behind both the Pang Group and Pang Yi stood a colossal oxhead sovereign. Was that oxhead sovereign none other than Pang of the Netherworld, the very oxhead of the Oxhead and Horseface duo? Then, if these infernal enforcers truly existed, did the celestial pantheon too persist in reality? If so, did the mighty beings sealed within me also once walk the mortal realm? The great sage equal to Heaven Neza Lord Guan Celestial Master Zhong Kuei. Even this divine subduing whip and the Erlang searching mountain scroll. Upon reflection, Guan Kai had previously burned countless chaotic offerings, none of which materialized directly. Yet those deities and demons bearing names and titles did manifest with startling clarity. Then what of the 9 dragon-drawn coffin? Was that too rooted in truth? And for whom, exactly, was that coffin prepared? As Song Zhong pondered deeply, his expression grew grave. The secrets bound to his very being proved far more profound, and far more formidable, than he had ever imagined. Clearly from this ox-head being's mouth, he could glean fragments of this world's hidden truth. Continue. Speak all you know. Where is the ox-head now? What is this eerie world? Setting aside his reverie, Song Zhong tilted his chin toward Pang Yi. I do not know much, only that I chanced upon the authority granted by that sovereign one inheriting fragments of his legacy. He now slumbers in deep repose. Only through continuous offerings and rites may one draw forth his power. Thus I founded the Pang Group, to gather resentment and other spiritual miasmas, channeling them into offerings and rituals, hoping one day to awaken and summon him fully into this world. Hearing this, Song Zhong's frown deepened. He slumbers. From these fragmented words, Song Zhong carefully traced the chain of cause and effect. First, the ox-head and horseface do exist within this world. Could it be then that this present eerie realm is the netherworld itself, its original form? But why has its primordial order collapsed, twisting into this desolate, fractured state? What cataclysm transpired? Why would a being as formidable as the ox-head fall into such profound slumber? Where then have the horseface, the black and white impermanence, even Yama, the king of hell, vanished? Have they too succumbed to this endless hibernation? Song Zhong's thoughts grew strained. The clues were too few, the mysteries before him vast as rolling fog, impenetrable no matter how fiercely he sought to part it. Suddenly a thought struck him. He turned to Pang Yi and asked, "Where is the authority the ox-head entrusted to you?" Pang Yi remained silent, but closed his eyes and gently touched one of his horns. Only then did Song Zhong notice, amid the carnage of battle, one of Pang Yi's horns still gleamed jet black and lustrous. Even stained with blood, it radiated an aura of chilling, unyielding severity. Watching Pang Yi's gesture, Song Zhong sensed the truth. The words that followed, soft yet resonant, confirmed his intuition. The authority resides within this horn. This is the authority bestowed by Ox-head Apang. As he spoke, he removed the horn from his head. With his movements, his entire body shriveled, gradually returning to the appearance of an ordinary person. He appeared even more frail and aged than before, as if all the vitality had been drained from him. "My lord, I've said all that needs to be said. Can you spare my life? I can be your enforcer. I will do whatever you ask of me, and from now on I will serve only you, my lord. I am stronger than that bald man. I can replace him. He's too weak. I can do better than him." The shriveled face of the speaker was filled with desperation. The phantom of the bull's head had been devoured by Song Zhong, and even if he left this place, the bull's head would not spare him once it awakened. Thus he had only one option now: to cling to Song Zhong's leg. He had sensed Song Zhong's aura clearly. He even felt that even if the bull's head truly awakened, it might not be a match for Song Zhong. As soon as he finished speaking, the bald man froze in place. "What the hell? Who did I offend that you would want to replace me?" The next moment the bald man looked at Song Zhong with trembling body, worried that he might really be replaced. He knew of the speaker's strength, it clashed with his type, and he could do everything the speaker could do, perhaps even better. "Now you're begging for mercy. Where were you earlier? You still want to replace me? Even if my people aren't the best, they are still mine. You have too much rebellious spirit. You cannot be kept alive." Song Zhong looked at the speaker with icy glints in his eyes as he brought down the divine punishment whip. His boss spoke of betrayal, yet he still wanted to remove his own people. What use was there for such a traitor? "Boss, my life. From now on it belongs to you." The bald man felt a weight lift off his shoulders, looking at Song Zhong with grateful eyes, his eyes brimming with tears. He had not expected that Song Zhong would choose him, and his chest felt suddenly warm. Song Zhong waved his hand dismissively. Men shouldn't indulge in such sentimentality. He bent down to pick up the strange bull horn, examining the patterns on it. But no matter how Song Zhong looked at it, it appeared to be an ordinary bull horn with nothing extraordinary about it. Only when he infused a wisp of resentment into the horn did he understand its purpose. By continuously infusing resentment for nurturing one, could harness the power left by the bull's head to summon its phantom and gain a brief boost. Moreover, there was some inheritance from the bull's head within it. After playing around with it for a while, Song Zhong felt that this bull horn was somewhat useless for him. He was already filled with power. What did he need a small bull head for? Which malevolent deity couldn't skin him alive? Thinking this, Song Zhong paid less attention to the bull horn in his hand. He casually tossed the horn to the bald man and simply instructed him. Figure it out yourself, didn't you want power? Practice boldly. When the real one arrives, he'll snatch the other horn for you. The bald man caught the horn that Song Zhong threw to him, with both hands, his eyes shining with excitement, as if he were gazing at his beloved. Finally, he had the chance to possess such power. Wasn't this like being showered with blessings from the heavens? The bald man fondled the bull horn with affection, even chuckling foolishly. Seeing the joyous bald man, Song Zhong helplessly rubbed his forehead and said sternly, "Stop playing. Well, research it later." Without the Pang Group, our Tiandi Group is now the sole power in Linjiang City. Before the next bizarre invasion of reality, you, and Bai Rong, must integrate the entire Linjiang City into the private property of Tiandi Group. Hearing this, the bald man perked up, carefully storing the bull horn and thumping his chest to assure, "Don't worry, boss, I will ensure the task is completed." Repeat our group's motto. Abide by the law, be diligent and self-disciplined. Seeing the motivated bald man, Song Zhong nodded in satisfaction. Weeks passed in a flurry. In the chaotic world of the bizarre Linjiang City was undergoing a major integration. Meanwhile, the real Linjiang City was rather peaceful. In the polling bureau in Chun Jin's office, Chun Jin, dressed in a white vest, was happily stepping on a stool framing something. Upon closer inspection, it was a certificate that read Top 10 Advanced Units. Today the common people are really truly happy. Having framed the certificate, Chun Jin held it in his arms, humming a tune. Just as he was admiring the top 10 advanced units on the wall, a familiar, refreshing female voice caught his attention. "Uncle Chun, why did you hurry to find me? When Xin, you have a tutoring class later." As Guan Kai entered, she helped when Xin take off her backpack while asking Chun Jin, "You came at the right time. The bureau issued a certificate. Our Linjiang Polling Bureau branch has been recognized as an advanced unit." Chun Jin gleefully pulled Guan Kai over, pointing at the certificate on the wall. "I thought it was something serious." Guan Kai's forehead was covered in black lines. She thought it was an urgent matter. However, indeed, there hadn't been a single serious bizarre occurrence in Linjiang City recently. This made Guan Kai, the newly appointed action team leader, spend her days just shuttling children around. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. A sudden phone ring interrupted their conversation. "Hello, it's the leader. You know we've been recognized as an advanced unit." What? Another invasion of reality. Upon hearing this news, Chun Jin didn't even have time to hang up the phone and rushed out of the polling bureau's door. In his serious eyes, a dark sun emitted a faint black glow. In a bizarre world, a blood moon hung in the sky, radiating crimson light, as if the entire strange realm had been drenched in blood. Moreover, the space displayed a sense of overlap, allowing glimpses of the real world amidst the surreal occurrences. Countless anomalies surged forward, stepping into the realm of reality. The bizarre had descended. The scene before him was nearly identical to the strange invasion of reality that had occurred some time ago. The only difference was that it had been daytime then, with a black sun shining, whereas now, due to the night, a blood moon floated in the bizarre world. All members of the Tiandi Group were now gathered in an orderly manner, with Guangtou Biao and Bai Rong standing at the forefront of the formation. They all wore identical sunglasses and neatly tailored suits. On the right arm of each suit there was a black armband printed with 4 large white characters. Tiandi Group. Like a military unit awaiting inspection, they stood ready for Song Zhong's command. Bai Rong, looking somewhat dapper, excitedly spoke to Song Zhong. "Boss, the bizarre has invaded reality. Shouldn't we, the Tiandi Group, also step into the real world?" "I see it." Song Zhong was equally exhilarated. He had finally awaited this day. At last he had the opportunity to meet Guan Kai face to face in the real world. After taking a few deep breaths and managing his facial expression, Song Zhong's bright eyes brought out the only normal male skin mask he had, which he promptly fitted onto himself. Although he didn't know if the skin shed from the painted mask would have the same efficacy as her original skin, at least it was still skin. It should possess some degree of effectiveness, right? With nimble hands and feet, Song Zhong quickly donned the skin mask, which seemed to automatically adhere to him, altering his appearance and form, causing him to exclaim in excitement. The only downside was that the skin mask didn't fit particularly well, making him feel slightly awkward. Instinctively, Song Zhong glanced at another woman's skin and shivered involuntarily. He silently vowed to himself, "I would rather die than cross-dress." Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, he gazed at the overlapping space before him, filled with ambition. In the real world, here I come. At the same time, after putting on the skin mask, Song Zhong suddenly felt a pulling force from the entire space toward his body. It was as if he were being drawn into a new world. He took a step forward and waves of spatial ripples surged, an odd sensation enveloping his feet. This step felt like crossing some kind of boundary barrier. Song Zhong was secretly thrilled. Effective. Charge. However, before he could take a second step, a muffled voice emerged from his chest. "Boss, I don't recommend you go over there." Song Zhong, hearing this voice, was puzzled for a moment, but he quickly recalled the source of the voice. Shuayan, the appetite monk. Hadn't he been pinched by Neza? How could he still speak? Without thinking much, Song Zhong ignored it, treating it as Shuayan passing gas. What a joke. You're a demonic Buddha's stomach and am a bright and cheerful young man. Why should I listen to you? Song Zhong dismissed the thought and stepped forward again. However, as he took that step, an invisible pressure suddenly bore down on his shoulders, making him feel as if he were carrying something incredibly heavy, preventing him from entering reality. Moreover, the skin mask he wore also showed signs of tearing. Gritting his teeth, Song Zhong stubbornly took another step forward. As he did, a significant portion of his body was enveloped by that strange sensation. But Song Zhong's body was also bent under the immense pressure. The next moment, the voice of Shuayan's bitter persuasion echoed in Song Zhong's ears once more. "Stop, boss, this skin isn't sufficient. Besides, didn't you say humans and the bazaar walk different paths?" Humans and the bazaar walk different paths. When did I ever say such a thing? Under the heavy pressure, Song Zhong's mind was somewhat unclear, yet he still halted his steps. Though the strange words from Shuayan conveyed significant information, they were not enough to deter Song Zhong's resolve to return to reality. What caused him to silently stop was the strange reaction of the spatial barrier. Song Zhong had a faint premonition. He could indeed enter reality with the skin, but it was highly likely that the skin wouldn't support him for long. Moreover, he instinctively sensed that once he truly stepped into the real world, if the skin shattered, he might face unimaginable consequences. After all, it wasn't the true painted skin, and the effects were significantly compromised. If that were the case, should he still go to reality? Crafting the Divine Descent Talisman was too difficult. Perhaps these skins would be Guan Kai's life-saving talismans in the future. As Song Zhong paused, he held the shed skin in his hand, lost in thought. Suddenly an idea struck Song Zhong, and he pulled out a bowl from his chest and asked, "Shuayan, are you still there?" There was no response. After Song Zhong ceased his actions to return to reality, Shuayan fell silent once more. And Song Zhong had no way to deal with him. If he were to be dealt with, then Huan Yishan would awaken in reality. If Huan Yishan were to resurrect under the current circumstances, the real world would undoubtedly suffer a devastating blow. While Song Zhong was lost in thought, Guangtou Biao cautiously reminded him, "Boss, should we set out or not?" Having followed Song Zhong for some time, Guangtou Biao knew this was one of Song Zhong's few wishes. On the contrary, Guangtou Biao himself didn't have much desire for reality. In the bizarre world where one could not piao or rob, it was far better than the mundane. "Got it, stop bothering me, let me think." Song Zhong was troubled. He really wanted to go back. However, it seemed that even if he went back, it would be of little significance and would instead cause more trouble. Sighing, Song Zhong decided to take a moment to reconsider. At the very least, he needed to understand the difference between the skin shed from the painted skin and its original skin. After pondering for a while, Song Zhong waved his hand and Guangtou Biao scampered over. "Biaozi, help me with something. Go bring that security guard from Yongxi community to me." "All right, boss." Guangtou Biao puffed out his chest and then asked carefully, "What if he doesn't come? Are you and your subordinates just sitting idle? What do you think I'm feeding you for?" Song Zhong glanced at Guangtou Biao, urging him with his tone. "All right, boss." Guangtou Biao, along with a large wave of subordinates, rushed towards Yongxi community with great momentum. The remaining employees stood guard beside Song Zhong, eagerly awaiting instructions. Song Zhong looked up at his employees and waved his hand. "Those who wish to return can go first. But remember, you are all employees of the Tiandi Group. After returning, you are not allowed to cause trouble and must report to the Civil Affairs Bureau." The Guan Kai in the Civil Affairs Bureau is essentially the person in charge of our company in the real world. Looking at his spirited employees in black suits, Song Zhong felt somewhat disinterested and gestured for Bai Rong to continue the briefing, emphasizing the need to protect Guan Kai. After all, she was the benefactor. Bai Rong adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his belly jiggling, as he firmly shouted with a deep voice, "Everyone remember the company's rules, abide by the law, or I'll deal with each of you in reality." "Understood." The black-suited subordinates shouted with their hands behind their backs, standing tall. "Repeat the company motto." Soul and spirit shine like the sun and moon. Courage and integrity reflect the mountains and rivers. Righteousness endures through the ages and loyalty shines for millennia. Seeing this, Bai Rong waved his hand with satisfaction. Set off. At Bai Rong's command, hundreds of black-suited subordinates marched uniformly toward reality through the spatial barrier. Only Bai Rong remained with the dazed Song Zhong, silently watching the blood moon above. In reality, Chen Jin was anxiously handling various arrangements in the Civil Affairs Bureau. Upon learning of the bizarre invasion of reality, once more the previously lethargic Linjiang Civil Affairs Bureau became busy again, although there was still no clear bizarre appearance. However, with the issuance of the early warning notice, the entire Linjiang Civil Affairs Bureau, and even the whole Linjiang city, fell into inexplicable panic. Everyone knew that the mysterious cessation of the previous bizarre invasion was the reason Linjiang had maintained its normal order. This time, would Linjiang be so fortunate? Chen Jin looked out the window with some worry, sensing a certain premonition. He might not be able to retire peacefully. While Chen Jin was gazing out the window, he seemed to see something, his eyes narrowing. It was a massive wave of mixed resentment aggressively heading towards the Civil Affairs Bureau. Has the bizarre invasion come so quickly this time?